Chapter 1 Arise. System. On the precipice of a towering cliff, Cheng Yi stretched his arms towards the heavens, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Just an hour ago, he had traversed into this fantastical realm known as the martial god continent. Upon assimilating the memories of his predecessor and comprehending that this world is inhabited solely by practitioners of martial arts, and realizing that his current vessel was deemed a cultivation failure, Cheng Yi felt an undeniable conviction that he must possess a hidden advantage. Before long, a message resonated within his mind. Dao Law Inheritance System activated. Host, Cheng Yi. Cultivation level, mortal. System activation successful. Novice gift pack dispensed. Haha. Cheng Yi reclined against a large stone, gazing at the azure sky with a contented expression. Indeed, it is you, system. Allow me to delve into your intricacies. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yi had already grasped the capabilities of this system. The Dao Law Inheritance required him to impart the Dao in this enchanting world, thereby elevating the path of cultivation amidst a society of martial artists. In other words, am I to establish a sect and recruit disciples? Cheng Yi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully, before seeking answers within the system's information. There is no absolute necessity to recruit disciples, nor to establish a sect, for I am the only cultivator in this world. Thus, as long as anyone learns from me and embarks on the path of cultivation, even if merely dabbling, it would still count as my successful transmission of the Dao. Does this imply that I have become the Dao ancestor of this realm? Moreover, according to the system, as long as my successful transmission is acknowledged, I shall acquire a certain amount of transmission value, which can be utilized to enhance my own cultivation or to engage in a lottery within the system. Hence, the more individuals who cultivate alongside me, the greater the accumulation of this value. However, in this martial world, how many would willingly choose to cultivate with me? Seeking them one by one seems rather tedious, a loss for a more effective approach. Cheng Yi decided to set this quandary aside for the moment. Let me first examine the contents of this novice gift pack. With a mere thought, the novice gift pack unfurled before him. Novice gift pack. Host has received a book on cultivation knowledge. Host has received a minor cultivation enhancement pill. Host has received 3 pure Dao techniques, junior talismans. The cultivation knowledge encompasses all necessary insights for training. The minor cultivation enhancement pill can elevate the host cultivation by a minor tier. The 3 pure Dao techniques, junior talismans, enable the host to master the crafting and application of all basic talismans. Let me first peruse the cultivation knowledge, Cheng Yi mused. As soon as he focused his mind, the book-like essence of the cultivation knowledge emitted a soft glow, and an influx of information surged into Cheng Yi's consciousness, as if it had always resided there. All knowledge pertaining to alchemy, weapon forging, and various other aspects of cultivation became vividly clear to him. Once again, he retrieved the elixir and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat radiating throughout his body, causing his skin to flush crimson, while steam began to rise and envelop him entirely. In that moment, he experienced a profound transformation. As if he had shed his former self, his body felt light, his spirit invigorated, and all the lingering injuries from his previous herb-gathering endeavors had vanished. After a brief while, a message resonated within the system. Host cultivation level has ascended current level. Initial stage of Qi refinement. The cultivation technique, reincarnation of eternal life, activates automatically. As the steam dissipated, he sensed an inexhaustible power coursing through him, along with the vibrant spiritual energy that enveloped his being, leaving him utterly refreshed. Eventually, he opened the 3 purities Dao technique basic talismans, and in an instant, dozens of methods for drawing and utilizing talismans flooded his mind. 3 purities Dao technique talismans. All laws of the world converge at the tip of the brush, dissolve into vermilion, and land upon paper when a talisman is formed. All laws are accessible. Goodness, I never imagined there would be so many applications for these talismans. With them, I can enhance my persuasiveness while imparting knowledge. Yet, I mustn't perform like a mere conjurer. That would be beneath me. How delightful it would be if this fantastical realm had a live streaming platform, or at least a television for advertisements. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. A piece of knowledge, unique to the martial god continent and drawn from the original owner's memories, emerged in his mind. Advertisements and television, this is akin to a mirage. It seems that live streaming my teachings is within reach. In the central plaza of Water Gathering City, a large, flat stone resembling crystal stood prominently. Surrounding this massive stone, a crowd had gathered, drawn to its allure. Among them was Cheng Yi, staring intently at the crystalline stone. Within it, an image of a man clad in a blue robe appeared, wielding a large blade and striking at wooden stakes nearby. Though the blade did not touch the wood, it generated tangible gusts of wind that cleaved the stakes in two. Afterward, the man lowered his weapon and addressed the onlookers with a bow. Brothers and sisters of Water Gathering City, I am Wu Qingdao, the head of the Wind Blade Sect. The sword technique I just demonstrated is the Breaking Wind Blade. If anyone is interested, feel free to register at number 43, Liushi Street, to the south of Water Gathering City. All related fees will be detailed upon registration. With that, he turned and exited the scene, only for another figure, clad in black and wielding a long staff, to step into the frame and begin showcasing staff techniques. This is the Mirage, Cheng Yi exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. The Mirage, a unique audio-visual transmission method on the martial god continent, could even relay images and sounds across vast distances in the perception of modern individuals. Like Cheng Yi, the phenomenon of mirage and moonlight is akin to an exceedingly simplistic television, possessing but a singular channel, solely capable of live broadcasting, and excessively costly at least. This holds true for the spectacle currently unfolding in the plaza. The inhabitants of the martial god continent are martial-minded, and the mirage and moonlight display in the center of Water Gathering City incessantly broadcast promotional advertisements showcasing the prowess of various sects and their recruitment of disciples. Among these, a portion belongs to the few renowned sects of great repute, while another segment comprises the numerous smaller sects situated beneath the jurisdiction of Water Gathering City. Despite the fact that Water Gathering City itself may not be considered a grand metropolis, it harbors hundreds of diminutive sects. Consequently, the City Lord's residence conducts a quarterly selection process lasting 3 weeks, during which 5 of the smaller sects from Water Gathering City are chosen to fill the remaining time slots following the recruitment advertisements of the larger sections. Cheng Yi turned his gaze toward a side of the plaza, fixating on the resplendently restored entrance of the City Lord's mansion, and then navigated through the throng directly toward it. Today marks the inaugural week of the sect selection in Water Gathering City. After registering at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and providing his name and address, Cheng Yi grasped a token inscribed with the number 206 and was escorted by a guard into a separate courtyard within the mansion. Before he could step inside, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe and bearing a large sword emerged, the very individual he had just encountered in the mirage and moonlight. Out of courtesy, Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The man, known as Wu Qingdao, regarded Cheng Yi with a puzzled expression, nodded in return, and then departed. What is he pondering? Cheng Yi observed Wu Qingdao's retreating figure, a slight frown forming on his brow. Undoubtedly, he is curious as to why you have arrived so late, replied the chatty guard beside him with a smile. Today marks the final day of the initial selection process, and typically, those preparing their promotions would have registered a week in advance and arrived here early. It is quite rare to see someone come at the last moment like you. Yes, that's so. Cheng Yi responded to the guard with a smile before stepping through the courtyard gate. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rather intriguing apertusa circular platform measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter, situated at the center of the courtyard. 4 additional devices, resembling the crystal of the mirage and moonlight, stood at each cardinal point around the platform. These crystals currently emitted a gentle glow, seemingly transmitting the images from the platform to the enormous crystal of the mirage and moonlight displayed in the plaza. On the platform, a man clad in black wielding a long staff was bowing respectfully before one of the crystals. I am Confronting from the Huifeng sect of Water Gathering City. What you have just witnessed is the first 3 forms of our sect's signature martial art, the Huifeng staff technique. Should you find intriguing, I kindly ask you to cast a vote for our sect. We shall reconvene next week. Furthermore, our sect's address is 36 Black River Street, North City. Everyone is welcome to register at any time. I implore you to support the Huifeng sect. Vote? Cheng Yi blinked and turned his gaze toward the guard leading the way. The selection of sects is not determined by the City Lord's mansion, but by the residents of the city. Each round of advancement is decided by a vote, so campaigning is allowed, the guard replied. The man on the stage seemed to have more to say, but before he could finish, someone from the City Lord's mansion waved at him from beyond the crystal of illusions. Mr. Feng, there are others waiting behind. Please wrap it up and come down quickly. Aren't I the last one? Feng Ping frowned slightly, turning to find Cheng Yi waiting nearby. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes, yet he still descended from the stage. Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement, but Feng Ping pretended not to see him, his gaze sweeping over Cheng Yi with blatant disrespect before he coldly huffed, with a physique as flimsy as noodles. You dare to engage in martial arts? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I giving you face? Not satisfied? Why not practice a bit? As a transmigrator endowed with extraordinary abilities, why should I fear a mere stick wielder? You, Ping glared, retrieving the staff from behind him. At that moment, however, someone standing behind the Crystal of Illusions suddenly spoke up. No fighting is permitted within the City Lord's mansion. Mr. Cheng, time is of the essence, please take the stage. The guard positioned himself between Cheng Yi and Ping. Only then did Cheng Yi pause, casting a cold smile at Ping before turning to ascend the circular platform. Today marks the beginning of the live transmission of teachings. In the central square of Water Gathering City, the crowd gradually gathered around the Crystal of Illusions, forming an organized line as if they had done so many times before. There are only so many sects participating this quarter. That one who wielded the knife was impressive. Wu Qingdao, right? I think I'll cast my vote for him. The last one with the staff isn't too impressive. A wooden stick, no matter how well it's used, can't compare to a metal weapon, and it lacks weight. I think he's not bad. A wooden stick is just for practice. He can switch to an iron rod later. I'm quite willing to send my son to learn some staff techniques. In preparing to give him my vote. As the crowd lined up, they began discussing the scenes they had just witnessed at the Crystal of Illusions, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. However, on the outskirts of the crowd, a circle of individuals bore a somber demeanor, starkly contrasting the fervor at the center. Let's disperse, let's disperse. This performance was splendid, but for those of us who are inherently incapable of cultivating martial arts, it's merely a spectacle. We should head back and rest. It's overcast, and we still have work to earn a living. An elderly man in a gray shirt, with a thin chest, stood up, spreading his arms as if to shoo away chicks, waving at the despondent youths around him. Some followed suit, rising unsteadily to head back. I wonder which sects will advance to next week's competition. Certain sects bear no relation to us. For individuals like us, who are inherently incapable of cultivating martial arts, merely managing to fill our stomachs throughout life is a considerable achievement. I must advise you all, do not casually cast your votes, for that would merely disrupt others. Do you understand? Let us depart. The frail old man urged the children beside him, eventually halting next to a youth who remained seated, unwilling to rise. Hey, Lugir, do not linger here, it is all over now. Not yet over. The young man, his gaze unwavering, fixated on the distant illusion, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He was garbed similarly to the other youths around him, yet stood with an upright posture, his demeanor strikingly distinguished amidst the slouched crowd. Look, there are still people going up. The old man remarked dismissively. That remains irrelevant to us. I know your background differs from our humble origins. Yet, the innate limitations of our bodies dictate that we are, in essence, fated to be disconnected from the path of cultivation. Lugir remained still, his attention unbroken from the mesmerizing illusion. The old man turned his gaze to observe, and indeed, he noted that those who had intended to vote had also stopped, their expressions revealing surprise as they beheld the reflections within the illusion. Indeed, someone has decided to step forward, the old man murmured as he witnessed the youth within the illusion bowing to the assembly and commencing his speech. I am Cheng Yi. I have come to present to you a novel technique. It is called talismanic arts. This method is utterly distinct from any martial techniques you have encountered, yet it is by no means inferior to any martial prowess. With a single talisman, one can command oneself. With a single talisman, one can repel formidable foes. With a single talisman, one can summon heavenly thunder and earthly fire. With a single talisman, all laws become void. Next, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of these talismans. Cheng Yi concluded his proclamation directed at the crystal transmitting the illusion. He then retrieved a sheet of prepared yellow paper from his robes, along with a brush and a small box of pre-prepared cinnabar, preparing to inscribe his talisman. This marked his inaugural attempt at crafting a talisman. Hence he approached the task with utmost seriousness and solemnity, entirely oblivious to the astonished and puzzled expressions of those outside the illusion's transmission device, following his declaration. Ha! Is he not merely a charlatan? All laws become void? Why does he not declare a move to obliterate the continent? How did such a trickster gain entry here? The earlier individual, Ping, who had experienced a minor altercation with Cheng Yi, scoffed, leaning on his staff as he directed his gaze towards the man manipulating the illusion. Wang, the steward. Shall we permit this little fraud to waste more time? Perhaps I should ascend and remove him, allowing the remainder of the time to be mine. Wang, the steward, regarded Cheng Yi with a look of skepticism, and upon hearing Ping's remarks, turned his attention to him, stating, within the city lord's residence, private duels are strictly prohibited. However, Once he departs, I shall not intervene. With that, Wang cast a stern glare at the guard who had escorted Cheng Yi into the venue. The guard, observing Cheng Yi on stage, wore a face of astonishment. Upon meeting the gaze of the steward, he instinctively lowered his head in shame that, just as I find myself in need of funds, I shall seize this little trickster. Surely, there is some reward to be gained. Confronting chuckled coldly, his expression rife with derision as he regarded the sincerity displayed on stage. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered in the square was filled with astonishment. Talisman? What is that? I have not heard of it. Could it be some new martial technique? But this young man appears to be no older than 20, and he has created his own martial art? It is not a martial technique. Look, he has even taken out paper and a pen. Who employs such items in martial arts? This is utterly absurd. He claims that this talisman can defend and repel foes. Furthermore, it supposedly can summon thunder and fire, reminiscent of a mythological tale. Hurry and make him step down. This is wasting my time for voting. I am eager to return home and advise my son to study the art of staff technique. Outside, a crowd is clamoring, yet Cheng Yi remains oblivious. At this moment, he is entirely focused on the task at hand, demonstrating while explaining. To inscribe the talisman, one must follow 3 distinct steps. Everyone, pay close attention. Together, we shall invoke the 3 incantations with brush and paper. Cheng Yi spoke, one hand forming a sword-like gesture resting upon his chest, while the other pointed towards 3 objects before him. He began to chant incantations with fervor, his gaze sharpening as he commanded, swiftly, as the law dictates. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose around the 3 objects, swirling and dispersing in all directions. Now, I shall focus my mind and prepare to inscribe the talisman known as the Fire of Departure. As Cheng Yi lifted his brush, dipping it into the vermilion ink, it hovered above the yellow paper. Then, with a commanding tone, he declared, at last, the stroke shall fall. No sooner had his words faded than the brush descended upon the paper, and in an instant, the strokes danced with the grace of a dragon and a serpent. Even before the onlookers could fully comprehend the scene, a talisman had been completed, just as Cheng Yi's final stroke departed from the surface. The vivid red mark upon the yellow paper suddenly shimmered with a veil of golden light. This radiance was subtle yet, amidst the throng of curious eyes, it stirred astonishment. Did you see that? The creation he conjured just glimmered. You saw it too? How could that be? I thought I was imagining things. Fascinating. Although I have little faith in the utility of such things, witnessing the brushwork emit light is a first for me. No need to rush home just yet. I might as well enjoy this spectacle. Let my son wait a moment longer. At the periphery of the crowd, a gaunt old man wore an expression of intrigue. This final act seems rather interesting. Let us remain and observe. The group of youths accompanying him also paused, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at Cheng Yi, who was now unveiling the talisman with both hands, presenting it to the audience. At this juncture, the talisman had been successfully inscribed. Cheng Yi presented the front of the talisman towards the 4 ethereal transmission devices, then delicately pinched the talisman between his fingers, his gaze sharpening. Now, I shall unveil the power of this talisman. After glancing around, he finally directed his gaze towards the few individuals in the audience who looked upon him with astonished eyes. Could you please bring up those wooden stakes? The wooden stakes? The guard who had accompanied Cheng Yi seemed momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with the steward before nodding. Please wait a moment. He chuckled to himself, thinking, what need is there for wooden stakes to display a mere piece of paper? Are you intending to demonstrate how to affix this paper to something? How utterly embarrassing. Confronting, who had been eagerly waiting to cause trouble for Cheng Yi, sneered. Just a flamboyant charlatan. Just wait until he steps off the stage. I shall see how I deal with him. Cheng Yi cast a glance at him, ready to retort. But upon remembering that he was live streaming, he managed to suppress his instinctive response. The spectators in the square exchanged bewildered glances. What power could this piece of paper possibly hold? On the outskirts of the crowd, a gaunt old man furrowed his brow, while the youths around him looked on in puzzled astonishment. Indeed, could this paper truly be a talisman? While one had heard of weapons crafted from metal, wood, or stone, a weapon made of paper was unheard of. Was he intending to cleave a wooden post with this? Surely, that was a jest. At that moment, a youth referred to as Lu Guter waved his hand, urging silence as he proclaimed, have you not heard? He claimed that this object is called a Li Hua talisman. I surmise it might ignite flames? Ignite a fire with a piece of paper? He hadn't even produced a fire starter. How would he achieve that? How would I know? The post is up. Lu Guer gestured, and the surrounding youths fell silent, their curiosity directed towards the ethereal image before them. Within that crystalline projection, Cheng Yi held the Lihua talisman upright against his chest. As his thoughts stirred, he felt the spiritual energy within him connect with the talisman in his hand. And with a sudden motion, he hurled the talisman forward. In that instant, the seemingly flimsy paper transformed into something as solid as iron, hurtling straight toward the wooden post that had just been brought onto the stage. Simultaneously, Li Nian uttered a sharp command, quickly, as the law commands. The talisman and the post made contact in an instant. Boom! A sound akin to a bomb exploding reverberated throughout the entire rear courtyard of the Lord's residence and, through the ethereal projection, echoed across the central square of the entire water-gathering city. The sudden flash of explosive firelight compelled every onlooker to instinctively shield their eyes. In the next moment, when the crowd gazed toward the wooden post, they were met with a pile of what appeared to be nearly pulverized charcoal. The post, originally a foot thick, had been utterly obliterated in that fleeting instant, whether in the rear courtyard of the Lord's residence or the central square. Every witness stood agape at the sight before them. After a prolonged silence, someone finally broke the stillness, exclaiming, "My heavens, what did I just witness? Is this real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That post must have been rigged with explosives. Are you foolish? Explosives would have shattered the post into pieces." Yet the reality is that the post didn't even split but was merely reduced to charred remains. A talisman. Could this truly be what a talisman is? This seems intriguing indeed. If one were to employ such a technique against an adversary unexpectedly, would it not be both surprising and immensely powerful? How does one cultivate this? What are the prerequisites? What level of martial prowess is required? All eyes widened in astonishment, fixed on Cheng Yi's image. However, his next words rendered the entire central square of water-gathering city utterly silent. I have just employed a talisman known as the Lihua talisman. To embark on the path of talismans, one need not possess any prerequisite qualifications. Whether you are a practitioner of martial arts, an ordinary individual unacquainted with such disciplines, or someone like myself, whose physical constitution has rendered them seemingly destined to remain distant from martial pursuits, you too can choose to cultivate the art of talismans. What I have just demonstrated is merely a rudimentary technique within this enchanting realm. Should you wish to delve deeper into the mysteries of talismanic arts, I invite you to express your interest. Next week, I shall unveil further techniques of this captivating discipline. My name is Cheng Yi, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. As Cheng Yi finished speaking, he nodded towards several individuals nearby, who were equally astonished by his words. Without needing any prompting from Manager Wang, he descended from the live streaming platform of Jinghua Shueishua. It was only after he stepped down the stairs and exited the broadcasting area that a thunderous wave of sound erupted in the central plaza. Akin to the roar of thunder. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How can someone without martial arts aptitude learn this? I refuse to believe it. Nonsense. He claims his physical constitution prevents him from mastering martial arts? That is undoubtedly absurd. How could he wield such formidable martial skills if he truly cannot practice martial arts? Do not speak to me of talismans. I perceive this as an innovative martial technique. Vote. Let him enter next week's showcase. I shall write to the City Lord's mansion, demanding they verify Cheng Yi's true martial prowess next week. I cannot possibly cast my vote for him. He is nothing but a charlatan. What a ridiculous stunt. Utter trash. The plaza was engulfed in chaos. Yet, amidst the crowd of simply dressed youths at the periphery, silence reigned for a considerable time. Finally, an emaciated old man, his face contorted with rage, spat on the ground and cursed, "Damn it. Another scoundrel aiming to deceive us for the meager coins we have painstakingly saved. Children, let us go home." With that, the old man raised his arm and turned to leave. However, beside him, a remarkably poised youth named Lu Gu remained fixated on the now empty Jinghua Shueishue, unmoving. I do not perceive him as a fraud. Suddenly, Lu Gu spoke with keen intensity, "Brothers and sisters, let us cast our votes for him. Did not someone suggest he should prove his abilities in the next live stream? Then whether he is a charlatan will become evident." As he spoke, Lu Gu waved his hand energetically towards the surrounding children. "Let us go. To vote." His authoritative demeanor inspired confidence, and immediately, several youths began to follow him. The old man grew increasingly anxious. "Hey, children, you cannot cause a ruckus. Individuals like us, if we disturb those capable of martial cultivation, we might as well be courting death. What does it matter? The City Lord's mansion has not prohibited our voting. We have every right to do so." Lu Gu had already stepped forward, calling back to more youths. "Let us vote for Cheng Yi. This is not causing a disturbance. Moreover, If the talisman techniques truly transcend physical aptitude, could we not completely alter our fates? Brothers, sisters, do you truly wish to spend your entire lives beneath the noses of those martial practitioners? We must seize this opportunity. After all, it is merely casting a vote. Follow me. Lu Ji's words ignited a fervor among the youths, and almost all of them surged forward, racing towards the now open voting area of Jinghua Shueishiwa. Unaware of the astonishment that enveloped the square, Cheng Yi observed the expressions of several individuals beside the crystal stone, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. With a soft chuckle, he prepared to depart from the Lord's mansion. Where shall he reside next? Cheng Yi was contemplating the prospect of finding nearby refuge, for his next live stream would not commence until the following week. He certainly could not afford to spend every night on the streets. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him, none other than the mockingly disdainful Feng. Speak, little trickster. What methods did you employ to deceive others? Confess honestly, and I shall be lenient with my approach, though taking you to collect your reward is inevitable. Feng had replaced the wooden stick he used during the live stream with a solid iron rod, now positioned horizontally before him, effectively blocking Cheng Yi's path. The contemptuous expression on his face suggested he had already secured victory. Are you merely seeking a quarrel? Do you think I fear you? As he spoke, Cheng Yi swiftly retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his garment, and, wielding the brush still stained with cinnabar, deftly inscribed a powerful rune upon it. In a commanding voice, he intoned, "Hasten swiftly as the law commands." The rune emitted a brilliant flash of golden light, and Cheng Yi promptly affixed it to his chest. In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy surged into his body, creating a tempestuous wave of warmth that enveloped a radius of 9 feet. Wang, the steward, sat behind the crystal stone, observing the confrontation between the two, and felt the sudden shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, his eyes widening in astonishment. It appeared that Cheng Yi's talisman was indeed genuine. A mere charlatan. Cheng Yi invoked the immense power of the giant force talisman, his gaze fixed ahead. He observed Feng seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene, swinging a heavy iron club directly towards him. In an instant, a formidable gust of wind struck around his body, hindering his movements and making evasion feel far more laborious than usual. Yet, such tactics were hardly a challenge for him. After all, what was the giant force talisman? It gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and harnessed it within oneself, breaking through myriad laws with a singular strength. Cheng Yi, undeterred and unyielding, leapt upward with remarkable agility. His right arm, drawn back like a powerful bow, propelled forward in a fierce punch aimed at the iron rod overhead. The sound reverberated like a mighty bell throughout the courtyard, causing many onlookers to wince and cover their ears. After the strike, both combatants descended back to the ground. Feng, still feeling the persistent tremors of the rod, was taken aback by the unexpected prowess of this deceiver, who managed to withstand his seemingly assured attack without conceding an inch. Behind the crystal stone, Manager Wang observed Cheng Yi's astonishing blow with wide-eyed amazement, quietly exclaiming to himself that this individual hardly resembled a martial artist. Yet, with merely a talisman, he could endure a strike from Feng, a practitioner of martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward to intervene. Enough. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the city lord's manor, he declared, deliberately adopting a stern expression as he approached the tense duo. Feng, should you dare to cause a ruckus here, forget about next week's live broadcast. You won't even be able to leave this gate today. Upon hearing Manager Wang's words, Cheng Yi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was evident that Wang was favoring him. What could be his motive? Nevertheless, recognizing the unexpected support, Cheng Yi relented, offering a smile to the formidable Feng across from him. Feng, witnessing this turn of events, was consumed by a mix of rage and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that this fraud possessed such formidable strength, capable of countering his strike head-on, and he certainly did not anticipate Wang's allegiance to this charlatan. Ultimately, under the increasingly icy gaze of Manager Wang, Feng turned and exited the city lord's manor. Just before departing, Cheng Yi caught a glimpse of Feng casting a venomous glare in his direction, evoking both amusement and a sense of caution within him. Cheng Yi pondered silently. It appears that this world harbors considerable malevolence towards new methods of cultivation. Henceforth, I must exercise greater caution. If I can manage one or two, what shall I do when faced with dozens or even hundreds? Ultimately, I am still far too weak. I must swiftly enhance my abilities. For next week's live broadcast holds great significance. Manager Wang had observed for a considerable duration, and only after fully comprehending Cheng Yi's technique did he finally call a halt to their practice. At this moment, his conviction solidified, with a gleeful twinkle in his eyes. He approached Cheng Yi with a hearty laugh. "Mr. Cheng, you truly possess remarkable skills." Cheng Yi was uncertain of the intent behind Wang's inquiry and thus refrained from providing a response, merely offering a courteous gesture. As anticipated, Wang had more to articulate. "That Feng Ping is not one to possess a magnanimous heart. He will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Furthermore, your mastery of the talismanic arts will swiftly become known throughout Jishui City, which may lead to animosity from numerous individuals." After a brief pause, Wang continued, "Why not consider residing temporarily within the city lord's manor? This arrangement would also facilitate your participation in the upcoming live broadcast. What do you think?" Cheng Yi smiled faintly, discerning the thoughts of Manager Wang. It seemed that Wang had observed something and intended to curry favor before Cheng Yi's rise to prominence. Thus, why not accommodate him? He then graciously clasped his fist towards Wang, stating, "Respect lies in obedience." In truth, Wang was not overly eager to flatter Cheng Yi. He had merely been the closest observer during Cheng Yi's demonstration of talismanic arts. He had noted that Cheng Yi showed no signs of employing martial techniques while drawing symbols or utilizing talismans. Moreover, Cheng Yi's steps appeared slightly unsteady, further suggesting he lacked martial prowess. If Wang's judgment was sound, Cheng Yi's mastery of talismanic arts could indeed be genuine, a completely new path of cultivation that astonishingly complemented martial arts. However, he pondered the upper limits of this talismanic skill and whether it was as formidable as claimed. Regardless, Cheng Yi was undoubtedly a rare talent worth cultivating, Wang mused. After instructing a servant to escort Cheng Yi to a guest room, Wang gazed up at the ominous clouds above. His eyes slightly lost in thought. It seems that a storm is brewing in Jishui City. Those who had come to witness the live broadcast of the Mirror Flower Water Moon event had cast their votes and returned home, sharing the day's events as gossip with family and neighbors. The news of Cheng Yi's establishment of the talismanic path spread like wildfire, sending ripples through the entire city. In the labor district of Jishui City, a woman, startled by her husband's words, momentarily forgot to eat. What? A path of cultivation that requires no physical prowess? Surely that cannot be true. Her husband, chewing his food nonchalantly, replied, "What does it matter? Regardless of its truth, the live broadcast next week will reveal all. If it is genuine, I intend to have our son learn this talismanic art." The son, overhearing this conversation, was instantly filled with excitement. He had often heard tales of the wonders of cultivation and had longed for it. Yet his parents had been assigned to the labor district due to their inadequate physical qualifications. Perhaps it was hereditary, as his own physique also fell short of the mark. Now, the prospect of a cultivation method that did not require innate physical attributes filled him with uncontainable joy. He eagerly turned to his father, saying, "Father, shall we vote for Master Cheng Yi?" "Huh, you little rascal, he doesn't even know you yet, and you call him master. It seems you truly admire the talismanic arts. Very well, let us finish our meal and go." In a small tavern in the main district, several martial cultivators gathered around a small table. Having ordered a few dishes and 2 pots of wine, amidst the clinking of cups, they discussed the events that transpired in the central square that day. "I think that Cheng Yi is nothing but a charlatan. What talismanic arts? Merely a trick elevated by a slight twist of skill. Can tricks truly contend in battle? I think not." A bearded man interjected, "I beg to differ. Since he dared to present himself at the Mirror Flower Water Moon event, there must be some merit to his claims. I've heard about the fire talisman. If we martial cultivators could master such skills, it would undoubtedly be of great use." Another individual interjected, "My brother speaks the truth. I propose we finish this drink and subsequently cast our votes for Cheng Yi to witness how he articulates his next stance. Indeed, let us proceed together. You may go if you wish. For my part, I shall not attend. That individual is a charlatan, spouting nonsense about incantations that I have never encountered." Meanwhile, throngs of individuals, including laborers lacking physical prowess, downtrodden martial artists who have made little progress despite years of training, and a few somewhat renowned practitioners made their way toward the central square amid a cacophony of voices. At this moment, Cheng Yi had returned to the guest room arranged for him by Manager Wang. After a brief respite, he began to delve into the various elementary talismans residing in his mind. Today he had employed 2 talismans, the Fire Separation Talisman and the Mighty Force Talisman. both of which possess considerable power among the elementary talismans. The fire separation talisman can swiftly absorb the scorching fire essence from the surrounding environment, subsequently unleashing it upon a target to create a tremendous explosion and burning effect. The Mighty Force talisman grants one formidable strength and physical fortitude for a limited duration. Both talismans are exceedingly useful, yet their shortcomings are rather evident. They take time to inscribe. Today, he was able to withstand Feng Ping's strike with relative ease, merely because Feng Ping was only a martial artist and not a particularly formidable one. Cheng Yi was aware that in this world, martial practitioners are classified into 8 realms based on the qualitative transformation of their strength: martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial spirit, martial saint, and the legendary martial god, which is said to exist only in folklore. Upon reaching the realm of martial sovereign, one is typically qualified to assume the role of lord over small cities or to lead medium-sized sections. Those who attain the rank of martial sovereign are invariably individuals of exceptional talent. The realm of martial master, however, is accessible to those with even a modicum of aptitude, as years of diligent practice can eventually lead to its achievement. In Cheng Yi's view, Feng Ping belongs to this category. This realization stirred a sense of vigilance within Cheng Yi. If he were to encounter a martial master of superior prowess, or one who was exceedingly swift, preventing him from inscribing his talismans, his current physical capabilities could very well lead him to peril. Thus, maintaining a regular supply of various talismans became exceedingly essential. Having concluded this thought, Cheng Yi retrieved an array of tools and materials for talisman crafting and began meticulously sketching the various basic talismans that resided in his mind, particularly those of high practicality, such as the fire separation talisman and the great strength talisman, of which he produced several copies. As he immersed himself in the task, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, the sun had begun its descent, and his stomach was rumbling in protest. After requesting the servants of the Lord's Manor to bring him a meal, Cheng Yi casually inquired about the results of the day's live election. Typically, voting stations would cease operations at sunset, with results immediately forthcoming thereafter. "Master Cheng, your ranking is second," the servant reported. "And who holds the first place?" "That would be Wu Qingdao of the Windblade Sect, though your vote count is remarkably close, just 9 votes apart." No sooner had the servant finished speaking than he leaned in with a smile, softly adding, "Master Cheng, I cast a vote for you as well." The servant's eyes sparkled with hope. Lacking martial aptitude and unwilling to be confined to a laborer's life in the workers' district, he had strived to become a servant of the city lord. Yet, after some time, he realized that this position was akin to another cage. Today, upon learning that Master Cheng possessed a method of talisman crafting that did not require martial qualifications, he could hardly contain his joy and felt compelled to express his enthusiasm. Cheng Yi smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Thank you." After finishing his meal, Cheng Yi activated the system. "Oh, why has the teaching value not changed at all?" Cheng Yi began to feel a tinge of uncertainty, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he became resolute. The inhabitants of Jishui City still lacked a comprehensive understanding of their talismanic path. Although the notion that talisman cultivation does not require martial aptitude was indeed alluring, they would remain skeptical until he presented definitive evidence to substantiate the authenticity of his talismanic teachings. This skepticism extended even to the servant who had just delivered his meal. In the forthcoming second round of the live election, it was imperative that Cheng Yi furnish some form of proof. Otherwise, if others chose not to learn, the value of his teachings would stagnate, not to mention the implications for system rewards and upgrades. After a moment of reflection, Cheng Yi devised a plan. As the day of the second live election approached, his understanding of the talismanic path deepened, and he increasingly recognized the significance of advancing his skills to an intermediate level. During his immersion in the study of talismans, discussions surrounding Cheng Yi and his teachings had intensified within Jishui City, even garnering attention from neighboring regions. Many had traveled from distant cities solely to witness Cheng Yi's talismanic prowess, including spies from various martial families and prominent sections. The Lu family, a renowned martial lineage based in the nearby Huido city, was particularly notable. Their ancestral technique, the water-sweeping swordplay, had been classified among the earth-level martial arts, boasting remarkable power that few dared to contest. At this moment, deep within the Lu family estate, the nearly 60-year-old Lu Qiyuan sat cross-legged atop a pavilion, engaged in a game of chess with his most trusted subordinate. He inquired calmly, Have we sent someone to Jishui City? Yes, my lord. A messenger has been dispatched, replied the subordinate. My lord, are you intrigued by this Cheng Yi's talismanic path? Lu Qiuyuan smirked disdainfully, huh? Such trivial skills dare to bear the name of a path. I wonder where my precious daughter, who lacks martial aptitude, heard of this. She has been clamoring to learn the talisman path. Otherwise, I would not concern myself with such matters. It seems to be a mere whim of the young lady. Frankly, I believe with her talents, she need not pursue cultivation at all. Let her indulge in this folly. Once she realizes how inadequate this so-called talisman path truly is, she will naturally abandon it. Understood, my lord. However, Lu Qian raised his gaze, his expression calm, yet his eyes gleaming with a hint of menace. If that lad's talismans are indeed genuine, we shall have to eliminate him. Remember this, in this world, there shall be no path that allows those of lesser aptitude to cultivate. If my daughter pursues it, then she too shall face the consequences. Yes, my lord. In Jishui City, the central square was teeming with people gathered around the mirror flower watermoon crystal. In a matter of minutes, the second round of the live election was set to commence, the atmosphere growing increasingly raucous as individuals shouted to be heard above the din. I must say, Cheng Yi's talismanic path deserves to secure the highest number of votes. My dear friend, I am aware that your martial arts aptitude is rather limited. Despite training for 7 or 8 years, you remain merely a martial artist. However, you must not be so easily deceived. Over the past few years, how many charlatans of this ilk have we encountered? The man continued, stating that the last time he had obliterated a wooden stake. Such a feat could be effortlessly accomplished by one who has reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm, or even the martial master realm. Moreover, we cannot ascertain the authenticity of his claims. Who knows if he himself is truly a martial master? All right, I understand what you wish to convey. But even if his talisman is genuine, what use would it serve? The enemy will not patiently await your leisurely drawing of symbols. Furthermore, confrontations among martial practitioners are unpredictable and fraught with peril. Even with prior preparation, adaptability is challenging in a life-and-death struggle. A moment's distraction could cost you your life multiple times over. His companion opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss. For the current understanding of the talisman path indeed supported the assertions of his comrade. Contemplating this, his spirits sank even further. Are we, the martial practitioners of lesser talent, destined to falter at this juncture? What does the future hold for us? At that moment, in the labor district, a gaunt old man was gripping the collar of Lu Gu-er tightly, his expression one of resignation. Lu Gu-er, do not go. Those people have warned that if you dare to vote, they will strike you every time they see you. Lu Gu-er ceased his struggles, his emotions gradually calming. Fine. I shall not go. Ah, that is wise. In this world, what opportunities exist for those of limited talent in martial cultivation? Although Lu Gu-er acquiesced to not participate, the old man was well aware of his temperament. Thus, once Lu Gu-er retreated to his room, the old man discreetly locked the door from the outside. True to form, shortly after the old man departed, the door rattled several times, but soon fell silent. A quarter of an hour later, a section of flat bluestone outside was pried open, revealing a subterranean tunnel from which a disheveled Lu Gu-er emerged. He climbed out, replaced the stone, and dashed towards the central square, determination etched upon his face. Talisman path. I am coming. Just 15 minutes before the broadcast commenced, Cheng Yi arrived at the venue for the second round of the election, which was once again held at the Lord's Manor. It is merely a vast training ground with a more expansive view. At the center of this arena lies a broad circular stone platform, encircled by a ring of gray crystals that will relay every detail of the contestants and the judges' critiques in real time to the enormous illusion projected on the central square. Beneath the stone platform, 10 formidable martial artists are seated, having been specially invited by the lord of the city as esteemed judges. Most of them are renowned masters, revered for their virtues, and are nearing the pinnacle of their martial prowess. The votes held by these 10 masters will account for 30% of the total votes. The order of appearance is determined by a draw, and Cheng Yi has drawn the 10th position. The waiting period is not entirely devoid of interest. Despite having undergone a preliminary selection, Cheng Yi still finds the skill level of some contestants somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, there are occasionally intriguing individuals, such as the 8th contestant, the head disciple of the Wei family from the Wandering Sword Sect, who is said to possess a sword technique capable of conjuring water from thin air. To Cheng Yi's astonishment, as this individual wielded his sword, he could indeed hear the sound of crashing waves, while simultaneously sending droplets of water splattering in all directions, leaving various sized indentations on the solid bluestone surface. A portion of the judges below nodded in approval, casting what they deemed appropriate votes. The next contestant, who would take the stage just before Cheng Yi, is none other than Wu Qingdao from the Windblade Sect, the current frontrunner in votes. It appears that the upcoming contestant may find the competition quite challenging. Cheng Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, if the previous performer has left the audience in a state of awe, the subsequent individual would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. However, who is he? Would someone endowed with the system fear this? Wu Qingdao should be wary of pride, for should he become arrogant, he would undoubtedly face humiliation when it is his turn to perform. At this moment, Wu Qingdao has taken the stage. He first cupped his fists in salute towards the judges and the audience. Esteemed judges and audience members, I am Wu Qingdao, the leader of the Windblade Sect. This time, I shall present an even more comprehensive display than before. Upon finishing his words, Wu Qingdao gestured, and individuals emerged from the audience, bringing 4 wooden dummies to place around him. The use of props is permitted, provided they undergo rigorous inspection by the city lord's office. Cheng Yi discovered that the faces of the 4 wooden mannequins were affixed with iron plates, each half an inch thick. What purpose could this serve? The judges below shared the same curiosity, but Wu Qingdao soon commenced his demonstration. With the blade facing outward, he positioned it horizontally before him, slightly crouched, and then executed a sudden spinning motion, unleashing a circular gust of blade wind that struck the iron faces of the wooden figures. As the crowd observed closely, it became evident that the iron plates on the mannequins' faces had been cleaved through, revealing the wood within. Such a powerful strike astonished the judges below. The sheer force generated by the blade's wind was sufficient to penetrate iron plates of considerable thickness. Not only was the technique of the wind blade exceptional, but Wu Qingdao's prowess must have also reached the pinnacle of martial arts, rivaling that of the best among us. In the central square, around the enchanting scene, the audience marveled in unison. See? I told you that the Windblade Sect is truly deserving of the top spot. Yet, some still contest Cheng Yi's claim to first place. Enough of this. I shall enroll in the Windblade Sect at once, lest I find myself unable to secure a position due to the throng of applicants. Indeed, some spectators had already risen, preparing to register with the Windblade Sect. Amidst the audience's excitement, Wu Qingdao addressed the judges' inquiries before bowing and exiting the stage. The coordinator promptly called for Cheng Yi to take his turn. Under the gaze of the 10 judges, Cheng Yi ascended the stone platform with measured steps. This must be the individual ranked second in votes, trailing Wu Qingdao by only a few. Indeed, in the previous round, he had showcased talismans. Now he approached empty-handed, though his bag appeared notably full, likely containing similar items as before. Talismans, particularly the fire talisman, are they not? Would not explosives yield a comparable, if not greater, effect? What then is the utility of his talismans? Cheng Yi discerned that the judges held a rather unfavorable impression of him, lacking any semblance of trust. After all, prior to this moment, no one had ever contemplated that a mere sheet of paper adorned with peculiar designs could wield such immense power. The thought had never crossed their minds, let alone the act of believing it. Even now, the number of those who chose to place their faith in him was exceedingly scant, verging on non-existent. It was evident that he had yet to garner a single point of merit in his teachings. The reason for his unexpectedly high vote count lay in the sudden mobilization of a previously indifferent crowd, composed primarily of those with low qualifications and, in some cases, devoid of any martial prowess, who cast their votes in his favor. As for why his tally failed to surpass that of Wu Qingdao, it was simply because this less qualified demographic did not represent the mainstream of the cultivation community, thus lacking the influence to eclipse the remarkable Wu Qingdao. Moreover, those who voted for themselves did so not out of genuine belief, but rather from a desire to prevent the extinguishment of their dwindling hope. However, today, they would come to believe, to embrace the existence of hope. Esteemed judges and audience members, I am Cheng Yi, and today I shall present a greater display of talismans than in the previous round. In the central plaza, some martial practitioners began to mock him with scornful remarks as Cheng Yi spoke. One individual, with sunken eyes and a waxen complexion, unmistakably a debauched rogue whose body bore the scars of indulgence, interjected, "Talismans, you say? Step down, you charlatan." Beside him, a well-groomed young man in white, with a stern visage and an air of moral superiority, concurred, "I, have always detested those who deceive others. Once he departs the stage, I shall wield my silver sword to impart a proper lesson." Yet, Cheng Yi remained oblivious to the jeers emanating from the central plaza, even if he had heard them. Their opinions would have held no weight. After completing his opening remarks, Cheng Yi reached into his pocket and retrieved vermilion, a brush, yellow paper, and various other tools for crafting talismans. Following the previous live broadcast, some had criticized the fire talisman as impractical, arguing that a missed throw renders the effort futile. However, the art of talismans is a realm of infinite transformations, rich in depth and complexity. Cheng Yi has meticulously prepared everything for the art of talismanic inscription. Today, I shall allow you all to witness the marvels of these mystical symbols. First, let us unveil the lightness talisman. Cheng Yi, with utmost focus and concentration, swiftly inscribed the talisman, completing it in a single breath. Afterward, he held the talisman aloft, facing the judges and the audience from the mirror flower water moon side, ensuring they could clearly see the design. For those interested, he encouraged them to memorize the symbol and attempt to replicate it using his technique, seeking to grasp the subtle essence of its creation. With that, Cheng Yi affixed the talisman of lightness to his chest. A smirk escaped him. It was rather methodical of him to take on the role of a teacher in such a competitive setting. Who would dare to impart knowledge during an election? Perhaps he feared his argument lacked persuasion and was merely fabricating claims. Yet soon, the amusement faded as Cheng Yi began to move across the platform with astonishing speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. The warriors in the waiting area were momentarily taken aback. This velocity had undoubtedly reached the level of a martial master. It was unexpected to discover he possessed such prowess. Don't be naive, he's just a trickster, using his martial master cultivation to feign the effects of the talisman. I can achieve that speed as well. Meanwhile, some from the mirror flower water moon side continued to express their skepticism. I told you so. He must inherently be a martial master. Look, his secret has been revealed. Alas, if only it were true. I have been stagnant at the warrior level for 7 years. If this talisman were genuine, perhaps I could harness the strength of a martial master in combat. Though Cheng Yi could not hear their remarks, he anticipated such sentiments. Thus, he smiled at one of the crystal columns transmitting the visual and auditory feed and said, "Take your time, no need to rush." At Cheng Yi's behest, several individuals from the city lord's mansion worked together to lift a 300-pound granite block. What was his intention? Uncertain, they could only wait and observe. Cheng Yi humbly expressed his gratitude, then extracted a formidable talisman from a stack and affixed it to his chest. Although the martial artists in the waiting area did not approach closely, they could sense a palpable shift in Cheng Yi's aura at that moment. The division of "een" signifies the prowess of a martial artist, indicating at least a mid-level mastery. In the realm of fantasy, each stage of martial cultivation is categorized into initial, mid, late, and consummate phases. Judging by his presence, Cheng Yi seemed to be at the mid-stage of martial artistry. Even if he were a charlatan, his age alone would suggest an extraordinary talent. Not only did he possess innate ability, but considering he appeared to be in his early 20s, achieving late-stage martial prowess at such a young age would necessitate substantial resources. Could he possibly be a scion of a prominent sect or a martial aristocracy? It remains uncertain. His martial techniques do not reveal their origin. Perhaps he is a disciple of a reclusive master? The martial artists in the waiting area engaged in lively discussion, and at that moment, Cheng Yi made his move. He stepped back with his right foot and then unleashed a punch. With a deafening crack, the boulder shattered into hundreds of pieces, startling all present martial artists. An impressive strike. This punch approached the pinnacle of martial artistry. How cunning. Although he is indeed a martial artist, he pretends to lack cultivation, employing talismans to deceive others and deliberately draw attention. It is true, this young man has utilized such unscrupulous tactics to garner numerous votes. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether he would even advance to the second round. The audience before the mirror flower, water moon, aside from a few with considerable martial prowess, remained oblivious to the underlying scheme, merely perceiving Cheng Yi's punch as formidable. Is this Cheng Yi truly remarkable? Is this punch genuinely the result of a talisman? Please, allow me to speak. Whether it was the earlier agility talisman or the current formidable force talisman, both are mere ruses. Do you not see? He is merely showcasing the strength and speed of a mid-level martial artist. Is that truly the case? I previously cast my vote for him. How could I entrust my child to someone of such questionable character? Indeed, this round of voting will not include him, not even for a dog. Absolutely. Let us not vote for him, ensuring he does not succeed and preventing further deception. Lu Guer stood among the crowd, listening to the slander directed at Cheng Yi. His fists clenched and his face flushed with indignation. Yet, he said nothing, instead gazing steadfastly at Cheng Yi within the mirror flower, water moon. He trusted his instincts. For he had once known someone with a temperament strikingly similar to Cheng Yi's, a person who would never deceive him. The debris on the stage had been cleared, and Cheng Yi had a fist-sized, semi-transparent black stone brought forth. Isn't that the testing stone for assessing martial aptitude? What does he intend to do with it? Is he about to publicly verify his martial qualifications? Wouldn't that be revealing his true nature? Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that his talismans are, in fact, genuine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such an extraordinary phenomenon exist in this world? If it truly did, why has it never manifested before, not even in the faintest whispers of legend? Indeed, if it were real, it should be the result of a martial master dedicating decades, if not centuries, to its creation. It is inconceivable that it could emanate from a mere youth of perhaps 20 years. As soon as the thought escaped his lips, he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the scene of the mirror flower, water moon. What on earth is happening? He lifted his gaze toward the image of the mirror flower, water moon, and was instantly rendered speechless. There stood Cheng Yi, having dripped a single drop of his blood onto the testing stone, which emitted only a faint white light. Normally, upon contact with blood, the testing stone would radiate one of 5 distinct colors: white, green, blue, purple, or red. White signifies an ordinary person devoid of martial talent, while green indicates a slight aptitude. Progressing further, martial abilities are represented by escalating hues, with red denoting an extraordinary genius akin to finding a needle in a haystack. There is even a rumored golden light, corresponding to those with the potential to become martial deities, which can only be revealed by a uniquely special testing stone. Otherwise, it will merely show as white. The notion of the golden light remains but a legend, known to few. Even if some are aware, they would never associate the current situation with that myth. How could it possibly be white light? He is undeniably a martial artist. This cannot be real. It must be a deception. I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. The martial artists in the waiting area reacted with unprecedented fervor, nearly losing their composure. They could not fathom that someone devoid of martial talent could, with nothing more than a mere piece of paper, attain the martial realm they had painstakingly cultivated for years, even decades. If this were true, what then was the significance of the suffering they had endured in pursuit of power? It must be a sham. The testing stone has to be fraudulent. I demand a replacement. Let it be mine. The voice belonged to Feng Ping, who had previously clashed with Cheng Yi. Yes. I wish to use mine. In an instant, numerous martial artists in the waiting area cast their testing stones onto the martial platform. These individuals were relatively affluent, as the testing stones were not inexpensive. In response, Cheng Yi graciously accepted all of them. He extended his hand and, before the assembly, sliced open a finger, using it to touch each stone, ensuring an equitable distribution of his essence. In the next moment, the stones on the platform emanated a radiant white light. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, encompassing both the martial artists in the waiting area and the audience entranced by the spectacle. In the central square, amidst the throng, the 12-year-old Lu Guer concealed his face, trembling with emotion, too afraid to weep aloud. Meanwhile, within the Lu residence of Huido City, Lu Lan danced with joy in his chamber, even picking up his guqin to play a piece originally steeped in sorrow, transforming it into a jubilant melody. Unbeknownst to him, his father, Lu Qiuyuan, stood outside the door, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, void of any warmth. Beside Lu Qiuyuan, his most trusted subordinate wore a countenance tinged with concern. At a distance from the martial platform, Steward Wang exhibited a blend of astonishment and elation, though he had long suspected the authenticity of Cheng Yi's talismans. The undeniable reality of the situation left him profoundly shaken. This was a once-in-a-millennium talent that must be recruited onto the Lord's ship of destiny. Without further hesitation, he departed the training grounds, heading toward the Lord's residence. Indeed, it was all true, utterly genuine. I wish to take Cheng Yi as my master. I yearn to learn the art of talismans. I want to bear his children. How absurd. In the blink of an eye, the central square erupted once more into chaos, with cries of devotion to Cheng Yi filling the air. Most of the clamoring voices belonged to ordinary individuals lacking martial aptitude, alongside those whose low qualifications or injuries rendered them unable to pursue martial arts. Naturally, some martial cultivators who sought to use talismans as auxiliary combat tools also harbored similar aspirations. This included many who had previously mocked Cheng Yi mercilessly. Hey, weren't you just saying Cheng Yi was a fraud? How could you so quickly change your tune? Well, about that. Would you like to come over for dinner? The food at my place is truly delightful. Before Cheng Yi took the stage, many believed that the individual ranked behind Wu Qingdao would endure the most unfortunate fate, as Wu Qingdao had secured the highest votes in the first round and possessed considerable skill. However, now every martial artist following Cheng Yi felt they were the most unfortunate in this live broadcast. Regardless of how splendid their performances were, the audience in the central square, immersed in their own world, inexplicably directed their focus towards the talismans and Cheng Yi. This starfall hammer appears to wield great power, one remarked. What of it? At a leisurely pace, if I affix a lightness talisman, I could evade it myself. That return wind staff from Feng Ping is impressive. Certainly more formidable than his previous display, another added. With a heavy strength talisman, I could easily deflect his staff. I noticed Cheng Yi's bag contains quite a number of talismans. I wonder if he harbors any invisibility talisman, trap talisman, or concealed weapon talismans. Who knows? I'm uninterested. I solely desire the heavy strength talisman and the lightness talisman. Yes, the heavy strength talisman enhances power, while the lightness talisman augments speed and frequency. If there were also an endurance talisman, I could single-handedly conquer the Chuanxiang Tower. Hey, can such disrespectful remarks about the talisman arts be thrown about so casually? Come, lean in closer. Let us discuss this in detail. By the way, does anyone know where Cheng Yi's dojo is located? I'm uncertain. He has never mentioned it. In such an atmosphere, the martial artists behind Cheng Yi essentially became mere participants, for no one was concerned with their martial prowess. What a despicable act by Cheng Yi. Stealing the spotlight from us all. I shall teach him a lesson in the grand finale of next week's live broadcast. Upon hearing these words, the martial artists were instantly invigorated. If they could defeat Cheng Yi before the mirror flower water moon, perhaps they could redeem their sect and regain the attention of the masses. Moreover, it seemed that once Cheng Yi utilized his talismans, he merely reached the level of a martial artist, making it potentially easier for them to triumph over him. The collective minds of the martial artists were abuzz with determination. As anticipated by Cheng Yi, he rightfully claimed the top position in the voting, and a minor incident occurred during the voting period. Perhaps due to the significant buzz generated by his livestream presentation, the subsequent martial artists who took the stage failed to garner much support, as few could remember them. Ultimately, the bewildered populace, unsure of whom to cast their votes for, collectively awarded their ballots to Cheng Yi. Remarkably, Cheng Yi's votes accounted for nearly half of the total. The city lord's residence was left in a state of helplessness regarding this outcome, and they could only ensure Cheng Yi's first place while returning the excess votes to the people, allowing them to re-vote, albeit with the stipulation that they could not vote for Cheng Yi again. The final tally revealed Cheng Yi in first place, followed by Wu Qingdao, with Cheng Yi's votes being double those of Wu Qingdao. Such a stark disparity in votes had not been witnessed in nearly a decade. In an instant, Cheng Yi became a celebrity throughout the entirety of Jishui City, gaining considerable renown even in the neighboring towns. Now, anyone residing in Jishui City would encounter conversations about Cheng Yi and his unique talismanic arts within just 3 streets of stepping outside. People would discuss his fierce appearance, imposing demeanor, and the way he could sprout horns with a mere application of a talisman, exhibiting immense strength and incredible speed. Standing at 8 feet tall with a waist of the same measure. Quite a square, isn't it? You might not understand, but every grain of rice nurtures a multitude of individuals. Did you pay to hear my tales? Another matter of note is that for the past few days, the entire city has been fervently searching for a talismanic dojo, only to discover that Cheng Yi does not possess one. No wonder he refrained from mentioning his disciple recruitment location during his livestream campaign. It appears he lacks a dojo altogether. Unlike others who eagerly recite their recruitment addresses, he has never mentioned his, perhaps due to financial constraints. Might we have to construct a dojo for him when we become his disciples? If that is the case, it must be grand, as I've heard many aspire to join his ranks, ranging from septuagenarian women to 5-year-old children, totaling likely over 1,000. Alas, most of them possess low martial aptitude. And outside the city, dangers abound. Formidable foes and ferocious beasts lurk. Ordinary individuals who venture out often do not return alive, while within the city, they are looked down upon. Confined to a lifetime of labor in the working-class district, residing in dilapidated shanties devoid of sunlight. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, who wouldn't wish to ascend? In the Lord's manor, Steward Wang held a round crystal stone as he made his way to the training room. Noticing the door was closed, He understood that the Lord was practicing inside, so he pushed the door open and entered. Throughout the entirety of water-gathering city, Steward Wang was the only individual permitted to disturb the Lord's training without prior announcement. He placed the crystal stone before the seated Lord, saying, "My Lord." This contains the replay of Cheng Yi's second live broadcast. Do take a look. The Lord brushed aside his tousled hair and glanced at the crystal, responding, "Have I not already stated that I do not wish to watch the replay? While the emergence of the talisman path did indeed astonish me, I trust your words implicitly. You shall decide all matters concerning him." Steward Wang, feeling exasperated, tapped his forehead. Many were unaware that he had been by the Lord's side since his teenage years, growing up alongside him. It was only after the demise of the late Lord, who bequeathed the title to the current Lord, that Wang became the chief steward of the manor. The current Lord, however, had been so engrossed in martial arts since childhood, neglecting governance. While the late Lord had managed to instill some discipline in the young Lord, following his passing, the young Lord's focus on martial pursuits became even more pronounced, leaving the affairs of the city to Wang. Fortunately, the current Lord possessed extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign before the age of 30. And with his formidable strength, he became the foremost figure beneath the martial venerable. Although the late Lord had refrained from allowing Wang to practice martial arts to prevent any encroachment of power, the current Lord's might provided a solid backing. Thus, the manor now flourished even more than during the late Lord's tenure. Yet, this arrangement could not persist indefinitely. Steward Wang was merely a mortal, lacking the longevity of a martial sovereign, and would ultimately succumb to death before the Lord. What would become of the vast Lord's manor should he pass, leaving the Lord to neglect governance? It was imperative that the Lord gradually took charge of affairs, ensuring a seamless transition upon Wang's demise. "My Lord, I beseech you, please take on more responsibilities. What will become of you after I am gone?" Yu Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Old Wang, I forbid you from speaking such words. I will seek out rare treasures to extend your lifespan. Oh, treasures that prolong life are not so easily found. You must focus and manage affairs more diligently. Do remember to review what is in the crystal. I shall take my leave." After departing from the training room, Wang proceeded to the guest quarters where Cheng Yi resided, intending to request a few talismans from him to show the Lord, which might pique the Lord's interest in Cheng Yi. Upon articulating his purpose, Cheng Yi readily agreed, producing a fire departure talisman, a lightness talisman, and a great strength talisman, which he handed to Wang. "Thank you very much. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform my servants. If you need assistance, they may also reach out to me." Certainly, certainly." Cheng Yi bid farewell to Manager Wang, then closed the door, seated himself, and resumed the task that had been interrupted moments earlier. Cheng Yi had just accessed the system and was astonished to find that his teaching value had reached an impressive 1,130 points. This indicated that at least over 1,000 individuals had embarked on the journey of learning talismans under his guidance. Although they may not yet grasp the concepts, the very act of actively engaging in this learning process allows each person to contribute a point to Cheng Yi's teaching value. What, one might wonder, can be accomplished with these 1,000 points of teaching value? Cheng Yi accessed the exchange page, which offered options for adding new techniques, enhancing existing ones, participating in lotteries, and redeeming specific treasures. Among the new techniques available for selection were two, Chiman and Bagua, each requiring 800 teaching points to unlock. Currently, Cheng Yi possessed only the basic talisman technique and sought to elevate it to the intermediate level, which necessitated 1,000 teaching points. A single lottery attempt demanded 2,000 teaching points. In the redemption section for fixed treasures, only one option was illuminated, the rejuvenation pill, which invigorated the vital energies, rapidly restoring non-fatal injuries and ailments, and curing most non-debilitating diseases at the price of 100 teaching points per pill. What a marvelous item. With this, as long as he wasn't injured in the brain, heart, or left with disabilities, he could swiftly recover. It was truly a life-saving treasure. Although 100 teaching points seemed somewhat steep, considering it was a consumable, it was indeed worth it. What could be more precious than life? After careful consideration, Cheng Yi resolved to elevate his talisman technique to the intermediate level and use the remaining teaching points to acquire a rejuvenation pill. Given the current circumstances, the versatility of the talisman was sufficient to cope. However, the damage ceiling of the basic talisman was somewhat inadequate. His competitors were all at the martial master level. But Cheng Yi felt confident that with the myriad capabilities of the talismans, he could contend with most martial masters. Yet, He had a foreboding that martial sovereign practitioners might soon appear, rendering the basic talismans insufficient. Elevating his talisman technique to the intermediate level might grant him the strength to confront a martial sovereign. Even if he could not prevail, he would at least be able to escape. After ensuring there were no oversights, Cheng Yi decisively paid the system his teaching points. In an instant, over 1,000 teaching points dwindled to a mere 30, and to claim he felt no pang of regret would be disingenuous. However, the subsequent elevation in level made him entirely forget this concern. A vast and profound array of talisman knowledge unfolded in his mind, and he seemed to masterfully grasp all the newly emerged talismans, able to sketch them effortlessly with nearly 100% success rate. Once this process concluded, Cheng Yi opened his eyes, which had become even more profound than before. Delightful. At this moment, the variety of talismans in his mind had exceeded 300, many of which were complex but of limited utility. Yet, among them were several that filled Cheng Yi with immense joy, for their power had ascended to a whole new echelon compared to the basic talismans. He surmised they might rival those of the martial sovereign level, a realm inhabited by city lords and leaders of minor sections. The mere thought was exhilarating. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi did not allow himself to become overconfident. Talismans were ultimately external aids. To achieve the swiftest reaction times, one must cultivate their own strength. If his martial aptitude was lacking, he could still refine his techniques. Moreover, the path of the Dao surpasses the martial way in its potential. As long as one endures until the very end, they may roam freely across the world. Ah, we common folk, how truly delighted we are. Come, bring me some crayfish for tonight, and also a fine pot of wine. The day of the final live broadcast soon approaches, and the citizens of Water Gathering City are once again filled with eager anticipation. This time, the proportion of ordinary individuals attending has notably increased, with many more outsiders coming to witness the event. However, these visitors are not locals and thus lack voting rights. In Labor District, a frail old man chuckled as he counted the heads, then led a group of children to the central square. Along the way, he deliberately called the young boy Lu over to his side. Lu, last time I kept you locked away, it was to prevent any mishap. Please do not hold it against me. Lu shook his head, saying, Grandfather, I have never blamed you. We orphans owe our very existence in this world to your care. Besides, we once fell prey to swindlers and lost a significant sum, which only exacerbated our struggles. Your actions were entirely justifiable. Ah, the old man sighed. I can provide for your immediate needs, yet I cannot secure a future for you. As he spoke, tears glistened in his eyes. Now, you children have futures ahead of you. I shall exhaust these old bones to ensure you receive an education in the Dao of talismans. Though frail, the old man bore the weight of caring for 7 or 8 children. The journey from Labor District to the central square was not short and lacking funds for transport. They could only walk, which rendered their pace even slower. Therefore, they set out at dawn to arrive just in time for the illusionary spectacle to commence. The early morning sun cast the shadow of a stooped old man and 8 children supporting each other, with the old man's silhouette appearing the tallest among them. In Huido City, the Lu family, Lu Lan was busy packing her belongings. She intended to personally visit Water Gathering City to meet Cheng Yi and experience the Dao of talismans. Once her luggage was prepared, Lu Lan eagerly opened the door, finding Li Qian waiting outside. I'm ready, Qian Ge. Let us depart. With the utmost trust in her father's most capable and loyal subordinate, Lu Lan felt secure in entrusting her safety to him. Yes, Mississippi. At this moment, Li Qian's heart was tumultuous, for his master had commanded him to accompany the young lady, responsible for her safety while also keeping a watchful eye. Should the young lady decide to join Cheng Yi's ranks, he would be obliged to fulfill his master's order and eliminate her. I feel the deepest sorrow for Lu Lan, and I cannot bear to witness her demise. Hence, you shall carry out the deed in my stead. These are the original words of the master. The statement is devoid of warmth, chilling to the very marrow, yet Li Qian finds himself powerless. He struggles to commit an act that betrays his conscience, yet he cannot bear the thought of betraying his master. How he wishes to render the young lady unconscious at this moment to prevent her from venturing outside, as long as she remains indoors. Her life would be devoid of peril. However, to act thus would indeed be a violation of his master's words. Thus, he resolved that, by any means necessary, he must thwart the young lady's entry into Cheng Yi's faction. The final round of the live competition adopts a one-on-one match format, where the victor advances. The one who emerges victorious will secure the entire winter's 3-month daily broadcasting slot of Jinghua Shuiwa. As for the specific hour of broadcast each day and the total duration of the live sessions, it will be up to the winner to negotiate with the Lord's mansion post-competition. Should the victor wish to enhance their offer by providing additional payment, resources, or other valuable items, they may select a more favorable time slot and potentially extend the duration of the broadcast. Should they choose not to enhance their offer, the broadcast will be restricted to half an hour at midnight. However, such matters will come after the competition concludes. At this moment, the martial artists have all arrived at the training grounds of the Lord's mansion, preparing their weapons and recalibrating their strategies for the impending contest. The previous martial arts platform has been dismantled, replaced by 4 larger and sturdier dual platforms. Surrounding the platforms are numerous transmission crystals. At the commencement of the matches, the conditions of the 4 platforms will be simultaneously displayed on the central squares Jinghua Shuiwa. The order and opponents of each duel will be determined by a drawing. In the first round, Cheng Yi's opponent is a swordsman. Upon taking the stage, the two exchange courteous bows. I am the disciple of the decapitating sword Sect, Li. I am the talisman master, Cheng Yi. I know you, a renowned figure. I apologize, but I do not know you. No matter, once I defeat you, you shall remember me. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Did this martial artist truly harbor such animosity towards him? Or was it merely a habitual display of pre-match bravado? As the contest commenced, the swordsman raised his blade to thrust, aiming to seize the initiative. However, he was unprepared for Cheng Yi's swift application of a talisman, enabling him to deftly evade the strike. This was the lightness talisman, which he had witnessed Cheng Yi utilize previously. In the very moment the swordsman found himself off balance, Cheng Yi affixed another talisman. Instantly, a wave of heat surged forth, and Cheng Yi's aura surged dramatically. This was the great strength talisman, a sight the swordsman was familiar with. This young man was indeed infuriating. The swordsman pivoted, unleashing his sect's ultimate technique, the decapitating sword. In an instant, a myriad of sword shadows materialized before Cheng Yi, dazzling to the eye, forcing him to rely on the speed advantage granted by the lightness talisman to evade. Amidst his evasive maneuvers, Cheng Yi drew forth an eagle-eye talisman and affixed it to himself. A gentle stream of spiritual energy converged in his eyes, causing the swirling sword shadows to appear to slow dramatically. The illusory sword figures began to fade, revealing the singular, authentic strike aimed at his neck. Truly, the decapitating sword was formidable. Had he encountered an ordinary martial artist, it would have been all too easy to fall prey to its deadly allure. Cheng Yi, composed and unperturbed, extended 2 fingers and gently grasped the sword tip, which moved in excruciatingly slow motion before his eyes. Cling. Witnessing the sword tip ensnared between Cheng Yi's fingers, the swordsman's expression transformed into one of sheer horror. This is impossible. The swordsman exerted force, attempting to crush Cheng Yi's fingers. Yet, the razor-sharp sword tip remained utterly immobile under the pressure of those 2 fingers. Suddenly, the fingers quivered, and in an instant, the beloved sword, with which he had spent countless days, was reduced to a broken blade. In a fit of rage, the swordsman swung the shattered sword, hoping to catch Cheng Yi off guard and sever his head. However, his movement came to an abrupt halt. The jagged tip of the broken sword was now pointed directly at his own neck. The swordsman swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down onto the dueling platform. Cheng Yi regarded him with a quiet gaze and inquired, "What is your name again?" The host above the competition stage raised a red flag, declaring, "Cheng Yi is the victor. Oh, my brother is the most handsome." The audience erupted in fervor, reveling in the overwhelming dominance displayed by Cheng Yi, a triumph devoid of any suspense. The spectators, once rife with scorn for Cheng Yi, had diminished their derision since the previous week. Instead, it was the other martial artists contending for the title, particularly Feng Ping, who harbored the deepest animosity towards Cheng Yi. During the first round of the live broadcast, Feng Ping had clashed with Cheng Yi, only to emerge defeated. This unfortunate incident had somehow been disseminated, transforming into a rumor of his catastrophic loss to Cheng Yi. Consequently, the reputation of the returning Wind Sect suffered, leading to a significant decline in disciples seeking to join, and the sect leader had even reprimanded him. The leader had issued a stern warning. If Feng Ping could not best Cheng Yi, he would not be welcomed back. Naturally, Feng Ping yearned to vanquish Cheng Yi, a sentiment laced with bitter resentment. Yet, upon witnessing the disheartened swordsman who returned from his defeat, uncertainty gnawed at him. He knew that swordsman was not far beneath his own skill level. Should he face Cheng Yi, the outcome would likely mirror that of his predecessor. The thought of expulsion from the sect filled Confronting with deep discontent. In a moment of desperation, he discreetly retrieved a paper pouch containing a small pill. This was the dragon elixir, a precious concoction derived from rare dragon grass, which he had secretly brought along, evading detection during the search. Upon ingestion, it promised to unleash one's latent potential, temporarily elevating one's prowess to the peak of martial mastery. However, the elixir bore its own risks. Excessive use could lead to a depletion of potential, resulting in stagnation or even regression in one's cultivation. Yet, to avoid expulsion from the sect, he felt he had no choice but to take the gamble. Cheng Yi's exhibited strength, while formidable, was merely that of a late-stage martial artist. With the aid of the dragon elixir, defeating him should not prove overly difficult. Cheng Yi, I shall render you powerless. A flicker of malice crossed Confronting's visage. Cheng Yi proceeded to engage in 2 more rounds, each concluded in less than the span of half a jaw stick. The art of talismans is remarkably powerful. If I were to immerse myself in this craft, might I also attain a prowess akin to Cheng Yi's? Cheng Yi will undoubtedly continue to grow stronger. While we may only aspire to reach his current level in the future, I am filled with anticipation. I wish for this live broadcast to conclude swiftly. As I yearn to seek out Cheng Yi and request his tutelage, I wish to approach Cheng Yi for the purpose of starting a family. Ah, it's you again. Upon the conclusion of the 3rd round, Cheng Yi descended the stage to draw the next opponent for the upcoming match. Oh, Confronting? His abilities are modest. Yet his temperament is anything but. He is, in Cheng Yi's eyes, a mere lightweight. Let us resolve this quickly. Cheng Yi and Confronting ascended the competition stage simultaneously from opposite sides. The moment Cheng Yi laid eyes on Confronting, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Confronting's vital energy appeared excessively agitated. Could it be that he was about to unleash a technique he had never employed before to confront me? Cheng Yi intended to initiate a preliminary probe, employing his tried-and-true tactics. He began with the lightness talisman, followed by the great strength talisman, complemented by several auxiliary talismans. The trio of adversaries he had faced moments ago had succumbed to this very sequence of spells. However, to his surprise, this time the endeavor proved to be somewhat challenging. After using the lightness talisman, Cheng Yi was preparing to employ the great strength talisman, only to be taken aback by Confronting's speed, which was swifter than his own. He narrowly evaded being caught by Confronting's grasp around his neck. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Confronting seemed to struggle with his current state, allowing Cheng Yi to slip past his attack. What could this mean? Had Cheng Yi finally encountered a worthy opponent? I am aware of Confronting's affiliation with the Huifeng sect. He did not appear so formidable before. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities, only to unleash them now? I have heard he harbors a grudge against Cheng Yi. It is indeed possible. Lu Gu and Lu Lan had both arrived at the mirage of the Water City, standing in the same spot, yet unaware of each other's presence, thus remaining silent. Witnessing Cheng Yi narrowly evade Confronting's assault, Lu Gu felt a surge of anxiety, nearly tearing his grandfather's clothing in his distress. Grandfather, do you think Cheng Yi will be all right? Fear not, my dear. I have faith that Cheng Yi possesses many skills yet to be revealed, and once he does, Confronting shall be defeated. Indeed, it must be so. Although grandfather offered such reassurance, uncertainty gnawed at his heart, and he too was concerned for Cheng Yi's safety. Meanwhile, Lu Lan, veiled and overhearing their exchange, turned her head slightly. To her surprise, Cheng Yi had quite a number of supporters. It was no wonder, considering his charm and capabilities. Lu Lan tugged at Li Qian beside her. Brother Qian, as a peak martial artist, what are Cheng Yi's chances of victory in this bout? Upon hearing Lu Lan refer to Cheng Yi as a master, Li Qian frowned but responded candidly, I am not familiar with Confronting, but he appears to possess strength comparable to mine, likely also at the peak of martial arts. However, he seems to have recently ascended to this level and struggles to control his own body, whereas Cheng Yi is likely at the late stage of martial arts mastery, which puts him at a disadvantage. Are you suggesting that Cheng Yi will lose? Lu Lan's eyes flickered with concern. Not necessarily. If Cheng Yi has a secret technique that allows him to defeat Confronting before he fully adapts to his body, there is still a chance. Lu Lan's worry deepened. But isn't that akin to gambling? Yet, despite the tension, Cheng Yi remained composed and unflinching. Could it be that he was concealing his true strength? Li Qian pondered silently. On the arena, seizing the moment as Confronting's attack faltered, Cheng Yi swiftly activated the Great Strength Talisman, the Eagle Eye Talisman, and the Spirit Ear Talisman. Yet, he could only barely maintain a stalemate. There was something amiss with Feng Ping. After witnessing the fight, Wu Qingdao, who had come to observe Cheng Yi's battle, immediately sensed something unusual about Feng Ping's condition. Throughout his life of wandering the martial world, he had encountered many foes, and he recalled a past duel with a desperate rogue who had consumed dragon medicine. Feng Ping's current state bore a striking resemblance to that experience. Wu Qingdao refrained from intervening, as he discerned that Cheng Yi, much like himself, held an undisclosed advantage. Even without his interference, Cheng Yi would ultimately triumph over Feng Ping. However, victory must be accompanied by fairness. Thus, Wu Qingdao made his way towards Wang Guanshe. On the competition stage, Cheng Yi found himself increasingly beleaguered, for Feng Ping had gradually begun to master his own body. Moreover, Feng Ping's assaults grew fiercer, each strike laced with malice, seemingly intent on incapacitating his opponent. Even the host on stage furrowed his brow, for Feng Ping's tactics were excessively ruthless. And one of the rules of the contest dictated that it should conclude upon determining a victor. Yet, to ring the bell and halt the match at this juncture would lack sufficient justification. After all, despite the ferocity of their exchange, neither combatant had sustained injuries thus far. Leaving the host in a quandary, Qian Ge, why is Cheng Yi retreating more and more? Did you not assert he had a chance of winning? Lu Lan's expression grew increasingly anxious, while Lu Gur, beside her, turned pale with fear. Li Qian also pondered. Indeed, why is he not employing his hidden card? Could it be that he possesses none? Yet, this contradicts Cheng Yi's composed demeanor. Cheng Yi indeed possesses a hidden card, yet it is rather ostentatious. A mid-level talisman, once employed, can unleash the formidable power of a grandmaster. The presence of a grandmaster concealed among a group of martial artists is truly astonishing. How can one continue to fight under such circumstances? However, Xian realizes that this is not the time for such considerations. If he continues to procrastinate, defeat will be inevitable, and the plan for live instruction must not be allowed to falter. Cheng Yi was reluctant to employ the intermediate-level giant force and lightness talisman, deeming them excessively formidable for the martial artists. Instead, he preferred to utilize those high-powered explosive talismans, which would lead others to perceive him as a specialist in a singular domain, yet not quite a master. Thus, Cheng Yi extracted a finger and reached into his small pouch sewn into his attire. Upon withdrawing his hand, a fine dusting of powdered cinnabar clung to his fingertip. Using his finger as a brush, he swiftly inscribed a thunder palm on the palm of his other hand. Boundless as the heavens and earth, drawing upon the cosmic forces. Swift as the law commands. Boom. A thunderous clap echoed, astonishing everyone present in the training ground and the spectators of the mirror flower water moon. What was that? It was celestial thunder. The heavens had unleashed a divine retribution upon Feng Ping. No. I clearly saw that the bolt emanated from Cheng Yi's palm. Yes, indeed. Cheng Yi seemed to have uttered something about the heavens and earth. Could this also be a talisman of Cheng Yi's? This is utterly outrageous. He can even manipulate heavenly thunder. I must learn talismans. I am determined to master them. No one shall obstruct me. Whoever dares stand in my way shall face my wrath. But where has Feng Ping gone? The audience of Mirror Flower Water Moon could not discern Feng Ping's figure, for he had been blasted beyond the competition stage, lying on the ground, charred and barely clinging to life. At that moment, a physician clad in white hurriedly approached, exclaiming, make way, or he shall perish." The healer crouched down, grasping Feng Ping's burnt hand, closing his eyes to take the pulse. After 30 breaths, the physician opened his eyes and stood up. At this juncture, the crowd was parted by the officials of the city lord's residence, from which emerged Manager Wang and Wu Qingdao. "What's the verdict?" Manager Wang inquired. Feng Ping had indeed utilized an illicit dragon elixir, temporarily elevating his prowess to the pinnacle of martial artists, with faint signs suggesting a reach towards martial masters. "Very well, proceed." "Understood." Manager Wang ascended the competition stage, seizing the red flag from the stunned host and standing beside Cheng Yi. "I declare that Cheng Yi has achieved a complete victory in this contest." With that proclamation, Manager Wang hoisted the red flag high. "Master Cheng Yi is magnificent. Master Cheng Yi is truly handsome. Master Cheng Yi, grant me a legacy." "Oh, I want one too." Manager Wang did not leave the stage but continued to announce another matter. "Furthermore, on behalf of the city lord's residence, I formally declare to Jishui City that the Huifeng Sect, having employed prohibited substances during the live election, shall be permanently disqualified from participating in any future live elections. Lying on the ground, long neglected, Feng Ping, upon hearing this declaration, exhaled his final breath after spitting out the last remnants of blood. As he descended the stage, Cheng Yi cast a fleeting glance at Feng Ping's lifeless form. Should one not provoke me, I shall not provoke others. The competition must continue, yet in the forthcoming rounds, Cheng Yi's experience will undoubtedly be distinct from that of others. While others engage in a spirited contest, on this side, Master Cheng, we need not compete any further. I humbly concede defeat. Perhaps I could forego the use of the palm thunder? No, please, I beseech you to retain your formidable prowess. Farewell, farewell. This pattern persisted over 3 consecutive rounds. Consequently, Steward Wang took the liberty of summoning Cheng Yi to join him for tea. Steward Wang, what about those who were drawn to compete against me? Simple. You will be removed from the list of competitors for this round. The others will proceed with their matches as scheduled, and the one who emerges victorious will face you in the final contest. Is that agreeable? How could it be otherwise? Given your palm thunder, others would be eager for me to pursue this course of action. Indeed. Suddenly, Steward Wang leaned closer to Cheng Yi and inquired softly, Mr. Cheng, do you believe I could master the art of talismans? Cheng Yi smiled gently. Of course it is possible. I have mentioned before that even those lacking martial aptitude can still learn the art of talismans. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. It's not that I lack martial prowess. Rather, let us leave it for another time. Manager Wang indeed possessed commendable martial talent in his youth. He had utilized a testing stone, which yielded a blue result. Had he devoted himself to rigorous training from an early age, he might have brushed against the threshold of becoming a martial sovereign by now. However, having chosen to assist Yu Changfeng in his quest for the position of city lord, he could not afford to possess formidable combat skills. Yu Changfeng was a lord enamored with martial arts, indifferent to governance, which meant a significant portion of the lord's authority fell upon him to execute. In such a scenario, if he were a martial expert and held the real power of the city lord, he could easily usurp Yu Changfeng's position, provided he harbored such intentions. At present, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the strength to lift a chicken. Even with authority in hand, should he rebel, the city lord could swiftly bring about his demise, and his subordinates would hesitate to pledge their loyalty. His ability to command respect stemmed not only from his considerable power and high prestige, but, most importantly, from the unwavering support of the foremost martial master beneath him. Should he betray Yu Changfeng, who stood behind him, or should Yu Changfeng abandon him, he would soon find himself in dire straits, potentially even facing threats to his life. Thus, refraining from learning anything that could enhance his personal combat power was the most prudent course of action. He wished not to provoke Yu Changfeng's suspicions through his studies, thereby jeopardizing the bond cultivated over these 20 years. Manager Wang recognized the folly in his reasoning, yet for the sake of Yu Changfeng, he was willing to accept it. Seeing that Wang was feeling somewhat despondent, Cheng Yi lost interest in continuing the conversation. He picked up a teapot from the table, sipping from its spout while observing the matches of others. Master Cheng has come to watch the matches. Please, take a seat. Where? There are no chairs here. Sit on my lap. Get lost. All right then. Cheng Yi's thunderous presence astonished all the martial practitioners present, and it was evident that he shared a cordial relationship with Manager Wang. In an instant, those hailing from smaller sects flocked to curry favor. Master Cheng, I am Hu Jin from the Hammer Sect. We should explore opportunities for collaboration. Collaboration on what? Mining coal, of course. Your fire talismans and palm thunder are invaluable tools for excavation. I see. Master Cheng, I am Yu from the Silkworm Needle Sect. Here is my business card. And you are? Oh, I specialize in manufacturing diapers. Then I cannot be of assistance to you. Of course you can. You are currently a prominent figure in Water City. If you could endorse our products, our sales would surely soar. I have even devised a slogan. Cheng Yi endorses, not a drop wasted. Throughout the journey, Cheng Yi received numerous business cards, gradually gaining insight into the challenges faced by these smaller sections. Unlike the grand sects, these smaller factions lacked profound heritage and only possessed a handful of commendable martial skills. Moreover, the major sects and martial families relentlessly absorbed talent from across the land, leading to the gradual decline of these smaller sections. As the larger sects flourished, the smaller ones diminished. Yet, the smaller sects were reluctant to let the skills passed down by their ancestors fade into obscurity. Consequently, they clung to every opportunity to promote themselves while simultaneously establishing alternative businesses to sustain their sections. Additionally, by offering discounts during recruitment, they managed to attract new members. In essence, they were a group of dreamers, albeit dreams that were increasingly suffocated by the overwhelming might of the powerful martial forces. Cheng Yi felt that his journey to this fantastical realm, coupled with the acquisition of the immortal cultivation inheritance system, would be a regrettable waste if he did not take some action. After all, he considered himself a cultured individual, shaped by the teachings of esteemed mentors. However, when faced with the daunting task of remedying a long-standing predicament, he found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Alas, why concern himself with such matters at this moment? It would be prudent to focus on accumulating educational credits and enhancing his strength first. As rounds of competitions unfolded, the tea in Cheng Yi's hand had long been consumed. At last, the individual who had triumphed over all others and was poised to face him made his appearance. Wu Qingdao, I had a hunch it might be you. Yet I am still surprised it truly is you, Cheng Yi remarked. Wu Qingdao, I eagerly anticipate our duel, the other replied. Oh, so you possess a great deal of confidence? Cheng Yi inquired. No, I am aware that I cannot defeat you. But I am delighted to have the opportunity to engage in a fair contest with a master of the martial sovereign realm, Wu Qingdao said. You overestimate my abilities. Cheng Yi responded. No, it is you who are being overly modest. Cheng Yi's gaze finally took on a serious demeanor. This Wu Qingdao was not only formidable in strength but also possessed remarkable insight. Moreover, it was he who had reported Feng Ping's infractions. Although Cheng Yi was confident in his ability to defeat Feng Ping, he found Wu Qingdao's pursuit of fairness quite agreeable. Rest assured, my brother Wu, I shall provide you with a fair contest. Wu Qingdao's eyes brightened, and with a grateful bow, he replied, Thank you. He then added, I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. Speak freely. Once we've concluded our match, let us celebrate with a drink. Haha. Indeed. It is a promise. It is a promise. The final duel was to be overseen by Manager Wang, whose expression was one of exasperation. Are you two going to fight or not? Of course we will fight. Please. After you. No, you are my elder. You should go first. Nonsense. The elder should yield to the younger. I insist you go first. Manager Wang could no longer contain himself and struck the bell to commence the duel. If you do not begin soon, there shall be no contest at all. Ha! These two jesters. Who would have thought that Master Cheng Yi could display such a lively side? Indeed, he is so handsome, so powerful, and possesses a charm that is utterly endearing. The thought that he is to be my future husband, no, my future master, causes my heart to race with excitement. Why do I sense you still refer to him as your husband? The audience, captivated by the spectacle, had dissolved into laughter. Completely devoid of the solemnity one would expect at a peak contest, Lulan was laughing so hard she leaned against Li Qian, who, rather than showing any anger, felt a flush of embarrassment at her affectionate gestures, though she remained oblivious to his reaction. Lu Guo laughed with restraint, yet it was clear he was thoroughly pleased. The frail old man, however, wore a troubled expression, seemingly regretting. With Cheng Yi's such exuberant personality, I can't help but feel he's somewhat unreliable. On the contest stage, under Manager Wang's stern gaze that warned of consequences for further disobedience, Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao finally composed themselves, preparing for their duel. Cheng Yi remains clad in simple, unadorned garments, the very attire he donned upon his arrival in this realm. However, he has ingeniously fashioned a small pouch, sewn from a piece of cloth, to hold his vermilion powder at the front of his garment. Wu Qingdao stands resolutely with his blade in hand, appearing to be riddled with flaws at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one discerns that he is devoid of any vulnerabilities, poised and tranquil, with his latent prowess meticulously concealed. Cheng Yi grasped a mid-level lightness talisman in his left hand and a mid-level giant strength talisman in his right, both of which endowed him with the prowess of a martial arts master. Indeed, it could be asserted that with the utilization of these two talismans, Cheng Yi would embody the true essence of a martial arts expert, albeit lacking the corresponding martial techniques. He vowed to provide Wu Qingdao with a fair contest, fulfilling the latter's desire to engage in a duel with a master-level expert. Having made such a promise, Cheng Yi was resolute in his commitment. The bell signaling the commencement of the duel had already tolled, marking the initiation of their confrontation. Cheng Yi did not overestimate himself. He had witnessed the formidable power of the breaking wind blade. Thus, before Wu Qingdao could close the distance, he had already affixed the intermediate giant strength talisman and the lightness talisman upon his chest. In an instant, Cheng Yi felt an extraordinarily potent force stirring within him. while the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. Moreover, this time, the use of the giant strength talisman did not bring forth the scorching wave characteristic of the initial level. It appeared that the intermediate giant strength talisman not only possessed greater power but also utilized spiritual energy with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace of overflow or waste. Observing that Cheng Yi had activated his talismans, Wu Qingdao felt reassured to unleash his attack. In truth, he had harbored concerns that if he initiated with the breaking wind blade too hastily, Cheng Yi might not have sufficient time to employ his talismans. However, such outcomes were uncertain. Now that Cheng Yi had invoked his talismans, Wu Qingdao was free to exert his full strength. He immediately executed his most formidable technique, the breaking wind blade. A seamless arc of blade wind emanated from the curved sword in Wu Qingdao's grasp, tearing through the air in its wake. Cheng Yi had yet to employ the intermediate eagle eye and spiritual ear talismans, and thus lacked the keen vision and hearing characteristic of a martial sovereign. Consequently, he was oblivious to the menacing and formidable blade wind. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he must not position himself in the trajectory of Wu Qingdao's strike. Indeed, after deftly evading the attack, Cheng Yi was immediately met with a piercing shriek as the air tore beside him. Almost instantaneously, a gash appeared in his sleeve. This blow was formidable. Not only was Cheng Yi taken aback by its ferocity, but the martial artists who remained to witness the ultimate duel also expressed their admiration. Particularly those who had previously sparred with Wu Qingdao, who had initially believed that despite their defeat, the disparity in their skills was not insurmountable. However, they now found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Had they faced Wu Qingdao while he unleashed this very strike, they would have likely remained oblivious to the onslaught, unaware of their demise until it was too late. The true potency of Wu Qingdao's strike lay in its silent execution and astonishing cutting power. Once the sound of the blade wind reached one's ears, it would be far too late. The mere blade wind wielded such formidable might, affirming Wu Qingdao's status as a prodigy of the age. Although Manager Wang was not a martial practitioner, he possessed a discerning eye. Especially after the explanations provided by the martial artists nearby, his admiration for Wu Qingdao only deepened. Manager Wang had perused Wu Qingdao's background and noted that although he claimed to be the head of the Wind Blade Sect, he currently operated a dilapidated and modest martial hall, which had yet to officially open its doors to disciples. Perhaps during the live broadcast, a few individuals had sought to apprentice under him, but it was unlikely to have gained significant traction. This individual, with his formidable prowess and upright character, was presently in a state of decline, presenting a prime opportunity for camaraderie, one that could potentially be turned to his advantage. Manager Wang quietly contemplated this prospect. Cheng Yi, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Wu Qingdao, ceased to hold back. He employed both the intermediate eagle eye talisman and the spirit ear talisman, and at that moment, the entire world transformed before him. While the primary eagle eye talisman merely enhanced vision and discernment, the intermediate version unveiled a dynamic perception akin to that of heightened awareness. He could even perceive the several gusts of blade wind unleashed by Wu Qingdao. The sight of the blade wind slicing through the air was truly enchanting, a beauty that could intoxicate the senses. This was a joy beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The intermediate spirit ear talisman was equally impressive. He could now hear the heartbeat of everyone present. Furthermore, beyond the training grounds, he detected a prolonged breath and a slow yet powerful heartbeat. A master, having attained the martial sovereign realm, was lurking in the distance, observing him. Cheng Yi deftly evaded several swift strikes from Wu Qing's blade, then turned his gaze towards the direction where he had sensed an observer. However, there was no one to be found. Have they departed? Cheng Yi was somewhat perplexed. Yet he did not dwell on it, for this was the Lord's manner, and it was entirely commonplace for one or two martial masters to be present during the live broadcast of the election finals. Within the manor, at a considerable distance from the training grounds, Yu Chengfeng concealed himself behind a tall wall, finding the situation rather amusing. He had unexpectedly been noticed by Cheng Yi. This individual possessed a certain skill, and there was a chance to meet him. Cheng Yi remained unaware that the enigmatic figure he had just encountered was none other than Yu Chengfeng, the lord of Jishui City, who was presently engrossed in a duel with Wu Qingdao. This was, in essence, a battle devoid of suspense. As long as Wu Qingdao had not ascended to the martial sovereign realm, victory was unattainable for him. Although the martial master and martial sovereign realms are merely one grand tier apart, the former is relegated to establishing a modest martial school, attracting only those of average aptitude, while the latter wields the authority to become the leader of a sect or even the ruler of a city. The chasm between them is as insurmountable as a vast abyss. This disparity arises not only from the superior resources and influence typically enjoyed by martial sovereigns, but also from their absolute dominance over those beneath their level. It was time to apply some pressure. Wu Qingdao, intent on launching a fierce assault, unleashed his most formidable techniques with fervor. Yet he could not graze even a hem of Cheng Yi's attire. The only significant achievement thus far seemed to be the brief moment when he managed to tear Cheng Yi's sleeve. Suddenly, Cheng Yi counterattacked. Indeed, Wu Qingdao appeared to be faltering. But wait, it seems that Cheng Yi is still holding back. Wu Qingdao still has a chance to retaliate. Whether in the shimmering reflections of the central plaza or the training grounds of the Lord's estate, the vicinity was replete with martial practitioners of varying ranks, ranging from warriors to martial masters. They had sensed something amiss when they first observed Cheng Yi evading Wu Qingdao's strikes. His speed and reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his sensory acuity was unparalleled. Countless times, they believed the slicing winds of Wu Qingdao's blades would inevitably strike, yet Cheng Yi remained untouched. After days of observation, most martial masters had surmised that Wu Qingdao was at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. However, how could a peak martial master like Wu Qingdao appear so utterly beleaguered before Cheng Yi? Could it be that Cheng Yi had consumed the dragon elixir? Akin to Fengping? Have you lost your mind? Fengping was personally singled out by Manager Wang, and both Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao had undergone thorough examinations by the physician prior to their match, revealing no abnormalities. Could it be that Cheng Yi possessed the strength of a martial sovereign? To be precise, Cheng Yi's talismans endowed him with the prowess of a 5-star martial sovereign. Such a revelation. The notion that talismans could elevate an individual devoid of any martial aptitude to a level that even decades of diligent training might not achieve is utterly staggering. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes today, I would have deemed it unbelievable. Do you think these talismans can be sold? Ah, you've struck the nail on the head. If I were to acquire one of these talismans from Cheng Yi, could I suddenly ascend to the ranks of a martial sovereign? Even if that were possible, it would be fleeting, perhaps lasting no more than half an hour or even less. Moreover, the price would undoubtedly be exorbitant, potentially leading to financial ruin for a mere half hour of martial sovereign prowess. What then? Alas, are talismans ultimately destined to remain the exclusive domain of the affluent and powerful? You foolish one, why not seek to learn from Cheng Yi as your master? Once you acquire the knowledge of talismans, you will be able to craft them yourself. Moreover, any surplus talismans can be sold, yielding a dual benefit. Indeed, I shall seek to become Cheng Yi's apprentice. You think it's that simple? I too harbor such aspirations, as do countless others. However, such a formidable skill surely demands a steep tuition fee. As the audience engaged in their discussions, Cheng Yi had already commenced his counterattack, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. Wu Qingdao, a seasoned expert honed by years of experience in the martial world, skillfully blocked Cheng Yi's strikes each time he believed his fists had landed. With an unusual technique, Wu Qingdao managed to dissipate much of the force behind Cheng Yi's blows. This peculiar style left Cheng Yi feeling as though his fists were striking against cotton, a most disconcerting sensation. It was nearly time to conclude this encounter. Suddenly, Wu Qingdao sensed that Cheng Yi's speed had escalated to another level, and the onslaught of punches continued unabated. In that instant, Wu Qingdao perceived a flurry of fists approaching him, each one seemingly real and utterly unavoidable. Under such a terrifying onslaught, he felt utterly powerless to defend himself and instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. The cacophony of rushing air from countless punches abruptly ceased. Upon opening his eyes, he found Cheng Yi grinning before him, prompting him to smile in return. Wu Qingdao, gripping his blade, extended a fist towards Cheng Yi, who reciprocated with a respectful gesture. Witnessing this exchange, Manager Wang could not help but smile, recognizing it as the most harmonious contest he had ever witnessed. He raised the red flag high and proclaimed loudly, "Cheng Yi wins." Oh, 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 oh. Cheng Yi is the most handsome. Cheng Yi, I love you. Even though the audience had long anticipated the outcome of this duel, their excitement remained palpable as Manager Wang held the red flag aloft. Meanwhile, Lulan and the Flo brothers were already moved to tears. Cheng Yi believed that his ordeal had come to an end and was prepared to step down, only to be unexpectedly summoned back by Manager Wang. At that moment, he had already dispelled the effects of his talisman, rendering himself no different from an ordinary mortal, making it effortless for Wang to pull him back. "Mr. Cheng, you cannot leave just yet. As per tradition, you must make a final announcement regarding your sect affiliation." The location of your dojo, and the fees associated with accepting disciples. This inquiry piqued Wang's curiosity as he had long sought to uncover the truth about Cheng Yi. Since the conclusion of the first live-streamed election, he had dispatched inquiries to investigate Cheng's background, revealing that Cheng was remarkably unblemished, as pristine as a blank canvas. Cheng's subsequent astonishing feats only deepened Wang's fascination with this extraordinary young hero. Regrettably, his investigations yielded no fruitful results. This situation suggested either that Cheng was a disciple of a reclusive master making his first descent from the mountains, or that he hailed from a secretive sect. The final possibility was that he had once been an ordinary individual who suddenly stumbled upon an immense fortuity, resulting in his rapid rise to prominence. However, this last scenario seemed the least plausible and hardly warranted consideration. Now, Wang finally seized the opportunity to question Cheng Yi directly. Is there something you find difficult to disclose? In truth, there was nothing he could not share. I belong to no sect, nor do I have a dojo. As for accepting disciples, I plan to impart the art of talismans during my daily live broadcasts on Water Moon Mirror Flower. What? Cheng Yi, devoid of any sect? Could it be that he had created this art himself? It was certainly a possibility. After all, had anyone ever heard of talismans before? To forge a new path is to aspire to become a founding ancestor of a new doctrine. Naturally, Wang was skeptical of Cheng's claim of lacking a sect, anticipating that Cheng might say such things to obscure his true origins. However, he was taken aback by Cheng's choice to teach the art of talismans through live streaming. If you intend to teach during your broadcasts, how do you plan to charge for your services? After all, you cannot ascertain who is watching your stream. Cheng Yi smiled and remarked, "This is precisely what I wish to convey. I impart the knowledge of talismanic arts without any charge. All who aspire to learn, regardless of whether you are affiliated with another sect or your social standing. If you possess the desire to learn, you are welcome to study at Jinghua Shuiwa." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them utterly astonished and momentarily speechless. Even Yu Qingfeng, who had resumed his position on the wall and was observing from a distance, was taken aback, his mouth agape. After a prolonged pause, he murmured, "What on earth is this Cheng Yi's background? Offering talismanic arts for free, this is monumental." Indeed, Cheng Yi aimed to create a significant impact. The more individuals who became aware, the more would flock to learn the art of talismans. This would enable him to swiftly amass a wealth of teaching credits and rapidly enhance his own prowess. Within the system, there existed not merely talismans, but also cultivation techniques and various celestial arts capable of cataclysmic feats. Furthermore, an abundance of miraculous elixirs and extraordinary magical artifacts awaited discovery. Before his transcendence, Cheng Yi had immersed himself in countless fantasy novels, nurturing an insatiable yearning for such realms. To speak of the system's novice gift package, which bestowed upon him the Reincarnation Longevity Sutra, it perpetually aided him in absorbing spiritual energy and expanding his spiritual sea. Otherwise, the remarkable success rate of the talismans he crafted would not be so extraordinary. Failures were nearly non-existent. Furthermore, when employing these talismans, their efficacy was instantaneous, and the cooldown between consecutive uses was virtually non-existent, significantly amplifying both their power and safety. In his quest for immortality, Cheng Yi has rendered the pursuit of talismanic knowledge almost devoid of barriers. There exists no requirement for martial aptitude, no fees to be paid, nor restrictions of identity or sect. Essentially, anyone may learn. The efficacy of the talismans is evident to all who could possibly resist such a lure. Cheng Yi firmly believed that even those renowned martial sects would find great interest in him. Indeed, at this moment, within the illustrious Liu family of Huido City, there was someone who had already taken a keen interest in him, an interest that was accompanied by considerable vexation. High above in the Liu family's grand edifice, a small mirror of illusion reflected the smiling visage of Cheng Yi. Lu Qiuyuan gazed at Cheng Yi, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. He shared the same suspicions as Manager Wang. Could it be that this Cheng Yi hails from a secretive sect of the mysterious realms? The secretive sects are among the most enigmatic organizations in the fantasy realm, numerous and immensely powerful. These sects have long isolated themselves within natural sanctuaries, elusive to the common populace. Indeed, the sanctum might lie right before one's eyes, yet remain unseen. Within these sanctuaries often lies some form of mystery, the very source of the sect's formidable strength. Whenever individuals from these secretive sects venture into the land of Jiuzhou, they invariably bring forth a novel path of martial arts. Could it be that this time, it is the path of talismans that is to emerge? If so, it would be nothing short of astonishing. The ordinary folk, being the most populous demographic in the fantasy realm, are particularly drawn to the allure of talismans. However, these ordinary people have long suffered under the oppressive might of martial practitioners, especially from martial clans and grand sections. Now, with a chance for resurgence, would it not incite a rebellion against their oppressive forces? This was precisely why Lu Qiuyuan, upon hearing of the talisman path, instinctively contemplated eliminating Cheng Yi. For Cheng Yi's path could destabilize their most vital interests. Yet now, Lu Qiuyuan found himself in a quandary. After all, these were secretive sects. To offend them could easily reduce himself and the entire Lu family to ashes. Could it be that a certain sect was poised to emerge? No. It was too perilous to act against Cheng Yi at this moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Qiuyuan's mind. Was Ti Lu Lan always eager to take Cheng Yi as her master? Why not facilitate that, using Lu Lan to probe Cheng Yi's intentions? Immediately, Lu Qiuyuan utilized the Mirror of Illusion to send a message to Li Qian. In Jishui City, upon receiving the message from the Mirror of Illusion, Li Qian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Miss need not perish, she conveyed. Grandfather, did I hear incorrectly? You heard correctly, Lu Gu, he affirmed. He stated that no fees are required, but I wish to stay by his side. I too believe that learning by his side is preferable. I shall take you to seek his tutelage shortly. Very well, grandfather. Cheng Yi has stepped down, and after a brief period of silence, the crowd at the illusory realm has begun to buzz with activity once more. Amidst the lively atmosphere, people gradually departed. Yet some chose to gather in a different locale to discuss matters of significance. The emaciated old man led Lu Gu, while Lu Lan trailed behind Li Qian, and the four made their way to the area where the throng had amassed. After overhearing a few conversations, they soon realized that these individuals intended to take Cheng Yi as their master and learn the art of talismanic Dao. I remarked that Master Cheng Yi does not possess a dojo, and it seems unlikely that he could accommodate so many of us. However, it would not be an issue. My family has been in trade for 5 generations and is now considered quite affluent in the city of Jishui. We own a vacant warehouse on the southern side of the city, which could be easily refurbished to serve as a dojo, capable of hosting 1,000 people for teachings. I am willing to offer this space for Master Cheng's dojo. A plump young man with delicate, fair skin spoke up, immediately capturing everyone's attention. You must be young Master Bai from the Bai family. What a pleasure to meet you. We are deeply touched by your generosity, however. We shall not allow you to bear this burden alone. The cost of several warehouses is considerable, and we can pool our resources to repay you. Oh, no. I am more than willing to contribute this warehouse without expecting anything in return. No one should contest me on this. In truth, Bai Xiaofeng had his own ulterior motives. For his family, several warehouses were insignificant, yet for Master Cheng Yi, who currently lacked even a dojo, this was truly a timely blessing. As the saying goes, a grain of rice in times of hunger and a feast when full. But providing this assistance, would Master Cheng Yi not feel obliged to accept him as a disciple? While the prospect of live-stream teachings was appealing, it could not compare to the security of being a formal apprentice. Not only did he think this way, but the others gathered their shared similar sentiments. Many wished to follow Bai Xiaofeng's lead and offer a warehouse to Master Cheng. Yet they found themselves constrained by their financial capabilities. In terms of wealth, none present could rival Bai Xiaofeng. After the final round of the live stream concluded, Cheng Yi exchanged a few words with Wu Qingdao. As the hour was still early, they agreed to go for a drink together. According to Wu Qingdao, it was a splendid place. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi prepared to return to his guest room for a brief respite. He took a few sips of water and was just about to lie down when a servant knocked on the door. Mr. Cheng, there are many people standing outside the city lord's gate, requesting to see you. Understood, you may leave. Yes, sir. Who could be seeking him? And why were there so many? Regardless, he would find out upon arrival. When Cheng Yi reached the city lord's gate, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A chubby man, fair-skinned and plump, was the first to see him. Upon meeting his gaze, he immediately bowed, and the others followed suit, kneeling before him. Master Cheng Yi, please accept us as your disciples. As Cheng Yi gazed ahead, he was taken aback to see at least 200 to 300 individuals, comprising men and women, the elderly and children, the able-bodied and those with disabilities, all present. Most astonishingly, among them was a woman who appeared to be heavily pregnant, seemingly on the verge of giving birth at any moment. Cheng Yi would never allow pregnant women and the elderly to kneel for long. He promptly assisted several elderly individuals and the pregnant woman to their feet. To his surprise, others also rose in unison. Their voices filled with excitement as they exclaimed, Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Your disciples pay their respects. Upon concluding, it appeared that the individuals were on the verge of kneeling once more. No, 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 please rise. The crowd erupted with even greater fervor, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Cheng Yi sensed something was amiss, yet he could not immediately pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a stout young man stepped forward, presenting a document emblazoned with an official seal. Master, my name is Bai Xiaofeng. This is the deed and title for a warehouse belonging to my family in the southern part of the city. It is currently under renovation and will be completed in a few days to be used as our dojo. Upon finishing his statement, Bai Xiaofeng pointed to the name inscribed beneath the seal. The title has been transferred to your name. Indeed, beneath the official seal was his own name. Cheng Yi found himself in a state of bemusement. These individuals were intent on forcing his hand, turning raw rice into cooked grains. However, this metaphor seemed rather inappropriate in his case, considering his gender. Nevertheless, this unexpected turn of events brought him a sense of astonishment. After all, the live election had concluded, and he could not possibly remain in the city lord's residence indefinitely. One must acknowledge the generosity of others. When they offer assistance, one is naturally obliged to reciprocate. Furthermore, it appeared that Manager Wang had intentions of recruiting him. Yet, he was a man endowed with a system for cultivating immortality. To serve as a subordinate to others would be an affront to the dignity of his system. It is indeed preferable to depart from this place sooner rather than later. Furthermore, I shall inevitably take on disciples in due course. This group demonstrates considerable understanding, alleviating my immediate thirst for companionship. In light of this, what harm is there in accepting them? Moreover, it is of utmost importance that at the conclusion of the live campaign, I have already made my intentions known. Regardless of status or wealth, anyone is welcome to learn my principles. Should I now refuse them, it would render my previous declarations utterly meaningless. Such an action would significantly hinder the dissemination of my teachings. Haha, well, I have stated that the worthiness of a disciple is irrelevant. Henceforth, you shall all be my apprentices. Thank you, Master. As the crowd prepared to bow once more, Cheng Yi swiftly interjected, urging, Do not kneel. Among you are many elderly individuals, women, and children. Please rise. He then addressed Bai Xiaofeng, saying, Your name is Bai Xiaofeng, is it not? Indeed, Master. Thus, you shall meticulously register each individual and subsequently provide me with a copy. However, do not add those who are absent today. I am presently overwhelmed with tasks. In due time, once I have imparted knowledge to all of you, I shall accept new disciples. Yes, I shall certainly fulfill your command. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi entrust him with the task of registration, Bai Xiaofeng realized that his efforts had borne fruit, and he was immediately filled with exhilaration. Very well, proceed. Once the registration is complete, allow them to return home first. We shall gather at the dojo once it has been tidied up. Understood, Master. After entrusting the crowd to Bai Xiaofeng, Cheng Yi returned to the Lord's manor. After inquiring with the servants, he finally located Steward Wang, only to discover that Steward Wang had been seeking him out first. Ah, Mr. Cheng, I have been looking for you. Oh, what is the matter? You have emerged victorious in the live streaming campaign, which is scheduled for the upcoming 3 months at midnight each day, lasting for half an hour. Do you contemplate enhancing the experience by selecting a more favorable time slot or extending the duration of the live broadcast? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi was immediately filled with a sense of vexation. What method of escalation could this possibly entail? At present, I find myself lacking in financial resources. Yet I possess a few talismans. With a slight smile, Manager Wang remarked, if they are the kind that can temporarily elevate one to the prowess of a martial sovereign, they could be of interest. However, within our city lord's mansion, we have numerous experts, thus the demand for such is rather limited. Nonetheless, should you consider joining our city lord's mansion, we would extend a warm welcome. Manager Wang's invitation was rather straightforward, yet Cheng Yi politely declined. Given his current capabilities, he could easily ensure his own safety, and once his personal live stream commenced, he anticipated that the accrued teaching points would suffice to upgrade the talismans to a higher level. The basic talismans presumably correspond to the late stages of a martial master, while employing a mid-tier heavy light talisman would approximate the strength of a mid-stage martial sovereign. Following this logic, a high-level talisman should possess at least the strength of a nascent martial venerable. Of course, should he find himself in close combat with a genuine early-stage martial sovereign, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The formidable physical constitution requires corresponding martial skills to be effectively utilized, an area in which he is evidently deficient. Previously, in battles against individuals such as Wu Qingdao, he relied primarily on his realm to overpower them. In terms of martial skills, he was quite lacking. Manager Wang, though somewhat regretful of Cheng Yi's refusal, had anticipated this outcome. He had discerned that Cheng Yi harbored significant ambitions. Nevertheless, even if he could not recruit Cheng Yi, fostering a good relationship now would facilitate future collaborations. He sensed that as long as Cheng Yi did not falter before reaching his potential, he would undoubtedly stir the world around him. Thus, Manager Wang shared a concern with Cheng Yi. Mr. Cheng, since you have your own plans, I shall not press you further, but there is one matter I must advise you on. Please, go on. Your live streaming of talisman teachings, which is both free of charge and devoid of martial thresholds, will siphon off a substantial portion of resources that rightfully belong to the disciples of lower-tier sections. They are unlikely to remain indifferent to this. You must exercise caution. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, a few more reminders. Subsequently, he produced several talismans, infused them with a modicum of spiritual energy, made some modifications, and then handed them to Manager Wang. Manager Wang, these are the Titan Talisman, the Fire Departure Talisman, and the Lightness Talisman. I have made some adjustments when needed. Simply place a drop of blood upon the talisman and affix it to your chest, while silently reciting Hasten as the decree commands. This will grant you the strength equivalent to that of a mid-level martial sovereign for a quarter of an hour. The activation of talismans requires spiritual energy, and within the realm of fantasy, it seems that only I possess the ability to convert the ambient spiritual essence into my own. Unlike martial practitioners who transform spiritual energy into their own vitality, Manager Wang is not even a martial cultivator. Therefore, Cheng Yi infused his spiritual energy into the talismans, made further modifications, and when used, the energy he had previously infused would serve as a fuse, with the blood acting as the igniting fire, igniting instantly. Manager Wang was utterly taken aback by Cheng Yi's generosity, filled with profound gratitude. He realized that talismans were not something everyone could wield. They required the creator's additional alterations. To use them with such ease and immediate effect as Cheng Yi did, one would likely need to master the art of talisman crafting. With a beaming smile, Manager Wang accepted the talismans with great delight, carefully stowing them within his robes, and bowed in thanks, exclaiming, "Mr. Cheng, you are truly a hero. I am most fortunate to count you as a friend." The prince often finds himself captivated by the sight of me practicing martial arts in the wind, my spirits soaring with vigor, though he has restrained himself for many years. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, he would personally experience the breathtaking vistas of the martial sect. Even if it were only once, it would be immensely worthwhile. As we parted ways, the prince assured me that despite Master Cheng not enhancing the conditions for the live broadcast, he would endeavor to secure better arrangements on his behalf. This gesture made Cheng Yi feel that this friendship was indeed valuable. After all, although the Mirror Flower and Water Moon was managed by the City Lord's mansion, the rights to its live broadcast also intertwined with the interests of various major sects and martial families in Water Gathering City, making it far from a unilateral decision by the City Lord. The prince's willingness to offer such a promise clearly demonstrates his sincerity, having established a good relationship with him. Staying a few more days at the City Lord's mansion before the live broadcast begins is a reasonable course of action. After all, the dojo has yet to be properly arranged, and venturing out would necessitate lodging at an inn, which incurs significant daily expenses. Although I am currently well known, my finances are not abundant, forcing me to live frugally. The remarkable skill of talismans needs to be monetized, whether for the enjoyment of life or future endeavors. Modifications like those made earlier enable even those untrained in talismans to utilize them. However, such temporary alterations demand a certain level of proficiency and experience from the talisman master. And presently, only I among my disciples possess the capability to execute them. If there were one or two prodigies in the art of talismans, they might share some of his burdens. These were matters for the future, however. After brief contemplation, Cheng Yi set aside such thoughts and turned his attention to the cultivation inheritance system within his mind. Previously, in order to elevate his talisman skills to the intermediate level, he had nearly exhausted his accumulated teaching points. Yet now, they had surged back to over 3,000. With an additional 1,000 from the previous session, indicating that at least 4,000 individuals were currently studying the art of talismans. Once these 4,000 novices successfully grasped the fundamentals through his live teachings, his teaching points would rise anew. These points were not a one-time transaction. Merely beginning the study, even without mastery, would yield a single point. As the learner progressed further, additional points would be generated. Thus, to amass a vast reservoir of teaching points, one needed an extensive base of disciples. The larger the foundation, the more staggering the subsequent influx of points would become. Moreover, once his 200 disciples achieved proficiency, they could venture beyond, conducting their own live teachings. The disciples they nurtured would, in turn, contribute to his teaching points. It was akin to weaving a vast net, gradually expanding outward from Jishui City, once fully unfurled, spanning across the 9 continents, perhaps even enveloping the entire mystic fantasy continent. The sheer magnitude of teaching points would be unfathomable. Having meticulously crafted his future plans, Cheng Yi redirected his focus to the present. Elevating the talismans to a higher level required a staggering 100,000 teaching points, a seemingly insurmountable sum. However, given the current fervor surrounding talismans in the water-gathering city and its surrounding locales, coupled with the city's substantial population, achieving this goal should not prove overly challenging. In Cheng Yi's vision, a daily broadcast on the Mirror Flower Water Moon platform would enable him to amass the requisite teaching points within a week. With his strategy firmly in place, Cheng Yi settled cross-legged on his bed and commenced the accelerated practice of the cycle of eternal life technique. This technique, bestowed upon him through a novice's gift package, could be practiced independently to absorb spiritual energy and expand his spiritual sea, laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation journey. Yet, if he could concentrate on meditation while actively drawing in spiritual energy to refine his spiritual sea, the results would be exponentially more fruitful. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yi had become engrossed in his practice, oblivious to all surrounding troubles and distractions. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's manor, his disciples were diligently completing their registrations. Bai Xiaofeng had neatly tucked away a small notebook inscribed with the names and addresses of various individuals hailing from the labor districts and ordinary citizens, none of whom captured his attention. However, one name, or rather one surname, along with the address following it, ensnared his gaze. He lifted his eyes to behold a young lady clad in pristine white, distinguished by her striking appearance and ethereal demeanor. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his attire, donned a polite smile, and approached her with measured steps. "May I inquire if you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, a male attendant beside the young lady stepped forward, obstructing his path. Bai Xiaofeng, undeterred, maintained his distance of 3 meters, smiling as he bowed to the young lady. "Might I ask, are you Miss Lu Lan, the daughter of the Lu family from the Radiant Battle City?" "Indeed, I am." "And you are?" "I am Bai Qinshui's son, Bai Xiaofeng, the head of the Bai family business and water-gathering city, with which your esteemed household has had numerous business dealings." "Ah, it is the young master of the Bai family. I offer my respects." Lu Lan, lacking martial aptitude, had never trained in martial arts. Her days were typically spent engaging in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, interspersed with her father calling upon her to observe the management of their family's business affairs. Through these experiences, she had encountered many renowned trading houses, among which the Bai family of water-gathering city was notable. Now, witnessing Bai Xiaofeng here to pay respects to Cheng Yi as his master, she discerned his intentions. In today's world, to expand a business, one not only needed capital and connections, but also formidable martial prowess. Although Bai Xiaofeng lacked martial talent, his elder brothers were all proficient martial masters. Especially Bai Xiaofeng's elder brother Bai Xiaomu had already reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Bai Xiaofeng coming to apprentice under Cheng Yi clearly indicated his unwillingness to lag behind others. Although the Bai family lacked the profound martial arts heritage of the Lu family, their business ventures far surpassed their own. Returning his courtesy could hardly be considered a loss. Seeing Lu Lan reciprocate his gesture, Bai Xiaofeng was visibly delighted. The young man blocking his path had already retreated to Lu Lan's side. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiaofeng stepped forward slightly, yet still maintained a respectful distance of 3 paces. Having long admired Miss Lu's reputation for talent, it was truly a regret that we had never met. Little did I expect that today we would become fellow disciples. What a joyous occasion indeed. May I ask for young Master Bai's guidance in the future? Before Miss Lu, how dare I presume to speak of guidance? But wherever assistance is needed, though 1,000 miles away, I shall come to your aid. Many thanks, young Master Bai. By the way, Miss Lu, have you found a place to stay? Currently, the master still requires a few days to organize matters. Thus, it would be prudent for you to reside at my Bai residence during this time, to avoid unnecessary travel. I sincerely appreciate the kindness of young Master Bai, but I have already found a place to stay and shall not impose upon your esteemed family. I shall certainly pay a visit on another day. There is no question of imposing. My father would be delighted to have you, yet I defer to your wishes. Bai Xiaofeng understood that they were ultimately still strangers, and it was only natural for her to decline. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. At this juncture, the over 200 individuals who had successfully apprenticed had also dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Observing that dusk was approaching, returning to the labor district on foot would undoubtedly entail traversing the night roads, which posed a significant risk for Wang Laotu, accompanied by the children. Therefore, Wang Laotu resolved to find a place to stay in the main city for the night, intending to return with the children at dawn. Once the dojo had been properly organized in a few days' time, he would bring the children back. Wang Laotu only inscribed the names of the children in the register, refraining from writing his own. He was aware of his advanced age and the slowness with which he learned. Even if Master Cheng kindly wished to accept him, it would only serve to burden the master further. Moreover, this family ultimately needed someone capable of providing for them, and in the future, when the children required financial support, he would be able to contribute. Although Master Cheng, aware of everyone's hardships, did not charge any tuition fees, Wang Laotu could not shake the feeling of indebtedness. He desired to save some money to discreetly present to Master Cheng at a later time. Before sunset, Wang Laotu finally discovered a household willing to allow him and the children to temporarily shelter in their cattle shed, free of charge, with the understanding that they would depart at dawn. Upon learning that there would be no fee, Wang Laotu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The cattle shed was reasonably well kept, not as deplorable as one might expect, and even if it were somewhat unsanitary, Wang Laotu and the children would not mind. Having endured harsher conditions in the past, the mere prospect of a refuge from the elements, without any cost, was already a considerable blessing. From his bulging pocket, Wang Laotu retrieved a cloth bag containing 8 steamed buns, which he then distributed among the 8 children. "Grandfather, what will you eat?" they inquired. "You all eat. Grandfather has already had his share. Grandfather is deceiving me." I heard his stomach growling. Old Wang forced a smile. He had often heard that the prices in the main city were exorbitant, so he had set out today with extra money, only to discover that purchasing a mere bun consumed it all, leaving him with barely enough for 7.5. The last half was granted through desperate pleas. Even Anil, to the shopkeeper, who, wishing to avoid disruption to his business, reluctantly bestowed the half. Thus, they managed to gather 8 buns in total. In the eyes of the impoverished, a knee is worth but half a bun, and there are times when even that is unattainable, having endured a lifetime of hardships. Old Wang was acutely aware of this reality, and thus felt no grievance. As long as the children had enough to eat, even if it meant sacrificing his own flesh, it was worth it. However, while grandfather was willing to endure hunger, the children would not allow him to suffer. Each child tore a piece from their own bun and collectively handed it to Lu Guer. Lu Guer then molded these 8 small pieces into a single mass, which surprisingly exceeded the original bun by a considerable margin. Old Wang gazed at the children, biting into a rather large bun, his laughter mingled with tears. After finishing their meal, while the sun still hung high, Old Wang requested some straw from the host family to lay on the barn floor, ensuring the children could sleep more soundly at night. Ultimately, a bun could not sustain them for long, so they all needed to retire early. With the dawn, while they still had strength, they would return to their home in the labor district, where coarse rice could be cooked into porridge. Yet, having encountered so many wonders during the day, the children found themselves bursting with words they could no longer contain. "Master Cheng Yi is incredibly skilled. Can I become as formidable as him in the future? We are already disciples of Master Cheng Yi. Our future is surely bright, and we will have endless buns. Look at you, with such limited ambition. I've heard that the wealthy dine on meat at every meal. Is that true?" At this, the children's eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths watering, and even old Wang could not suppress a swallow. "Did you see the sister in the white dress? She is so beautiful and gentle." Yes, I saw her. She is also a disciple of Master Cheng Yi. I saw her enter a grand house right across our street. That is the finest inn in the water-gathering city, the Moonlight Inn, where one can behold the most exquisite moonlit scenery of the city," Lu Guer remarked. "Lu Guer, did you go inside? Tell us about it." Sensing the children's excitement, Old Wang interjected, "Enough, no more talking. Every time you ask Lu Guer to share these tales, you end up staying awake all night. We must travel tomorrow. So listen to me, children. Once we reach home, you can chatter to your heart's content." though children of this age may exhibit some mischief. Those who have tasted great hardships understand gratitude more deeply and are more inclined to heed their grandfather's words. Even when the idle chatter ceased, I rested my head upon your hand, while you leaned upon mine, lying on the warm straw, drifting into a sweet slumber. Only Lu Gu-er and old Wang remained awake in the night, their dark, large eyes wide open, unable to find rest. The other children, blissfully unaware, had yet to grasp the profound significance of their successful apprenticeship that day and what it would mean for their futures. To them, it was merely the acquisition of a skill that would ensure their sustenance, and their kind-hearted master required no payment. However, Lu Gu-er was different, though still under 14. He was several years older than his peers and had encountered far more experiences. They might soon find themselves ensnared in a whirlpool of events, yet simultaneously, they would become the inaugural followers of a pioneering era, where peril and honor would coexist. Even old Wang, in his 60s, failed to recognize the gravity of this moment. Perceiving it merely as a pivotal juncture in the children's lives, believing their current existence would be irrevocably transformed, most likely for the better, tossing and turning. The thought of the potential future events ignited an exhilarating fervor within Lu Gu-er, rendering sleep elusive. Thus, he quietly rose, intending to relieve himself and seek the cool night air to clear his mind. Just as he was about to step outside, he overheard a hushed conversation from the alley, where a few individuals were speaking in low tones. Their words centered on Master Cheng Yi. Instantly, he halted in his tracks, holding his breath. Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbing spiritual energy, completely unaware of the passage of time until dusk fell. It was not until a servant approached to inquire about his dinner preferences that he remembered his prior engagement. "There is no need to prepare anything for me. I shall attend to an appointment," he replied. "Mr. Cheng, you refer to Wu Qingdao, do you not?" Cheng Yi asked curiously. "How did you know?" "Oh, wasn't it you who mentioned it yourself during the final live-stream debate of the election campaign? Have you forgotten?" Before the words were fully uttered, the servant narrowed his eyes with a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips, whispering mysteriously, "If it's Wu Qingdao treating, then Master Cheng, you shall be blessed tonight." His tone dripped with enigmatic intrigue. Cheng Yi did not engage in riddles with the young man. He changed into the freshly purchased attire his servant had procured that very day, gathered his talisman crafting tools along with a dozen or so inscribed charms, and set off alone to honor the appointment. Xuanxiang Tower. Where might that be? He mused to himself. Along the way, I inquired directions from passers-by. Yet all who pointed the way wore peculiar expressions. Particularly the men, they bore this knowing smirk as if to say, "Heh, I understand." Could it be that these perfumed towers hold some extraordinary significance? After inquiring for directions several times, Cheng Yi finally located the Xuanxiang building. At a glance, this structure boasted 5 stories, a rare sight in the Water City, standing tall among its surroundings. Each floor was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, festooned with vibrant decorations. The oil lamps, which ordinary folk would hesitate to use liberally at night, illuminated the entire edifice as if they were of no cost, casting a brilliance akin to daylight. The throngs of people jostled and bumped into one another, their laughter and cheerful banter filling the air. Upon entering, one felt as though they had stumbled upon a momentous celebration. Even through the windows, the lively spirits of those inside were palpable. At the entrance of the first floor stood 6 women, each clad in distinct yet elegant attire, their grace and beauty striking. They occasionally waved their sleeves and playfully beckoned to guests. Indeed, Wu Qingdao has a knack for choosing locations. This is nothing less than what we might colloquially call a high-end club in our region. Ah, how delightful. Without hesitation, I approached, only to find the 6 young ladies at the entrance simultaneously abandoning other patrons to greet me in unison. "Isn't this young Master Cheng?" they exclaimed. "Mr. Wu is already instructed that upon your arrival, you shall be escorted to roommate, Tianzi. I appreciate your assistance, ladies." "Oh, wait a moment. We have yet to discuss the terms. Are there conditions to consider? Miss, may I request that you grant each of us sisters an autograph?" "Oh, is it truly fashionable to seek signatures here? My dear young master, perchance have you just emerged from the remote mountain wilderness? Not knowing this at all. All right, all right." Cheng Yi took out a brush from his bag and dipped it into the ink bottle he carried with him. "Where shall I sign?" The 6 maidens exchanged glances, their 12 eyes meeting in unison as they burst into melodious laughter. "Sign here." Cheng Yi gazed at the spot indicated by the young ladies, his expression tinged with hesitation. "Fair maidens," he demurred, "I fear this location might be somewhat improper." The ladies' faces fell instantly, their disappointment palpable. We had taken you for a gallant and free-spirited gentleman, one sighed, only to find you as unyielding as ancient oak and as dull as river stones. Seeing their disappointment, Cheng Yi immediately adopted a serious tone and said, "Ladies, you have misunderstood my intentions. It is not appropriate to engage in such matters under the bright sun and amidst the public gaze." The 6 young ladies understood his words, their eyes brightening in unison, and delight illuminated their faces. 12 hands grasped Cheng Yi's 2 hands eagerly, urging him, "Young master, please, do come inside." As dusk descended, Wu Qingdao arrived at the house of fragrant gatherings. After waiting for a full hour, the strong liquor in his cup had gradually lost its potency. Yet Cheng Yi still hadn't appeared. A creeping unease settled upon him. Cheng is not a man to break his word, he mused. How could he be so late? Could some misfortune have befallen him on the road? My heart was heavy with worry when I heard the commotion next door that had persisted for half an hour. Intensifying my distress, I resolved to leave in search for Cheng Yi. Just as I made to depart, the door swung open from the outside. Upon closer inspection, who should appear but Cheng Yi himself? "Brother Cheng, what took you so long? You made me wait in agony for so long." "Brother Wu, to be perfectly honest, I arrived at this fragrant tower shortly after Sun Mountain. However, the 6 young ladies at the entrance were so overwhelmingly hospitable that I simply couldn't refuse. Thus, I was detained in the chamber adjacent to yours for half an hour." "You? Next door? Half an hour? 6? Was there anything improper?" "Improper. Most improper indeed. You possess such divine talismans. Why did you not lend them to me earlier? How utterly lacking in camaraderie." "Nay, not at all. My humble self employs not talismans, but rather another form of ability known as spiritual power." "Spiritual power? As an elder brother, I am aware that spiritual energy can be absorbed into the body and transformed into vital essence, which forms the foundation of martial cultivation. But what exactly is this spiritual power, and how does it relate to spiritual energy?" "Spiritual energy is likewise refined from spiritual essence once it enters the body, albeit through differing methods. If you do not mind, Brother Wu, I can impart to you the technique of refining spiritual energy. You may absorb as much knowledge as you are capable of." "Ah." Wu Qingdao was utterly astonished and immediately inquired. "When spiritual energy enters the body and transforms into blood qi, it is called martial cultivation. But when spiritual energy enters the body and converts into spiritual power, by what name is it known?" Cheng Yi pondered for a moment. He had genuinely never considered this question before. Yet fabricating an answer on the spot wouldn't be difficult. So he replied, "Spiritual cultivation. Then the talismans you wield, are they the primary instruments of this spiritual cultivation?" "No, it is merely one of many methods." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingdao sat in a daze, remaining silent for an extended period, nervously swallowing hard. The world is about to change. The era where martial prowess reigns supreme, dominating all living beings, might very well be brought to an end by the person standing before us. Even the future standing of martial cultivators remains uncertain. At present, Wu Qingdao is faced with 2 choices: either eliminate the individual before him, thereby securing his own path in martial cultivation from any potential upheaval, or seize the opportunity while Cheng Yi has yet to establish his own power, positioning himself as one of the pioneers of the future spiritual cultivation path, or a principal supporter alongside the pioneers. In this world, there exist 2 types of individuals: those who follow the tide, rising with the current, and those who carve out new waterways, seeking fortune amidst peril. Wu Qingdao, undoubtedly, belongs to the latter. Wu Qingdao's eyes widened, his gaze burning intensely as he stared at Cheng Yi. This made Cheng Yi feel rather uneasy, prompting him to immediately remind, "My friend, I prefer women, don't forget, next door. Half an hour, 6 of them. That's the best evidence." Yet these words did nothing to diminish Wu Qingdao's fervor. Suddenly, he tightly grasped Cheng Yi's hand. "Brother Cheng, no. Master Cheng, would you take me as your disciple? Teach me the methods of spiritual cultivation." Originally, when Cheng Yi saw Wu Qingdao suddenly grasp his hand, every hair on his body stood on end, and he nearly hurled an intermediate Lihua talisman at the other's face. However, upon hearing Wu Qingdao's words, his hand, which had reached into his pocket and clenched the Lihua talisman, paused once more. "Take you as my disciple? Why bother? I shall teach you, for between us, such formalities are unnecessary. However, the imparting of life skills constitutes a lifelong mentorship. This is an ancient tenet that cannot be altered." Cheng Yi was momentarily caught off guard. The words spoken carried the weight of ancient teachings, profound ideologies etched into one's very bones. He lacked the confidence to overturn such deeply ingrained beliefs in an instant. Though the sudden shift from sworn brothers to master and disciple was indeed a considerable leap, having experienced so many extraordinary events since his transmigration, Cheng Yi found it not entirely unacceptable. Very well, he conceded. My gratitude, master. Wu Qingdao immediately knelt down to perform the ceremonial rites of a disciple. But Cheng Yi swiftly stopped him. I may accept you as my disciple, but you must agree to one condition, he said. Though we shall bear the title of master and apprentice, in truth, we shall be as brothers. In the presence of others, you may address me as your master. But in private, you shall call me brother. Can you abide by this? I cannot accept you if you fail to meet my standards. Ah, how novel. I adore this. Come, let us share a toast. Cheers. In a dark alley, 7 or 8 robust men stood quietly, each towering in stature and wielding a heavy iron rod. The leader among them grasped an especially weighty one, which, when placed upon the ground, effortlessly cracked the pavement beneath it. These men had awaited for some time when a figure clad in dark attire descended nearby and stealthily approached. Lowering his voice, he remarked, as anticipated by the master, once Cheng Yi is devoid of his talismans, he is no different from an ordinary man. My companion and I have shadowed him for quite a while, and he remains utterly oblivious. The leader of the men in black nodded subtly and inquired, where is Cheng Yi now? The young man has already entered the fragrant chamber, and it is likely he will not emerge today. The second brother is keeping watch, and I have come to report to you. Well done, the leader replied with a smirk. Just as the scout was about to offer complimentary words, he was silenced by a raised hand from the cloaked figure, and the others immediately fell silent. The man referred to as the leader closed his eyes, listened intently, and then moved his nostrils to catch a whiff of the air before opening his eyes again. It's nothing. The courtyard houses a cattle pen, likely still harboring 8 or 9 sheep. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The leader turned to the scout and instructed, listen. You must change your attire and then enter the fragrant chamber to ascertain Cheng Yi's whereabouts. Afterward, report back to us from the rear courtyard. Understood, master, the scout replied. Departing to prepare. The rest of us will stealthily position ourselves outside the fragrant chamber's rear courtyard, waiting for the cover of night when Cheng Yi is unsuspecting, so we can swiftly eliminate him without granting him the opportunity to use his talismans. Yes, within the cattle pen, only a wall away. Lu Guo had dared to take a deep breath after the commotion outside had ceased for quite some time, utterly unaware that he was drenched in perspiration. I must inform my master. Just as Lu was about to dash out the door, a hand seized his wrist. Grandfather, how did you shoo? Old Wang raised a silencing finger, casting a cautious glance at the other children to ensure they remained asleep before stealthily leading Lu outside. I heard everything, he whispered. The 6 individuals were immediately alarmed. Grandfather, they intend to assassinate our master, and one of them is a so-called leader. Our master is in peril. I must inform him. Wait, Lu Guo, how can we mere mortals match the speed of the martial cultivators? Moreover, do you even know the way to the Chuanxiang building? Lu Guo was momentarily speechless. At merely 13 years of age, he was still shy of 14. Although he had heard of the Chuanxiang building, he had never ventured into that realm of revelry, and thus, he was oblivious to the route. In my opinion, we must seek the assistance of a martial cultivator. Which martial cultivator would assist us? Furthermore, it is the dead of night. Where shall we find one? Lu Guo, have you forgotten? The one who came to pay respects to Cheng Yi, Lu Lan, has a skilled companion by her side. Suddenly, Lu Guo's eyes brightened. Indeed. Lu Lan resides at the Yulai Inn, directly across the street from us. Precisely, let us seek her out. She would surely lend her aid in rescuing her own master. At the Yulai Inn, on the table in Lu Lan's room lay several sheets of rice paper, each adorned with intricate designs of various talismans such as the fire separation talisman, the giant strength talisman, and the lightness talisman. At that moment, Lu Lan was meticulously comparing a basic lightness talisman with an intermediate one, endeavoring to grasp the distinctions between them. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock at the door. Miss, an elderly man and a child claiming to be your fellow disciple say that Cheng Yi is about to be ambushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's eyes widened in alarm. She leapt to her feet and rushed to open the door, revealing Li Qian. Where are they? Take me to them immediately. Li Qian led Lu Lan to his room, where Lu Guo and the old man Wang were seated, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Lu Lan, they both rose promptly. Lu Lan had a vague recollection of the two, but sought confirmation. What are your names? Were you listed in the disciple registration earlier today? The old man once spoke up. I am called Wang Yu, and the one of your kin is my adopted grandson, named Yu Qianlu. You? Lu Lan recognized the surname but could not immediately recall its significance. She chose not to delve further, instead reflecting on the registration list she had seen earlier, which indeed contained a name, Yu Qianlu, denoted as a 13-year-old boy. With her doubts dispelled, Lu Lan urged, quickly, recount the events that transpired. Under the narration of Lu Guer and Wang Yu, Lu Lan and Li Qian gradually comprehended the unfolding events. After some deliberation, Lu Lan and Li Qian ultimately resolved that Lu Lan and Lu Guer would remain at the Moonlight Inn, while the most capable Li Qian would venture alone to the Chuanxiang building to alert Cheng Yi. The group intended to launch a surprise attack, likely fearing Cheng Yi's talismans. Thus, as long as Cheng Yi took precautions, their scheme would be thwarted. Therefore, it was crucial for the messenger to be swift yet few in number, making Li Qian the optimal choice. In terms of martial prowess and travel speed, none present could surpass him. Before departing, Li Qian assigned his strongest subordinates to stay close to Lu Lan, while others with keen senses were dispatched to discreetly monitor the surroundings of the Moonlight Inn, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. With a few brief instructions to ensure the safety of Lu Lan and Lu Guer, Li Qian set off immediately. Meanwhile, within room number 8 of the Chuanxiang building, occupied by Wu Qingdao and Cheng Yi, the space was now filled to capacity with the establishment's young women. Upon learning of Cheng Yi's presence and hearing the accounts from the 6 ladies, they surged in like a pack of wolves, transforming the once spacious room into a cramped quarters. A few more guests would render it nearly uninhabitable. Alas, who could resist the allure of Cheng Yi, not only a figure of renown, but also remarkably handsome? Such a promising individual was a treasure to behold. And who would not covet his attention? Master Cheng, I too desire your autograph. Very well, another day. I want one as well. Today. Wu and I have pressing matters to discuss. Another time, please. Master Cheng, I too want. Old turtle, why are you mingling in this affair? Your autograph is worth a fortune. After much persuasion and countless words, Cheng Yi finally managed to see the crowd dispersed. Wu Qingdao, with a wry smile, emerged from the corner and returned to the table. Master, brother, you make me envious. With so many, you couldn't leave a couple for me? Honestly, you seem to be a regular here. Do you still need me to reserve some for you? The two took hold of jars of wine, eschewing cups, and drank directly from the bottles, conversing freely from south to north, reveling in their merriment. Cheng Yi was indeed in high spirits. Wu Qingdao's voluntary allegiance was a delightful surprise, ensuring at least some security during his developmental phase. As long as the martial sovereign did not intervene, Wu Qingdao could manage the majority of troubles himself. Even if the martial sovereign did act, Wu Qingdao could hold off for a while until Cheng Yi unleashed his talismans, securing their fate. As for opponents of martial sovereign late stage or martial venerable level, it was highly probable they would not engage him. While Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao indulged in their drinks and conversation, a man with a keen gaze entered the Chuanxiang building. The 6 ladies who had been stationed at the entrance had been rendered nearly incapacitated, now resting within the room. At the entrance, 6 new maidens greeted the guests. Yet their charm paled in comparison to the previous ones. One of the maidens, upon noticing a gentleman approaching, promptly welcomed him and led him into the fragrant establishment. Is it true that a gentleman named Cheng Yi has arrived at the Chuanxiang building? She inquired. Indeed, he has come after sunset, replied the gentleman. May I ask where he currently resides? I have long admired him and yearned for an audience. After uttering these words, the gentleman slipped a silver ingot into the maiden's hand, causing her eyes to light up with delight. Oh, sir, how exceedingly courteous of you, she exclaimed, accepting the silver. Cheng Yi is in room 8 of the Tianzi section. I shall introduce you at once. No need, dear maiden. Please remain inside. I shall converse with Mr. Cheng and return shortly. No need to seek me out. I shall wait for you within. Very well, go. Once the maiden had distanced herself, the gentleman gazed appreciatively at her form before recalling his mission, directing his steps toward room 8, where he paused outside the door, straining to listen for any sounds within. After a moment, he reappeared in the courtyard of the Chuanxiang building, clearing his throat to produce 2 peculiar syllables. Cuckoo. Shortly thereafter, a response echoed from the other side of the wall. Quack quack. Having received the correct reply, the gentleman tossed a pre-prepared note over the wall and eagerly re-entered the Chuanxiang building, determined to continue his ruse as an ordinary patron, engaging in the activities befitting a guest. The individual behind the wall retrieved the note, crouched low, and swiftly infiltrated a nearby dwelling adjacent to the Qianxiang building. The original occupants had vanished, leaving behind a dragged trail of blood on the floor and a child's shoe. 8 tall figures clad in dark attire stood silently, their faces obscured. "Master, the message has arrived." The returning figure in black presented the note to the leader, who unfolded it. "Room 8. Only Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao." "Excellent," he declared. "Listen carefully. Once they are asleep, 4 of you will restrain Wu Qingdao, while the remaining 3 will accompany me to deal with Cheng Yi." "Understood." The leader, shrouded in darkness, let out a sinister chuckle, his concealed face lending an air of malevolence to his expression. "Ah, Cheng Yi, your arrogance is palpable, as you regard us mere sects with disdain. Today, I shall impart to you the wisdom of humility, a lesson that may serve you well in your next life." A few dozen meters outside the house, Li Qian observed from atop a rooftop, witnessing the black-clad figure retrieve the note and subsequently deliver it inside. It appears there are informants within the fragrant hall, complicating matters considerably. Should I attempt to warn Cheng Yi and be discovered, I would only alert the enemy. If they were to flee directly, it would spell disaster. As the saying goes, one can pursue thieves for 1,000 days. Yet one cannot guard against them for the same duration. If I allow them to escape now, it could jeopardize the young lady's studies under Cheng Yi's tutelage in the art of talismans. Should this group return with malicious intent, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to her. Li Qian's gaze lingered on the building, his eyes fraught with uncertainty. According to the elderly and the young, there exists an individual referred to as the sect leader inside. Thus, he is likely a master of the martial realm or even a martial ancestor, accompanied by numerous others. As a late-stage martial master myself, I stand little chance of overcoming them alone. To annihilate them entirely, I must rely on the strength of Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao. Resolutely, Li Qian decided to remain still and continued to conceal himself, awaiting the opportune moment for their actions to unfold. "Dear brother, we shall meet tomorrow." "Brother Wu, do rest well." Room number 8 is not merely a solitary chamber. At its center lies a small hall, accommodating a dozen or more individuals for spirited revelry. Flanking this hall are 2 separate rooms on either side. Cheng Yi deliberately chose the one farthest from Wu Qingdao, for he was aware that Wu Qingdao had invited 2 or 3 charming companions tonight, intending to stir up a tempest. Cheng Yi's spirits had been thoroughly satisfied today, and he no longer wished to stir up any commotion tonight, least of all to be disturbed by Wu Qingdao. Before retiring for the night, Cheng Yi took the precaution of affixing delay talismans on both the door and windows, which would momentarily hinder any master of the martial sovereign realm who attempted to breach his sanctuary. During this brief interlude, Cheng Yi could utilize his set of martial sovereign talismans, including the intermediate strength talisman, lightness talisman, eagle-eye talisman, and spirit ear talisman. Once nestled in bed, he placed a stack of intermediate fire separation talismans beside his pillow, ready to unleash a barrage of fiery cover at a moment's notice. Just before drifting into slumber, he pondered what else might be lacking. He needed to guard against toxic gas and smoke. Promptly, he retrieved a protective talisman. This talisman was only available after reaching the intermediate level, capable of passively warding off malevolent entities, blocking a single physical attack, and resisting toxic gas and hidden weapons, an invaluable precautionary charm. Unsatisfied with merely one, Cheng Yi decided to affix 2 additional protective talismans to his person. "All is well," he murmured. Meanwhile, the sect leader reported to the second-in-command that Cheng Yi had already retired for the night, while Wu Qingdao was still reveling in merriment. The sect leader nodded with approval. "Excellent. This is when they are at their most relaxed. Everyone, proceed as planned." Li Qian had waited atop the roof for quite a while, to the point of feeling drowsy. Suddenly, 8 figures burst forth from the house. They were about to make their move. Li Qian immediately leaped down from the rooftop, racing toward Cheng Yi's chamber. He knew that the individual referred to as the sect leader would surely be targeting Cheng Yi. As expected, among the 4 individuals rushing toward Cheng Yi, he spotted a formidable master, a martial sovereign, judging by the aura, movements, and speed. Damn, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The cloaked figures were closer to Cheng Yi's room than Li Qian, and with the advantage of surprise, and one of them being a martial sovereign, the odds were stacked against him. Realizing he could not reach them in time, Li Qian's mind raced, and he swiftly bent down to grab a stone from the ground, hurling it toward the 3rd-floor window of Cheng Yi's room. However, the sect leader was even swifter than the stone, already at Cheng Yi's window. Yet, just as he was about to shatter the glass, his body seemed to be ensnared, as if bound by invisible ropes, making it exceedingly difficult to advance. What was happening? Though Li Qian and the cloaked sect leader had different objectives and positions, they both uttered the same exclamation of astonishment at that moment. Could this be the work of talismans? Li Qian couldn't help but feel a surge of desire to learn about talismans himself. Approximately 3 seconds later, the cloaked sect leader sensed the restraints on him gradually dissipating and prepared to pounce upon Cheng Yi, who lay on the bed. However, at that moment, a yellow paper appeared before him, emblazoned with the unmistakable symbol of fire separation. Boom. The master clad in black was unable to enter. Instead, he was propelled outward by a fiery talisman, soaring into the air, spitting blood, a clear indication of sustaining significant internal injuries. Just as he prepared to adjust his posture for a stable descent, he was met with Cheng Yi, who burst through the window and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. "You rogue! How dare you ambush me? Prepare to meet your end." The black-clad master, struck by Cheng Yi's tremendous force while airborne, coughed up another mouthful of blood and was sent flying even farther. The remaining 3 figures in black, witnessing their leader endure 2 brutal blows, presumed his demise was inevitable. They immediately made to flee, only to see Cheng Yi hurl 3 more talismans, which adhered to them like arrows. The expressions of the 3 transformed into sheer terror as they frantically attempted to tear the talismans from their bodies. But it was already too late. Boom, boom. With 3 successive explosions, the 3 black-clad individuals met a gruesome end, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Yi plummeted from the sky, landing precisely upon the back of the black-clad sect leader who was attempting to rise. "Confess honestly, and I shall allow you to leave." The black-clad leader, blood spilling from his mouth, managed a grim smile. In a struggle of life and death, how can there be talk of mercy? Upon uttering these words, Cheng Yi felt an abrupt surge of vitality emanating from the leader's body, propelling him away. In the next moment, the black-clad leader drew a dark staff from behind, wielding it with such ferocity that it summoned a tempest, sending sand and stones swirling chaotically, obscuring vision. Recognizing the formidable power behind the staff's technique, Cheng Yi refrained from a reckless assault, instead producing 2 mid-level fire severance talismans, poised to disrupt the black-clad leader's incantation. However, just then, as the violent winds began to subside and he focused his gaze, he found no trace of the black-clad figure left behind. What had initially seemed an imposing display had merely been a ruse for escape. Cheng Yi felt a sense of regret for not being able to apprehend the mastermind when he noticed Wu Qingdao approaching. As Wu Qingdao was about to address Cheng Yi as brother, he caught sight of Li Qian standing nearby and swiftly altered his salutation. "Master, I have dispatched 3 of the assailants over there. I suspect they were targeting you. What is your situation?" 3 are dead, but one of the most formidable has escaped. They seem to be at the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. "Master." Li Qian was taken aback upon hearing Wu Qingdao refer to Cheng Yi as his master, astonished that Cheng Yi had managed to subdue Wu Qingdao, who was at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, especially considering he was a martial cultivator himself. Noticing the peculiar expression on Li Qian's face, Wu Qingdao inquired, "Who is this person who has been lingering here?" Cheng Yi harbored some doubts, and, with a respectful clasp of his fists, inquired of Li Qian, "You appear somewhat familiar. Have we encountered each other before?" Li Qian returned the gesture, stating, "Mr. Cheng Yi, my young mistress, Lu Lan, has today taken her leave to study under you at the city lord's residence. I am merely a retainer sent by my master to safeguard her." Subsequently, Li Qian introduced Lu Gur and Wang Yu, elucidating his intentions to assist Cheng Yi. When he mentioned his readiness to support Cheng Yi against their adversaries, a faint smile of embarrassment crossed his lips. "I must express my admiration for you, Mr. Cheng. To single-handedly vanquish a master and 3 skilled opponents amidst an ambush is truly impressive. I was of no assistance whatsoever, and I feel quite ashamed." Wu Qingdao was equally astonished by Cheng Yi's remarkable achievements. However, the greater Cheng Yi's talents with talismans, the more delighted he became. For he had already pledged his allegiance to Cheng Yi and anticipated acquiring such formidable skills himself in the future. Upon witnessing the expression of shame on Li Qian's face, Cheng Yi spoke words of comfort. "Do not feel this way, my lord. When confronting them, I am not without my uncertainties. With you by my side, I find solace." "Mr. Cheng, you are overly generous in your praise. Might I request you to introduce me to your esteemed young lady and that pair of gentlemen? As we are both teacher and disciple, and given their assistance to me, it is only proper that I pay my respects." Of course. Please follow me." Under Li Qian's guidance, Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao arrived at the Yulian. It appears that residing at the Yulian suggests that junior sister Lu is not from an ordinary family. Cheng Yi, filled with confusion, inquired. Oh, how so? Wu Qingdao replied. In this month, one cannot simply secure a room at the inn with wealth alone. Although its decor may not rival that of the Chuanxiang Tower, it embodies simplicity on the outside while concealing great value within. That said, Wu Qingdao let out a sigh, adding, moreover, this place has always been a gathering ground for esteemed sects, martial families, and those in power. A certain social network is required for one to gain entry. Someone like me, possessing only silver coins, finds it difficult to enter this moonlit inn, unlike the ease with which one might access the Chuanxiang Tower. Suddenly, Wu Qingdao's eyes sparkled with realization. In Jishui City, there are no prominent families bearing the surname Liu. Could it be that the Liu family of Huido City is involved? Li Qian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Wu Qingdao deduced the answer. Mr. Wu, Mr. Cheng, please, do come in swiftly. The young lady and the others must be exceedingly worried about you. Inside Li Qian's room, 8 children, including Wang Yu and Lu Guer, along with Lu Lan and her maid, sat together, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Lu Lan was incessantly tugging at her handkerchief. Miss, please stop pulling at this rate. It will tear. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, followed by the door swinging open. Upon seeing Cheng Yi behind Li Qian, Lu Lan was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost exclaiming, but her long-standing composure held her back. She was entirely unaware that she had never worried for any man in such a manner before. It was only when Cheng Yi stepped forward to greet her that she came to her senses. Miss Lu, Elder Wang. Cheng Yi bowed respectfully. Wang Yu, upon witnessing Cheng Yi's presence, instinctively pulled the children to kneel, but Cheng Yi hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Elder Wang, that is unnecessary. Indeed, it is necessary. You are a person of great distinction, and we, the common folk, ought to pay our respects. Elder Wang, I know not of distinction or commonality. I only understand that all are equal. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Cheng Yi also realized that he had been rather careless. Alas, this statement is far too advanced for the current realm of fantasy. I spoke too soon. It was Wu Qingdao who first grasped the situation and smoothed things over. What my master means to convey is that everyone has the opportunity to learn the art of talismans. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Old Wang, you, as a mere mortal, risked your life to deliver the message. Bringing Li Qian to assist me, your valor and righteousness command my admiration. After saying this, Cheng Yi turned to Lu Lan and bowed respectfully. I am also deeply grateful for Miss Lu's generous support. You are too formal. Simply call me Lanner. Shall I then call you Xiao Lan? A faint blush rose to Lu Lan's cheeks as she slightly inclined her body. I leave it to my master's discretion. Seeing that Cheng Yi was safe and sound, Wang Yu intended to lead the children back to the barn, since all matters have concluded. I shall take my leave with the children. Wait a moment, old sir. Where are so many of you staying? Cheng Yi inquired. The old man replied. My children and I are lodging at the house across the way. We must set off early tomorrow to return to the labor district. Wang Yu, fearing further inquiry from Cheng Yi and wishing to preserve the children's dignity, refrained from mentioning that they were staying in a barn. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax it soon after as an idea struck him. How about this, Wang Laozhong? You need not return on the day of the Yin. Instead, remain here until the dojo is fully restored. Even if you are reluctant to study the art of talismans, there will surely be tasks for you to undertake, with remuneration settled on a monthly basis. What do you think? Thank you, my lord. Wang was about to kneel again, but Cheng Yi hurriedly supported him once more. Wang Laozhong, it is ultimately inconvenient to impose upon others. You and your companions may stay here for the next few days. All expenses shall be covered by your senior brother, Wu Qingdao. Wu Qingdao. Cheng Yi contemplated that he had little to occupy his time in the coming days. So why not establish a preschool class for these individuals? Resolute in his decision, he addressed those present. Very well. If you find yourselves with nothing to do in the next few days, I shall impart to you the fundamentals of the path of symbols and doctrines. The attendees, including Wu Qingdao and Lu Lan, were struck with disbelief, their eyes finally gleaming with anticipation. Is this truly happening, master? Cheng Yi chuckled helplessly. Why would I deceive you? Turning to Lu Lan, he inquired with refined elegance, might there exist some tranquil and spacious location in these vicinities? Behind the moonlight inn lies a secluded garden, seldom frequented by passers-by. Cheng Yi nodded. Indeed, very well. At the initial moment of the Yin day during the Chen hour, I shall impart to you the foundational principles of the talismanic arts in the garden. Anyone who wishes to attend is welcome, regardless of their status as a disciple. At this moment, Lu Lan's maid, Xiao Niao inquired with delight. May I also attend? Cheng Yi smiled warmly. Of course, as I mentioned before, status holds no constraints here. Anyone who wishes to learn is welcome. After settling all matters, everyone retreated to their rooms, with Lu Lan's influence paving the way. Wu Qingdao effortlessly secured accommodations at the Moonlit Inn for himself, Cheng Yi, Old Man Wang, and the 8 children. The rooms were adorned with exquisite furnishings. The bedding crisp and smooth, the pillows as soft as clouds. While Lu Gu'er remained composed, the other children buzzed with excitement, gingerly exploring their surroundings, afraid to damage anything with too eager a touch. Watching the scene unfold, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel that brighter days lay ahead for these children. Yet when he turned to Lu Gu'er, he noticed the boy's distant gaze, lost in thought. The truth was, Wang Yu knew little of Lu Gu'er's origins, only that he was an orphan named Yu Qianlu. As for his parents, who they had been, or how they had died, Lu Gu'er remained silent. From the boy's demeanor and mannerisms, it was clear he had not come from an ordinary family, but Wang Yu paid it no mind. Whenever he encountered a child wandering the streets, if he could provide for them, he would never turn a blind eye. Most of these 8 children had come into his care in just this way. Word of Cheng Yi's earlier remarks had spread like wildfire. By now, nearly half the inn had learned that at the first hour of Yin Tian's morning, Cheng Yi would be teaching the art of talismans in the rear garden. Have you heard? Cheng Yi of Yin Tian is holding a lesson on talisman craft in the garden, and he said anyone can attend. I heard as well, but I scarcely dare believe it. Do you truly think he'd let just anyone learn such a skill? Where in this world could one find such a magnanimous soul? I haven't the faintest idea, but I'm determined to go regardless. Have you grown weary of living? If the landlady discovers you skipping work, aren't you afraid she'll expel you from Moonlight Inn? So, don't you have the day off tomorrow anyway? I'd like you to cover my shift this time. And next time you're in urgent need, I'll return the favor by covering yours. One shift isn't enough though. I want you to cover 2 of mine in exchange. The other person gritted their teeth and replied, deal. Li Qian remained in his chamber, utilizing the communication stone to relay the night's events in their entirety to Lu Qiuyuan. Before long, a brief response flickered across the stone's surface. Maintain your position. It appeared the master had yet to uncover Cheng Yi's background. Lu Qiuyuan had always harbored deep animosity toward Cheng Yi. The unorthodox methods Cheng Yi employed in teaching talisman arts threatened to undermine the foundations of martial arts families like theirs. Indeed, Lu Qiuyuan would have gladly eliminated Cheng Yi without hesitation. Yet, no matter how vehement his disdain, Lu Qiuyuan refused to believe Cheng Yi could be the true creator of these mystical talismans. Instead, he was convinced that behind Cheng Yi stood a hidden sect from some secret realm. It was precisely this suspicion that had led Lu Qiuyuan to permit Lu Lan to become Cheng Yi's disciple. If there truly existed a secret sect behind Cheng Yi, then the Lu family could latch onto a powerful ally, elevating their status under Lu Qiuyuan's leadership. However, should Cheng Yi prove to be merely a solitary figure, all hesitation would vanish. Eliminating him would become the straightforward course of action. For martial factions like theirs, though talisman arts might complement martial techniques, such practices ultimately encroach upon the domain of martial cultivation. Worse still, they stir unrest among the lower classes, undermining governance. How could those lowly commoners ever be permitted to wield power capable of opposing us? This was personally recounted by Lu Qiuyuan to Li Qian. Li Qian sighed deeply. If given the choice, he would have much preferred to befriend Cheng Yi rather than stand as his adversary. He could only hope that the secretive sect rumored to be behind Cheng Yi truly existed. Meanwhile, on the side of the black-clad sect leader, after executing the elusive Shadow Gale maneuver, Lu Haifeng managed to escape unscathed. Truth be told, even after enduring Cheng Yi's mid-level blazing talisman strike and that devastating aerial kick, Lu Haifeng still retained considerable combat prowess. However, at that moment, Cheng Yi remained in peak condition, whereas he himself had already sustained internal injuries. Compounded by the presence of an enigmatic expert standing nearby, he knew his wisest course of action was an immediate retreat. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. I underestimated Cheng Yi, never imagined his mastery of talismans would be so formidable. In the darkness, Lu Haifeng's swift silhouette darted through the moonlight, finally slipping into a martial arts hall. Above its grand entrance hung the emblem of the Whirling Wind sect. Upon entering, Lu removed his black face covering. Several disciples who had yet to retire for the night immediately bowed in reverence at the sight of his face. Sect leader, they greeted. Lu had already wiped away the bloodstains from his face, and his black robes concealed the rest. Not a trace of the metallic scent lingered, masked entirely by the medicinal powder he had applied. Without pause, he strode deeper into the compound until he reached his private quarters. There, he retrieved a box from beneath his bed, revealing a communication stone within. Elder Chiu, Cheng Yi's talismans are unpredictable. I fell into his trap and failed to expose those behind him. Sect leader Lu, you are well aware that if you cannot fulfill our demands, the cultivation resources you desire will not be delivered. I understand, Elder Chiu, but alone, I may not be Cheng Yi's match. I know. In time, I will dispatch an ally to assist you. Do not fail me again. My gratitude, Elder Chiu. Might I inquire, what realm does this master belong to? Martial Sovereign. This will surely be foolproof. Lu Haifeng wished to say more, but the connection on the communication stone had already been severed. He carefully placed the stone back into its box, storing it away with meticulous care, before allowing a smug smile to grace his lips. Cheng Yi, you murdered my disciple and turned my returning wind sect into a laughingstock. This time, let us see how you meet your end. Li Haifeng was speaking with fervor when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. These internal injuries will likely require 8 or 9 days of recuperation to heal, he muttered. With that, Lu Haifeng immediately settled onto the bed to regulate his breathing and mend his wounds. The following morning, Cheng Yi rose early. He first located the garden, strolled through its paths, and admired the scenery before selecting the most spacious spot to begin his meditation. Under his control, the cycle of eternal life technique accelerated its operation, drawing vast amounts of spiritual energy from all directions into his body. Ever since obtaining the cycle of eternal life technique, Cheng Yi had devoted at least 1 hour each morning to meditation, never wasting any spare moment. However, he had gradually come to realize that the technique could no longer meet his needs. Though the spectacle of absorbing spiritual energy appeared impressive, the influx of energy barely stirred within him after entering his body. Through daily refinement, Cheng Yi's spiritual sea had already expanded to the breadth of a lake. To advance further and truly transform it into an ocean, the required spiritual energy and intensity of cultivation far surpassed what the current cycle of eternal life technique could provide. After extensive study, Cheng Yi had discovered several functions of spiritual power. Firstly, by channeling spiritual energy from his spiritual sea and concentrating it in a specific part of his body, he could enhance its endurance and strength. Secondly, those with vast spiritual power could amplify the effects of talismans when utilizing them. Cheng Yi sensed that, at this moment, utilizing the intermediate giant force talisman would render him more formidable than during his live-streamed competition against Wu Qingdao. Currently, spiritual energy, while abundant, has yet to translate into direct combat prowess for Cheng Yi. Its role remains largely auxiliary. It is as though he possesses a mountain of gold yet lacks the means to exploit its riches. Wealth that cannot be spent is a source of frustration. Perhaps some other applications of spiritual energy within the system have been unlocked, while maintaining the operation of the cycle of rebirth and eternal life technique. Cheng Yi also accessed the immortal cultivation heritage system. For 1,000 teaching credits? How could his teaching credits increase so rapidly when he has yet to officially commence his broadcast? Cheng Yi still recalls that after parting ways with manager Wang yesterday, the system indicated that his teaching value was merely 3,000. How could it have inexplicably surged by 1,000 in just one day? Could it be that his words from yesterday have circulated? He had mentioned that anyone, regardless of their status, could attend his lectures, and perhaps someone overheard him and spread the news. Nevertheless, an increase of 1,000 teaching points is undoubtedly a positive development. Cheng Yi continued to read, discovering new purchasable options. Spirit control technique? The spirit control technique allows one to gradually enhance their mastery over spiritual energy, enabling its external manifestation and serving as a vessel for talismans. Price, 800 teaching points. A remarkable item. Indeed, he decided to purchase it. A talisman crafted from vermilion and yellow paper already wielded immense power. If spiritual energy itself could serve as the medium, how extraordinarily potent would the drawn talismans become? Previously, spiritual energy functioned merely as a fuse or source of energy for talismans. Now, utilizing it directly as a vessel might facilitate the mobilization of even greater spiritual essence. At that moment, as Cheng Yi practiced the reincarnation longevity technique and examined the system, several individuals had gathered in the garden. The first to arrive was Lu Gur, also known as Yu Qianlu. Upon seeing Cheng Yi meditating with his eyes closed, Yu Qianlu refrained from interrupting and instead seated himself a respectful distance of 3 to 4 meters in front of Cheng Yi, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his meditation. The second to arrive were Lu Lan and Li Qian. Upon noticing Yu Qianlu sitting before Cheng Yi, Lu Lan assumed that Cheng Yi had instructed him to wait in such a manner, and thus she took a seat beside Yu Qianlu, harboring a favorable impression of him. Li Qian, however, had been puzzled and astonished ever since his arrival in the garden upon encountering Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, devoid of martial talent, a fact indisputably confirmed during the second round of the live competition, yet he seemed capable of absorbing spiritual energy at a speed rivaling that of a peak martial sovereign. Li Qian pondered deeply. Could there be alternative methods within the realm of talismans for absorbing spiritual energy that do not require martial qualifications? The third to arrive was Wu Qingdao, who naturally settled beside Yu Qianlu and the others, remaining silent and not disturbing Cheng Yi, though his expression bore a more relaxed demeanor than the other three. The phenomenon of Cheng Yi absorbing spiritual energy had not escaped the notice of Wu Qingdao, though he regarded it with indifference. Previously, during their live-streamed competition, every time Cheng Yi employed a talisman, it would incite a violent upheaval of the surrounding spiritual energy, making his ability to absorb it entirely reasonable. In the aftermath, others gradually arrived, including many who were not even Cheng Yi's disciples. "Madam Boss, what brings you here?" "What? Am I not allowed to come?" "But you, Xing, aren't you supposed to be working today?" "I had FA cover for me." "That must have cost you quite a bit." "Indeed, I traded one shift for two of his." "TCH, that fool Yang should have charged more." A hint of surprise crossed Xing's face. "Madam Boss, are you saying I profited?" The Madam Boss looked at Xing as if he were a simpleton. "Of course it's worth it. It might even change your fate. Look, aren't those esteemed guests from the inn arriving?" Aside from Cheng Yi's disciples, several unfamiliar faces were present, including patrons of the Yu Lion, the establishment staff, and the Madam Boss herself. However, apart from Yu Qianlu and a few others, most dared not approach Cheng Yi too closely. Thus, a scene was formed. Cheng Yi sat at the center, his disciples encircling him, while others remained at the periphery. Among the onlookers were several martial cultivators, who expressed their astonishment at the sight of Cheng Yi absorbing spiritual energy. At last, Cheng Yi slowly opened his eyes. During the preceding moments, he had completely assimilated the control spirit technique and was even able to manipulate spiritual energy externally, sketching some rudimentary talismans in midair. However, to draw intermediate talismans in the same manner would require further practice. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence. The attendees straightened in their seats, eyes fixed intently upon him. For martial cultivators, absorbing spiritual energy into the body transforms it into vital essence, while for spiritual cultivators, it becomes spiritual power. Spiritual cultivation? Spiritual power? Except for Wu Qingdao, every other face in attendance revealed expressions of confusion and contemplation, yet no one whispered among themselves. Since the dawn of humanity on this fantastical continent, countless methods have been attempted to survive in a world teeming with formidable beasts. Ultimately, it was the martial way that propelled humanity to ascend above all other beings, becoming the dominant force. Now, with the advent of spiritual cultivation, reactions varied among the people, eliciting both joy and concern. Cheng Yi continued to elaborate. To cultivate martial arts, one must possess the requisite aptitude. And the primary criterion for discerning such aptitude lies in the ability to sense spiritual energy independently. Many present were acutely aware of this. It was precisely their inability to perceive this energy that rendered them inherently inferior, perpetually overshadowed by martial cultivators. Moreover, to my knowledge, no artifacts currently exist that can assist those devoid of martial aptitude in sensing spiritual energy. Even if such items were available, they would be exceedingly rare, accessible only to a privileged few. However, in the realm of spiritual cultivation, there are external aids that enable individuals who initially cannot sense spiritual energy to become aware of its presence, and the cost is remarkably low. As these words were spoken, astonishment swept through the crowd. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, trembling as they raised their hand to inquire, "Sir, is what you say true? Do such treasures truly exist?" Cheng Yi smiled faintly, remarking, "Such a trifling object, how can it be deemed a treasure?" Upon finishing his words, he clasped his hands together and swiftly formed a seal, exclaiming, "Spirit, come forth." In an instant, the leaves of nearby trees detached from their branches, swirling around Cheng Yi. Then, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes as hundreds of ethereal tendrils extended from his body, beginning to inscribe runes upon the leaves. Each line of the rune, crafted from spiritual energy, shimmered with a silvery glow. Cheng Yi silently chanted the incantation, "With my mortal body, I resonate with the heavens and the earth, swift as the law commands. Go." In an instant, hundreds of talismans crafted from leaves soared toward everyone present, halting just before striking them and gently descending to the ground before their feet. All were left in a state of astonishment. What sort of sorcery is this? How could leaves be under his control? I recall that he previously used yellow paper and vermilion to draw talismans. How is it possible that leaves can also be utilized? At this moment, Cheng Yi appeared composed, yet he himself felt a sense of novelty, for this was his inaugural experience with the spirit control technique. With his spiritual energy emanating outward, he plucked leaves and subsequently utilized this energy in lieu of ink and cinnabar to inscribe talismans. The spirit-seeking talismans he crafted were merely rudimentary in nature, and producing several hundred was no daunting task for him. Having initially possessed the reincarnation and eternal life technique, he had never previously inscribed spirit-seeking talismans. What lies before you is known as the spirit-seeking talismans. Place it in your palm and attentively perceive the distinctions between this world and the one you previously inhabited. That subtle difference is the trace of spiritual energy. You need not fret about failing to sense it. Should one attempt prove unsuccessful, you may return multiple times, and your sensitivity to spiritual energy will intensify. Once you successfully attune to this energy, you shall be poised to embark upon the next phase. The vast majority of individuals unhesitatingly grasped the spirit-seeking talismans and placed them in their palms, while a few hesitated momentarily before following suit. Wu Qingdao also endeavored to hold the talisman in his palm, closing his eyes to concentrate. Indeed, his perception of spiritual energy became markedly more acute, however. For one such as him, who could already sense this energy, it bore little significance. Nonetheless, Wu Qingdao was far more eager for the next phase that Cheng Yi had referenced. He believed that the true distinction between spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation would manifest from this second stage onward. Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan each held the shimmering silver leaf in their hands, instantly perceiving the world anew, just as their master had described. It was indeed spiritual energy. What was happening? The efficacy of this spirit-seeking talisman was astounding. Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan exchanged glances, each astonished by the other's expression. They nearly spoke in unison. Cheng Yi, standing nearby, observed the expressions of the two with a hint of astonishment. Yu Qianlu, Lu Lan, come closer. The two obediently approached and knelt down. Cheng Yi began to release his spiritual energy, probing into the meridians of the two individuals. Following the pathways, he located the position of the spiritual sea typically found in ordinary people. Normally, in those who have yet to awaken their spiritual sea, this area would harbor nothing. However, at this moment, in the positions of Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, there existed a luminous point, a manifestation of the innate spiritual sea. Cheng Yi had previously encountered the fundamental knowledge of cultivation within the novice gift package. The innate spiritual sea is regarded as a superior talent among cultivators. The act of establishing a spiritual sea is as effortless for them as quenching one's thirst. Once established, the spiritual sea is significantly larger, by a factor of 10 or even dozens, than that of ordinary cultivators, allowing for the storage of a greater amount of spiritual energy. It is no wonder that these two individuals could not be assessed for martial aptitude. Their talents are entirely devoted to the path of immortality. I have stumbled upon two treasures. However, despite the rarity of their gifts, they remain too feeble at present. My own strength is insufficient to shield them from the myriad assaults of the outside world. If a martial master were to appear, I would be overwhelmed myself. Unable to protect them, Cheng Yi promptly resolved to withhold the astonishing talents of Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan from the outside world, portraying them merely as individuals with slightly superior abilities. This secret was to be kept even from the two of them. Concealment, he believed, was the most effective means of safeguarding them at present. Cheng Yi smiled faintly and nodded at Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, remarking, "Your talents are commendable, placing you slightly above the average. Consequently, your ability to sense spiritual energy and the subsequent phases will be relatively easier for you than for others. However, diligence is still required. Do not let pride cloud your judgment." "Yes, master," replied Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, exchanging glances filled with joy. As time flowed on, half an hour later, individuals began to sense the spiritual energy. "I can sense it. It truly works. Thank you, Master Cheng Yi." "Me too. May I become your disciple?" "Master Cheng Yi? Master Cheng Yi, after sensing this spiritual energy, can I pursue martial arts?" "You ungrateful one. Master Cheng Yi teaches the way of talismans. Yet you speak of pursuing martial arts here?" Noticing the growing commotion, Cheng Yi raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent at once. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have already accepted many disciples and, at present, lack the energy to take on more. However, this is of little consequence, as you may continue to learn the way of talismans during my live streams. As for pursuing martial arts after sensing the spiritual energy with the spirit-seeking talisman, that is entirely your choice. Nevertheless, the aptitude for martial arts extends beyond merely sensing spiritual energy. One must also be able to absorb that energy into one's body, transforming it into vital essence. Without achieving this, you shall still find it impossible to pursue martial arts. Some individuals exchanged glances, evidently undeterred, planning to personally test their abilities once the lecture concluded. Cheng Yi harbors no intention of managing these matters. He is willing to teach those eager to learn. And the more, the merrier. His strategy for imparting knowledge comprises live streaming lessons to broaden his reach and offline guidance to enhance quality, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This approach will serve as his method of instruction for the foreseeable future. After approximately an hour had elapsed, Cheng Yi utilized his spiritual energy to assess the situation. Among the more than 200 individuals present, nearly half had already sensed the presence of spiritual energy. For the remaining individuals who had yet to experience this sensation, achieving success would prove challenging, requiring several more sessions akin to this one. However, Cheng Yi was aware that their progress was impeding the pace of his teachings, prompting him to initiate the second phase of his instruction. "All right, everyone," he announced. "Half of you have successfully sensed the spiritual energy with the aid of the spirit-seeking talisman. For those who have not yet done so, do not be discouraged. I shall teach you how to create your own spirit-seeking talismans." The crowd visibly expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that such a wondrous talisman would be demonstrated on the spot. They had not even paid any tuition fees. Many had come merely to audit the class, and it was unprecedented for auditors to receive such treatment. One might wonder, will Mr. Cheng Yi teach us to pluck leaves from trees at will and draw talismans in midair? Are you dreaming? Even if you were to impart such techniques, do you truly believe you could execute them? Can you learn such skills? Moreover, Mr. Cheng Yi has undoubtedly practiced diligently for countless years to achieve such feats. You? Are you jesting? Shoo. Silence. Mr. Cheng Yi is about to begin. The creation of the spirit-seeking talisman is remarkably simple. All that is required are yellow paper, black ink, a brush, cinnabar, and a drop of animal blood. Following a specific sequence, one must inscribe the talisman's command. It is important to note that any animal blood, whether from livestock, fish, insects, or others, can be utilized. The choice of animal blood does not enhance or diminish the efficacy of the talisman, and only a single drop is necessary for each talisman. Cheng Yi took the opportunity to emphasize the importance of blood to the crowd, expressing his deep concern that no one would resort to extreme measures or even take a life over this matter. After delivering his message, he proceeded to retrieve the aforementioned items and began crafting on-site. When creating talismans, it is essential to maintain utmost concentration. Any lapse in focus could significantly diminish the probability of success. To create a spirit-seeking talisman, one must first blend the finely ground black ink with cinnabar in a ratio of 3:1, then accurately depict the prescribed patterns and incantations. Finally, when it is time to utilize the talisman, a single drop of blood is all that is required to activate its power. Cheng Yi meticulously inscribed a series of over a dozen symbols, subsequently passing them around for all to examine. The attendees diligently recorded the dimensions of the spirit-seeking talismans and painstakingly replicated the designs, ensuring they could practice upon returning home. As it became evident that most had committed the information to memory, Cheng Yi seamlessly transitioned to the next phase of instruction. He proceeded to elucidate the process of absorbing spiritual energy into the body and transforming it into spiritual power, a fundamental aspect of their training. Even those who had yet to perceive spiritual energy were encouraged to listen, as it would undoubtedly be beneficial. The ability to draw spiritual energy into the body and transmute it into spiritual power marks a significant distinction between spiritual cultivation and martial training, and achieving this necessitates a specific technique. Following this, Cheng Yi recited the relevant passages from the reincarnation of eternal life technique concerning the absorption of spiritual energy and its conversion into spiritual power. Every individual present listened intently, with some fearing they might forget, even inscribing the content on the insides of their garments. Then, adhering to the incantation, they began to draw spiritual energy into their bodies. Another hour elapsed, and upon conducting another assessment with his spiritual power, Cheng Yi discovered that among the more than 100 individuals now capable of sensing spiritual energy, only half could successfully absorb it. Furthermore, only about 20 to 30 had managed to convert the spiritual energy into spiritual power, with over 70% being his own disciples. Though the midday hour had passed, no one wished to depart, even with hunger gnawing at their stomachs. Recognizing their eagerness to learn, Cheng Yi proposed a brief intermission for a meal. suggesting they reconvene in half an hour. The crowd then dispersed, many discovering their legs numb from prolonged sitting, requiring assistance from companions to rise. Out of respect for Cheng Yi, there had been no idle chatter during the lesson, but with the teaching temporarily halted, the expansive garden soon buzzed with lively conversation. Whether disciples or eager listeners, all were aflame with enthusiasm, animatedly sharing their experiences of feeling spiritual energy. Brother, you have managed to absorb spiritual energy. Were you able to convert it into spiritual power? What was the sensation? One inquired. Alas, I failed in the conversion process. However, I have memorized the reincarnation of eternal life technique, and after daily practice, I am determined to succeed. By the way, have you felt the spiritual energy? Oh, I have already succeeded in converting it into spiritual power. Impressive. You too. The proprietress of the moon's arrival inn, overhearing their exchange, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, recognizing their prowess surpassed her own, she retreated to a distance to sulk. How vexing it was that she had yet to even sense the spiritual energy while these two flaunted their achievements. She vowed that she would seize an opportunity to decisively best them someday. After half an hour, the group reconvened in the garden behind the moon's arrival inn, sitting quietly and attentively awaiting Cheng Yi's resumption of instruction. Now that everyone is present, we shall continue. Next, we will delve into our final topic for today, the opening of the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea? This term was unfamiliar to many, and a sense of curiosity rippled through the audience. Yet, instead of inquiring, they patiently awaited Cheng Yi's elucidation. The spiritual ocean. A fundamental aspect of various techniques employed by spiritual practitioners remains inaccessible to those who have not yet developed it. As some may have sensed moments ago, the transformed spiritual energy traverses the body's meridians before vanishing without a trace. This phenomenon underscores the necessity of possessing a spiritual ocean. Only those who have cultivated it can truly be regarded as authentic spiritual practitioners. Upon noticing the interest peaked among the crowd, Cheng Yi continued, to cultivate the spiritual sea, one must incessantly enhance the body's capacity to transform spiritual energy, thereby enriching the internal spiritual force until a qualitative shift occurs. During this process, the high pressure generated by the tumultuous spiritual energy within the body will lead to increasing discomfort and agony. Ultimately, your body must yield, granting access to the spiritual sea. This is not a feat easily accomplished in a single day. There is no need for haste. You may begin to experiment, and I shall be here to assist you with any issues that arise. Upon hearing his words, the attendees commenced their attempts, while Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan also intended to cultivate their spiritual seas. However, just before they began, Cheng Yi halted them. Qianlu, Lu Lan, refrain from attempting to cultivate your spiritual seas for now. Return later, and I will observe your progress. Although both Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan found this somewhat perplexing, they nodded in agreement, trusting Cheng Yi's judgment. At that moment, Wu Qingdao approached, pulling Li Qian forward. Master, he exclaimed anxiously, Li Qian and I are martial cultivators, so sensing spiritual energy poses no challenge for us. With the reincarnation and longevity technique, the process of transforming spiritual power is also quite manageable. However, we find it peculiar that no matter how swiftly we convert the spiritual energy or how intensely we subject our bodies to the strain, we are unable to grasp the sensation of opening the spiritual sea. Indeed, Master, we feel as though there exists an indomitable wall between the spiritual energy and the spiritual sea, obstructing our progress. Is this a normal occurrence? Cheng Yi furrowed his brow slightly as he probed the bodies of the two individuals with his spiritual energy and indeed discovered the presence of something akin to a wall. What could the situation be? Cheng Yi meticulously sifted through the knowledge of cultivation embedded in his mind, and after a brief moment, he finally found the answer. The barrier within you is a manifestation of your martial realm, hindering your ability to pursue other paths. Upon hearing this, both Wu Qingdao and Li Qian were taken aback, unable to suppress their thoughts. If they were truly to break through that barrier, would it result in the dissolution of their martial prowess? If that were the case, Wu Qingdao would need to deliberate carefully, while Li Qian would certainly refrain from making any impulsive decisions and would ensure to seek the counsel of the family head upon return. Cheng Yi observed the expressions of the two individuals and discerned their concerns. He then spoke, "There is no need for you to worry. Breaking down this barrier will not affect your martial arts realm. However, it is important to note that establishing a spiritual sea will prove exceedingly challenging, requiring an immense influx of spiritual energy to surge into your bodies instantaneously in order to dismantle that wall. Of course, If you are resolute in your desire to become spiritual practitioners, you may consider relinquishing your martial arts realm, which would result in the wall vanishing on its own. Wu Qingdao and Li Qian exchanged glances, each perceiving hesitation on the other's face. How could they possibly abandon the martial arts realm they had painstakingly cultivated over decades? In truth, if you only utilize talismans without delving into other realms of spiritual practice, there is no issue in foregoing the establishment of a spiritual sea. Without a spiritual sea, the transformed spiritual energy cannot be stored. Yet, for talismans, it can be used immediately, and while this may limit potential, it suffices as an auxiliary to martial arts. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, both individuals brightened, clasping their fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, sir." Cheng Yi continued to mentor several disciples, though regrettably, none present had successfully established a spiritual sea. As dusk approached, with the chorus of frogs rising and mosquitoes becoming increasingly numerous, Cheng Yi announced the conclusion of today's lecture. The attendees, still yearning for more knowledge, gradually departed. Wu Qingdao, having heard tales of the renowned chef here, was eager to experience the culinary delights firsthand. Cheng Yi had never tasted it either. So he sent Wu Qingdao and Li Qian to arrange dinner for everyone that evening. The once bustling backyard garden was now left with only Yu Qielu and Lu Lan, who gazed at Cheng Yi with anxious expressions. "Master, is there something wrong with our bodies?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly. "The greatest issue with your physiques is that your talents have been overly favored." Upon hearing this, the two could not help but break into joyous smiles. Cheng Yi continued, stating, "The matter I am about to disclose must remain confidential among you, at least until you possess sufficient strength to safeguard yourselves. Do not divulge this to others." Noticing Cheng Yi's grave demeanor, the two nodded solemnly in agreement. Within you lies a primordial spiritual sea, a superior innate talent in the realm of immortality, which will grant you a significant advantage from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, both individuals swallowed hard. If others, upon establishing their spiritual seas, possess one akin to a bowl in size, those endowed with a primordial spiritual sea will find theirs comparable to a large cauldron. Do not underestimate this cauldron. It will enable you to channel spiritual energy with swifter and more fluid movements when unleashing talismans and spells. Furthermore, as your realms continue to ascend, this disparity will widen, until others are left in awe of your prowess. However, all of this hinges upon one crucial condition: you must survive to witness that day. "Indeed, Master. We shall diligently remember your teachings." "Ah, the young are indeed worthy of guidance." Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction. "I shall now assist you in opening the spiritual sea. You must relax your bodies and refrain from resisting." "Understood." As Cheng Yi observed that the two individuals were adequately prepared, he extended his ethereal tendrils of spiritual energy, simultaneously penetrating their bodies and connecting to their innate spiritual seas through their meridians. At present, their innate spiritual seas were merely faint glimmers. If they were to attempt to cultivate their spiritual seas independently, it would indeed be a relatively simple endeavor. However, if such an effortless opening of the spiritual seas were to occur, it would ultimately be a waste of potential. Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan currently possessed only a modest reserve of spiritual energy. Their innate spiritual seas resembled rooms sealed with formidable iron doors. Should they endeavor to open these seas by themselves, it was highly probable that they would be unable to fully unseal the door. Conversely, if Cheng Yi were to assist them in this endeavor, not only could he fully open the iron door from the outset, but with his vast and abundant spiritual energy, he could also expand their nascent spiritual seas considerably, much like the exceptional flexibility and malleability of a child. This presented a singular opportunity in their lives, one devoid of adverse effects and profoundly impactful in enhancing their spiritual seas. "It may hurt a bit, but bear with it," he advised. The two nodded, closed their eyes, and bit their lips in anticipation. They soon felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, akin to a tidal wave crashing into a harbor, inundating their entire being. In an instant, the formidable force of Cheng Yi's spiritual energy shattered the barrier of their door, and that energy surged into their innate spiritual seas like a mighty dragon. At this moment, Cheng Yi intensified his efforts, accelerating the infusion of spiritual energy. Thus, before the two could fully comprehend the unfolding events, their innate spiritual seas were filled to the brim with Cheng Yi's surging energy. Even after filling them, he maintained the pressure, gradually expanding the outer walls of their spiritual seas. As this transpired, Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan's expressions shifted to one of anguish, beads of cold sweat cascading down their faces. Lu Lan, overwhelmed by the pain, instinctively grasped Cheng Yi's arm. with her natural beauty accentuated by the moment. Her brow furrowed slightly, cheeks flushed, and cold sweat dampening her visage. Her collarbone became more pronounced from the strain, rendering her even more enchanting than usual. Cheng Yi, having encountered numerous beauties in his lifetime, could not help but steal a few more glances at her. Nevertheless, he did not relent in his efforts, maintaining a steady and robust output of spiritual energy. The expressions of both individuals grew increasingly pained. Cheng Yi understood that this endeavor bore only benefits and no detriments. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Eventually, the expansion of their spiritual seas began to prove arduous, teetering on the brink of rupture. Upon noticing this, Cheng Yi immediately ceased his actions. However, the spiritual energy that had already infiltrated their spiritual seas was not retracted. The recently expanded spiritual seas required this energy to sustain their outer walls. Otherwise, a retraction would render their suffering in vain. Once the expansion was complete, the two had yet to fully appreciate the moment when they succumbed to unconsciousness, their bodies beginning to collapse. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi swiftly stepped forward, embracing Yu Qianlu and wrapping his arms around Lu Lan's slender waist. Ah, so soft and delicate. It could almost be grasped with a single hand. Cheng Yi, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, escorted Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan back to their respective chambers. He instructed Wang Yu and Lu Lan's maid, Xiao Niao, to tend to their needs, ensuring they were provided with fine ginseng soup. Afterward, he departed alone to visit Wu Qingdao. Upon arriving at Wu Qingdao's quarters, he found Wu Qingdao and Li Qian already awaiting him, engaged in light-hearted conversation over drinks. Noticing Cheng Yi's arrival, they beckoned the waiter to bring forth the dishes. Oh, my brother Li Qian, you are unaware of the extraordinary skill possessed by my master, one that you and I cannot hope to match. Upon noticing Wu Qingdao preparing to extol his virtues, Cheng Yi modestly smiled and inclined his ear in curiosity. Oh, is Mr. Cheng's prowess perhaps in talismans? This is common knowledge throughout the city. What are you implying? Wu Qingdao replied with a mysterious smile. Not at all. The skills of my master surpass talismans by far. Oh, do elaborate. Yet, after an hour of fierce debate with 6 individuals, Wu Qingdao could only utter 8 words before Cheng Yi silenced him with a morsel of food. The dishes served at the inn this month were indeed extraordinary. Come, my disciple, eat more. But you haven't eaten at all. Li Qian observed the playful banter between the two, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. This meal was once again hosted by Wu Qingdao, and the gathering was filled with mirth, drawing Li Qian closer in camaraderie with the two. The following morning, Cheng Yi ventured into the garden of the moonlit inn, intending to practice the reincarnation longevity technique and spirit control technique during the time of peak spiritual energy. To his surprise, he found many had arrived even earlier than he. Good day, Mr. Cheng. Greetings, Mr. Cheng. Good morning, Master. Cheng Yi acknowledged each greeting with a nod before seeking a relatively secluded spot to commence his training. Cheng Yi practiced diligently until nearly noon, realizing that the reincarnation longevity technique could no longer satisfy his current aspirations. However, he found joy in the fact that through the cultivation of the spirit control technique, his mastery over spiritual energy had become increasingly formidable. Cheng Yi was just about to attend to his lunch when a young attendant from the Moonlight Inn approached him. Master Cheng, the steward Wang from the city lord's residence has prepared a feast and is awaiting you at the tranquil pavilion. Following the attendant, Cheng Yi arrived at the pavilion, where steward Wang was comfortably seated, listening to a lady play the qin beside him. Upon noticing Cheng Yi's arrival, Wang gestured for the musician to withdraw. It seems you are quite the regular here, steward Wang, Cheng Yi remarked. With a slight smile, Wang replied, the drunken crab at the Moonlight Inn is a true delicacy of Water City. Every year on the 15th of September, when the crabs are at their plumpest, I make it a point to indulge in this culinary delight. Your taste is commendable, steward Wang. When September arrives, I shall certainly join you in savoring this drunken crab. After Cheng Yi took his seat, he poured a glass of wine for Wang Ho. The steward inquired whether there was any progress regarding the live broadcast. Mr. Cheng was indeed correct. The matter of the live broadcast had been settled. Your designated slot will be the first half of the hour every day at noon. Cheng Yi lowered his head, pondering for a moment. Generally speaking, without offering a certain benefit, the time allocated for live streaming typically falls within the latter half of the midnight hour, specifically from 12 to 1 o'clock. During this period, the majority of individuals have already begun to prepare for rest, resulting in a significantly diminished effect of the live stream compared to the daytime. At present, He had not rendered any tangible benefits to the Lord S. manor. However, the prince was willing to negotiate with other factions, shifting the originally scheduled midnight broadcast to noon. While this time slot may not be ideal for live streaming, he had not invested a single coin. To appease the interests of the other factions, some form of compensation was undoubtedly necessary. Thus, it could be inferred that this expense was likely borne by either the Lord's manor or the prince himself on his behalf. This act of kindness could not go unacknowledged. Cheng Yi offered a respectful bow. Just yesterday, I emerged victorious in the live streaming competition, and today, Manager Wang has already arranged the live streaming matters impeccably, securing such a fitting time slot for me. I express my gratitude to you, and in the future, should there be any tasks, do not hesitate to command me. Lord Wang smiled with satisfaction and also returned a bow. How could I not exert my utmost effort in serving Mr. Cheng? The two raised their goblets, clinked them together, and drank heartily. By the way, Mr. Cheng, the late-night altercation at Xuansheng building last night, does it pertain to you? To be frank, it indeed relates to me. Might you elaborate further? Cheng Yi reminisced for a moment before recounting to Lord Wang the events of the previous night, when he attended a gathering and indulged in copious drinks with Wu Qingdao. He then detailed how, in the dead of night, a group of assailants clad in black attempted to ambush him, during which he managed to slay 3 and injure another, forcing them to flee. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang fell into a brief contemplation. The realm of martial cultivation, combined with the use of a staff, led him to harbor suspicions. Yet, at this juncture, evidence was scant, making it imprudent to reach a conclusion. Mr. Cheng, he said, upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with a response within the next few days. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution in the interim. Given that the adversary has dispatched a master of the martial realm, it is unlikely they will relent easily. Thank you, Lord Wang, for your timely warning. Cheng Yi retrieved 2 pieces of yellow paper from his garments and, with a wave of spiritual energy, inscribed 2 delay talismans, which he then presented to Manager Wang. Esteemed Manager Wang, these talismans are known as delay talismans. When employed, one merely needs to draw a drop of blood and apply it to the talisman's surface before casting it towards the opponent. This will temporarily immobilize a martial master, rendering them unable to move. Manager Wang, elated, accepted the 2 delayed talismans. Given that spiritual energy is colorless, formless, and tasteless, he perceived only 2 blank pieces of yellow paper. Nevertheless, he had faith that Cheng Yi would not jest with him by offering mere empty talismans. With a smile, he remarked, "It has been but a day since we last met, yet Mr. Cheng's talisman crafting skills have evidently ascended to a new level." "Not at all," Cheng Yi modestly replied. Cheng Yi refrained from elaborating on the matter, for he deemed himself insufficiently powerful and preferred to maintain an air of mystery for greater security. After the two enjoyed their lunch and sipped a few glasses of wine, exchanging pleasantries, Manager Wang took his leave. Before departing, he reminded Cheng Yi that he could commence the live broadcast during the overcast noon, and that preparations could begin forthwith. Cheng Yi harbored no concerns regarding this. The lecture held the previous day served as a rehearsal for his inaugural live broadcast, and he was already well versed in how to arrange the upcoming event. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, the first order of business for Manager Wang was to dispatch someone to the public notice board to announce Cheng Yi's impending live broadcast at noon on a cloudy day. Lord Wang was confident that this broadcast would surpass all previous ones in popularity. Past broadcasts primarily consisted of various sects promoting their martial arts, each boasting about their strengths while conveniently omitting any shortcomings, a ruse that the audience had long since recognized. However, Cheng Yi intended to impart genuine skills during his broadcast. Moreover, the claim that no martial arts aptitude was necessary had already spread throughout the city, ensuring that ordinary individuals lacking such qualifications would certainly attend. Lord Wang even harbored concerns that the central square of the main city might prove inadequate to accommodate the crowd. Perhaps it would be necessary to utilize the illusory mirrors from other squares as well. With this in mind, Lord Wang promptly summoned his subordinates to coordinate the borrowing of illusory mirrors from other districts for the cloudy day. The main city, being the most densely populated with talent, wealth, and resources, housed the most valuable illusory mirrors in its central square, essentially the domain of several prominent sects, powerful martial families, and a handful of influential mid-tier factions. Conversely, the gathering of people, as well as the level of talent and resources in other districts, fell significantly short of that of the main city. Consequently, the illusory mirrors in those areas were predominantly utilized by small to medium-sized sects, while the larger sects and families typically broadcasted only a brief and fixed advertisement. However, given that Cheng Yi's live broadcast had the potential to become a phenomenon, the illusory mirrors in the main city might not suffice. Thus, the necessity arose to borrow mirrors from the squares in other districts, allowing some individuals from those areas to partake in the broadcast without the need to journey to the main city. For the larger sects and families, the illusory mirrors in the other districts were of little consequence, granting Lord Wang complete authority over them. As for the smaller sects that had originally planned to broadcast at noon, they could only lament their misfortune. Nonetheless, out of a sense of humanity, Lord Wang would extend a modest compensation to them. After all, to truly usurp another's broadcast slot without offering any recompense would tarnish Cheng Yi's reputation. Cheng Yi, my anticipation for your performance is palpable. I sincerely hope you do not lead me astray. Having arranged the matters regarding the live broadcast, the monarch summoned officials from the main city government, instructing them to find a skilled investigator to ascertain the identity of the assailants clad in black who attacked Cheng Yi at the Chuanxiang Tower last night, with particular emphasis on tracing the Huifeng sect. The martial arts realm indicated the use of a staff as the weapon, and given the existing enmity with Cheng Yi, it was not unexpected that the perpetrator was Liu Haifeng, the leader of the Huifeng sect. However, Liu Haifeng was merely the head of a mid-sized sect, well connected with numerous major sects and martial arts families, making it imperative to gather solid evidence to apprehend him safely. Moreover, rumors suggested that Huifeng sect might have ties to the Lingyun sect, a super sect with branches in many major cities across the Jiuzhou kingdom. The strength of the city lord's office was indeed insufficient to attract their attention. Yet, rumors remained rumors. One must exercise caution without allowing fear to dictate actions. The monarch's subordinates were notably efficient. Within a mere quarter of an hour after issuing the command, a notice was already affixed to the public announcement wall in the main city, declaring that Cheng Yi would commence his live broadcast at noon on the day of Ain. Less than half an hour later, similar notices appeared in various districts of Jishui City, informing that there was no need for outsiders to trek to the main city, as each district would simultaneously broadcast Cheng Yi's live session in their respective plazas. The release of these announcements sent the entire Jishui City into a fervor, rekindling the previously waning interest in Cheng Yi, elevating it once more to a peak. The stakes had risen significantly. How could he secure a midday slot for the live broadcast? Was he perhaps a scion of a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could he afford such resources? Surely, no martial arts family could create talismans. Had they not seen the other announcement? Cheng Yi's broadcast would be simultaneously aired across all districts of Jishui City. Good heavens! Was the entire city truly broadcasting his session? Indeed, how could one not conclude he was wealthy? I heard that Cheng Yi had spent the previous day reveling at Chuanxiang Tower before lodging at the Yulian. The Yulian? While one could enter Chuanxiang Tower with wealth alone, entry to the Yulian required a certain status and background. It was effectively confirmed. Cheng Yi must be the son of a prominent family. Is this truly conclusive? Such a leap in logic seems rather hasty. You may not be aware, but yesterday, Cheng Yi accomplished something significant at the Yulian. What was this significant matter? Do share. Early yesterday morning, in the garden of the Yulian's courtyard, Cheng Yi held a lecture aimed at introducing others to the art of talismans. Some individuals without martial arts aptitude managed to sense spiritual energy using just a single talisman. No way. Is that true? Sensing spiritual energy implies they are half a step into the realm of martial cultivation. Yet, these were merely the surface details. The crux lay in the fact that he openly taught the method of creating talismans capable of sensing spiritual energy, and the process was not particularly challenging, with readily available materials, albeit requiring diligent practice. Truly, what is this method? Pray, tell us. To speak candidly, I am utterly unaware. The individual who informed me did not disclose the method of crafting such talismans, and I do not even know the name of the talisman. Nonsense. It is you who are stingy, unwilling to impart your knowledge. I speak the truth. Otherwise, you may witness the broadcast on a cloudy day, where I surmise Cheng Yi shall elucidate the process once more. In light of this, I shall endeavor to secure a spot for that broadcast. The news of Cheng Yi's imminent live broadcast is not only fervently discussed in Jishui City, even in the unannounced Huidou City, many are aware of it. Among them are several merchants and martial practitioners who attended Cheng Yi's lecture at the Moon Inn. I assure you, I can already sense the spiritual energy, thanks to this spirit-seeking talisman. Although it has lost its efficacy now, I speak the truth. A talisman? Is that merely a leaf? You can't be serious. Do you take me for a fool? Well, believe it or not, I have said my piece. Regardless, I am definitely heading to Jishui City to watch the live broadcast. By the way, I heard that Miss Lu Lan from the Lu family has already become a disciple of Cheng Yi. Is that true? Indeed, it is no fabrication. I witnessed it myself in the Garden of the Moon Inn, where Miss Lu called Cheng Yi master. What does this imply for the Lu family? Could it be that Cheng Yi has some powerful backing, and the Lu family seeks to align themselves with him? I am uncertain. The Lu family has always been ruthless towards ordinary people, while Cheng Yi teaches all without regard to status. These two do not seem to share the same path. We shall see how these influential figures contend with one another. By the way, are you going to watch Cheng Yi's live broadcast on a cloudy day? Of course. I'm going. I will prepare to set off shortly to avoid being late. I will accompany you. I heard from a friend who just came from Jishui City that the live broadcast will simultaneously stream on all the plazas in the city. So we need not crowd into the main urban area. We can choose a less populated district instead. You are quite well informed. In Huido City, Lu Qiuyuan listened to his subordinate's report, his expression as dark as water. The news of Lu Lan becoming Cheng Yi's disciple had already spread within a small circle, and it would soon become common knowledge in Huido City. Yet, he has not confirmed whether Cheng Yi has ties to a secret sect. Should this information reach other martial families and major sects within Huido City, they would undoubtedly question their allegiance and suspect the Lu family's intentions of betraying the martial family alliance. Given Cheng Yi's teaching methods, their interests are fundamentally opposed. Regardless, it is imperative to ascertain Cheng Yi's background promptly. If Cheng Yi indeed possesses ties to a secret sect, coupled with Lu Lan's current allegiance to him, then the Lu family would have established a connection with the secret sect, rendering the opinions of other martial families less significant. However, if Cheng Yi lacks any formidable backing, then he shall not escape my ruthless hand. At that time, it would be fitting to eliminate Lu Lan as well, severing any ties. Lu Qiuyuan smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a subordinate and commanded, "Go, prepare the horses." "Yes, my lord." Lu Qiuyuan's gaze sparkled with determination. Given that the black-clad master of the martial sovereign realm had been effortlessly defeated by Cheng Yi, he deemed it futile to send other martial sovereign experts from his estate. Thus, he resolved to confront Cheng Yi personally. Eager to witness the true marvel of his talismanic arts and, if the opportunity arose, to gauge his own prowess. At the break of dawn, Cheng Yi arrived at the garden in the rear courtyard, much like the previous day. The number of practitioners cultivating the reincarnation longevity method had significantly increased, with nearly half more than the day before. Cheng Yi felt a swell of satisfaction as he observed that almost all present could sense the spiritual energy, with about 70% able to absorb it into their bodies, transforming it into spiritual power, though none had yet succeeded in opening their spiritual seas. This was a gradual process that required patience. Upon his arrival, the practitioners greeted him warmly, to which Cheng Yi responded with nods. He offered guidance to a few disciples, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. In a rather secluded area, Cheng Yi chose not to practice the reincarnation longevity method this time, but instead devoted himself entirely to the control spirit technique. However, he did not intend to practice until noon as he had the day before. He planned to stop after 1 hour to visit the city lord's estate and familiarize himself with the details and procedures for the upcoming live broadcast. The hour passed swiftly, and Cheng Yi exhaled deeply, feeling a light sheen of perspiration on his skin. Utilizing a cleansing talisman, his body and clothing became clean and dry in an instant. Without changing attire, he proceeded directly to the city lord's estate. Upon arrival, Cheng Yi first sought out Wang Ho. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Ho escorted him to the designated location for the live broadcast. It was a grand hall within the city lord's estate, its wooden floor adorned with numerous round cushions. At the far end of the hall, a larger, singular cushion was set aside for Cheng Yi, marking his position during the broadcast. The remaining cushions were reserved for the audience, who could pose questions that he could choose to answer selectively. Wang Ho smiled gently, remarking, "Indeed, those in the audience must have paid to attend. However, past broadcasts have lacked intrigue, resulting in poor sales. Yet, with your broadcast, I anticipate no such troubles." Then, Wang Ho summoned a slender, fair-skinned young man of modest height. "This is Yu Shao. During your broadcast, he will filter the audience comments collected from the Mirror Flower Water Moon platform and relay them to you. He will inform you of the identities of the commenters and their questions, allowing you the discretion to respond or remain silent. Yu Shao bowed respectfully to Cheng Yi, saying, "I humbly request your guidance." Cheng Yi nodded with a smile. Wang Ho then continued, "Your live broadcast will commence today and will persist for 3 months. Whether it can be extended thereafter will depend on your abilities. Otherwise, your broadcasting will have to be transferred to other districts." Cheng Yi comprehended the implications of Wang Ho's words. If, upon the conclusion of the 3-month live broadcast, his influence had sufficiently garnered the attention of the prominent sects and martial families within the city of Jishui, he could continue to broadcast from the main urban area. Essentially, this signified that he had ascended to their level. Achieving such a feat within merely 3 months was undoubtedly arduous. For others, it would be akin to scaling the heavens. Given that those illustrious sects and martial families had amassed their current scale and status over generations of accumulation, nevertheless, Cheng Yi felt compelled to rise to the challenge. The impact and reach of a broadcast from the main urban area were undeniably unparalleled compared to other districts. If he could maintain a presence in the main urban area, it would significantly aid in accruing vast amounts of educational value in the initial stages. Having concluded all necessary arrangements, Steward Wang had other matters to attend to, and thus took his leave from Cheng Yi. It was now the hour of the snake. With half an hour remaining until noon, individuals began to enter the courtyard, taking their seats in the pavilion outside, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the broadcast. Many who entered did not cast a glance at Cheng Yi, likely mistaking him for just another audience member who had purchased a ticket for the live event. Despite Cheng Yi's considerable renown, known by virtually all in Jishui City, there remained numerous individuals who had yet to witness his true form due to their absence during the live election campaign. Cheng Yi paid little mind to this. He would nod in acknowledgement to those who recognized him and greeted him. As the countdown to the broadcast dwindled to a mere quarter of an hour, Cheng Yi stepped into the main hall, prompting others to follow suit. Upon observing Cheng Yi approach the innermost position, one individual hastily interjected, that spot is reserved for the broadcaster." Cheng Yi smiled faintly and calmly stated, "I am indeed the host for a while." The individual before him momentarily froze, then quietly apologized and returned to his seat. Before long, the hall was filled with attendees, and Yu Shao appropriately stepped forward to remind, "Mr. Cheng, it is already noon. Shall we commence?" "Let us begin," Cheng Yi replied. "Very well." Yu Shao moved to a corner of the hall, retrieved a key, and unlocked an iron cabinet. From within, he produced a palm-sized, smooth crystal. After manipulating the crystal, the enchanting projections throughout the hall illuminated. In a short time, the imagery reached every district, including the main urban area. Within the scene, Cheng Yi sat prominently at the forefront, surrounded by 300 live spectators. Some awaited in silence, while others engaged in hushed conversations with familiar faces. This was, after all, a live broadcast, and given its rarity as a citywide event, no one wished to embarrass themselves in such a setting. The audience was not only filled to capacity, but even the central square of the main city, invisible to them, was crowded to the brim. Fortunately, the city lord's office had swiftly recognized the situation, gathering personnel to maintain order and prevent further entries. Had chaos ensued, the densely packed crowd could have faced dire consequences. Those unable to enter refused to disperse, lingering outside the square in hopes of catching a glimpse or hearing some sound from within. Wealthier individuals had ascended to the inns and taverns surrounding the central square, or sought refuge in local residences, climbing to upper floors or even rooftops to watch the broadcast through telescopes and megaphones. Some merchants, seizing the opportunity presented by the demand for telescopes and megaphones, quickly transported a full cart of goods. Yet, even so, the supply remained inadequate to meet the overwhelming demand. All personnel tasked with maintaining order were left astounded. Indeed, this is an extraordinary spectacle seldom witnessed in a century. Typically, live broadcasts attract little attention. Yet this has incited such fervor. They could hardly overlook who the host was. Mr. Cheng Yi was not here to advertise but to impart genuine skills, and he charged no fees. This would undoubtedly transform the lives of many impoverished families. "We are indeed fortunate," they mused, "to witness this live broadcast without spending a single coin or contending with the crowd. Look, there are even individuals selling spots." In the central square, a rogue known as Lai Papai, who usually engaged in dubious activities, managed to slip in during a moment of lesser crowding. However, as the throngs grew, he found himself overwhelmed. With noon upon them, and the sun blazing, he realized he had not stolen any money the previous day and had gone without food. Under the relentless sun, he felt himself on the verge of fainting. "Damn it," he thought, "if I don't escape this live broadcast, I might very well perish first. Thus, Lai Papai began to push through the crowd, making his way towards the exit. Nearing the perimeter of the square's security line, he was spotted by a merchant he had previously robbed, who immediately called out to him, Lai Papai, do not flee. I am not here to demand repayment. Rather, I come bearing gifts. As Lai Pipi was about to escape, he halted in his tracks, perplexed by the unexpected proposition. What manner of gift do you propose? The merchant, a smile gracing his face, replied, You currently find yourself within the premises, and I observe your intention to depart. Coincidentally, I wish to enter. How about this? You inform the guards at the checkpoint that you are leaving. I shall enter in your stead, and I will compensate you with 50 coins. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lai Pipi's eyes gleamed with a spark of avarice. A splendid trade. However, he did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, Nay, I require 300 coins. You. The merchant's eyes widened, his beard twitching in indignation as he stomped his foot in frustration. Very well, 300 it shall be. Now hasten and let me in. Long life to you. Master Qian. Lai Pipi approached the checkpoint, explained his situation to the guard, and exchanged places with Master Qian. Observing this transaction, those around him were inspired to follow suit. Engaging in similar exchanges with individuals within the square, Master Qian watched Lai Pipi depart with an air of satisfaction, his contempt for the foolish man evident. Lai Pipi, in his short-sightedness, failed to recognize the opportunity for advancement he had just squandered for a mere 300 coins. The central square of the main city was abuzz with activity, and the squares in other districts were equally lively, particularly in the labor district. Workers were taking leave from their employers, disregarding any disapproval, and flocking to the Mirage Square. The factory owners, furious, were left fuming with frustration. Yet, the typically docile laborers seemed to have found their spines, daring to stand against their oppressors. Consequently, they reported back to their respective employers. The factory owners, whose masters were predominantly powerful sects and martial clans, received the news with outrage. They promptly activated a large-scale sound and image stone array capable of transmitting voices and visuals in real time to coordinate strategies with other sects and martial families. These laborers are audacious, daring to oppose us, declared one. Laborers have historically been impoverished. Let the factory owners withhold half a month's wages and see if they still dare to defy us. Brother Wang, did you not withhold half a month's wages just last month? Questioned another. The man referred to as Brother Wang smirked disdainfully. No matter, they are but commoners. A day without 2 bowls of rice will not starve them. Besides, without us, where would they turn to beg for sustenance? I assure you, no matter how we treat them, they will swallow their grievances. I believe our focus should be on Cheng Yi. I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Liu. The workers' rebellion is merely a result of Cheng Yi's manipulation, as they perceive him to be a benevolent figure. I suspect this sudden emergence of Cheng Yi is a ploy of some super sect. Let us take this opportunity to inquire. Have you all managed to uncover the origins of this Cheng Yi? I dispatched numerous individuals, yet I could not ascertain the ancestral origins of Cheng Yi, nor identify his mentor, and the identity of those behind him remains shrouded in mystery. The most peculiar aspect is that a person cannot simply materialize from thin air. Should such an individual truly exist, it would either be a supernatural occurrence, or he is backed by a formidable force with vast capabilities. Moreover, I have heard that 2 nights ago, a master at the martial sovereign level launched an attack on Cheng Yi at the Fragrant Pavilion. However, the attempt was thwarted, and the assailant was ultimately defeated and fled, sustaining grave injuries, and now his whereabouts are unknown. Brotherly, your scouts from the overbearing sect are reputed to be second to none in Jishui City. Do you possess any intelligence regarding this matter? Sect Master Li Xiang pondered for a moment, then lifted his head to share what he knew. Esteemed guests, I have just received a report indicating that the masked assailant in black, who attempted to ambush Cheng Yi, is none other than Liu Haifeng. What? It is him? Sect Master Li, can your information be trusted? Li Xiang replied, I cannot claim complete certainty. Verification is still underway. However, I believe there is an 80 to 90% chance this is accurate. Rumor has it that the Wind-returning sect has ties to the Lingyun sect, suggesting that this was an attempt by the Lingyun sect to probe Cheng Yi and expose those behind him. They likely did not anticipate that Liu Haifeng would prove inadequate in strength, failing to draw out Cheng Yi's backers and instead revealing himself. This matter requires further verification. We must refrain from jumping to conclusions. It is imperative that we keep this information to ourselves, for the Lingyun sect is not a force we can afford to provoke. Understood, understood. What then shall be done about Cheng Yi? Li Xiong stroked his beard and replied, for the time being. We shall hold our positions and investigate the individuals behind him before devising a plan, whether to ally with him or eliminate him. Until then, we must not act rashly. What Sect Master Li has articulated is indeed very reasonable. I shall adhere to his counsel. The Lingyun sect's initial probing was unsuccessful, was it not? Let us wait a while longer. I suspect the Lingyun sect will undoubtedly make another move. Outside the main urban area, in every district square adjacent to the illusory blossoms, numerous individuals gathered. Though not as awe-inspiring as the central square, it was nonetheless an unprecedented spectacle in these districts. I never anticipated that Mr. Cheng Yi would go to such lengths to impart the knowledge of, purchasing this entire time slot across all districts. What an expense that must have been. Indeed, and furthermore, Mr. Cheng Yi offers his teachings without charge. Have we ever encountered such a selfless individual? Certainly, Mr. Cheng Yi's benevolence rivals that of the sages from a millennium ago. I believe we cannot allow Mr. Cheng Yi to make such sacrifices for us without offering something in return. Perhaps we should collectively gather our resources and find an opportunity to present them to Mr. Cheng Yi. But I have heard that Mr. Cheng Yi does not even possess a dojo. How could he have a residence? Then it is all the more essential that we provide him with funds, enabling him to establish his own domicile. We cannot allow the virtuous to suffer. Your reasoning is sound. I shall discuss this matter with my colleagues upon my return. Hush. Be quiet, for Mr. Cheng Yi has commenced his lecture. In the live broadcast hall, Cheng Yi has begun to expound upon the concept of spiritual cultivation. Martial practitioners absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, transforming it into vital essence, while spiritual cultivators assimilate spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power. This pronouncement sent ripples throughout the city. Previously, in the garden of the Yulian, Cheng Yi had elucidated this concept, but at that time, only a few hundred were privy to it. Moreover, those who resided at the Yulian were not of ordinary lineage. They understood the gravity of the matter and recognized the potential for turmoil and bloodshed should it be mishandled, thus refraining from widespread proclamation. Even when confiding in their closest associates, they would caution them against spreading the word. Consequently, the term spiritual cultivation did not permeate the populace. Those who had attended Cheng Yi's lecture in the garden could scarcely have anticipated that he would boldly declare the existence of spiritual cultivation in a citywide broadcast. Was he not apprehensive of the peril it might bring? Cheng Yi was well aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he had already devised a strategy. Within the system lay a formidable weapon, which he intended to exchange as soon as the live broadcast concluded. With this, he would solidify and entrench the powerful backing that loomed behind him. As Cheng Yi uttered his initial remarks in the live hall, the comment boards across various districts were inundated with responses. The enforcers of the ethereal realms swiftly transmitted the top 10 inquiries from the comment board to the live streaming crystal in Yu Zhao's possession. Faced with an onslaught of messages, Yu Zhao carefully selected 3 of the most representative questions to present to Cheng Yi. Yet, upon hearing these questions, Cheng Yi opted not to respond. Yu Zhao refrained from pressing further, understanding that the instructor of the live session had his own rhythm, and her role was merely to assist. After expounding on some critical aspects of spiritual practitioners, Cheng Yi proceeded to impart the intricate method for crafting the spirit-seeking talisman. The entire city trembled once more. The mere mention of a spiritual practitioner had already left the audience in disbelief. Now, Cheng Yi was unveiling a talisman capable of enabling those devoid of martial aptitude to sense spiritual energy, inciting a collective frenzy among the crowd. In this vast sea of humanity, countless individuals had harbored lifelong regrets due to their lack of martial potential. And the inability to perceive spiritual energy had always been an insurmountable barrier. Now, that barrier was poised to be transcended. Although Cheng Yi cautioned that merely sensing spiritual energy did not guarantee the ability to cultivate martial skills, those without martial aptitude would remain unable to cultivate, his words did little to quell the excitement of the throng. As what had once been unthinkable was now being addressed by Cheng Yi through the spirit-seeking talisman. Moreover, the simplicity of crafting this talisman was astonishing. With just yellow paper, ink, and cinnabar, even those from impoverished backgrounds could manage to procure these items with a bit of determination. And if finances were truly insufficient, borrowing from neighbors was a feasible option, given that these supplies were not exorbitantly priced. In the central square of the main district, many listeners rushed to gather the necessary materials for crafting the talisman immediately after Cheng Yi concluded his explanation. They began to attempt their creations, and those nearby readily offered their backs as surfaces for drawing the talismans. Although most people failed in their initial attempts, a few succeeded on their first try. Witnessing this success, the initially defeated individuals gathered their materials once more to make a second attempt. With several tries, the number of successful creators steadily increased. However, the sheer volume of individuals wishing to craft the talisman was overwhelming, and the limited supplies of paper, ink, brushes, and cinnabar brought by the crowd quickly proved inadequate. To their delight, they soon discovered vendors outside the square selling these very supplies. It turned out to be a merchant with the surname Qian, whose shop was conveniently located near the central square, and he had observed the gathering crowd desperately searching for the materials needed to create the talismans. He rushed to the edge of the square's security line, calling his son over and instructing him to quickly bring their possessions from home to set up a stall. As soon as the stall was established, within the span of a single incense stick's burning, it was entirely sold out. The face of the boss's son beamed with joy, for these items were sold at a price inflated by 50%. What are you grinning at? Hurry and fetch all the stock we have at home. Also, tell your mother to take the assistants and procure more goods. Remember, we only want what's readily available. Whatever they have in stock, we'll take it. Go swiftly. In the central square, many affluent merchants lacking martial arts qualifications, despite having acquired materials, had failed in their attempts. Seeing others successfully crafting talismans, they were willing to pay exorbitant prices. However, he was not the only one seeking ready-made talismans. A lively bidding war erupted, transforming the scene into an auction. Ultimately, a single talisman sold for an astonishing 100 taels. For an ordinary person, with some frugality, the price of that talisman could sustain them for most of their lives. The sellers of the talismans were flushed with excitement, while others could only sigh in resignation, hastily seeking to purchase materials and tools to craft their own talismans, hoping to secure a worry-free existence for the rest of their lives. Those who procured talismans or successfully crafted their own, eager to employ them as instructed by Cheng Yi, utilized the talismans with fervor. Those who had not obtained the chicken blood resorted to pricking their fingers, using their own blood. I succeeded. I succeeded. I can feel the spiritual energy. It's real. It's truly real. With the first ordinary person successfully sensing spiritual energy through the use of the spirit-seeking talisman, the atmosphere surged once more, not only in the main urban area but also in the other districts, especially among the laborers. Firecrackers were ignited as if in celebration, marking the arrival of this momentous day. The ordinary people, long oppressed by the burdens of martial cultivation, finally found a chance for redemption. Those who had previously doubted Cheng Yi now cast aside their skepticism, some even kneeling in reverence. The onlookers did not mock these individuals. They understood the feeling of being mired in despair only to suddenly glimpse hope. Mr. Cheng, reports are flooding in from various places, and many have successfully used the spirit-seeking talisman to perceive spiritual energy. You shall inform Cheng Yi, who sat there like a mountain, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Cheng Yi surveyed the bustling scene within the hall, where the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The materials required for crafting talismans were promptly provided by the city lord's mansion, ensuring an ample supply. Consequently, over half of the 200 attendees present had successfully produced talismans, with approximately 60% of them managing to sense the spiritual energy. Each individual who succeeded in sensing the energy stood up, filled with excitement, and bowed in gratitude towards Cheng Yi. In return, Cheng Yi acknowledged each bow with a warm smile and a nod. As the time approached, Cheng Yi began to instruct on how to absorb spiritual energy into the body, transforming it into spiritual power. The ability to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into power is one of the most significant distinctions between spiritual and martial cultivation. If you can successfully convert spiritual energy into power, you will no longer need to rely on animal blood to activate the talismans. Utilizing your own spiritual energy will enhance both speed and efficacy. Following this, Cheng Yi imparted the reincarnation longevity technique to the audience. Many hastily retrieved the unused yellow paper and ink from earlier, diligently noting it down word for word. Once you have mastered the reincarnation longevity technique, it will autonomously function even while you sleep, absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into power. Observers from all corners of the city, as well as those in the live broadcast hall, witnessed some quick-witted individuals who memorized the technique immediately begin their cultivation. Many struggled to fully comprehend the nuances of the reincarnation longevity technique. After listening to the questions posed by the audience and those from various locations, Cheng Yi addressed each query in turn. Before long, individuals began to successfully absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, and shortly thereafter, others succeeded in converting that energy into spiritual power. Each person, previously devoid of martial aptitude, who managed to transform their spiritual energy, bowed 3 times in reverence, addressing Cheng Yi as their master. However, until Cheng Yi formally acknowledged them, their actions did not constitute a successful apprenticeship. Regardless of his response, they felt compelled to express their respect. Outside the hall, in various regions, spectators witnessed the bowing rituals of the live audience and eagerly emulated them, bowing towards Cheng Yi. In an instant, a throng of thousands paid homage, creating an unprecedented spectacle. The midday sun could not match the fervor radiating from the people. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's excited report, Cheng Yi felt a twinge of concern and subsequently advised Yu Xiao. In moments of excitement, individuals are prone to overlook their discomfort. Please inform the officials in every district to prepare some cool soup to be delivered to the spectators in the square. I shall cover all expenses. Understood. Soon after, the audience in various squares were delighted to receive the chilled soup, and upon learning that it was a gift from Cheng Yi, their gratitude deepened. With the live broadcast time dwindling, Cheng Yi resolved to share insights on the opening of the spiritual sea. The attendees in the hall, noticing Cheng Yi's intent to continue, fell silent, their attention fully captured. The spiritual sea is the foundation upon which spiritual practitioners deploy their diverse techniques. Without its opening, one might only utilize some basic talismans, but other methods would lack support. After Cheng Yi elaborated on the intricate process of opening the spiritual sea, he continued to remind everyone that this endeavor is far from straightforward. However, he noted that should anyone manage to successfully open the spiritual sea within a single day, they are welcome to visit my dojo, where I shall provide further guidance. At that moment, Yu Xiao approached and said, Mr. Cheng, the live broadcast time has arrived. Cheng Yi nodded and addressed the gathered crowd, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, this live broadcast concludes here today, at noon on a cloudy day. I shall continue to impart teachings on the art of talismans. After the broadcast ended, Cheng Yi rose and bid farewell to the more than 200 attendees present. He then exited the live broadcast hall with Yu Xiao. Once outside, Cheng Yi called out to Yu Xiao, Is there a more secluded room available? Yes. The adjacent reception room should be unoccupied at the moment. Excellent. I would appreciate it if you could escort me there. Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. After guiding Cheng Yi to the reception room, Yu Xiao took his leave, as he needed to report the events of today's broadcast to his superior. After all, today's live session had been astonishing, truly unprecedented. Once Yu Xiao departed, Cheng Yi utilized his spiritual energy to inscribe a warding talisman on the doors and windows. He then activated the system, noting that his teaching value had surpassed 300,000. Behold, this is the essence of security. However, Cheng Yi was not naive enough to let sudden wealth cloud his judgment. He understood that it was not every day one could amass such a teaching value. The majority of today's substantial earnings stemmed from individuals who had not previously engaged in the study of his talismans. Perhaps some had merely observed the broadcast for centuries without ever embarking on the path of talismanic knowledge. Nonetheless, this group would be limited, and it was likely that the teaching value during overcast days would see a dramatic decline. Today, he had taught 3 subjects: the creation of the seeking spirit talisman, the conversion of spiritual energy, and the opening of the spiritual sea. Even if the creation of the seeking spirit talisman was unsuccessful, first-time learners of talismans could each contribute a point to Cheng Yi's teaching value. Should a learner successfully draw the seeking spirit talisman, they would further provide an additional point. It was estimated that those who attempted to learn the seeking spirit talisman but did not succeed accounted for the majority, perhaps 8 or 9/10 of today's accrued teaching value. Those who successfully inscribe the spirit-seeking talisman are likely to outnumber those who have mastered the transformation of spiritual energy. As for those who have managed to open their spiritual sea, Cheng Yi suspects that within this population of 300,000, there may be only a few. Nonetheless, 300,000 is no trifling number. It is probable that several individuals of remarkable talent will emerge. Even if they cannot rival the likes of Lu Guer and Lu Lan, having them under one's command would still be advantageous. The birth of a new power necessitates a sufficient number of individuals, and if this new force aspires to rapidly expand its influence, it must seek out capable talents. Individuals like Wu Qingdao, who possess considerable prowess, should be actively recruited to safeguard this nascent collective of spiritual practitioners. Li Qian is indeed commendable. However, during a drinking session 2 nights ago with Wu Qingdao and Li Qian, Cheng Yi had already gauged his loyalty. Li Qian was raised by his master, Lu Qiyuan. From a tender age, receiving martial training and resources that facilitated his swift ascent to the martial sovereign realm. This duality of nurturing and rebirth creates an unbreakable bond. Furthermore, Li Qian is profoundly loyal, making it impossible for him to be swayed to join. Given Li Qian's deep-seated loyalty and Lu Lan's kind-hearted nature, it stands to reason that Lu Qiyuan would not be an insurmountable obstacle. Should an alliance be forged, it would be exceedingly beneficial. Another potential ally lies within the city lord's mansion. Not only is the city lord himself regarded as the foremost figure beneath the martial sovereign, possessing formidable strength, but the mansion oversees the entirety of water-gathering city, wielding resources that may surpass those of the Lu family, a renowned martial lineage. Although Cheng Yi has yet to meet Lord Yu Chifeng, he enjoys a strong rapport with manager Wang, as Wang is the de facto administrator of water-gathering city. Remaining in the city should facilitate the cultivation of sufficient strength without undue difficulty. In summary, the connection to the city lord's mansion has been established. With an abundance of teaching value at his disposal, Cheng Yi is poised to realize his long-held ambition, to elevate his talismans to a higher echelon. Cheng Yi discovered the talisman section, which now indicated a medium level. Beside it was an option for upgrading, marked with a price of 100,000 teaching points. System: are you certain you wish to upgrade the talisman to a high level? Cheng Yi confirmed. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of profound knowledge surged into his mind, accompanied by corresponding practical experience. Moreover, Cheng Yi sensed that the system had transformed his physique, rendering it suitable for wielding advanced talismans. This process lasted nearly the duration of a tea break. When it concluded, Cheng Yi was enveloped in an ineffable sense of confidence that unwittingly radiated from him. According to the system's exposition, advanced talisman masters are a rarity even in the realm of cultivation where the system resides. Typically, it requires an individual to commence their studies from a young age, enduring several decades or even centuries to cultivate such mastery in advanced talismans. Many do not live to see the day they become advanced talisman masters, passing away with unfulfilled aspirations. Those who emerge from the blood-soaked battlegrounds to attain the status of advanced talisman masters possess their own sense of pride and assurance. The distinction between advanced talisman masters and their beginner and intermediate counterparts is akin to a chasm. An advanced talisman master possesses the ability to create talismans. The creation of basic talismans is a trivial endeavor for such masters, while intermediate talismans can be crafted with a modicum of research. The moment Cheng Yi ascended to the rank of advanced talisman master, he transitioned from being a mere user of talismans to a creator of them. Beyond the ability to forge talismans, the combat prowess of advanced talisman masters is vastly superior, standing in stark contrast to that of beginner and intermediate talisman practitioners. Among beginner talismans, the most formidable in terms of instantaneous power is the fire separation talisman, while the corresponding intermediate talisman is the thunder palm, followed by the intermediate fire separation talisman. However, in the realm of advanced talismans, the quantity of potent talismans experiences an explosive increase. The power of the advanced fire separation talisman, though formidable, ranks lower among the high explosive talismans, yet one particular talisman left Cheng Yi exhilarated. Talisman, 10-mile divine light, which releases a beam of divine radiance from one's fingertips, capable of penetrating any object, with a maximum range of 10 miles. To Cheng Yi, this resembles a mobile, ground-based laser emitter. This device, even against those of the martial sovereign realm and above, would surely inflict injuries, if not death, if struck. However, Cheng Yi surmised that such an extraordinary object could not be deployed in unlimited quantities, as its consumption would be substantial. In addition, numerous other powerful functional talismans exist, such as the barrier wall talisman, which can spontaneously conjure an earthen wall from the ground. If the terrain consists of stone, it can summon a stone wall. And the more spiritual energy infused into it, the taller and sturdier the wall becomes. Another example is the electric field talisman, which invokes a spherical area within a certain range, teeming with surging currents. Apart from oneself, all entities that enter the domain will be influenced by it. Much like a barrier wall, the more spiritual energy is infused, the greater the expanse of the domain and the more potent the current becomes. These two are exceptionally tactical sigils, and there exist many other sigils that are equally formidable. This prompted Cheng Yi to ponder. If advanced sigils are already so powerful, what might the higher tier ones be like? Cheng Yi cast a glance at the section for talismans. After the advanced talismans, there remained only a perfect talisman. Yet, The upgrade conditions were marked merely by a question mark. It appeared that the prerequisites for upgrading to a perfect talisman encompassed more than just the teaching value. And perhaps it was not solely based on that. Elevating the intermediate talisman to an advanced level had consumed 100,000 teaching points. Presently, Cheng Yi had just over 200,000 teaching points in the system's account. Contemplating the bottleneck he had reached with the reincarnation longevity technique, Cheng Yi resolved to exchange for a more superior cultivation method. In the section for cultivation techniques, he discovered something familiar. The reincarnation longevity technique, advanced version, priced at 100,000 teaching points. Was it that the reincarnation longevity technique I previously learned was merely the basic version? Aside from the reincarnation longevity technique, there were two additional cultivation methods, one named Shadowless Sword Embryo Technique and the other called Slashing Blade Embryo Technique. Each of these required the practitioner to consistently wield a sword or a blade as their primary weapon, respectively, and both served to enhance not only the practitioner's realm, but also the potency of their corresponding techniques. Cheng Yi has yet to decide whether to wield a knife or a sword, or perhaps both. He believes that possessing a system affords him the luxury of mastering all disciplines without seeming excessive. Thus, he refrains from imposing limitations on himself prematurely. In light of this, he resolves to defer his decision for the time being. Both martial arts techniques are neither exorbitantly priced nor unreasonably cheap, each requiring 20,000 teaching points. Although he can afford them, they are currently of no use to him, making any purchase a mere extravagance. Consequently, he can only opt for the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Cheng Yi still hopes for a touch of novelty, something to surprise him. System: confirm expenditure of 100,000 teaching points to exchange for the reincarnation longevity technique. Advanced version. Cheng Yi confirmed. System: redemption successful. The item has been delivered. The advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique instantaneously entered Cheng Yi's mind. In a short while, Cheng Yi had completely comprehended all the intricacies of the upgraded reincarnation longevity technique. As Cheng Yi opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickered within them. This advanced version of the cycle of eternal life truly surprised him. The basic version of the cycle comprised 3 tiers. The first tier enabled practitioners to convert their spiritual energy and establish a spiritual sea, which is the knowledge he has imparted to others. The second tier allows the cycle to operate autonomously even when the practitioner is not actively cultivating, significantly enhancing their cultivation efficiency. The third tier facilitates the gradual expansion of the practitioner's spiritual sea while further improving the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion. Now, Cheng Yi had mastered the third tier, and his spiritual sea had ceased to expand, with the conversion efficiency no longer on the rise. The advanced version of the cycle also consists of 3 tiers. The first tier purifies the spiritual energy within the spiritual sea while simultaneously fortifying the practitioner's body, making the inner and outer walls of the spiritual sea more resilient. The second tier compresses the spiritual sea, further condensing the spiritual energy within it, whereby a single unit of energy becomes equivalent to what previously required 10. The third tier compresses the spiritual sea to its utmost limit, rendering the converted spiritual energy nearly incapable of entering the sea. At this juncture, the practitioner must defy the heavens, applying further pressure to forcibly infuse an exceedingly volatile spiritual energy into the already maximally compressed spiritual sea, igniting the energy within. Upon completing the first tier, the practitioner will enter the foundational realm of the immortal cultivation continent, and success in the third tier will elevate them directly to the golden core realm. At the outset, the system included a tome of cultivation knowledge in the Novice gift package, which meticulously detailed the hierarchical realms of the immortal cultivation world. There are 9 principal realms in the path of immortality: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, unity, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Except for the tribulation crossing realm, each of the other major realms is further divided into early, mid, late stages, and great perfection. Cheng Yi has now attained the pinnacle of the Chi refinement realm. Previously, he diligently focused on solidifying his foundation, deliberately restraining himself from advancing into the foundation establishment realm, while continuously expanding his spiritual sea until it could expand no further. Now, as soon as he cultivates the first tier of the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique, he will seamlessly transition into the foundation establishment realm. Cheng Yi was thoroughly satisfied, at least for the foreseeable future. He need not worry about the inadequacy of his cultivation methods. However, Despite possessing a formidable realm, he lacked effective close combat techniques. While the functions of talismans were indeed comprehensive, there were inevitably aspects they could not address. It was during such moments that a powerful martial skill would prove invaluable. Moreover, Cheng Yi had always yearned for the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat, having engaged in a few skirmishes recently. Yet, each victory had been secured through the element of surprise afforded by talismans and the sheer dominance of his realm, which diminished the exhilarating essence of close-quarter battles. This left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Glancing at his remaining 100,000 teaching points, Cheng Yi resolved to exchange for a couple of formidable martial skills. He navigated to the martial arts section. The grading of martial skills in the realm of immortals coincided perfectly with that of the fantastical continent he currently inhabited. Categorized into 4 levels: yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven. Presently, the finest martial skills available in the system store were limited to 2 options. One was the earth-level skill, Shadowless Sword, while the other was also an earth-level skill, the Rending Blade. The coincidence of their names was striking. They corresponded precisely with the Shadowless Sword technique and the Rending Blade technique. Regardless of the remarkable coincidence, both martial skills were of exceptional quality, each priced at 20,000 teaching points. Cheng Yi did not hesitate and promptly purchased both martial arts techniques, causing his system wallet to diminish significantly, leaving him with only 60,000 teaching points. Since he had already exchanged for the martial arts techniques, should he not also acquire the corresponding cultivation methods? Cheng Yi glanced at the remaining 60,000 teaching points and suddenly felt as if he had reverted to a state of impoverishment. Never mind. Raising the proficiency and comprehension of these 2 martial techniques to their maximum level would require an expenditure of 40,000 teaching points, leaving him with a mere 20,000, certainly insufficient. Ultimately, Cheng Yi decided against redeeming the 2 sword techniques and opted instead to elevate the proficiency, comprehension, and experience of the Shadowless Sword and the Slashing Blade to their fullest potential. Upon achieving mastery in these 2 arts, he instantaneously transformed into a grandmaster of his generation, his gaze becoming increasingly piercing. It seemed he could effortlessly wield his hand as a blade and point as a sword, unleashing terrifying assaults. However, employing his hands as blades felt somewhat lacking in elegance. Clearly, it was time to procure a fine sword and a quality blade. Observing the remaining 21,000 teaching points in the system, Cheng Yi resolved not to redeem anything further and exited the system, leaving the reception room. As he passed by the live streaming hall, he heard some sounds emanating from within. It appeared someone was broadcasting live. Intrigued by the scenes of others' live streams, he decided to venture inside. At that moment, a servant called out to him and hastened over. "Mr. Cheng, I finally found you. A gentleman named Bai Xiaofeng is looking for you." Bai Xiaofeng? Cheng Yi recalled him. A person of remarkable tact and consideration, who had already become his disciple. Most importantly, he hailed from a wealthy family and had directly gifted him a dojo. Bai Xiaofeng had previously mentioned that the dojo would be restored within a few days. Could it be that the arrangements had already been completed? Thus, he addressed his servant, saying, "Very well, take me to meet him." At the Lord's residence, a report lay upon the table, while a neatly attired constable stood before them. "Master Steward," he began, "we have fulfilled our promise and finally uncovered the truth behind the attack on Mr. Cheng Yi at the Chuanxiang building. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the assailant was none other than Lu Haifeng, the leader of the Huifeng sect, precisely as you anticipated." The Lord gently stroked his half-inch-long, jet-black beard, his eyes glimmering as he inquired, "Aside from the Huifeng sect, are there any other sects or martial families involved?" In response, "My lord, there are none. However, it is rumored that the Huifeng sect has ties to the Lingyun sect. We have also investigated this matter and discovered that Lu Haifeng has indeed maintained close private dealings with the Lingyun sect over the years. There is a possibility that this incident may have been instigated by them." Lingyun sect? Upon hearing these words, the Lord's brow furrowed slightly. He had long been aware of the Huifeng sect's rumored affiliation with the Lingyun sect, yet no one had ever produced tangible evidence. The Lord had dismissed it as mere bravado on the part of the Huifeng sect, but now it seemed the rumors bore truth. A sense of astonishment flickered in the Lord's eyes. This rumor had been investigated by many over the years, all to no avail. Yet this constable had uncovered Lu Haifeng's long-standing associations with the Lingyun sect in less than 3 days. The Lord couldn't help but regard this robust man with a newfound respect and gently asked, "What is your name? What is your background?" "Master Steward, I am Chiu Yunhu. 23 years of age, hailing from the people of Water City, with my ancestors residing in the main urban area." "And your martial prowess?" "Reporting to you, My lord, I am currently at the late stage of the martial master realm, having studied under the esteemed Cheng Yi of the Qianjin Blade, where I have received his true teachings. The lord nodded in approval. Very well, Xiaoyunhu, your investigation has yielded results. After a while, proceed to the reward platform to receive a steed of exceptional bloodline and 10 taels of gold. Furthermore, your monthly salary will be increased by 10 taels of silver. And I hope you will achieve further accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyunhu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately knelt, bowing his head in gratitude for the reward. After Xiaoyunhu departed, the lord stroked his beard, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then took the report and made his way to Yu Qingfeng's training room. Upon arriving at the training room, the lord was startled by a loud explosion that echoed from within, causing several cracks to appear in the beams, dislodging a cloud of dust. The lord's expression tightened, and he rushed into the training room in a frenzy. Upon seeing Yu Qifeng unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. My lord, you startled me. I thought you had lost control during your training. The prince surveyed the surrounding chaos with a hint of concern. The tea table lay overturned. The floor tiles were shattered, the fish in the pond had perished from the tremor, and the roof bore a gaping hole the size of a door panel. Turning his gaze to Yu Qingfeng, he found him disheveled and despondent, weakly seated on the ground, leaning against a cracked beam. The prince approached slowly and sat down beside him, gently patting Yu Qingfeng's arm. Whatever troubles you, feel free to share, there's no need to bottle it up. Yu Qingfeng looked up at the prince and exhaled heavily. Since being ambushed 3 years ago and injuring my Dantian, I have made no progress in my cultivation. No matter my efforts. Over these 3 years, I have focused on recuperation, avoiding combat, allowing my Dantian to gradually recover. Just moments ago, the physician informed me that my Dantian has fully healed and I may resume martial pursuits. I had hoped to ascend to the realm of martial sovereign, but alas, due to blocked meridians, my vital energy and blood have become stagnant. The physician indicated that breaking through these obstructions requires the strength of a martial sovereign, and it must be done through my own power. Should I rely on another's strength, it would shatter my meridians, rendering my cultivation null and void. Upon finishing, Yu Qingfeng cried out to the heavens in anguish to require the strength of a martial sovereign while I am utterly incapable of ascending to that realm. This matter seems insurmountable. Listening to Yu Qingfeng's lament, the prince felt a surge of joy rather than despair, breaking into a hearty laugh. Yu Qifeng, taken aback and somewhat irate, asked, Old Wang, why do you mock me? With a smile, the prince replied, I do not mock. Rather, your predicament may have found a turning point. At these words, hope ignited in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, and he clutched the prince's arm, shaking it fervently. Quickly, tell me more. Calm yourself, do not shake me, and listen closely. The prince urged, allowing Yu Qifeng to settle down before continuing. Do you recall Cheng Yi from before? Indeed, his talismans are remarkable, enabling an ordinary person to wield the strength of a martial zone in a short span. But what does this have to do with my predicament? I require the strength of a martial sovereign, Yu Qingfeng responded. The prince smiled knowingly at Yu Qingfeng. Upon seeing this smile, Yu Qingfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that he can create talismans for the martial sovereign realm? The prince handed over a report, which Yu Qifeng received with urgency and read quickly. Cheng Yi effortlessly defeated Lu Heifen, who was at the mid-level of the martial zone realm. Is this true? The prince replied earnestly, absolutely true. Consider this. Cheng Yi can now utilize talismans to achieve a level beyond the mid-tier of the martial zone realm and, even when ambushed, he managed to defeat Lu Heifen without a scratch. His true strength may have already reached the late stage of the martial zone realm. The prince continued. Reflect further. Could this be a case of him concealing his true abilities? After all, this isn't the first instance. During his initial live competition, his performance was not particularly astounding. It was only in the finals that he revealed his prowess at the martial zone level. Upon deeper reflection, one might ponder whether he is yet to reveal his true capabilities. Noticing the hesitation in Yu Qingfeng's demeanor, Wang Ho continued, even if he cannot yet create talismans of the martial sovereign realm, he has already attained the late stage of the martial sect realm. How far can he be from the martial sovereign realm? Even if he cannot extricate you from your predicament at present, given a little more time, he will ultimately succeed. This is certainly preferable to remaining in an unresolved situation. Seeing the shadows lift from Yu Qingfeng's eyes, Wang Ho finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. I believe it is essential for you to personally approach him for a conversation. Such sincerity will foster goodwill, which will also benefit the city lord's mansion. Yu Qifeng nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall seek him out immediately. Where is he now? Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, he heard from his subordinates that the son of the old Bai family was looking for him. That young man had taken Cheng Yi as his master and had even gifted him a dojo. He was likely on his way to the southern part of the city to visit the dojo. Upon hearing this, Yu Chengfeng felt a surge of urgency and dashed out. Wang Ho called after him, "Hold on. It would be prudent to tidy yourself up before you go. How can anyone believe you are the lord of this city when you appear so disheveled?" Yu Chengfeng skidded to a halt, a cloud of dust rising from his shoes. "Indeed, I must change first." Bai Xiaofeng had just received news that the dojo had been renovated. So he went to the eastern part of the city to take a look. Indeed, the substantial investment had yielded extraordinary results. The dojo was situated in a warehouse in the southern part of Jishui City, originally used for grain storage. During its construction, it had only one elevated floor, with each warehouse covering nearly 4 acres, and there were a total of 8 warehouses. Surrounding the warehouses were rudimentary earthen walls, 3 men high, unsightly but functional. No matter how Bai Xiaofeng viewed the structure or those crude walls, he found them utterly unappealing. How could a dojo meant for his master be so austere? Thus, he waved his hand decisively and ordered a complete demolition and reconstruction. To ensure the project was completed within 3 days, he poured in a tremendous amount of money, hiring an entire team of designers who worked tirelessly, producing architectural plans overnight. Moreover, he recruited countless skilled martial artists and warriors as construction workers, who worked in shifts, ensuring that work continued without interruption. Remarkably, they completed the entire construction of the dojo within 3 days. This phenomenon illustrates why martial prowess is revered throughout the mystical continent. Even if an individual's martial aptitude only allows them to reach the warrior realm or the lowest tier of martial practitioners, possessing martial cultivation typically renders them significantly more efficient than the average person. Naturally, their hiring costs are correspondingly higher. As a result, the lives of ordinary people have become increasingly challenging. Faced with a street full of martial cultivators, they find themselves nearly devoid of competitive edge, forced to undervalue their labor, toiling tirelessly yet earning just enough for subsistence. If they wish to save any money, they might have to live in a manner akin to beggars. From a young age, Bai Xiaofeng had demonstrated greater intelligence than his brothers. When it came to managing the family business, none could surpass him. Even the esteemed patriarch Bai Shibai expresses admiration for him. Alas, Bai Xiaofeng is inherently devoid of martial arts aptitude. Although the elder Bai wishes to cultivate him as the next family head, he finds himself powerless to do so. Without sufficient martial prowess, not only is it challenging to command respect, but the threat of rebellion looms larger than for others. Thus, while Bai Shengbai entrusted Bai Xiaofeng with numerous business ventures at an early age, and Bai Xiaofeng did not disappoint, flourishing in his endeavors, it remains that when Bai Shibai ultimately becomes less discerning, the mantle of family head will fall to Bai Xiaofeng's elder brother, Bai Yuanhua. Bai Xiaofeng is destined to remain in his brother's shadow, serving as a mere assistant. That was until the arrival of Cheng Yi, which transformed the perspectives of both father and son. Reflecting on that moment still stirs a tempest of emotions within Bai Xiaofeng. From the instant Cheng Yi validated the authenticity of his talismans, his father summoned him for a conversation. His father stated that if he could attain strength akin to Cheng Yi's, then the title of family head would rightfully belong to him. Of course, even without his father's encouragement, Bai Xiaofeng would have sought Cheng Yi as his mentor, for he has long yearned for his own power. Despite his youth and early immersion in the business world, Bai Xiaofeng understands that to earn the attention of someone like Cheng Yi, one must first offer substantial assistance in the utmost respect. Regardless of his innate talent and talismans, his master would undoubtedly invest wholeheartedly in his development. As long as he could attain the strength of a martial sovereign, the position of family head would be securely within his grasp. Furthermore, he anticipates that his master's influence will only grow, and by becoming Cheng Yi's disciple, he would be aligning himself with a powerful ally, which would greatly benefit the family's future. Now, witnessing the completion of the dojo, so magnificently constructed, he felt compelled to invite his master to witness his contribution. Additionally, he wished to request a name for the dojo from Cheng Yi. During the live broadcast at noon, he felt a twinge of regret for not securing a seat at the venue. Acquiring tickets from those who had would prove difficult, for they were no ordinary individuals. Thus, he watched the live stream from a 3-story tavern adjacent to the central square, utilizing a telescope and a megaphone. After several attempts, he succeeded in crafting talismans. Although the process of converting spiritual energy was lengthy, it ultimately bore fruit. As for opening the spiritual sea, there were no signs of success yet. However, he remained undeterred. For many cannot even manage to convert spiritual energy, indicating that while his talent and talismans may not be exceptional, it is certainly competent enough for the study of talisman crafting and spiritual cultivation. Once the live stream concluded, Bai Xiaofeng hastened to the city lord's residence, arriving just in time to meet Cheng Yi before his departure. Upon encountering Cheng Yi, Bai Xiaofeng bowed respectfully. Master, the dojo has been completed. I have come to invite you to inspect it for any necessary modifications or additions, and I would be honored if you could bestow a name upon it. As he spoke, a thought suddenly struck him. Oh, by the way, Master, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I have invited several skilled chefs to the dojo, and the dishes they prepare are quite delectable, perfectly complementing a drink with my master. Cheng Yi was somewhat taken aback. His disciple was exceedingly eager. Nevertheless, one should not strike a smiling face, especially since the individual had genuinely extended assistance. Therefore, it was only fitting to reciprocate with grace. With a satisfied smile, Cheng Yi remarked, as fortune would have it, I find myself unoccupied at the moment, so let us proceed. The two mounted their steeds and set off towards the southern part of the city. Given their location in a bustling urban area, they were compelled to traverse at a leisurely pace, engaging in conversation to pass the time. Primarily, Cheng Yi listened as Bai Xiaofeng spoke, covering a wide array of topics from the influence and business ventures of his family to the entrepreneurial endeavors of his grandfather, the history of Jishui City, and even the current affairs of the Jiuzhou Kingdom. The breadth of their dialogue was vast and varied, encompassing all corners of the world and limitless subjects. Cheng Yi felt a sense of assurance with Bai Xiaofeng around. Future gatherings and team-building events at the dojo would no longer be plagued by awkward silences. However, just as he was about to ride out of the bustling city, he sensed something amiss. The warning talisman was reacting. Ever since he had been followed by that group of men in black, Cheng Yi had become increasingly vigilant. Although that encounter had not resulted in their success, he had dispatched 7 of them, leaving only one to escape. The chilling recounting of their intentions by Yu Qianlu had left him in a cold sweat. Without the use of talismans, he was, after all, merely an ordinary person, and in a city as renowned as Jishui City, this fact weighed heavily on him, especially after today. It was likely that half of Jishui City had become acquainted with his appearance. If he remained unguarded, it would be only a matter of time before he found himself in peril. He had only just traversed into this world. The system had yet to settle comfortably with him. Thus, since that day, Cheng Yi had kept a warning talisman perpetually activated. Once triggered, the talisman allowed the user to sense hostility within a certain radius for a limited time. The intensity of the reaction increased with the level of animosity present. This response was categorized into 3 degrees. The first indicated mere dissatisfaction without any intent to act. The second suggested that someone within the vicinity harbored intentions to strike but did not yet seek to kill. The third revealed a genuine desire to harm, potentially with lethal intent. The current reaction of the warning talisman fell into the second category. In truth, ever since Cheng Yi had arrived at the live streaming hall, a pair of eyes had been watching him from the shadows. At that moment, the owner of those eyes harbored no intention of confronting Cheng Yi, merely observing him with curiosity. This individual followed Cheng Yi into the live streaming hall and took a seat among the audience, witnessing the entirety of his broadcast. It was not until Cheng Yi began discussing the concept of spiritual cultivation that the expression in those eyes began to shift. Cheng Yi later spoke about the transformation of spiritual energy, the reincarnation longevity technique, and the opening of the spiritual sea, which profoundly altered his expression. His eyes shifted between shock and gravity, particularly at the moment he successfully converted spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to open the spiritual sea. It soon dawned on him that his martial arts cultivation obstructed the spiritual power intended for this purpose. Only by relinquishing his martial arts prowess could he break through that barrier. Yet, how could he possibly do that? He was a martial sovereign. To abandon the realm of martial sovereign in pursuit of a spiritual path whose limits remained unknown would be folly. When the live broadcast finally concluded, it was anticipated that Cheng Yi would depart the city lord's manor, allowing him the opportunity to act. To his dismay, the insufferable Cheng Yi instead retreated to the reception room adjacent to the broadcast hall, lingering there for nearly half an hour, having deliberately closed the door. What could he possibly be doing inside? After a long wait, when Cheng Yi finally emerged, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a stout man intent on escorting him to the southern part of the city. The route from the city lord's manor to the southern district was far from secluded, traversing several bustling areas. Reluctantly, he resolved to act only after Cheng Yi had departed the crowded district. aiming for a swift conclusion to avoid drawing the attention of the city lord's remaining forces. However, as he prepared to strike, he sensed someone following him. A glance over his shoulder revealed nothing amiss. Yet he had already pinpointed the figure of a young man clad in a black satin robe and a flat-brimmed cloth cap. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the man exhibited a moment of surprise before breaking into a relaxed smile and striding toward him. As he approached, the man spoke first. "What is your purpose in following Cheng Yi?" "I do not comprehend what you are implying," came the reply. "You are in disguise. I can see through it. Since you have discerned my identity, what do you intend to do?" "Cheng Yi is my friend. You follow him without reason. And upon being discovered, you cannot provide an explanation. Therefore, I must act accordingly." The two men regarded each other with cold eyes, yet both wore polite smiles. One donned white attire, the other black, standing face to face in the bustling market. An observer might mistake them for familiar friends. The man in black spoke again. "Are you certain you wish to do this here?" The man in white replied, "What is the objection?" The black-clad figure frowned, visibly displeased. "Should you dare to cause a disturbance here, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The white-clad man hesitated, for his target was Cheng Yi, not the man before him. Should he become entangled with this individual, his plans would be jeopardized. It would be wiser to acquiesce, resolving matters swiftly thereafter. Thus, the white-clad man conceded, "You may choose the location, but do not stray too far." The man in black finally relaxed. A clearing lies 100 paces ahead, sparsely populated. "Very well." As the two individuals arrived at the clearing, the man clad in black spoke. "May I inquire your name?" The man in white hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yuan Qiulu." He then performed a courteous bow. "And you are?" "I am Confronting you," the black-clad man replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched an attack, his speed astonishing Yuan Qiulu. A peak martial master? In Water City, those of such caliber were exceedingly rare. Who could he be? Yuan Qiulu, unwilling to reveal his true strength as a martial sovereign for fear of exposing his identity, opted to display merely his peak martial master prowess and engaged in combat. He believed that with his extensive experience and skills honed at the martial sovereign level, even when suppressed to the same realm, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, he was taken aback when he found himself unable to withstand the ferocity of Confronting Yu's assault. The peak martial master was capable of unleashing such power. Could it be? While Yuan Qiulu speculated on the true identity of the man in black, he remained unaware that Confronting Yu had previously concealed his strength and was now unleashing it to an even greater extent, leaving Yuan Qiulu increasingly overwhelmed. Moreover, the black-clad man seemed intent on destroying Yuan Qiulu's disguise. If that were to succeed, it would spell disaster. A martial sovereign, bested by a mere martial master? If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. Consequently, Yuan Qiulu ceased to hold back, unleashing the full extent of his martial sovereign power, and Confronting Yu, taken aback, quickly found himself at a disadvantage. "Since you have compelled me to reveal my true level, you shall not live to tell the tale. You have only yourself to blame for your arrogance and meddling." Confronting Yu suddenly saw his opponent draw a slender sword from his waist, swiftly thrusting it towards him. The swordplay was exquisite, fluid as a bird skimming the water, and despite his efforts to defend himself, Confronting Yu found himself grievously wounded, with several cuts deep enough to expose bone. Alas, just as he glimpsed hope of advancing to martial sovereign, was he to perish at this moment? Confronting Yu, resigned to his fate, was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of a familiar object suddenly appearing in his line of vision before it was pressed against Yuan Qiulu. A fire separation talisman. Boom. Yuan Qiulu's seemingly fatal strike was interrupted by the explosion, propelling him several steps back. His once pristine white garments now charred and riddled with holes. Although his body remained unscathed, he appeared utterly disheveled. Instantly, fury enveloped Yuan Qiulu as he glared at the newcomer, only to be taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Yi. Meanwhile, upon noticing he was being followed, Cheng Yi had sent by Xiaofeng away under the pretext of buying wine and prepared a set of high-level talismans, turning to confront his pursuer. To his surprise, he could not locate them. Fortunately, equipped with the martial sovereign talisman set, he heard the sounds of combat from 100 paces away and, following the noise, discovered two individuals in combat, one in black and the other in white. The man in black appeared to be severely injured. Cheng Yi was uncertain as to which of the two individuals was stalking him with malicious intent. However, he reasoned that if anyone were to confront the stalker, it would undoubtedly be a member of his own team. Although he was unaware of the individual's identity, he believed that even if he were to mistakenly aid the wrong person, It would be preferable to the alternative of failing to intervene and thereby causing their demise. Thus, he took action, raising his hand to employ a mid-level fire separation talisman as a preliminary assessment. The two figures, clad in black and white, were momentarily taken aback by his sudden appearance. Yet, Cheng Yi could not afford to remain in a state of astonishment alongside them, and so he inquired, "Which of you is the one pursuing me?" The man in black promptly pointed towards the man in white. Although the white-clad individual contemplated returning the gesture, he ultimately refrained. Mindful of his own dignity, realizing they had been discovered, the man in black resolved that it would be best for both to confront Cheng Yi together. Just as he was about to caution Cheng Yi regarding the man opposite him, Cheng Yi preemptively addressed the man in white, asking, "Are you a martial sovereign?" Yuan Xiaolu was taken aback, responding with surprise, "How did you know?" Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu was equally astonished, pondering how Cheng Yi had discerned that the individual before them was indeed a martial sovereign, especially as he had yet to issue a warning. "As long as it is true," Cheng Yi replied. Cheng Yi did not inquire further. Instead, he took immediate action, charging towards Yuan Xiaolu. Having discerned the adversarial intent from his opponent, he resolved to strike first, regardless of the reasons behind it. Moreover, he was eager to test the effects of his recently upgraded talisman set. The Advanced Giant Strength Talisman, Lightness Talisman, Spiritual Hearing Talisman, and Eagle Eye Talisman had all been activated in advance, complemented by two fully leveled Earth-rank martial techniques. Cheng Yi was keenly anticipating his current combat prowess. With a formidable martial master present, who also harbored hostility towards him, the time to act was now or never. As he rushed towards Yuan Xiaolu, Cheng Yi seized a branch from the ground, roughly the length of an arm, to wield as a sword, eager to gauge the potency of his shadowless sword technique. Yuan Xiaolu was utterly unprepared for Cheng Yi's audaciousness, let alone the revelation that he possessed the strength of a martial master. Although astonishment gripped his heart, Cheng Yi's assault was already upon him, compelling him to respond without delay. In an instant, Yuan Xiaolu's figure shifted, and he thrust his sword forward with a delicate motion. Clang! What was happening? Yuan Xiaolu's heart sank in terror as he met Cheng Yi's branch with his exquisite sword. Not only did the branch withstand the blow, but it also emitted a resonant sound of metal striking metal. What could this possibly mean? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Cheng Yi had wrapped the branch in a long talisman, intricately adorned with esoteric runes that shimmered with golden light at every moment. As Cheng Yi noticed his gaze, a subtle smile graced his lips as he lifted his branch slightly, showcasing it with a casual air. "It's merely a trifle, rather entertaining. Should you triumph over me, I shall gift you one." A flicker of irritation crossed Yuan Xiaolu's face, having discerned Cheng Yi's true capabilities with that previous move. He recognized him to be at the early stage of the martial sovereign realm. In contrast, he himself was at the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Coupled with years of mastery over his ancestral swift water sword technique, there was no reason he should not prevail against Cheng Yi. Thus, he scoffed derisively, anyone can boast, but lacking sufficient strength will only lead to ridicule." Cheng Yi remained resolute, not revealing a hint of hesitation. "If that is the case, then come and give it a try." In an instant, both figures surged towards each other, vanishing from sight. Although they were no longer visible, the relentless clash of metal rang out, reverberating painfully in the minds of those nearby, and the duel between the two was finally noticed by the crowd in the distance. What transpired over there? Why is there only the sound of iron clashing, yet no sign of the combatants? A few martial artists, possessing formidable skills, edged closer. They were undoubtedly accomplished practitioners, at least at the martial sovereign level. No, it couldn't be. I have witnessed battles of the martial sovereign before, and they were far less dramatic than this. Could they possibly be martial emperors? Surely not. I recall that our gathering water city does not have any martial emperors. While it is true that there are none in the open, a few reclusive old masters have ascended to that realm long ago, though they are now quite aged. Unless a major disturbance arises in gathering water city, they are unlikely to intervene. Could these two be the hidden martial emperors of our city? Who knows? They might also be from the outer city. What are we waiting for? We must promptly inform the lord of the city. Feng Qingyu stood aside, bemused by the conversation. The city lord is right here. Indeed, the city lord, whose name is ironically the reverse of gathering water city, is Yu Chengfeng. Unfortunately, he felt utterly powerless in the face of the celestial duel unfolding before him. The disparity between martial emperors and martial sovereigns is vastly greater than that between martial sovereigns and martial apprentices. Even as the foremost among the martial sovereigns, he knew he stood no chance against a martial emperor, even a novice one. However, one thing brought him joy. Cheng Yi's talismans had evidently enabled one to attain the strength of a martial emperor. This indicated that his own struggles for advancement might finally hold promise. Would Cheng Yi be able to triumph over Yuan Xiaolu? Yu Chengfeng felt a twinge of concern and contemplated summoning a few old masters to intervene. Just then, Cheng Yi and Yuan Xiaolu disengaged. Both were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. Yuan Xiaolu's expression grew increasingly grim with every exchange. He had never anticipated that, having employed most of his techniques. He could only achieve a stalemate with Cheng Yi, while Cheng Yi seemed to grow more invigorated with each strike. As the crowd swelled, he realized that if the situation escalated and attracted the attention of the city's old masters, he might find it impossible to escape. Thus, he resolved to disengage from Cheng Yi and swiftly employed the water gliding technique, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Cheng Yi's reaction fell short, and upon observing the opponent's speed and retreat, he realized that it would be exceedingly difficult for him to pursue. The adversary was a martial artist of a higher realm, a master of the martial sovereign level. If the intent to flee was resolute, capturing him would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, even the use of binding talismans necessitated a certain proximity and required a modicum of reaction time. As Cheng Yi lamented his inability to retain the other, everyone present was taken aback. It is Master Cheng Yi. It is the master. My goodness, I just finished watching his live lecture. He is actually at the martial sovereign level. Don't be absurd. My master is a spiritual cultivator, possessing strength equivalent to that of a martial sovereign. But he is not one. I don't care. Master Cheng Yi is the most handsome. Out of courtesy, Cheng Yi offered a slight bow to the onlookers before striding directly towards Yu Chifeng, bowing once more. Thank you, sir, for your gallant intervention in preventing the pursuit of those ill-intentioned. I am unworthy. May I inquire your name? I cannot claim gallantry. There is a connection between us. Oh. Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. I am all ears. As the crowd dispersed, Yu Chifeng lowered his voice and replied, I am Yu Chifeng. Cheng Yi retracted his neck slightly, widening his eyes to scrutinize Yu Chengfeng. Until now, his interactions had been solely with Wang Ho from the city lord's residence, fostering a commendable rapport. Although he had longed to meet the legendary city lord, Wang had consistently claimed that the lord was preoccupied with cultivation, rendering an audience impossible. Observing the man's recent display, which showcased an ability to contend with a mid-stage martial honor in white attire, Cheng Yi discerned a semblance of the prowess befitting the foremost among those beneath the martial honor realm. Ah, it appears I am in the presence of Lord Yu. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. I shall not speak in veiled terms. I have a request to make. Might we converse in a more secluded location? Certainly, it is only fitting to oblige the city lord's wishes. Allow me a moment to summon my disciple. Xiaofeng. Not far off, Bai Xiaofeng stood aghast, his mouth agape, as one of the 2 jars of wine he held slipped from his grasp. His own master possessed the strength of a martial honor. The southern dojo had been meticulously prepared, devoid of any uninvited guests, and now it served as a controllable domain of sorts. Hence, when Yu Chifeng sought a quiet place, Bai Xiaofeng proposed his dojo, to which Yu readily acquiesced. The trio mounted their steeds and swiftly arrived at the southern city, where Cheng Yi gazed upon the magnificent and intricately crafted expanse of the dojo, feeling somewhat undeserving of such grandeur. Xiaofeng, can you truly part with such a dojo? It is meant for my master and senior brothers and sisters. What is there to part with? Please accept it without hesitation. Given Xiaofeng's earnest declaration, Cheng Yi felt that further reluctance would come across as petty. In that case, I am truly grateful. Master, you are too courteous. Since learning of Cheng Yi's prowess, Bai Xiaofeng increasingly believed his initial choice had been wise. His father had initially criticized the dojo's extravagant construction, but when he returned home that evening and shared Cheng Yi's true strength, he was eager to see what his father might say then. Under Bai Xiaofeng's guidance, they entered the dojo and took a seat in a meticulously decorated dining hall, where Bai Xiaofeng tactfully excused himself. Yu Chifeng, having long harbored certain words, could no longer restrain them even before the kitchen staff had completed their preparations. To be candid, Mr. Cheng, I have been trapped in the martial sect realm for an extended period due to an injury to my dantian. The only remedy lies in obtaining the inner strength of a martial honor to disperse the stagnation within my meridians. I wonder if you might possess a solution? Cheng Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that his talismans did not quite meet Yu Qingzhu's requirements. However, He noted a certain affinity between the internal energy of the martial sovereign realm and the advanced giant force talismans. While he could not create advanced talismans from scratch, he could modify the existing ones. Of course, this process would not be straightforward. He replied, "Yu Qingzhu, I do not possess such talismans. But I can attempt to alter the original ones to potentially meet your needs, though it will require some time." Upon hearing that this was feasible, Yu Qifeng rose in excitement. "Thank you, sir. If you can indeed assist me in advancing to the martial sovereign realm, do not hesitate to call upon me whenever you require assistance in the future." Cheng Yi smiled and returned the gesture with a bow, saying, "Not at all." After finishing his meal and bidding farewell to Yu Qingfeng, he called by Xiaofeng over. "Xiaofeng, please send a letter to everyone who registered their names in front of the city lord's mansion that on this overcast day, our dojo will officially open its doors. However, we will not be accepting new students for the time being. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could go to the moonlight and to bring back Yu Qianlu and his companions." "Understood, master," Bai Xiaofeng replied. Pausing for a moment before inquiring, "Master, what should we name our dojo?" Cheng Yi lowered his head, pondering for a moment before he responded. "Our sect is known as the Immortal Gate, and this Daoist temple shall be called the Eternal Life Pavilion." As Bai Xiaofeng departed, he increasingly sensed that the significance of these two names deepened with each contemplation. Cheng Yi, however, did not ponder deeply on such matters. The celestial realm corresponded with his cultivation inheritance system, the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. It was precisely because the reincarnation of eternal life technique constituted the first lesson of spiritual cultivation. Moreover, this served as a significant allure. Those who embarked on the path of immortality could indeed attain a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. And the more formidable one became, the longer their existence. Ultimately, one could achieve a state of immortality, transcending time itself. Having concluded his instructions, Cheng Yi retired to his chamber within the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, commencing his practice of the advanced version of the reincarnation of eternal life technique. The initial layer of this technique involved refining the existing spiritual energy, transforming his physique to enhance the resilience of both the inner and outer walls of his spiritual sea. The refined spiritual energy was indeed distinct from its previous form. Originally, it was entirely colorless, perceptible only through sensation. However, the purified spiritual energy, while still translucent, now radiated a subtle azure hue. Furthermore, as Cheng Yi extracted the first strand of refined spiritual energy, he restrained himself from breaking through the long stagnant foundation establishment stage. And at last, it came to fruition. In that moment, Cheng Yi sensed a profound dampness, feeling an exhilarating surge in his perception of spiritual energy. The rate of its transformation and the vastness of his spiritual sea. Simultaneously, the cultivation inheritance system issued a notification. "System, your realm has reached the foundation establishment stage. The Celestial Arts and Techniques Exchange Shop is now open." Cheng Yi opened the exchange shop and discovered that even the most affordable celestial technique required a staggering 100,000 teaching points, a sum he could not possibly afford at present. Alas, there is ample time ahead. Meanwhile, on Yuan Qiulu's side, it is revealed that Yuan Qiulu is merely a pseudonym conjured by Lu Qiuyuan, with his disguise crafted by an adept from the estate. He never anticipated that Cheng Yi had grown to such remarkable heights. Regrettably, he still could not ascertain whether Cheng Yi possessed the backing of a secretive sect. Currently, he found himself powerless against him, as summoning the ancestor seemed an overreaction. Thus, he decided to remain inactive for the time being and observe the reactions of others. Given that Ling Yun's sect had already made one attempt, albeit unsuccessfully, he could hardly believe they would refrain from a second. At the Moon Guest Inn, Bai Xiaofeng had arrived and conveyed Cheng Yi's intentions to Wu Qingdao, as well as to Lu Lanyu and Qian Lu. The most pronounced reactions came from Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan. Ever since Cheng Yi had helped them open their spiritual seas, they had devoted themselves to relentless training, pausing only for meals and necessary activities, making remarkable progress in a single day. However, as Cheng Yi's disciples, they remained separated from him, residing in the Moon Guest Inn. Despite it being the finest establishment in Water Gathering City, they still felt a lack of belonging. At last, with the completion of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, it signified that, barring any unforeseen events, seeking out Cheng Yi would now be considerably more convenient. Wu Qingdu was equally pleased. He had resolved to dissolve his Windblade sect. With so few disciples, those willing to follow him in the pursuit of celestial paths could remain, while those unwilling would receive their tuition back and seek their own paths. However, by Xiaofeng's subsequent revelation left everyone utterly astonished. Their master possessed the strength of a martial sovereign. Wu Qingdao was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his eyes from their sockets. He had believed that the display of power during the attack on Quanshang Tower was Cheng Yi's full capability, yet it turned out that this individual was so understated. Harboring the strength of a martial sovereign while remaining inconspicuous. It was terrifying. A master of such caliber. From now on, they must never offend him. For one could never anticipate when he might spring a surprise. He would never fathom just how formidable his master truly was. Lu Lan's reaction diverged notably from the others. Upon hearing about Cheng Yi's true prowess, she was initially taken aback. Yet, almost immediately, her eyes became misty, and her brows were adorned with a hint of spring. Seemingly captivated by the realization that the person she admired was even more formidable than she had envisioned. Sensing a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, Lu Lan hastily composed herself, feigning a need to pack her belongings in order to escape from the gaze of the crowd. Once she stepped out of the room where everyone was gathered, the image of Cheng Yi triumphantly defeating a master of the martial arts realm flashed in her mind, prompting her to smile once more, a delicate flush rising to her cheeks. Bai Xiaofeng proved to be both reliable and efficient in his endeavors. Regarding someone as significant as Wu Qingdao, he personally took it upon himself to deliver the news. Currently, he was in the main urban area, summoning others to follow the address provided to locate him. For those beyond the main city, even further afield, he instructed his subordinates to notify them via expedited correspondence. During his respite, Cheng Yi meandered through the Chongqing Dao Hall and observed that numerous individuals, originally residing in the main urban area, had arrived at the hall. Some moved alone, carrying their luggage while inquiring about the location of their accommodations. Others were accompanied by servants or hired porters to assist with their baggage, striding confidently ahead as young masters. Each person who encountered Cheng Yi bowed respectfully, offering a brief introduction of themselves. Cheng Yi, without pretension, responded with a gentle smile. Observing these young individuals, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This moment bore a striking resemblance to his own experience of reporting to school as a freshman in high school. However, in this instance, they belonged to a different world, a different generation, and he, in turn, was the teacher upon whom they would come to rely in the future. Cheng Yi harbors a distinct aversion towards the rigid hierarchical relations that often characterize the master-disciple dynamic in this world, as well as the customary practice among disciples to rank one another. He finds himself more inclined towards the more egalitarian and harmonious teacher-student relationships that exist on Earth. Perhaps, he muses, he could adopt a similar approach in imparting the path of immortality. Henceforth, all who seek to learn should simply refer to him as teacher rather than master. Among peers, they could abandon the traditional titles of seniority and instead address one another as classmates. However, Cheng Yi is acutely aware that such master-disciple relations have been entrenched in the fantasy realm for millennia, and altering this deeply rooted tradition is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Therefore, he resolves to initiate the change with the terminology. Although a considerable number of individuals have assembled, Cheng Yi does not intend to commence his teachings in the overcast weather. He prefers to wait until everyone has arrived and settled in comfortably before he begins to instruct. After dinner, Cheng Yi delves into the intricacies of modifying the advanced giant force talisman. He is determined to assist Yu Chengfeng earnestly, as forging a solid friendship with him would effectively solidify an alliance with the lord of the city. Furthermore, it is apparent to Cheng Yi that this Yu city lord is indeed, as he is reputed to be, a man wholly devoted to martial arts, seemingly indifferent to administrative matters. Once he makes a promise, it is likely that he would find it difficult to backtrack without losing face. Having such a straightforward individual as a friend brings peace of mind. Moreover, if Cheng Yi successfully resolves this matter, it would grant him considerable favor, ensuring that as long as he remains within the confines of the water-gathering city, he need not overly concern himself with his own development, allowing for a more tranquil existence. However, the task at hand is not without its complexities. Despite the potential for substantial gains, Cheng Yi's examination reveals that it is far from straightforward. As an advanced talisman master, he is generally only capable of creating basic and intermediate talismans. Yet Yu Chengfeng requires an advanced talisman. Although he is not expected to create the advanced talisman from scratch, but rather to modify an existing one, the challenge remains formidable. The most suitable candidate for transformation into an advanced inner strength talisman is the advanced giant force talisman. Yet, As he gazes upon the intricate and convoluted pathways of spiritual energy within the advanced giant force talisman, he is immediately overwhelmed. While it is not beyond the realm of possibility to accomplish this task, the multitude of spiritual energy pathways, combined with the esoteric runes embedded within, poses a daunting challenge. Analyzing each pathway individually could lead to an indefinite delay. However, failing to meticulously scrutinize every detail may result in veering towards erroneous research directions, potentially prolonging the process even further. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow, momentarily ensnared in perplexity. Seated alone upon the rooftop, he gazed at the ethereal lines of spiritual energy shimmering with a faint azure glow beneath the moonlight. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. To remedy Yu Qingfen's ailment, it was not imperative to rely solely on talismans. Spiritual energy could suffice. The essence of spiritual energy lies in its boundless versatility. It can rage like a fierce inferno or flow gently like a tranquil stream. As long as he mastered the strength required, he could indeed utilize spiritual energy to gradually cleanse the blockages within Yu Qingfeng's meridians. Moreover, the controllability of spiritual energy surpassed that of the internal forces wielded by martial practitioners, akin to a precision scalpel, provided the practitioner possessed sufficient mastery over this instrument. Success was virtually assured. Fortuitously, after days of diligent training in his spirit control technique, he had attained remarkable proficiency. And he was entirely confident in his ability to perform this intricate procedure of meridian unblocking. Cheng Yi discovered that regardless of the celestial arts or techniques he pursued, even without the necessity of educational merit to progress, he could achieve remarkable advancements at an astonishing pace. Could this be the manifestation of his innate talent? Regardless, it was imperative that he first elucidate the plan to Yu Qingfeng. For the endeavor of utilizing another's spiritual energy to facilitate the unblocking of meridians harbored a degree of risk. Cheng Yi could not guarantee that Yu Qingfeng would acquiesce. Should Yu Qingfeng decline, he would have no choice but to resort to talismanic methods, though the timeline for such an undertaking remained uncertain. If he could elevate his talismans to a state of perfection, the creation of advanced talismans would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, at present, he was unaware of the prerequisites for achieving such perfection, thus refraining from making any promises. Having prepared for the impending day, Cheng Yi bid good night to the moon, descended from the rooftop, and retired to his chamber for slumber. The following morning, after rising and completing his morning rituals, Cheng Yi enjoyed a light breakfast before proceeding to the grassy bank by the river to practice his skills. This Daoist temple had originally served as a granary for the Bai family. Its location was strategically chosen for ease of transport, with both land and waterways being exceptionally accessible. Situated right by the Longyu River, the Longyu River boasts a broad expanse and a sufficiently deep riverbed to accommodate large vessels. However, the river's swift currents and splashing waves often revealed the presence of dragonfish, hence its name. The tumultuous waters, however, were ill-suited for mooring vessels. Consequently, the Bai family had excavated a section along the riverbank, creating a dock. Just a few days prior, Bai Xiaofeng had commissioned the planting of a vast expanse of grass and flowers along the shore, utilizing spiritual herbs to promote their growth. At that moment, the blossoms were in full bloom, and the soft grass complemented the breathtaking riverscape, creating an idyllic setting for morning cultivation. Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on the verdant lawn, commencing his practice of the spirit control technique. This morning, he chose to temporarily forego the cultivation of the reincarnation and longevity method, dedicating all his time to mastering the spirit control technique. Once Yu Qingfeng responded to his call for assistance in channeling spiritual energy through his meridians, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of confidence. After a while of focused practice, others began to arrive at the location. Observing Cheng Yi deeply engrossed in his training, they refrained from disturbing him, instead seeking out a spot that would not disrupt his concentration to engage in their own practice of the reincarnation and longevity method. Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had come together, and their bond had blossomed over the past few days. Ever since Yu Qianlu had suffered defeat at Cheng Yi's hands, he had taken more care with his appearance. His once grimy face was now washed clean, revealing a charming and ethereal quality. Yu Qianlu greatly enjoyed the company of this beautiful and gentle older sister. The two found a nearby place to sit closely together, each lost in their respective cultivation practices. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Cheng Yi concluded his training, partook of an early lunch, and then mounted a swift steed, heading directly towards the city lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the lord's mansion, Cheng Yi found that there was still a quarter of an hour until noon. After instructing the servants to lead away his horse, He made his way directly to the live broadcast hall, where he discovered Yu Xiao already waiting for him. Cheng Yi was on the verge of entering the live broadcast hall when he was halted by Yu Xiao, who said, "Mr. Cheng, Manager Wang has arranged a private live broadcast hall for you. Please follow me." Cheng Yi was taken aback, yet he understood that this must have been Yu Qingfeng's intention. He was surprised that even before he had resolved the issue of meridian blockage, Yu had already set up a separate live streaming hall for him. This new hall was situated not far from the previous one. Although it was somewhat smaller, the seating capacity was only half that of the earlier venue, suggesting that the live event would be more tranquil. Moreover, this streaming space was divided into an indoor and an outdoor area, allowing Cheng Yi to broadcast outside when necessary. Additionally, the staff here were more plentiful compared to the previous hall, and there was even a private bedroom where Cheng Yi could rest if he felt fatigued. Food, drink, and entertainment were readily available at a moment's notice. Was this a live streaming hall? It resembled a five-star hotel. Truly, Old Yu had remarkable connections. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, those who had secured audience tickets wore expressions of triumph as they entered. "My friend, how much did you pay for that ticket?" "I got it from an old man for 30 taels. "Only 30 taels? That old man must not know its worth." Cheng Yi's live tickets have already soared to 70 taels each. "I was just lucky. How much did you spend?" 70 taels. "Brother, condolences." "No worries. The money was well spent. I plan to frame this ticket and hang it in my living room. It will be more impressive than any renowned artwork. I have a feeling this ticket will only appreciate in value." As the crowd approached the previous live hall, they were informed that Cheng Yi's streaming location had changed, and they were subsequently escorted to the new venue. Upon arrival, those knowledgeable recognized the significance of the hall. "This is the city lord's private streaming hall. I had heard of its existence, specifically designed for important figures. I never imagined Cheng Yi would have access to it." "What's so surprising? Haven't you heard? Just yesterday, Cheng Yi defeated another master of the martial sovereign realm in public." "Ah, such a momentous event, and I only just learned of it. Who was the opponent?" "I don't know. The person wore white and looked unfamiliar. No one recognized him. However, martial artists and cultivators present confirmed that he was indeed a master of the martial sovereign realm, likely not a novice. I never expected the power of talismans to reach such heights. This spiritual cultivation is hardly inferior to martial cultivation. I wonder if I could approach Cheng Yi to become his disciple." Dream on. Even ordinary masters of the martial sovereign realm have high expectations for their disciples' martial aptitude. Although Cheng Yi has stated that spiritual cultivators don't require martial talent, looking at you, with your rotund figure and ample girth, I doubt you possess any qualifications whatsoever. TCH. You think you're so clever. Go and try. Let us see if Cheng Yi accepts you. As the clock swiftly approached noon, the audience had gathered in full attendance, leaving no empty seats. Due to the reduced seating capacity compared to the previous day, many who were unable to secure tickets expressed a desire to peer through the windows of the live broadcast hall. However, they were met with a refusal from the officials of the city lord's office, who deemed such behavior inappropriate. The second live session commenced, with Cheng Yi choosing not to impart knowledge of explosive or broadly impactful talismans this time. Thus, he opted to remain within the indoor broadcasting hall. Esteemed guests, I am Cheng Yi. Today, we shall first review the material covered yesterday. Following this, you may submit any questions arising from your cultivation experiences to the rumor officer at the Mirage Square, and I shall endeavor to provide answers. Indeed, shortly after these words were spoken, a deluge of messages flooded the communication crystal in Yu Xiao's hand, and the influx continued unabated. With a resigned sigh, Yu Xiao shut her eyes and retrieved 3 additional communication crystals from the cabinet, managing 4 workstations simultaneously. In no time, a plethora of meticulously filtered questions related to cultivation were relayed to Cheng Yi. Upon reviewing these inquiries, he could not help but regard Yu Xiao with newfound admiration. This was indeed an extraordinary intellect in the realm of the fantastical. Under Cheng Yi's meticulous explanations, each question was addressed in turn. I had assumed my question would be difficult to resolve, yet Cheng Yi illuminated my confusion with just a few words. "No, your question was indeed challenging. It is merely that Mr. Cheng Yi's expertise is so profound that the path of spiritual cultivation is second nature to him." Why was my inquiry regarding Mr. Cheng Yi's marital status left unanswered? I too posed the same question, but received no response. I have heard that broadcasters often have assistants who filter out less significant questions. Could it be that ours were deemed unimportant? How infuriating. How can such inquiries be considered trivial? They are of great significance. Indeed. Even if Cheng Yi is already married, I would gladly accept a secondary role. Even if he has a concubine, I would not mind being a devoted companion. You are quite bold. Sisters, let us unite and pose our questions. In the midst of diligently filtering the inquiries, Yu Xiao suddenly noticed an overwhelming surge of questions across all 4 crystal interfaces. Upon closer inspection, she was left speechless. Why? In a session dedicated to teaching cultivation, were there such queries? Indeed, it seems necessary to filter out certain inquiries. However, this may not be entirely appropriate, as the number of such questions has significantly surpassed those pertaining to cultivation. These inquiries are, in fact, quite representative. It is not only the crowd in the square that is concerned about these matters. Even in the live broadcast room of the Chongqing Dao Hall in the southern part of the city, Lu Lan is also quite attentive to this issue. This situation is largely thanks to Bai Xiaofeng, who, in consideration of everyone wishing to view the master's live stream without the hassle of crowding at the central square, invested a substantial sum in a transmission stone. With the permission of the city lord's office, he connected the enchanting imagery of the central square with the transmission stone at the Chongqing Dao Hall. Subsequently, the audiovisual feed transmitted through the stone was displayed on the enchanting imagery within the live broadcast room, allowing everyone to comfortably watch the master's stream from there. Moreover, since the master has yet to formally impart teachings within the hall, the content of the live stream is particularly beneficial for them. Thus, as soon as Cheng Yi commenced the broadcast, the room was already filled to capacity. At this moment, Lu Lan, while gazing at Cheng Yi on the screen, occasionally found herself unwittingly captivated by his visage, momentarily forgetting the teachings he was imparting. Only upon regaining her focus did she promptly return to a state of attentive learning. However, at this juncture, the expression on Cheng Yi's face during the live broadcast suddenly became rather nuanced. Yu Xiao, are these questions to be taken seriously? Yu Xiao, wearing a somewhat helpless expression, replied, "There is little we can do, Mr. Cheng. The number of individuals posing these questions is indeed overwhelming, not only from the main urban area but also from various other districts. If we choose not to address them, it may not reflect well. Of course, if you truly wish to refrain from answering this question, that is entirely acceptable, as the live stream is centered around you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile of understanding. "It is nothing to be concerned about. This is not a topic that cannot be discussed. My live stream need not be solemn and grave. If the atmosphere can be a bit more relaxed, everyone will learn with joy, and I will teach with pleasure." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao felt a deep sense of respect, perceiving this educator, who cares for the common people, as unorthodox and exceptionally approachable. A good teacher, I shall remember that. After Yu Xiao departed, Cheng Yi turned to the live stream with a smile and remarked, "It seems everyone is quite interested in my life, so I shall share a few details." In an instant, all viewers, regardless of age or gender, perked up their ears, intent on listening. "I am 25 this year, without parents, and still unmarried. I currently reside at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion in the southern part of the city, which is also where I instruct my disciples. However, I currently lack the energy to take on new students. Should I decide to accept disciples in the future, I will certainly inform you all. For now, this is all I can share. I hope for your understanding." Observing some commotion in the crowd, Cheng Yi gently pressed his hand down, and the venue gradually quieted. The other spectators, captivated by Cheng Yi's gesture, also ceased their clamor. Previously, we discussed the opening of the spiritual sea. By now, some may have succeeded in this endeavor, while others may not yet have. However, this is inconsequential. One's innate talent in the path of immortality may determine one's upper limits, yet it cannot dictate one's lower limits. As long as one diligently cultivates without slacking, success will eventually come, though opening the spiritual sea is indeed not an overnight task. Before everyone successfully opens their spiritual sea, we can actually employ talismanic methods. The audience gasped in astonishment. "Is the master going to begin teaching practical talismans today? Haha, that is exactly what I came for. He is finally going to teach." Amid the speculation, Cheng Yi produced a piece of yellow paper, refraining from using spiritual energy. Instead, he meticulously employed brush, ink, and cinnabar to draw a talisman. Under Yu Xiao's guidance, the transmission image zoomed in on the talisman Cheng Yi was illustrating. "Oh, this talisman looks familiar. Indeed. I believe I have seen it before. Hee, it's evident that you all weren't paying attention during the previous live stream competition. Thankfully, I took notes. This is the talisman Master Cheng Yi used during the second round of the live stream competition, called the Talisman of Great Strength. At that time, Master Cheng Yi even showcased it for us to remember. Are we going to learn the talisman of great strength today? I've seen Master Cheng Yi use it. It's incredibly practical. Cheng Yi, having completed the drawing of the talisman, lifted it with care and displayed it meticulously. This was a basic giant strength talisman, which, upon activation, could endow an ordinary individual with the strength characteristic of a late-stage martial master for a limited duration. The specific effects and the length of time it lasted depended significantly on the skill of the talisman artist and the amount of spiritual energy within. If the artist's proficiency was deemed adequate and they had opened their spiritual sea, it could sustain such power for approximately 15 minutes. Conversely, if the spiritual sea remained unopened, this duration would be halved. Should the talisman artist's skill only meet the basic standards, the talisman would only generate strength equivalent to that of a late-stage warrior. To achieve the prowess of a late-stage martial master, the artist must attain perfection in their execution of the basic giant strength talisman, with not a single flaw. The audience present, both in the venue and those watching through the mystical reflection of the mirror flower water moon, expressed their astonishment. Was this truly merely a basic giant strength talisman? Moreover, it required flawless execution to unlock the strength of a late-stage martial master. How could one still complain? As an ordinary person without even the strength to tie a chicken, possessing the might of a late-stage warrior should suffice. For even the most common ruffians would surely think twice before challenging you. I found myself intrigued. If a giant strength talisman for martial masters necessitated at least a basic version, what level would be required for a talisman of the martial sovereign realm? Yet, one had yet to master the basics, and was already contemplating the martial sovereign level. Don't you wish to know? Hee, indeed I do, Yu Xiao replied, presenting the latest audience comments to Cheng Yi, who then continued. Now that everyone understands that the basic giant strength talisman can reach the strength of a late-stage martial master, allow me to elaborate further. The intermediate giant strength talisman can achieve the power of a mid-stage martial sovereign, while the advanced giant strength talisman can unleash the strength of a martial sovereign. As for the ultimate perfect level giant strength talisman, that is still far beyond your current reach. Knowing it now would serve no purpose. When one of you attains the rank of advanced talisman master, I shall share that knowledge then. Since we are on the topic of talisman masters, let me digress slightly. Cheng Yi picked up a fine chrysanthemum tea nearby and took a sip before continuing. The path of immortality is a grand avenue, and along this avenue, there are numerous branches. The way of talismans is the first of these branches. Should you ever find this path mundane or have traversed it thoroughly, you may always return to the main road and explore other branches. However, if you manage to reach the culmination of the talisman path, you shall possess the ability to navigate the world with great prowess. At this moment, someone in the audience suddenly inquired, Master Cheng Yi, have you reached the end of the talisman path? Cheng Yi smiled faintly, his expression shrouded in mystery as he remarked, it's a secret. The time for the live broadcast swiftly approached, and Cheng Yi finally concluded his explanation of the method to create the rudimentary giant strength talisman just before the broadcast ended. Well then, esteemed guests, today's live session concludes here. We shall meet again tomorrow. At that moment, everyone present rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to Cheng Yi in unison, saying, safe travels, master. Cheng Yi was momentarily frozen by this unexpected scene. After a brief pause, a confident smile reappeared on his face. Class dismissed, he announced. As the live broadcast concluded, everyone gradually departed. Yu Xiao was in the process of compiling the overall report from Cheng Yi's live stream when she noticed him approaching. Yu Xiao, do you know where the city lord should be at this moment? Cheng Yi inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao replied. If you are seeking the city lord, it would be wise to check the training room. You are sure to find him there. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yi pondered briefly and discerned the underlying meaning. Truly, he is a martial enthusiast. He raised his hand in a gesture of respect towards Yu Xiao, saying, thank you. Yu Xiao returned the courtesy, replying, you are too kind. Cheng Yi, aware that Yu Xiao had other matters to attend to, refrained from asking him to lead the way. After a series of inquiries, Cheng Yi eventually located the training room. Outside the training room stood two imposing martial practitioners. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, they immediately remarked, are you, Mr. Cheng, here to see the city lord? The city lord has instructed that you need not announce your arrival. You may proceed directly inside. Cheng Yi was somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from uttering a word and proceeded directly inside. As soon as Cheng Yi entered the training room, he was noticed by Yu Qingfeng, who turned his head as well. Mr. Cheng, what brings you here? Have you made any progress regarding the talismans? Cheng Yi approached the tea table and seated himself, addressing the two individuals before him. Last night, I undertook a thorough study and discovered that crafting an inner strength talisman of the martial sovereign realm is quite a formidable task. While I hold a certain degree of confidence, the process is time-consuming. Hence, I pondered whether there might be alternative methods to assist Lord Yu in transcending his current realm. Yu Chifeng inquired anxiously, "Have you found a solution?" Cheng Yi replied calmly, "I have found it, but this method requires your approval." Mr. Cheng elaborated in detail. Cheng Yi took a deep breath. The reason Lord Yu felt the stagnation of his internal meridians, unable to draw strength from others, was due to the overwhelming and tempestuous nature of a warrior's vital energy. Should he rely on tear, it could easily lead to injury of the meridians, wouldn't it? Indeed. This is my greatest concern. However, I possess a method to utilize my spiritual energy to clear the obstruction within your meridians. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Mr. Cheng, is spiritual energy not equally tempestuous? He inquired. Spiritual energy is ever-changing. It can be as fierce as fire or as gentle as water, as soft as a whisper or as solid as gold and iron. Such a phenomenon exists in this world. Yu Qingfeng's face was filled with astonishment, clearly struggling to accept this. He then asked, "Can you truly help me clear my meridians using spiritual energy?" Hearing this, Cheng Yi understood that Yu Qingfeng was skeptical and wished to assess his capabilities. However, Cheng Yi bore no ill will. It is only natural in a world where surgical procedures are not widespread that such invasive methods would be met with disbelief. To demonstrate his prowess, Cheng Yi plucked a hair from his own head. The Yu Qifeng and Wang Ho exchanged puzzled glances. They remained silent, awaiting Cheng Yi's next move. A faint blue light emanated from Cheng Yi's fingertips, which gradually became more tangible, transforming into a hue of white tinged with blue. He then gently struck the hair with this light, causing it to split into two in an instant. Yu Qifeng and Wang Ho exchanged surprised glances. Such a feat of solidifying the ethereal was indeed rare, yet not enough to fully convince them. Subsequently, the light at Cheng Yi's fingertips began to thin, until it became almost imperceptible to Wang Ho's naked eye. Then, Cheng Yi subtly moved his fingers, inscribing something upon the strand of hair. In less than 10 breaths, he ceased his actions and handed the hair to Yu Qingfeng. Wang Ho, perplexed, suddenly noticed the astonishment on Yu Qingfeng's face. "You inscribed runes on the hair using spiritual energy." Cheng Yi nodded lightly. "Is it usable?" Cheng Yi extended his hand, retrieving the strand of hair, and then, utilizing his spiritual power, he cast it far away to a relatively open area. "Cover your ears," he instructed Wang Ho, who immediately complied. Upon the hair making contact with the ground, an explosive sound erupted, shattering several tiles and sending dust swirling into the air. This was an intermediate fire separation talisman. Having spoken, Cheng Yi produced another talisman and activated it, conjuring a gentle breeze that swept in from outside, dispersing the dust entirely. "City Lord Yu, may I assure you now?" At this moment, Yu Qifeng was utterly captivated by Cheng Yi's earlier display. After his usual practice sessions, he would often watch Cheng Yi's live streams and attempt to replicate the talismans. Previously, Wang Ho had requested a basic fire separation talisman from Cheng Yi on his behalf, and he frequently tried to sketch that talisman. To this day, he had yet to successfully complete a single basic fire separation talisman, let alone the intermediate version that Cheng Yi had just crafted. The complexity of the runes and designs was nothing short of astonishing. Most astonishing of all was Cheng Yi's ability to inscribe such intricate and densely packed runes upon a mere strand of hair. Such extraordinary control, employed to alleviate the blockages within his meridians, felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yu Qingfeng bowed deeply to Cheng Yi, saying, "Mr. Cheng, I implore you." Cheng Yi stepped forward to assist Yu Qingfeng, bowing in greeting. "So, when shall we commence?" he inquired. "There is no better time than the present. Let us begin now." The excitement and eagerness in Yu Qingfeng's eyes were palpable, even noticeable to Wang Ho, who stood nearby. Under Yu Qingfeng's guidance, the trio departed the training room and made their way to Yu Qingfeng's chamber. Understanding the necessity for an undisturbed environment, Cheng Yi instructed Yu Qifeng to lie upon the bed while he asked Wang Ho to step outside and secure the door. "Must I remove my clothing?" Cheng Yi smiled gently, stating that spiritual energy could permeate through clothing, rendering it unnecessary for Yu Qingzhu to disrobe. Yu Qifeng nodded softly, closing his eyes, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety akin to that experienced before surgery. Observing that Yu Qingfeng was prepared, Cheng Yi began to extend his tendrils of spiritual energy, delving into the intricate pathways of Yu Qingfeng's meridians. Cheng Yi closed his eyes, relying entirely on his spiritual energy to sense, replacing the need for sight. He navigated through the meridians and indeed discovered a blockage. It was not entirely obstructed. Roughly half of the passage remained impassable. Yet, this minor hindrance was sufficient to prevent Yu Chifeng from advancing to the martial sovereign realm. Under Cheng Yi's meticulous control, the tip of his spiritual energy transformed at times into an extraordinarily sharp scalpel, and at others into a delicate circular saw, gradually peeling away the impurities that clogged the meridians. However, at that moment, Yu Chifeng felt a peculiar sensation. He had been lying down for nearly a quarter of an hour. Although he could perceive a force moving within his meridians, he felt not the slightest hint of pain. He had been prepared to showcase his iron-willed heroism to Cheng Yi, yet he was surprised by the absence of discomfort. Had Cheng Yi not even begun? All right, Lord Yu. You may rise now. Yu Chifeng, puzzled, opened his eyes to see Cheng Yi, whose forehead was slightly beaded with sweat. Was it truly over? It felt as if he had been in a dream. Cheng Yi was immensely pleased with his recent surgery. Unlike the meticulous crafting of talismans on a mere strand of hair, the task at hand with Yu Chifeng demanded significantly greater effort. Moreover, as the procedure was conducted within the human body, it necessitated an intensified focus, an abundance of caution, and considerable mental exertion. Thus, despite the brevity of just a quarter of an hour, Cheng Yi found himself slightly fatigued, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lord Yu, you may wish to attempt circulating your vital energy and inner strength to assess the unobstructed flow of your meridians, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng promptly initiated the practice. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, an intense brilliance illuminating them. He felt an exhilarating sensation as if all his meridians were now completely unblocked, flowing smoothly and effortlessly, indeed, more so than before the previous obstructions. It was akin to an elevation of his innate martial prowess, an unexpected boon. Yu Chifeng turned his gaze towards Cheng Yi. Realizing the extraordinary value of this remarkable ability to transform the decayed into the miraculous. Hearing the commotion from within, Wang Ho understood that the procedure had concluded and thus pushed the door open to enter. Lord Cheng, how do you feel? Yu Chifeng swung his arms exuberantly, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid. Unprecedentedly splendid. I believe this is the perfect opportunity to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Such a breakthrough requires a protector, Wang Ho remarked. Glancing at Cheng Yi, Mr. Cheng, might I trouble you to safeguard Lord Chifeng? Merely a trifling task. I would be delighted to assist, Cheng Yi replied, bowing in gratitude. The commotion associated with ascending to the martial sovereign realm could be quite significant. To avoid damaging the bedroom, the trio relocated to an unoccupied courtyard. The moment of breakthrough is perilous for a martial practitioner. During this period, they are unable to interrupt the process at will. If ambushed, the initial attack would surely land. Additionally, should the process be abruptly disrupted or severely affected by external forces, it could inflict immeasurable harm on the practitioner's body, making future ascensions exceedingly arduous. Thus, every martial practitioner diligently keeps their intentions to break through a closely guarded secret, simultaneously seeking a fellow practitioner of comparable or superior strength to act as a guardian against potential vendettas. Even if the news remains undisclosed, having a protector can mitigate unexpected incidents that might jeopardize the breakthrough process. Typically, the guardian is a person of close kinship to the aspirant. Yu Chifeng's request for Cheng Yi to act as his protector signified a profound trust in him, given that he was to serve as a guardian. Cheng Yi naturally could not merely stand by and observe. He produced several vigilance talismans, strategically placing them around the courtyard, along with a few barrier walls and electric field talismans to be unleashed should an intruder appear. Logically, he should also activate the full array of martial sovereign enhancements to elevate his overall power to that level. However, Cheng Yi was unaware of the duration required for Yu Chifeng to break through his realm. To prevent the talisman's effect from expiring before Yu Chifeng's advancement concluded, Cheng Yi opted solely for the spirit ear talisman to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Once Cheng Yi had ensured that everything was in order, Yu Chifeng ceased to linger and promptly commenced his breakthrough. Waves of vital energy surged forth from Yu Chifeng's dantian, rapidly tautening his meridians. Simultaneously, he activated the colossal barbarian technique he had practiced since childhood, causing his vital essence to flood into his muscles and veins. Subsequently, his dantian was replenished with the vital energy that had erupted forth. In a mere few breaths, Yu Chifeng's stature had doubled in size, his physique robust and formidable, exhibiting a deep crimson hue, resembling a blood giant. Following this, his aura surged once more, causing the spiritual energy within the courtyard to rush frantically towards him. Within just 3 breaths, The courtyard's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. However, this amount was evidently insufficient. With his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, Yuchifeng exerted all his strength to absorb the spiritual energy, yet it remained scarce, and his expression began to twist in anguish. Witnessing this alarming situation, Wang Ho was instantly taken aback and urgently implored Cheng Yi, saying, "Alas! In the past, when Lord Yu suddenly vanished, he failed to impart the methods for advancing to the martial sovereign realm. It appears there is a problem now. I am not a martial practitioner. I beseech you, Mr. Cheng, to swiftly assist the city lord in discerning what the issue is and how to resolve it." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi's expression turned serious as he meticulously observed Yu Qinfeng's current state. After a brief moment, he grasped the situation. It became evident that the Yu family's martial arts advancement was sufficient for the realms of martial sect and below, as the spiritual energy in ordinary locations sufficed. However, upon reaching the threshold of advancing to martial sovereign, it became imperative to seek a place abundant in spiritual energy. Failing to do so could result in the aspirant exhausting themselves due to an inability to absorb the necessary energy, potentially leading to dire consequences. It was akin to a water pump that, despite operating at full capacity, could not draw water. It would inevitably overheat and explode. Yu Qinfeng's predicament was precisely this. The urgency of the situation called for immediate action. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yi devised a plan and addressed Wang, saying, "Rest assured, Manager Wang. I have a solution in mind. Please remain calm." Wang, upon hearing this, gazed at Cheng Yi with a mix of anxiety and hope. Wishing for a successful resolution to Yu Qinfeng's pressing dilemma, Cheng Yi produced a sophisticated levitation talisman and promptly activated it. He then leaped into the air, channeling his spiritual energy to inscribe a colossal advanced spirit-gathering talisman around Yu Qinfeng. With a sense of urgency, he commanded, "Open." In an instant, a tempest surged forth, and the spiritual essence within a 1,000-meter radius began to converge toward their location. The atmosphere was so saturated with spiritual energy that even those who were not martial cultivators, such as the noble lords, could perceive it. "You city master, unleash your absorption. There is an abundance to be had." Yu Qifeng, hearing Cheng Yi's exhortation, refrained from responding to avoid disrupting his focus. Instead, he intensified his efforts, fervently drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Cheng Yi observed that Yu Qinfeng's rate of absorbing spiritual energy had surpassed the influx of energy itself. To prevent a deficiency, he constructed 4 additional identical gathering arrays around the courtyard. It appeared that Yu Qinfeng's body responded to the exceedingly dense spiritual energy surrounding him, becoming instantly more vigorous. And his absorption rate surged once more, now nearly matching the collective energy drawn by the 5 large gathering arrays. Witnessing this phenomenon, even Cheng Yi could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, what a remarkable being! What extraordinary cultivation technique is he practicing?" Noticing Cheng Yi's curiosity, Wang Ho pondered for a moment. Considering Cheng Yi's character and his recent assistance, deeming him a trustworthy ally. Thus, he proceeded to elucidate the origins of Yu Qinfeng's technique. "Young Master Cheng, the methods of the Yu family are no ordinary matter. They are derived from an ancient ferocious beast, the primal giant of the wilderness. This colossal giant, towering nearly 100 meters and as heavy as a mountain, could shatter peaks with a single kick and rend the heavens with a fist. Once, the primal giant was ambushed by malevolent forces and gravely injured. After escaping, he received the devoted care of the ancestors of the Yu family. Once healed, he bequeathed his innate cultivation technique to them. Being illiterate, the giant did not name his technique. Thus, the ancestors of the Yu family dubbed it the giant barbarian technique. Over subsequent generations, the technique was refined until it became accessible for human cultivation, and it has been passed down ever since. However, as time is relentless, the giant barbarian technique has undergone various alterations and losses over the years. Today, it has lost much of its original potency, leading to the gradual decline of the Yu family. By the time of the current city lord, they had unfortunately diminished to the status of a mere lord of a medium-sized city. Upon hearing this, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Cheng Yi's mouth. To describe the lord of a medium-sized city as having fallen indeed suggested that the ancestors of the Yu family once basked in great glory. After recounting the origins of the giant barbarian technique, Wang Ho briefly outlined its characteristics. When the giant barbarian technique is unleashed, it dramatically augments both size and strength. Most importantly, this increase in mass does not hinder movement speed. As Cheng Yi conversed with Wang Ho, Yu Qifeng, having inhaled an immense amount of spiritual energy, was steadily growing in stature and height. He had now reached nearly 2 zhang, approximately over 6 meters tall. Eventually, the rate at which Yu Chengfeng absorbed the spiritual energy began to diminish gradually, until he ceased to absorb it entirely. At this moment, Yu Chengfeng slowly opened his eyes, which had transformed into a state of blood red interspersed with hints of gold. Suddenly, an intense wave of warm, sanguine energy erupted from his being, as if a formidable force had been pent up within him for far too long, yearning to be released, unable to contain it any longer. Yu Chengfeng let forth this overwhelming power, which surged skyward with a mighty roar. The thunderous roar, reminiscent of a colossal beast, reverberated throughout half the main city. Every household's livestock and pets were thrown into a frenzy, as if confronted by a terrifying creature deeply imprinted in their bloodlines since ancient times. Cattle and sheep rammed against their enclosures in a desperate bid for escape, while dogs dashed about wildly, seemingly intent on fleeing this dreadful place. Piglets collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Even the humans felt their hair stand on end, instinctively seeking refuge. The chaos was even more pronounced within the courtyard. Cheng Yi, having sensed the impending danger, had already deployed a complete array of talismans. Witnessing the terrifying potency of Yu Chengfeng's roar, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Ho, enveloping him in protective spiritual energy to shield him from the potential shock that could cause grievous harm. Fortunately, the roar did not last long. Before long, Yu Chengfeng expelled the last remnants of that sanguine energy from his chest, restoring a semblance of calm to his demeanor. With his hands flattened before his chest, palms interlocked, he took a deep breath and gradually drew the energy back into his dantian. During this process, Yu Chengfeng's form visibly reverted to that of an ordinary person. At this juncture, Wang Ho approached with a set of garments he had prepared in advance, helping Yu Chengfeng change out of his tattered attire. "Aha! What a relief!" Yu Chengfeng exclaimed, stepping over to embrace Cheng Yi. "Brother Cheng Yi, I owe you my life today. Had it not been for your presence, I would have perished on the spot." It was indeed a perilous moment. Had Cheng Yi not employed the spirit-gathering talisman to channel a significant amount of spiritual energy, Yu Chengfeng might have met his end there. Wang Ho, smiling, also approached. "I must express my gratitude to Mr. Cheng. Had you not shielded me from that overwhelming force, I would likely have been gravely injured, if not killed." In response to their thanks, Cheng Yi graciously accepted their gratitude. "Since you wish to thank me, shall we not prepare the finest food and drink at your residence?" Exchanging knowing glances, Yu Chengfeng and Wang Ho burst into laughter. "Haha, of course, of course. In my cellar, I have several jars of exquisite wine aged for 50 years. Today, let us bring them all out for a hearty celebration." The nobleman chuckled and declared, "I shall summon the finest chef, who will procure the best ingredients to prepare a splendid feast." "Ah, hold on a moment," Yu Chengfeng interjected, stopping the nobleman as he was about to leave. "Such matters are best left to the servants. I have a personal desire that has long been on my mind. Now that I have ascended to the martial sovereign realm, my eagerness is unbearable. I can hardly wait any longer." "Oh, what matter weighs so heavily on your mind, my brother Yu?" Yu Chengfeng gazed earnestly at Cheng Yi and replied, "I wish to engage in a duel with you." "Oh, what prompts you to challenge me to a fight?" Cheng Yi was perplexed, yet it was Wang Ho beside him who quickly grasped the situation. Had Mr. Cheng forgotten that the city lord was a martial arts enthusiast? Yu Chengfeng chuckled. "The last time I heard that Brother Cheng effortlessly defeated a mid-stage martial sovereign, I was inspired to seek a contest with you. My encounter with that unknown martial sovereign was originally intended for a friendly match with you, but alas, fate was not on our side. Moreover, having witnessed Brother Cheng's remarkable prowess with talismans, how could I dare to propose a competition? Now that I have ascended to the level of martial sovereign, we are indeed equals. Might you indulge this humble brother's wish?" Cheng Yi smiled faintly. "Since Brother Yu is willing to present his treasured collection accumulated over the years, how could I possibly refuse to fulfill your wish?" He chuckled heartily. "Excellent. Lao Wang, please arrange a banquet for us promptly, and then return to act as our witness." "That sounds splendid. Although I am not a martial artist, I have always enjoyed watching martial contests." After speaking, Wang Ho set off to organize the banquet, ensuring every detail was meticulously addressed. Before long, Wang Ho returned. "Manager Wang is back. Brother Yu, shall we remain here, or would you prefer another location?" "Let us stay here. I have already caused considerable damage to this place during my recent breakthrough. It would be more fitting to completely destroy it so that I may have a new courtyard constructed." It seemed that this time, they would be able to engage in a truly thrilling match. "Haha, then I defer to Brother Yu's judgment." In truth, ever since Cheng Yi ascended to the rank of a senior talisman master, He had long desired to test his skills against the renowned city lord. However, he had been waiting for the right opportunity, and now it had presented itself quite fortuitously. Furthermore, witnessing Yu Chengfeng's formidable aura during his breakthrough only heightened Cheng Yi's eagerness to compete. The combat prowess of a senior talisman master significantly surpasses that of an intermediate talisman master. Cheng Yi had yet to unleash his full potential, and it had been quite frustrating to possess such abilities without the opportunity to demonstrate them. Now, at last, he had the chance for an exhilarating battle. Before the duel commenced, Cheng Yi crafted 2 high-level protective talismans, igniting them and affixing them onto Wang Ho. He then instructed Wang Ho to find a safe distance from which they could observe the fight clearly. Once Wang Ho reached a secure vantage point, Cheng Yi faced Yu Chengfeng for combat, both exchanging respectful gestures. "Brother Yu, please proceed." Without hesitation, Yu Chengfeng activated his immense strength technique, his stature swelling to an impressive height of 10 feet, and he charged forward with a powerful swing of his fist. It appeared that Yu Chengfeng was unwilling to hold back. Thus, Cheng Yi resolved to showcase the might of talismans to him. The effects of the martial arts talismans surrounding Cheng Yi have yet to fade, and as long as he desires, he can maintain this state until the spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness is expended. Given his current reservoir of spiritual power, he could sustain the prowess of a martial arts master and engage in intense combat for an entire day without issue. However, with mealtime approaching, it is imperative that the battle does not drag on excessively. Thus, he must first ensure that Yu Chengfeng experiences a modicum of hardship, allowing him to truly unleash his potential. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yi brought together all the fingers of his right hand, forming his palm into a blade, and executed the perfected slash of rupture, aiming for the opening presented by Yu Chengfeng as he charged forward, delivering a decisive strike. In Yu Chengfeng's eyes, this hand chop from Cheng Yi appeared utterly mundane and devoid of power. Yet, years of combat experience warned him that this strike could not be taken head-on. Could it truly be so sinister? I refuse to believe that even if he can harness talismans to achieve the strength of a martial arts master, his physical form could possibly rival mine, cultivated through the formidable giant barbarian technique. Resolving this in his mind, Yu Chengfeng surged forward with unrestrained vigor, determined to shatter any of Cheng Yi's tricks. Of course, should he discover that Cheng Yi was unable to withstand his assault, he would retreat in time. The swiftness of Yu Chengfeng's movements even caused the air to resonate with the tearing sound. As an ordinary person, Wang Ho could scarcely discern Yu Chengfeng's form, only perceiving a shadowy figure hurtling towards Cheng Yi. Faced with this overwhelming momentum, Cheng Yi remained entirely unperturbed, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Chengfeng. As the latter closed the distance, Cheng Yi suddenly moved, vanishing from Yu Chengfeng's sight. Startled, Yu Chengfeng turned to look back, only to feel a jolt of pain in his lower back, accompanied by an immense force propelling him away, sending his towering frame crashing through a wall. When Yu Chengfeng sat up from the rubble, cradling his head, he found Cheng Yi standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he calmly remarked, "Lord Yu, since we are to engage in a straightforward contest, feel free to unleash your full strength. Are you truly concerned that I cannot withstand it?" Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Yu Chengfeng laughed heartily and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I underestimated you, my brother, and deserve this lesson. Now, let us proceed, but do be careful, Cheng Yi." With that, Yu Chengfeng's demeanor shifted. A surge of vitality coursed through him, and his stature once again soared to Tuzhong, comparable to his recently elevated form. Observing this, Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a branch dislodged by Yu Chengfeng's earlier strike, employing the shadowless sword technique as he charged towards the giant figure of Yu Chengfeng. At this moment, not only could Wang Ho not discern Cheng Yi's figure, but even Yu Chengfeng found himself utterly unable to locate Cheng Yi's whereabouts. Again with this tactic? I was defeated precisely in this manner before. I must not fall into the same trap again. However, Cheng Yi's pace had entirely surpassed Yu Chengfeng's reaction speed. Just as Yu Chengfeng was about to defend himself, Cheng Yi had already struck his knee with a branch. Strangely, though it was merely a branch, Yu Chengfeng felt his leg weaken immediately after the blow, and had he not supported himself with his hands, he would have knelt down. Moreover, the knee that had been struck lacked the strength to support him, rendering him unable to stand. At that moment, Cheng Yi's figure reappeared before him, his expression unchanged. "Brother Yu, if you do not show your true abilities, I shall not hold back." Yu Chengfeng smiled lightly, feeling the surge of energy within him, which he directed into his injured knee, allowing him to regain his footing and stand normally. "Brother Cheng, you have keen eyes. Now I shall make my move." No sooner had he spoken than Yu Chengfeng dashed towards Cheng Yi, his speed surpassing his previous pace by more than double, although he still lagged behind Cheng Yi. Given his substantial physique, it was quite commendable. It appeared he had employed martial techniques to enhance his agility. Cheng Yi no longer held back, seamlessly alternating between the blade of severing and the shadowless sword techniques according to the circumstances, perpetually eluding Yu Chifeng's attacks, even when you managed to land a strike. The overwhelming force was deftly neutralized by Cheng Yi through various means. However, once Yu Chifeng truly unleashed his prowess, his strength and speed became formidable. And despite Cheng Yi's efforts to dissipate some of the impact, his physical constitution, though commendable within the martial sovereign realm, still found itself shaken, impairing his agility and leading to an increasing number of successful hits against him. Moreover, any damage Cheng Yi inflicted upon Yu Chifeng was swiftly counteracted. As long as you concentrated his energy at the affected area, he would restore himself instantaneously. The great barbarian technique indeed maximized the potency of his vital energy to its zenith. As time elapsed, the hidden energy accumulating from Yu Chifeng's strikes on Cheng Yi grew ever more oppressive, slowing his movements, and it became apparent that he was on the verge of complete disadvantage. Finally, Cheng Yi could no longer remain passive. Talisman, electric field. A flash of white lightning descended from the heavens, striking the designated point of Cheng Yi's talisman, which was precisely where Yu Chifeng stood. Instead of dissipating immediately, the lightning transformed into a semicircular barrier with a diameter of 6 yards, ensnaring you within. Inside the lightning shield, arcs of white electricity darted about, incessantly coursing through Yu's body. In that moment, even Yu Chifeng's formidable physique trembled uncontrollably, each step becoming an arduous endeavor. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yi activated another talisman. Talisman, Wall of Obstruction. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the talisman, burrowing beneath Yu Chifeng's feet. In less than a heartbeat, for walls of earth, each measuring a foot in thickness, erupted from the ground, nearly encasing you entirely, leaving only his chest and head exposed. At this juncture, Yu Chifeng was rendered completely immobile. He strained against the earthen walls, attempting to summon his strength to topple them. Yet, as soon as his vital energy began to coalesce, it was shattered by the electric currents. Simultaneously, Cheng Yi released his spiritual energy, gathering the scattered leaves around him, which quivered wildly as he inscribed each with upon the utterance of those words. Cheng Yi promptly retracted the spiritual energy clinging to the over 100 high-level fire departure talismans, which instantly transformed back into ordinary fallen leaves, cascading gently to the ground. Subsequently, Cheng Yi unleashed another talisman, directing it towards the earthen wall confining Yu Chifeng within the realm of electric currents. In an instant, the electric field dissipated, and the barrier crumbled into soft soil, easily toppled by Yu Chifeng. Witnessing Cheng Yi's mastery over the talisman arts, characterized by its fluidity, versatility, and immense power, Yu Chifeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he approached Cheng Yi with earnestness. "Brother Cheng, should I choose to follow your path in the immortal realm, how long would it take for me to attain your level of talisman prowess?" In response, Cheng Yi chuckled softly. How could one possibly predict such a thing? However, if you merely wish to dabble, that is one matter, but to reach my heights, you would need to relinquish your martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng sighed lightly. Though the allure of the talismans was undeniable, surrendering the martial legacy passed down by his ancestors was simply inconceivable. Yet, soon enough, his sense of despondency was swept away. Throughout his life, he had always distinguished himself among his peers, and encountering someone as extraordinary as Cheng Yi need not prompt self-deprecation. He burst into hearty laughter, clapping Cheng Yi on the shoulder. "No worries. Your prowess reflects my own. You pursue the path of immortality while I delve into martial arts. What harm is there in that? Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Let us drink. Old Wang, have the servants prepare the wine and urge the chef to hasten with the dishes." The three of them walked side by side, with Yu Chifeng and Cheng Yi discussing their recent duel, while Wang Ho listened quietly, a smile gracing his lips. Before long, they arrived at the designated dining room for Wang Ho and Yu Chifeng, where they gathered around a round table, with numerous jars of wine at their feet. One jar had been opened, filling the room with an intoxicating aroma that made their mouths water and their noses twitch in anticipation. As they chatted and sipped, they leisurely polished off a jar of wine, while the dishes were nearly ready. An array of rare mountain delicacies and ocean treasures competed for their attention, and each bite transported them to realms of exquisite flavor, tantalizing their palates and lingering in their throats and stomachs, inviting them to indulge further. The culinary skills of the chefs were truly remarkable, surpassing the dishes of the fragrant pavilions in the moonlight and by more than tenfold. "Haha, Brother Cheng. It seems you simply have not tasted enough of the finest cuisine from the 9 provinces. When I next return to the capital for my duties, I shall take you to the royal palace, where you can savor the exquisite flavors of our nation. Haha, then I shall rely on your good fortune, brother Yu. Amid their lively conversation, Yu Chengfeng suddenly inquired with curiosity, Brother Cheng, I have observed your swordplay and knife techniques, which seem to transcend the ordinary, rivaling even my giant fist technique. Bear in mind, this is an earth-level martial skill that I have mastered to its pinnacle, yet you are able to outshine me. To be honest with you, brother Yu, I possess 2 sets of martial techniques. One is called the Shadowless Sword. Its greatest strength lies in the finesse of movement it entails. Unless one is confronted with a formidable opponent from a lofty realm or is inherently suppressed by the opponent's martial prowess, one can strike without leaving a trace. There exists another set of martial techniques, known as the Splitting Blade Technique, which specifically targets the vulnerabilities of adversaries, yet possesses immense power, thus proving advantageous in every encounter. Both of these techniques belong to the Earth grade of martial arts. However, today these techniques have met their match. Brother Yu's mighty barbarian skill is truly unparalleled through the ages. At present, among the martial practitioners at the martial sovereign realm, it seems no one can inflict harm upon you. Ha, not at all, my brother Cheng. Your duel techniques are exquisitely refined, a sword and a blade, transcending the ordinary. Yet today, it appears you are hesitant to draw blood, hence you refrain from using true weapons. Otherwise, I would have long since perished on the spot. At this juncture, Yu Chengfeng, intrigued, leaned closer. For a master like Brother Cheng, who wields both sword and blade with such finesse, what weapons do you employ? Might I be granted the pleasure of witnessing them? In response to Yu Chengfeng's inquiry, Cheng Yi chuckled lightly. To be candid, Brother Yu, I do not possess any fixed weapons. I simply use one until it is rendered useless, then replace it with another. What? How can that be? When it comes to swords and blades, one must cultivate a deep familiarity and adaptability. It is unwise to wield arbitrary weapons. I happen to have a collection of weapons that you may peruse, Brother Cheng. Without waiting for Cheng Yi to decline, Yu Chengfeng summoned his subordinates and instructed them to fetch his most cherished swords and blades from his private arsenal, allowing Cheng Yi to select at his leisure. Before long, a subordinate arrived with 7 or 8 individuals, each dragging a wheeled iron rack, which bore 2 or 3 blades or swords. Brother Cheng, these blades and swords are my favorites. Each is extraordinary, and although they may not be renowned, they rival any famed weapon, having simply yet to encounter the Shadow Master. Should any of these blades be fortunate enough to capture your favor, with your prowess, it will undoubtedly become a legendary blade in the future. Noticing Cheng Yi's reluctance, Yu Chengfeng feigned annoyance and insisted, Brother Cheng, if you do not accept, it would mean you do not regard me as a friend, and I shall be quite upset. Cheng Yi offered a faint, bittersweet smile, acknowledging that to decline further would be somewhat disrespectful. He clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude, saying, in that case, I shall thank you in advance. Rising to his feet, he approached the 8 iron frames, inspecting each one with a discerning eye. Ultimately, he selected a knife and a sword. The knife exhibited a sharpness tempered by a ruggedness, while the sword was both resilient and exquisitely crafted. Truthfully, Cheng Yi's mind was flooded with the myriad experiences imparted by masters of the shadowless sword and the cleaving blade, including the very swords they wielded. These experiences had become ingrained in his memory, leading him to regard the mundane iron before him with a sense of disdain. No matter how finely crafted, weapons forged from ordinary iron could never rival those born of celestial materials and earthly treasures, which were capable of producing divine arms. Only such divine weapons could truly unleash the combat prowess of a cultivator. Yu Chengfeng seemed to perceive Cheng Yi's thoughts and continued, Brother Cheng, the weapons I possess here are ultimately inferior to those of genuine quality. However, in our city of Jusui, there are several reclusive elders residing in the mountains, each a master of martial prowess. Among them is one whose forging skills are unparalleled. There are likely no more than 5 in the world who could surpass him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that such extraordinary talent could be concealed within the confines of a relatively small city like Jusui. Yu Chengfeng went on, I share a good rapport with that elder. Shortly, I shall pen a letter to inform him, and then we shall arrange a day for me to accompany you into the mountains to seek a weapon of unparalleled excellence. Cheng Yi understood the immense value of the rare treasures of heaven and earth in this world. Even if that esteemed elder possessed an unparalleled weapon, it was unlikely he would bestow it upon him. Nevertheless, given Yu Chengfeng's fervent enthusiasm and his commendable rapport with the elder, indulging in a small favor seemed inconsequential. Hence, he expressed his gratitude to Brother Yu. After the evening banquet concluded, Cheng Yi, armed with the sword and dagger he had chosen, set forth to return to the Chongqing Daoist hall. Wang Ho and Yu Chifeng accompanied him to the gates of the city lord's residence, the evening sky casting a gentle twilight. Urging the horse to quicken its pace, he hoped to reach the Daoist hall before nightfall. Upon bidding farewell to the two, Cheng Yi mounted his steed and successfully arrived at the Chongqing Daoist hall just before darkness enveloped the land. As for the dagger and sword, he had already devised a plan during their selection. The dagger was intended for Yu Qianlu, and the sword for Lu Lan. Although today's live stream may not yield the bountiful rewards of the previous day, it would certainly contribute a notable amount of teaching value to his endeavors. Cheng Yi resolved to expend some of his teaching points to exchange for the shadowless sword technique and the shattering blade technique. He intended to impart these martial arts to Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, recognizing the potential in these two promising disciples that must not be squandered. They deserved his utmost nurturing. Upon returning to his chamber, Cheng Yi initially planned to access the system but hesitated, fearing it might grow too late. Thus, he summoned a servant to inform Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan to meet him by the Longyu River at the first hour of the Yin day. Having completed these arrangements, Cheng Yi engaged with the system. He first checked his teaching points. Following his inaugural live stream, he had amassed a total of 300,000. He invested 100,000 to elevate his talismans to an advanced level, another 100,000 to acquire the upgraded version of the reincarnation and longevity technique, and spent 200,000 to obtain both the shattering blade and shadowless sword techniques, raising them to their maximum level, which cost an additional 80,000. This left him with a remaining balance of 21,000 teaching points. Initially, Cheng Yi had intended to purchase the foundational techniques for the shadowless sword and shattering blade as well, but regrettably, his teaching points fell short. Now, with the intention of teaching Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu the shattering blade and shadowless sword techniques, it was imperative to also instruct them in the corresponding cultivation methods. During today's duel with Yu Chengfeng, without having practiced the foundational techniques, Cheng Yi found himself evenly matched with Yu Chengfeng solely through his martial skills. It is worth noting that Yu Chengfeng had not only mastered his martial techniques to an extraordinary level but also possessed the formidable giant barbarian skill. The fact that Cheng Yi, relying solely on martial arts, could contend with him so closely demonstrated the remarkable prowess of these two techniques. Had he been able to pair them with their respective cultivation methods, Cheng Yi was confident he could easily dominate Yu Chengfeng in battle. Cheng Yi glanced at the current number of teaching points he possessed, which, when combined with the remaining points from last time, amounted to a total of 150,000 teaching points. Cheng Yi first exchanged the shadowless sword body technique and the severing blade body technique, which collectively cost 40,000 teaching points. He had long grown accustomed to the system's method of imparting martial arts knowledge, and as he received the transmission, he simultaneously perused the information. Upon inspection, he realized that if the shadowless sword and the severing blade were cultivated alongside their corresponding techniques, they could yield combat prowess 3 to 4 times greater than when used in isolation. However, Cheng Yi had no intention of practicing these two techniques. Firstly, they could not be cultivated simultaneously. Secondly, he already possessed an advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Cheng Yi was confident that there would be even higher-level versions available for exchange once he amassed sufficient teaching points. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, the quality of techniques holds precedence over quantity. There exists a certain repulsion among different martial arts. While some can be harmoniously combined, others cannot. And the shadowless sword body technique and the severing blade body technique were examples of the latter. The more techniques one cultivates, the greater the demand for compatibility among them. Eventually, one may find their options for cultivation dwindling, and even when encountering exceedingly rare techniques, they might have to relinquish them due to conflicts with existing ones. Such principles are well documented in the lore of cultivation. Thus, Cheng Yi had long established criteria for his selection of techniques. Unless a technique possessed immense value, or there was an irrefutable reason to cultivate it, he would refrain from doing so. After exchanging for the shadowless sword body technique and the severing blade body technique, Cheng Yi had remaining teaching points amounting to 111,000. How should these teaching points be utilized? Whether it be upgrading talismans to perfection or further exchanging for higher-tier versions of the reincarnation longevity technique, he found himself lacking, and there were no additional conditions met for such exchanges. Consequently, the potential uses for these 100,000 teaching points were numerous. Should he exchange for consumables? No. Cheng Yi was more inclined to acquire items that would enhance his own potential or tangibly bolster his combat capabilities. Reflecting on Yu Qingfeng's words from earlier in the day, Cheng Yi found them quite insightful. Had he wielded a proper sword or blade during their encounter, instead of mere twigs, the battle would have been considerably easier. Currently, aside from talismans, his primary means of offense lay in martial skills, specifically swordsmanship and blade techniques. Yet, lacking both a sword and a blade left him at a disadvantage. It would be absurd to rely on branches and bamboo sticks in every confrontation. Such an approach would be a tremendous waste of his fully leveled Earth-grade martial skills. Therefore, Cheng Yi opened the exchange shop and navigated to the weapons section. To his dismay, the prices were exorbitant. He discovered that even the most basic dagger offered by the system required a staggering 200,000 teaching points, while swords and blades were all priced at 30,000 and above. What was this? A sword mold? As Cheng Yi was deep in thought, he stumbled upon the section dedicated to sword blanks, which was adorned with a splendid array of various sword prototypes. Most of the weapons displayed in the armory had their corresponding sword blanks found in this very section. Cheng Yi surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the 10,000 points of apprenticeship could indeed be exchanged for a considerable number of sword blanks, approximately a dozen. Yu Qingfeng appeared to hold the reclusive martial ancestor residing in the mountains in high esteem, suggesting that his skills in weapon forging were far from ordinary. Cheng Yi stroked his chin in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the most effective means to enhance his combat prowess lay in weaponry. However, the weapons produced by the system were excessively expensive and of remarkable quality, without the corresponding strength. Wielding an exquisite blade would be akin to a child holding a gold ingot, an exceedingly perilous situation. Given this, it would be prudent for him to purchase a sword blank from the system and enlist the assistance of that esteemed craftsman for forging. The items produced by the system are far from ordinary, and as a passionate weaponsmith, that craftsman would surely be captivated and eager to work with such fine materials. It is likely that he might even implore Cheng Yi to allow him to forge the sword blank. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, the forging requirements for the chosen sword blank should be kept as low as possible, with Yu Qingfeng endorsing him, at the very least. The craftsman's forging skills would be adequate, though Cheng Yi remained uncertain of their true extent. As he perused the available sword blanks within the system, he indeed discovered one that met his criteria, the dragon scale sword blank. This blank, transformed from genuine dragon scale armor through the baptism of sun and moon, would exhibit natural dragon scale patterns upon completion. Its overall hardness was unparalleled. The requirements and technical skills for forging the sword blank were not particularly demanding, yet once forged, it would exhibit remarkable resilience, impervious to both ice and fire, and could not be reforged. Thus, it necessitated a successful singular forging. Once transformed into a sword, it could withstand the full force of an early-stage martial spirit master strike, and it possessed strong elemental compatibility, allowing most talismans or techniques to be applied to it. Cheng Yi meticulously examined the description of this sword embryo, and upon comparing it with other weapon prototypes, he found none that better suited his current needs. Furthermore, this sword would be entirely adequate within the realm of martial sovereigns, and could even serve him well when his overall strength ascended to the martial spirit realm in the future. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yi decisively exchanged for the dragon scale sword embryo, and in an instant, the system displayed that his educational value had dwindled to merely 10,000. Cheng Yi's expression reflected a hint of discomfort. It is of little consequence. What has been lost in the realm of knowledge can certainly be regained. Cheng Yi silently reassured himself, and at the same time, he noticed a gleaming white light emanating from the space before him. Gradually, this radiant glow expanded, and a substantial black object plummeted from within the light, crashing down and splintering the wooden floor beneath it. The dragon-scale sword embryo? Cheng Yi endeavored to lift the enigmatic black mass. However, it remained utterly immovable. I had yet to employ a talisman, and my physique was merely that of an ordinary person. Subsequently, I utilized a mid-tier giant strength talisman. With a mere grasp and a slight exertion, I effortlessly elevated the sword embryo, which was roughly the size of a human head. Upon weighing it slightly in my hands, Cheng Yi discerned that this sword embryo was indeed 5 to 6 times heavier than an ordinary iron block of comparable size. For one possessing the strength of a martial sovereign, this sword embryo was somewhat cumbersome, while it would be perfectly manageable for a martial venerable to wield with one hand. Cheng Yi temporarily disregarded the pit, instead procuring a piece of cloth to carefully wrap the sword embryo, which he then tucked beneath the bed. He resolved not to touch the remaining 10,000 teaching points, intending to reserve them for the acquisition of essential consumables when the need arose. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Yi seated himself upon the bed and commenced his practice of the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Recently, he had discerned a diminishing effectiveness in his cultivation of the spirit control technique, perhaps due to his proximity to the upper limits of its current level. As the law of diminishing returns began to manifest, consequently, Cheng Yi shifted his focus back to the advanced reincarnation longevity technique. He persevered in his practice until close to the midnight hour before concluding his session and retiring for the night. The following day, at the dawn of the hour, Cheng Yi arrived at the banks of Longyu River, where Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu were already awaiting his presence. The two greeted him with a respectful clasp of their hands. Cheng Yi nodded. "Since you have opened your spiritual seas, have you dedicated yourselves to diligent practice?" "Master, we have not dared to relax for even a day." Good, Cheng Yi replied, channeling his spiritual energy to inspect the two's spiritual seas. Indeed, they appeared significantly more abundant than when they were first opened, indirectly confirming that they had not been idle. Both of them possessed remarkable talent. However, a genius with merely innate ability, coupled with a lazy disposition, is not worthy of cultivation. Fortunately, these two have not disappointed him. "Master, what is it that you carry on your back?" Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had noticed the two elongated objects wrapped in black cloth behind Cheng Yi since his arrival, and their curiosity had been piqued. At this moment, Lu Lan finally voiced the question. Cheng Yi, upon hearing Lu Lan's inquiry, removed the object from his back and unveiled it from the black cloth. It was precisely the sword and dagger he had acquired from Yu Chengfeng the previous day. "Come closer," he beckoned. The two approached obediently, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Cheng Yi presented the sword to Lu Lan and the dagger to Yu Qianlu. "Lu Lan, your tranquil nature and love for beauty render you most suited to wield a sword." He then turned his gaze towards Yu Qianlu. "Qianlu, I perceive your character to be brave and fearless, with a blend of subtlety amidst your boldness, making you a true fit for a dagger." From the moment Lu Lan grasped the sword, she sensed its extraordinary nature. Even when compared to the sword wielded by her father, Lu Qiyuan, it was nearly indistinguishable in quality, and in the marketplace, such a weapon was nearly priceless. As for Yu Qianlu's dagger, she found it equally difficult to discern its superiority over her sword. Such fine craftsmanship in both blade and sword, should they be offered for sale, would command an exorbitant price. Yet, to her knowledge, Cheng Yi possessed little wealth himself. From whence had he acquired such treasures? Being still young and inexperienced, Yu Qianlu regarded the dagger in his hands merely as an object of exquisite design, its blade keen and sharp, unaware of its true worth. Thus, Lu Lan tentatively remarked, "Master, how could a mere disciple dare to wield such a precious blade? Surely, it is you who are deserving of it." Initially elated by the gift of the dagger, Yu Qianlu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lu Lan's words, mimicking her gesture as he cradled the dagger with both hands, intent on returning it to Cheng Yi. Seeing the two of them being so cautious and meticulous, Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle and said, "There is no need for you to decline. This sword and dagger were gifts from a dear friend of mine. I initially had no intention of accepting them, but he insisted on bestowing them upon me. Relenting to his wishes, I agreed. Furthermore, I recalled that there are two sets of martial arts techniques and skills that are particularly well suited for you. Thus, I chose this sword and dagger from among his collection of weapons. It seems you both quite appreciate them, so my journey here has not been in vain." Upon hearing his words, the two of them felt reassured and gladly accepted the sword and dagger, their faces brimming with joy as they caressed the blades and hilts in their hands. Cheng Yi pressed down with a single hand, cautioning, "Do not rejoice too soon. The blades and swords I bestow upon you serve the purpose of imparting the corresponding martial arts and techniques. From this point forward, there shall be no respite." Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu exchanged glances, each perceiving the uncertainty in the other's eyes. They first bowed in gratitude to Cheng Yi, and then Lu Lan inquired, "Master, are we not studying talismans? Why must we also learn techniques? Is it not true that only those with martial aptitude are permitted to study such arts?" Cheng Yi shook his head and remarked, "Not quite. Firstly, I must clarify that the cultivation method I refer to is not a martial arts technique, but rather an immortal cultivation method. Each breakthrough in realm not only extends one's lifespan but also bestows immeasurable power. Furthermore, the path of talismans is but a minor avenue within the realm of immortality, and it is indeed the first of such paths. Cultivating the talisman arts does not require innate martial talent, nor does it demand any celestial endowment. Hence, it is relatively accessible, albeit with a lower ceiling of achievement. While it may suffice for ordinary individuals to practice the talisman arts, you too, with your exceptional innate gifts for immortality, should not squander your potential on such a minor path. You ought to strive directly towards the grand avenue. From this day forth, what I shall impart to you is the grand path within the realm of immortality, and what you will learn is not the art of talismans, but the art of immortality itself. Do not remain oblivious to the fortune that lies before you. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu were struck with enlightenment. Their faces alight with joy, and they both bowed deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We are eternally grateful for your profound grace, Master." Cheng Yi led the two individuals to a flat expanse and invited them to sit alongside him. "Lu Lan," he began, "the technique I am about to impart to you is known as the shadowless swordplay. Its greatest strength lies in its agility. Once executed, your adversaries will be unable to perceive your presence, often meeting their demise before they even realize it." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Lu Lan's eyes sparkled with boundless aspiration. He had departed from his doting father and the comforts of his previous life in pursuit of a day when he could wield his sword freely, exacting vengeance and navigating the martial world. Having concluded his instruction to Lu Lan, Cheng Yi turned his attention to Yu Qianlu. "Qianlu," he continued, "the technique I shall teach you is called the shattering blade technique. This method allows one to exert a mere fraction of strength to achieve effects that are exponentially greater, adeptly uncovering the weaknesses of one's foes and delivering a powerful strike. Mastering this technique will enable a child to vanquish a giant." The notion of a child defeating a giant filled Yu Qianlu's eyes with astonishment. Such a scenario was beyond his imagination. The mere thought of the terrifying man who often haunted his nightmares sent him scurrying into corners, weeping. Now, with the acquisition of such skills, would he someday have the opportunity to confront and slay that very nightmare? As Yu Qianlu pondered these thoughts, Cheng Yi continued, "The martial skills you are learning are classified as earth-level techniques, possessing formidable power. However, to truly unleash their potential, you must pair them with corresponding cultivation methods. The corresponding technique for the shadowless swordplay is the shadowless sword essence, while the shattering blade technique aligns with the shattering blade essence. With the appropriate cultivation methods, the might of these techniques can multiply severalfold." With that, Cheng Yi produced two notebooks, distributing one to Lu Lan and the other to Yu Qianlu. These contain the initial sections of the shadowless sword essence and the shattering blade essence. Your task today is to memorize the contents within. It would be ideal if you could attempt to comprehend their meanings as you recite them. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to channel these two techniques. Additionally, these methods will be mutually exclusive. I do not mind if you borrow from one another, but remember, do not practice each other's techniques. Otherwise, even the greatest talent can swiftly be rendered worthless. Yes, we shall adhere to our master's teachings. After imparting these critical instructions, Cheng Yi allowed the two to return and study, while he remained on the grassy bank by the river, continuing his practice of the cycle of eternal life until less than half an hour remained until noon. After enjoying lunch at the dining hall, Cheng Yi mounted his horse and leisurely made his way to the city lord's mansion. Cheng Yi refrained from disturbing Wang Ho and Yu Chifeng. Instead, he made his way directly to his streaming studio. There, he settled into his designated spot, practicing the reincarnation longevity technique while awaiting the commencement of the broadcast. During this time, audience members arrived one after another, including Yu Xiao. However, upon seeing Cheng Yi with his eyes closed in meditation, they chose not to interrupt or create a commotion. Even when they had something to convey, they approached him quietly, speaking in hushed tones. As the start time for the live stream approached, with merely a cup of tea's worth of time remaining, Yu Xiao approached to remind Cheng Yi, "Mr. Cheng, the live stream is about to begin." Cheng Yi opened his eyes, concluding the session, and glanced at the audience before turning to his fellow practitioner, saying, "Let us commence." The third day of the live broadcast began, and Cheng Yi, adhering to his customary practice, first provided a more detailed explanation of the elementary giant force talisman taught in the previous session, subsequently inviting questions from the audience, which he addressed one by one. However, the atmosphere of this live session was markedly more vibrant than the last, with the phrase "class dismissed," spoken by Cheng Yi, having gained popularity among the community studying talismans. In the main urban district, at the central square, amidst the reflection of flowers and moonlight, two modestly dressed yet well-groomed men engaged in quiet conversation. "Have you mastered the elementary giant force talisman taught by our master yesterday?" one inquired. "Alas, I am rather slow. I have attempted it dozens of times and still have not succeeded," came the reply. "That speaks to your lack of diligence. I have practiced it over 100 times." "This is hardly a matter of diligence. During the day, I am occupied with laboring and earning a living. I can only practice the giant force talisman after work in the dwindling daylight. What a coincidence, my friend. I too am a laborer and similarly practice under the waning sun after work. However, I have one advantage. After the sun sets, I continue to practice. Do not deceive me. How can you practice in the dark of night? Do you light an oil lamp? Oil prices are exorbitant these days. With the conflict in the north causing shortages, oil now costs twice as much as meat. Haha, as a laborer, I cannot afford an oil lamp. However, my neighbor is quite affluent and lights an oil lamp every night. I happened upon a crack in the wall that allows the light from my neighbor's lamp to seep through. I used this faint illumination to practice my talismans while lying on the ground. Such fortune. Why not discreetly widen that crack so we can practice together? Go away. How could you be so ungrateful? Simply borrowing the light from my neighbor is already a stroke of luck from the heavens. You would have me break their wall as well? Beware, or you may find yourself childless. Do not be upset, my friend. I was merely jesting. But tell me, have you succeeded? Indeed. By borrowing that light and practicing without interruption, I finally succeeded on my 121st attempt. Is that so? You are truly impressive. Pray tell, what does the elementary giant force talisman feel like? A look of nostalgia appeared on the man's face. It is a sensation akin to that of a celestial being. Ordinarily, I can only jump half a meter high, but with the giant force talisman, I can effortlessly leap onto the rooftop. I immediately sought the counsel of a martial arts relative, who told me that my strength has reached the initial stage of a martial master. My heavens, you are remarkable. Indeed. You should have seen the astonishment on my relative's face. His mouth could easily accommodate 10 eggs, due to the limited time of nearly one day. The number of individuals who successfully inscribed the primary giant force talisman was not considerable, approximately 1/3 of the participants, and among them, only about 20 to 30% truly grasped the technique. Nevertheless, this was a satisfactory outcome. Cheng Yi could not afford to wait for the majority to master the skill before continuing his teachings. With the live broadcast spanning only 3 months, he aimed to cultivate as many formidable apprentices as possible. Even if these individuals did not formally pledge allegiance to him, they would still become steadfast supporters. The greater their strength and the larger their numbers, the more formidable his influence would become, enriching his reservoir of talent. In truth, Cheng Yi could have easily arranged for Yu Chifeng to extend his live broadcast period after its conclusion. However, the value of this ephemeral live teaching would become increasingly apparent, prompting other major sects and martial arts families to emulate his approach. Consequently, should the city lord wish for him to continue broadcasting, they would need to offer substantial incentives, far beyond mere gifted weapons. Thus, Cheng Yi was determined to expedite the development of his own faction. In due course, even if Yu Chifeng did not negotiate benefits with other forces, he would still maintain his position in the live broadcasts, potentially extending the method of live teaching to other cities. After reviewing the previous material and addressing everyone's inquiries, the remaining time would be dedicated to instructing the new talisman. Since the term classmates had already become familiar among the students, Cheng Yi was more than willing to continue using this designation. Dear classmates, regarding yesterday's giant force talisman, I trust some of you have mastered it. For those who have yet to do so, fret not. I encourage mutual exchange and learning among classmates, as camaraderie is the essence of our fellowship. To make the most of this precious live opportunity, I shall endeavor to teach a new talisman each day. I urge those who may struggle to keep up to diligently transcribe the lessons for future self-study and collaboration. Cheng Yi paused momentarily before continuing. After employing the immense force talisman, some of you may have noticed that your agility does not quite match your physical strength, resulting in a lack of coordination and even discomfort while walking. This indicates a deficiency in agility. The solution is quite simple. While utilizing the immense force talisman, one should also employ a lightness talisman. Indeed, I observed during the live election that my master used both the immense force and lightness talismans in tandem. No wonder I have felt something amiss. I assumed I was merely unaccustomed to this newfound strength, but it turns out I was lacking the lightness talisman. Subsequently, Cheng Yi retrieved the tools for crafting talismans, while Yu Shao adeptly focused the camera on Cheng Yi's hands. The process of drawing the talismans unfolded slowly, allowing everyone to observe clearly. Why do I find watching Mr. Cheng Yi create talismans to be a form of enjoyment? I must admit, I share this sentiment. It seems as though he is not merely drawing talismans, but rather crafting a masterpiece, flowing as gracefully as a river. Do you not find the appearance of those runes to be remarkably intricate? Recently, I scoured every historical text and ancient art book in my home. Yet I found no records pertaining to talismans whatsoever. Even the runes inscribed upon them seem to have left no trace in history. Is this truly the case? I had thought my master possessed some ancient inheritance of talismanic knowledge. Given that there are no historical records, could it not imply that my master has indeed created this path of talismans independently? In Buddhist philosophy, there is a notion of reincarnation. Could it be that my master is a divine being descended from the heavens to impart wisdom upon humanity? I genuinely believe so. Just observe my master's conduct since he appeared in this world. He is unfettered by status or material wealth, wholeheartedly striving to ensure that anyone with the potential for martial arts can learn the skills. Such a benevolent heart for the betterment of society could only signify a divine presence among us. Do you not agree? Cheng Yi was oblivious to how his classmates perceived him. He remained wholly focused on imparting the fundamental principles and effects of crafting the elementary levitation talisman. Dear students, he began, the levitation talisman bears several resemblances to the mighty talisman in various aspects. However, in terms of effect, it merely transforms the bestowal of strength into the bestowal of agility. This singular distinction, though seemingly minor, creates numerous divergences in the runes and spiritual energies involved. It is imperative that each of you accurately replicate the runic patterns of the levitation talisman. As he spoke, Cheng Yi held the freshly drawn talisman before him. Releasing it from his grasp, and to everyone's astonishment, the talisman began to float effortlessly in midair. Do you see that? He exclaimed as the talisman hovered motionless. Is this a form of talismanic technique? A floating talisman? Or perhaps a manipulation talisman? Before long, Yu Shao meticulously compiled the audience's inquiries, inscribing them on paper and presenting them to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi merely glanced at the paper before returning it to Yu Shao and proceeded to respond. Dear classmates, what you are witnessing now, the levitating effect of the lightness talisman, is not merely a result of the talisman itself, but rather a fundamental skill possessed by cultivators, the ability to manipulate spiritual energy. Previously, we have delved into the transformation of spiritual qi into spiritual power, as well as the cultivation of the spiritual si, which allows us to store this power within our bodies. In due course, we will learn to control this spiritual power to accomplish various tasks, such as inscribing talismans, enhancing our physical capabilities through the circulation of spiritual energy within our bodies, and even projecting this energy externally to manipulate objects. However, mastering such control requires not only diligent practice but also a modicum of innate talent. For now, we must first focus on utilizing talismans to augment our strength, while the cultivation of spiritual power will be reserved for more advanced lessons. Following Cheng Yi's elucidation, the audience was enlightened, their excitement swelling upon realizing the myriad applications of spiritual power. They vowed to diligently grasp the current curriculum and eagerly anticipated continuing their studies with Cheng Yi in more advanced topics. Those who were struggling to keep pace, fervently scribbling notes, secretly motivated themselves with renewed determination, pledging to catch up quickly, for they understood that these skills might one day alter their fates. In the resonant cadence of Cheng Yi's voice, an hour swiftly passed, and the attendees reluctantly departed, some of whom had yet to dine, forming groups to head out for lunch. Thanks to the enriching atmosphere of the live lesson, many forged new friendships, broadening their horizons beyond mere labor and the daily return to their humble abodes. After bidding farewell to Yu Shao, Cheng Yi exited the city lord's residence without seeking out Yu Chifeng and Wang Ho, and made his way back to the Changsheng dojo. Upon his return, before he could even step into his quarters, a voice called out to him. Master, Xiaofeng, what brings you here? It was not a matter of great significance, rather. It was a simple request. My father has arranged a banquet at Longjiang Tower this evening and wishes to invite you to dine with us. I came to inquire if you might be available. Cheng Yi pondered slightly, contemplating the true intentions behind Bai Xiaofeng's father's invitation to dine with him. He could discern some underlying motives. In truth, when Bai Xiaofeng presented him with such a magnificent dojo, after mentioning the Bai family and his father, it became evident to Cheng Yi that Bai Xiaofeng's apprenticeship under him was not solely for the purpose of cultivating talismans. Rather, it stemmed from a keen interest in Cheng Yi's potential, especially after news of his martial prowess at the martial sovereign level spread, prompting a shift in the Bai family's attitude towards him. In light of Bai Xiaofeng's involvement, Cheng Yi made a point to consult Wang Ho for insights into the Bai family. According to Wang Ho, the current head of the Bai family is Bai Qianhe, a man in his 60s whose martial cultivation has reached the martial master realm, though the specifics of his rank remain uncertain. At 19, Bai Xiaofeng is considered a late-born child for Bai Qianhe, who has two elder brothers. Bai Xiaomu, the eldest, aged 39, stands as the most formidable martial artist in the family, having attained the pinnacle of the martial master realm, and Bai Qianyang, the second brother, who is merely 2 years older than Bai Xiaofeng and currently at the peak of the martial soldier realm, on the cusp of advancing to martial master. Bai Xiaomu, not only the strongest in the family, but also second in prestige only to Bai Qianhe, was originally the favored candidate to succeed as the next family head. However, 2 years ago, he fell victim to a vengeful attack, poisoned and ambushed. Although the assailants were ultimately eradicated, Bai Xiaomu's health has deteriorated due to the poison, likely leading him to a premature demise, possibly even before Bai Qianhe. Consequently, the responsibility for the family's future now rests upon the shoulders of Bai Xiaofeng and Bai Qianyang. While Bai Qianyang possesses commendable martial talent, he is rather simple-minded and lacks acumen in management, with his current abilities insufficient to safeguard the family legacy. On the other hand, Bai Xiaofeng, with his quick wit and keen insight, excels in business and networking, often earning the admiration of the family head, Bai Qianhe. There are occasions when Bai Qianhe, uncertain about certain matters, seeks Bai Xiaofeng's counsel. Such an exceptional talent as Bai Xiaofeng would typically be the prime candidate for the next family head. However, his lack of martial aptitude renders him ineligible. Thus, despite Bai Qianhe's high regard for Bai Xiaofeng, the mantle of leadership ultimately falls to Bai Qianyang, with Bai Xiaofeng expected to support him and compensate for his shortcomings. Upon grasping these dynamics, Cheng Yi gained a clearer understanding of the Bai family's current predicament. Externally, they appear to be thriving in business. Yet, this is merely a fade. The crisis of transition has already descended upon the Bai family. At this juncture, they are in desperate need of a formidable ally to serve as their support. Bai Xiaofeng, utilizing his keen intuition, became one of the first to board his own vessel. Bai Qianhe, at this moment, extends an invitation to him, intending to formally welcome him as a patron of their family, while also imparting the teachings of talismanic arts to Bai Xiaofeng. This would endow him with both a sharp intellect and the requisite strength to protect his family. Bai Qianhe's meaning is quite implicit. Should he attend this banquet, it would signify his willingness to become a patron of the Bai family, with specific terms to be negotiated. Conversely, if he were to decline the invitation on the pretext of having no time, it would be tantamount to rejecting the Bai family's request. In truth, Cheng Yi does not oppose the idea of becoming a patron of the Bai family. On the contrary, he recognizes the necessity of leveraging the Bai family's commercial influence to broaden the reach of talismanic arts, thereby preparing for the expansion of his live teaching sessions in the future. Moreover, the attitude of the Bai family towards him is neither servile nor lacking in courtesy, displaying both goodwill and financial capability, which greatly pleases Cheng Yi. Thus, he finds no reason to refuse an alliance with the Bai family. Although these considerations may appear intricate, they linger only briefly in Cheng Yi's mind. After deliberation, he smiles at the eagerly expectant Bai Xiaofeng and says, "Xiaofeng, convey to Master Bai that I shall certainly attend this evening." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's resolute response, Bai Xiaofeng immediately realizes that the evening's events will unfold smoothly, and a radiant smile blooms on his face. "All right, Master. My father will be exceedingly pleased to hear this news." Just as Bai Xiaofeng is about to depart, Cheng Yi suddenly recalls something and calls him back. "Xiaofeng, wait a moment." Bai Xiaofeng turns around, his face alight with joy. "What is your command, Master? Have the other disciples arrived?" "The last of our fellow disciples arrived yesterday evening." Cheng Yi continues, "In that case, please gather a few fellow disciples to notify the others. At the initial hour of Yin Day, all disciples of the Longevity Dao Pavilion are to assemble by the Longyu River, and we shall commence our formal lessons." Bai Xiaofeng's expression brightens once more, and he exuberantly replies, "Yes, Master." After sending Bai Xiaofeng on his way, Cheng Yi indulges in a brief afternoon nap. Subsequently, he checks on the progress of Lu Lan and Yu Qianliu's studies, discovering that both have remarkably mastered the first part of the Shadowless Sword Talisman and the Slashing Blade Talisman, and they have many questions to pose to him. Cheng Yi was exceedingly pleased with this and, while harboring some doubts, noted that Yin and the others had not neglected to think and comprehend while reciting. Which master would not cherish such a diligent and talented disciple? After addressing some inquiries they had, Cheng Yi retreated to his chamber. In the interim, Bai Xiaofeng visited him, mentioning that the banquet at Longzhong Tower was set for the second quarter of the Yu hour, approximately around 6 in the evening. At this moment, it was merely the initial quarter of the Yu hour, and Cheng Yi had not intended to keep the elderly waiting. However, within the customs of the Jiuzhou kingdom, Invited guests were generally expected not to arrive ahead of time. Should the host be unprepared, the early arrival of guests could distract them from their preparations. Thus, Cheng Yi practiced in his room until the last moments of the hour, before mounting his steed and setting off for Longzhong Tower. Upon his arrival, he found it was indeed the appointed time. The city of Jishui boasts 3 renowned establishments. First, the entertainment and leisure haven known as Chuanxiang Tower. Second, the residence with the richest social connections, the Yulian. And finally, the finest dining establishment, Longzhong Tower. Within Longzhong Tower, the city's most skilled chefs gather, offering unparalleled hospitality and an exquisitely elegant dining atmosphere. Particularly captivating are the private rooms adjacent to the Longyu River, each featuring a terrace that provides a direct view of the river's most magnificent scenery. The higher the elevation, the more enchanting the vista. Here at Longzhong Tower, one experiences several bends in the river, along with numerous branches that extend outward. It resembles a dragon composed of flowing waters, gliding gracefully across the land, with the waves sparkling like silver dragon scales. Throughout history, countless poets, scholars, and heroes have been mesmerized by this breathtaking natural tapestry, leaving behind a wealth of poetry and prose. Several original manuscripts of celebrated works remain housed within Longzhong Tower to this day. The establishment does not intend to sell these literary treasures. Instead, they are displayed in each riverside private room, with the value of the poetry increasing on higher floors. It is said that on the topmost level resides the works of Su Luan, one of the 5 great poets of ancient and modern times. Renowned for both his poetry and painting, Su Luan is said to have created a poem and a painting during his visit to appreciate the river scenery at Longzhong Tower. The latter now adorns the highest floor. With such illustrious accolades, access to the top floor of Longzhong Tower is no longer attainable merely by wealth. Those who ascend must possess extraordinary talent or noble status. It can be asserted that within the entire city of Jishui, the number of those permitted entry does not exceed a mere 10 individuals. This time, Bai Qian's banquet was hosted in a private room on the 5th floor, directly beneath the highest level. Cheng Yi estimated that this was likely the utmost extent of Bai Qian's capabilities. After all, although the Bai family is renowned far and wide as a prominent merchant, dealing in weapons, armor, daily necessities, treasures, taverns, pleasure houses, and various other domains, their influence is undeniably vast. However, within the confines of Longzhong Tower, they still do not command the respect they might have once enjoyed. The Bai family's current status has begun to show signs of decline, with their highest-ranking member barely reaching the pinnacle of a martial artist. And even he is a frail figure, uncertain of how much longer he might endure. Given such a background, it is naturally impossible for them to secure the most esteemed private chambers. Cheng Yi estimated that it was indeed in this 5th-level private room that Bai Qianhe must have expended a considerable sum and utilized some connections. The Bai family had displayed such earnestness, and although he had mentally prepared himself in advance, Cheng Yi still felt somewhat overwhelmed by the honor bestowed upon him at this moment. Cheng Yi cast a glance at his attire, a slight frown creasing his brow. He ought to acquire a new outfit, one that would better reflect his stature as he attended the banquet, thus demonstrating his respect for the host. However, as he reached for his purse, he abruptly halted. Despite his esteemed position as a teacher, presiding over a grand Longxing Daoist hall, and enjoying a cordial relationship with the city lord's residents, he found himself, in truth, still impoverished, with little money in his pockets. This was largely due to his practice of imparting wisdom without charge during live broadcasts, as well as his refusal to accept any fees for disciples at the Daoist hall, were it not for the generosity of others treating him wherever he went, and the availability of meals at the Longxing Daoist hall. He would have long been acquainted with the hardships of beggary. It appears I must find avenues for earning a living. Having empty pockets is not a sustainable situation. Moreover, in order for my influence to expand further, substantial funds will be necessary, and I cannot rely entirely on the patronage of the Bai family. Cheng Yi reined in his horse before Longzhong Tower, bringing it to a halt before gracefully dismounting. At that moment, a doorman eagerly approached him with a warm greeting. Longzhong Tower extends its heartfelt welcome to Mr. Cheng. Oh, how do you recognize me? Cheng Yi replied with a chuckle. Why, in all of Jishui City, who does not know you, Mr. Cheng? I have had the privilege of attending each of your live lessons, and your remarkable talent has left me in utter admiration. Perhaps I should address you as my esteemed teacher. Haha, there is no need to be overly formal. The most valuable thing is that you learn something useful. By the way, this is my first visit to Longzhong Tower, and I am not very familiar with the place. Would you kindly guide me to the private room of the esteemed Mr. Bai Qianhe? Oh my. It turns out that Mr. Bai is hosting you. Had I known it was you, our boss would have certainly arranged your private room on the highest floor. Oh, your boss recognizes me as well. Not only recognizes, but our boss holds you in the highest esteem. I shall inform the boss right away, and he will be overjoyed to join you in the private room for a conversation. Cheng Yi smiled softly, sensing an unusual undertone in the admiration directed towards him. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. If that is the case, I shall be in your debt. In the midst of casual conversation, the doorman had already escorted Cheng Yi to the 5th floor. This floor boasted 6 elegant private rooms, consisting of 3 street-facing rooms designated as D and 3 river-facing rooms labeled as Tian. Each private room was further divided into 3 sections, 1, 2, and 3. The doorman extended his hand, indicating the 3rd room of the Tian section. Mr. Cheng, Mr. Bai awaits you in this 3rd Tian room. Cheng Yi nodded at the doorman, expressing his gratitude with a smile before he pushed open the door to room number 3. The private chamber was spacious, adorned not with ostentatious luxury but with a soothing palette that evoked comfort. However, a discerning eye would recognize that every curtain and chair within held considerable value. The room could easily accommodate 20 to 30 guests for a meal without feeling cramped. A grand table was laden with exquisite and enticing dishes, their aromas wafting delightfully through the air, alongside several porcelain bottles exuding a captivating fragrance of fine wine. Yet, the only individuals poised to relish these delicacies were Cheng Yi and an elderly gentleman seated nearby, his hair graying at the temples yet possessing deep, perceptive eyes. Engrossed in a paper journal, upon sensing another's presence, the elder lowered his newspaper and lifted his gaze to find Cheng Yi. He slowly rose to his feet, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he offered a respectful fist salute. I am Bai Qianhe. Honored to meet you, Mr. Cheng. It is a privilege to meet you. Mr. Bai, Cheng Yi replied, as they both took their seats. Cheng Yi initiated the conversation, expressing his long-held admiration for Bai Qianhe's esteemed reputation. I had intended to pay my respects in person, but circumstances conspired against me, so it is a delightful surprise to find you here first. Please allow me to toast in your honor. As he spoke, Cheng Yi poured wine for both himself and Bai Qianhe, lifting his glass towards the elder and downing its contents in one swift motion. Bai Qianhe, taken aback yet pleased by Cheng Yi's deference, mirrored the gesture, emptying his own glass with a smile as he wiped away the remnants of wine from his lips. Your respect for the elderly truly touches me, Mr. Cheng. I have heard much about your remarkable deeds from my son and hold you in high esteem. Today, I have arranged this gathering to honor your illustrious presence. Pausing momentarily, Bai Qianhe continued, having inherited my father's legacy, I have toiled for half my life to establish our family's wealth. Our business extends across numerous cities, and we have many loyal patrons. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to speak candidly. Given your kindness towards my son, I am committed to offering my unwavering support. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi took a brief pause. Bai Qianhe's mention of his family's extensive business was a testament to his capabilities, while the assertion of numerous loyal patrons hinted at the influence of the Bai clan. However, Cheng Yi pondered that while their territory might be vast, the strength of their influence was not necessarily guaranteed. Nonetheless, he placed little importance on the breadth of influence. As long as it was sufficient to extend the reach of the talisman's reputation, that would suffice. The phrase numerous loyal patrons subtly indicated the martial prowess of his family. Couched in humility, though lacking in extraordinary prowess, the foundational strength is undeniably steadfast. The final remark about caring for Bai Xiaofeng essentially implies a responsibility to safeguard the Bai family, positioning him as a protector amidst future developments and expansions, serving as a reliable support. By specifically mentioning Bai Xiaofeng, it subtly conveys the notion that he is destined to be the future head of the Bai family. Moreover, the bond of mentorship shared between the speaker and Bai Xiaofeng alleviates any concerns of betrayal. Indeed, wisdom comes with age, in just a few concise words. The speaker adeptly outlines his advantages, the assistance he can offer Cheng Yi, and the corresponding conditions, while leaving room for negotiation. Should Cheng Yi decline, he could simply laugh it off, engage in polite conversation, and feign ignorance of the implied meaning, thus preserving amicable relations. With the connection to Bai Xiaofeng, future opportunities for discourse will undoubtedly arise. Conversely, if Cheng Yi acquiesces, he would follow in Bai Qianhe's footsteps, offering his own commitments alongside specific conditions, thereby facilitating further discussions. It is evident that the elder's sagacity is unparalleled. This strategy is indeed impeccable. Recognizing the profound implications within by Qian's words, Cheng Yi chooses not to feign ignorance. Responding with a smile, Bai Xiaofeng is a bright and exceptional disciple whom I greatly admire. I shall teach him well and protect him. For one day he may rise to become a hero of his generation. Cheng Yi's remarks served as a comprehensive affirmation of Bai Qian's earlier words. Indeed. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's response, Bai Qian's expression brightened with joy. He lifted his glass and poured a cup for both himself and Cheng Yi. Then raised his glass in a toast to Cheng Yi, who promptly reciprocated the gesture. Mr. Cheng, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Haha, not at all. The two glasses clinked melodiously before they each drank heartily. When their gazes met once more, they both threw back their heads and laughed heartily. Thus, the alliance between the Bai family and Cheng Yi was solidified at that very moment. Subsequently, the two engaged in a delightful exchange, savoring exquisite dishes and engaging in lively conversation, akin to old friends. Initially, Cheng Yi had harbored doubts about how Bai Qianhe, at the age of 50, could have fathered Bai Xiaofeng. However, it became evident that Bai Xiaofeng was indeed Bai Qian's son, having inherited his father's adeptness in navigating the complexities of human relationships. Yet, there remained one aspect where Bai Xiaofeng needed further refinement, the ability to maintain composure when confronted by those of greater strength. This poised demeanor, marked by a light-hearted elegance, was vividly exemplified in Bai Qianhe. Such qualities evoked a profound respect within Cheng Yi for the elder before him. During their conversation, Bai Qianhe inquired about various details regarding talismans. Upon learning that adjustments to talismans could enable individuals devoid of any spiritual or martial talents to attain the prowess of a martial sovereign, Bai Qianhe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Mr. Cheng, since even advanced talismans can be modified to be easily utilized by ordinary people, why not take advantage of your spare time to create more of these talismans for auction? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, a lucrative opportunity has presented itself. Mr. Cheng, such talismans, albeit only effective for a limited time, can decisively influence a person's fate at critical junctures, even determining the survival of a lineage. These talismans possess immeasurable value, and only through auction can the wealth they generate be maximized. Coincidentally, the Bai family owns numerous restaurants and marketplaces where we regularly auction off treasures. Since you are keen to expand the influence of talismans, why not auction them in various cities, allowing others to savor their benefits and paving the way for your future teachings? One must admit, Bai Qian's proposal is indeed insightful and largely without flaw. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for considering my interests. This is an excellent suggestion. However, I find myself with limited time to dedicate to crafting talismans specifically for auction. I can only manage to produce a few high-quality ones during my leisure. Not to worry, Mr. Cheng. It is not the quantity of the items that matters, but their quality. The rarer and more useful the items, the higher the price they can command. This is the essence of commerce. After concluding their discussion on the auction, the two began to engage in casual conversation. During their chat, several musicians and dancers entered the venue, a surprise arrangement made by Bai Qianhe, with fine wine, exquisite dishes, and enchanting melodies amidst the grand and breathtaking scenery of the Longyang River. Cheng Yi reveled in the moment. Since his arrival in this world, he had been devoid of the electronic comforts of computers and phones, filling his free time only with cultivation. However, prolonged solitude had inevitably led to boredom. Now, it appeared that as long as there is wealth, entertainment can be sought anywhere. One merely needs to discover it. As time passed and the sky darkened, the feast drew to a close, and the musicians and dancers departed. Cheng Yi was the first to express his intent to leave, and Bai Qianhe gracefully followed suit. Eventually, they bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. After Cheng Yi exited the Longyang Tower, a pair of captivating eyes quietly observed his retreating figure from atop the building. The owner of those enchanting eyes, with delicate fingers akin to tender green shoots, lifted a small cup of fine wine and consumed it in one swift motion. A few drops of the remaining wine lingered on her cherry-red lips, and as she delicately pressed her lips together, the remnants enhanced her allure. Little did anyone suspect that such a woman was a formidable master at the martial sovereign level. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired of the attendant behind her, "Has there been any response from the Lingyun sect?" The attendant bowed respectfully, hands clasped at his forehead, and replied, "Madam, your report has been dispatched via the messenger eagle. But there has been no response from the Lingyun sect as of yet." The woman furrowed her brow. In times of peril, she had once sought assistance from the Lingyun sect, which had not demanded anything from her at the time, save for a promise to perform a task for them when needed, a request she could not refuse. Back then, her experiences in the martial world were still limited, and she had thought little of it, believing that since they had aided her, it was only just to reciprocate. That event had transpired several years ago, and Lu Yunxi had assumed it was behind her. However, just a few days prior, the Lingyun sect had sent her a letter instructing her to eliminate Cheng Yi. Lu Yunxi had recently returned to inherit her father's tavern, as he felt increasingly powerless in managing its affairs and decided to retire. She had scarcely settled into her role as the owner of Longjiang Tower when the Lingyun sect sought her assistance. Although Lu Yunxi contemplated feigning compliance or outright refusal, she lacked the courage to do so. The Lingyun sect was no ordinary sect. It was a formidable power that wielded influence across the entire realm of Jiuzhou, with countless experts within its ranks. To contend with them was perilous. They could extinguish her life or her entire family without a second thought. While she was unaware of the reasons behind the Lingyun sect's desire to eliminate Cheng Yi, she could surmise that they harbored certain apprehensions about revealing their involvement in his demise, thus seeking to utilize her as an unwitting instrument. This raised the question, what formidable presence stood behind Cheng Yi, compelling the powerful Lingyun sect to tread so cautiously? Cheng Yi, indeed, intrigued her more and more. In truth, she held a favorable impression of Cheng Yi, handsome, ambitious, and, based on the recent accounts she had heard, a man of great aspirations intent on making his mark in the world. Most importantly, his talismans were unique, unmatched throughout the realm, and based on what she knew, his talismans possessed strength at the martial sovereign level. Lu Yunxi, at the age of 20, considered herself unparalleled in both martial talent and beauty, having encountered no peer worthy of her attention throughout her travels. Yet, Cheng Yi undeniably captivated her. It was particularly vexing that the Lingyun sect would demand her to kill the one man she had finally found worthy. She had contemplated various strategies. Upon discovering Cheng Yi's martial sovereign prowess, she composed a letter declaring her inadequacy to fulfill the task, suggesting that exposing the Lingyun sect's intentions risked alarming the prey and that they should seek another. However, 2 days had passed since she sent the letter, and there had been no response. Given the speed of the message-carrying eagle, it should have reached the nearest communication hub of the Lingyun sect within a day. The prolonged silence suggested something amiss. Nonetheless, Lu Yunxi remained unconcerned. She could afford to delay her actions and seek a discreet opportunity to warn Cheng Yi of the impending threat from the Lingyun sect. Surely, with forewarning, he would be more vigilant, making it more challenging for the sect to act against him, especially considering the powerful entities that might stand behind him. The question remained, when would she find the right moment to deliver her warning? After bidding farewell to Bai Qianhe, Cheng Yi mounted his horse and made his way back to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After indulging in a warm bath, he commenced the creation of talismans intended for auction. The business of auctioning had only just begun, and the foremost task was to ensure that the people from various cities could truly appreciate the formidable power of the talismans. Take the fire separation talisman, for instance. While its might is immense and its on-site effect awe-inspiring, even a high-level version can easily be misconstrued as a lightweight variant of high-explosive materials. Despite its tremendous power, its application is considerably restricted. In the realm of fantasy, where martial prowess is revered, every individual possesses some degree of martial skill, albeit with varying foundational qualities in martial realms, resulting in many practitioners having little opportunity to showcase their abilities. In light of this situation, talismans such as the Strength Enhancement Talisman and the Lightness Talisman are in high demand. During the live auction, it was the introduction of these talismans that catapulted him to fame overnight. Therefore, for the upcoming auction, Cheng Yi resolved to utilize the 4 essential talismans of the martial sovereign realm: the Strength Enhancement Talisman, the Lightness Talisman, the Eagle Vision Talisman, and the Spirit Hearing Talisman. With these 4, at the very least, one's physical prowess and realm would not differ significantly from that of an early-stage martial sovereign expert, the most notable difference lying primarily in martial techniques. However, in this regard, Cheng Yi found himself unable to assist. The ability to enable someone to instantly master a martial technique is something he could only attribute to his own cultivation inheritance system. He could not conceive of any other means. While talismans might hold some potential, those capable of imparting immediate mastery over a martial technique, particularly to the point of complete perfection, would surely be advanced talismans, or even flawless talismans that surpassed the advanced level. He felt he was still quite distant from that day. Nonetheless, Cheng Yi believed that once his talisman level reached perfection, even if such talismans did not exist within the realm of talismans, he would be able to create them himself. As the night grew deep and quiet, Cheng Yi meticulously crafted the 4 essential talismans of the martial sovereign realm. Only when fatigue set in did he cease his work, carefully putting away the cinnabar and ink before retiring to bed. The next day, he would need to impart celestial wisdom to his over 200 disciples. The following day, at the first light of dawn, Cheng Yi utilized his handmade toothbrush, accompanied by coarse salt, to cleanse his teeth. Afterward, he washed his face and made his way to the dining hall, where he took 2 steamed buns, munching on them as he strolled towards the Longyou River. Upon reaching the riverbank, he noticed over 200 disciples already gathered. He quickly stuffed the remaining half of his bun into his mouth, causing a slight choking sensation. At that moment, Bai Xiaofeng timely approached and handed him a jug of water. Observing the thoughtful Bai Xiaofeng, Cheng Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Realizing that Bai Xiaofeng was already aware of his conversation with Bai Qianhe from the previous night. After taking a sip of water, Cheng Yi instructed Bai Xiaofeng to direct everyone to sit cross-legged on the grass with a meter's distance between them. Subsequently, he settled down in front of them. Disciples, I will now use my spiritual power to assess your potential in the path of immortality. Please sit quietly and do not resist. As he finished speaking, the crowd beheld strands of pale blue spiritual energy extending continuously from Cheng Yi, connecting to each individual present. Master is truly remarkable, able to assess the immortal potential of over 200 people at once. But can he really remember all of us? One disciple pondered. Indeed. Will he even know our names? Another worried. Stop overthinking. Our master has his own methods. As disciples, we simply need to cooperate. Came the reassuring voice of a fellow disciple. Amidst their soft murmurs, Cheng Yi completed the assessment of all 213 disciples' potential, matching each one with their name. Except for the new arrival from the previous evening, he had memorized the names through their daily interactions. Some disciples, he even knew details about their families. Since his transmigration, Cheng Yi had notably felt his mind becoming sharper. After assessing their potential, Cheng Yi remained seated and began to call out their names. Each time he called a name, the respective disciple would rise and sit before him. With each disciple that approached, Cheng Yi would reveal their potential in the path of immortality and suggest the most suitable cultivation direction for them. Reactions varied. Some returned with expressions of excitement, while others appeared somewhat disheartened. However, the majority displayed enthusiasm and joy, with a few expressing regret, yet harboring hope for the future in their eyes. Many who had returned to their spots couldn't help but discuss the previous conversation. Master is incredible. I merely greeted him once. Yet he remembered me and even knew I have a younger brother still attending school. He encouraged me to teach him the method of condensing spiritual energy, as it benefits the body and promotes growth. Indeed, Master is like a father figure to me. By age, I should be addressing him as an elder brother. Another disciple replied, That is not quite right. Even my younger brother understands that one must respect their teacher, came the reply. I know. I was merely making a comparison. Cheng Yi's efficiency was remarkable. As soon as one individual departed, another arrived. Even the apprentice who had just joined yesterday and whom he had yet to meet, Cheng Yi had already discerned his name from the list. However, due to Cheng Yi's meticulous approach in addressing each person and inquiring about their personal aspirations, this task alone consumed nearly 2 hours of his time, leaving him with less than a quarter of an hour before noon. Very well, my disciples, today's lesson concludes here. However, I must assign you a task. You are to watch the upcoming live lecture, and afterward, attempt to create the talismans I taught you today. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail, you are to bring your final creations tomorrow for my evaluation. Yes, Master, they replied. In Cheng Yi's perspective, the modern educational methodologies of Earth were far more efficient than the traditional master-apprentice teachings prevalent in the fantasy realm. In this world, particularly within the nation of Jiuzhou where he currently resided, the transmission of knowledge was treated with great caution, emphasizing the inheritance of skills from father to son and from master to disciple, accompanied by a lengthy process of testing one's talent and loyalty. Even once instruction commenced, masters often withheld some knowledge to prevent their apprentices from turning against them in the future. This intricate and treacherous approach to teaching had led to the loss and weakening of many powerful techniques and martial arts over the millennia. The example of the Yu family's giant barbarian technique serves as a prime illustration. In its heyday, the Yu family, through the prowess of the giant barbarian technique, established a firm foothold in an era abundant with divine skills and gradually flourished, becoming one of the preeminent martial families in the Jiuzhou continent. However, Due to internal strife and distrust among heirs and current leaders, compounded by adversaries taking advantage of their discord, the technique began to suffer significant losses. Even subsequent attempts at self-derivation and forced restoration resulted in each generation being less adept than the last. Now, the Yu family had fallen from its status as a superlative martial family to merely managing a central city, while they had not descended to the level of commoners. Their decline was nonetheless disheartening. After an in-depth conversation with Yu Chifeng regarding these matters, Cheng Yi resolved that his teaching methods must diverge from the norm. It would be prudent to integrate the educational practices from Earth into the expansive environment of this fantasy realm, accepting that certain modifications might be necessary. As his disciples bid him farewell, Cheng Yi departed from the banks of Longyu River, retrieved the black horse he rode daily from the stables, and headed straight to the city lord's manor. He arrived punctually at his designated live broadcast hall, just before the live session commenced. 100 live audience members were seated in their respective places, much like the disciples he had just instructed. Concurrently, the squares of various districts, adorned with the mirage of flowers and moon, were already filled with eager spectators. Given the midday heat, to prevent anyone from succumbing to heat stroke, Cheng Yi always ensured that cooling tea was prepared for the audience near the mirage. Over time, they had begun to prepare it independently, without needing his reminder. Yet, despite these precautions, a certain number of individuals still fainted each day due to the sweltering temperatures, although the number is not substantial. And the individuals who faint due to the sweltering heat are predominantly those with frail constitutions. It nonetheless weighs heavily on Cheng Yi's mind. Initially, he contemplated distributing oiled paper umbrellas to everyone. However, such measures could obstruct each other's view, thereby impairing the efficacy of the lessons and potentially inciting discord, leading him to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, over the past few days, Cheng Yi has been diligently utilizing his spare time to devise a rudimentary talisman capable of warding off the oppressive heat. He has now reached the final stages of this endeavor and anticipates being able to impart his creation to everyone by tomorrow. Cheng Yi settled into his seat, and the live broadcast commenced. As per usual, he first revisited the basic lightweight spell taught the previous day, addressing the majority of inquiries before proceeding to gather any lingering questions that had not been mentioned, providing clarifications as needed. Ultimately, the moment everyone eagerly anticipated arrived, the new talisman lesson. Today, we shall learn about the eagle-eye talisman, Cheng Yi announced. The audience immediately reacted. The eagle-eye talisman? I have seen Master Cheng Yi utilize it during the live competition. Indeed, it is often employed alongside the mighty force talisman and the lightweight spell. Moreover, I recall there being a listening ear talisman. Could we perhaps learn that on a cloudy day? I believe it is quite possible. While Cheng Yi had yet to begin addressing the audience's questions, he continued, we are all aware that a practitioner's combat prowess is not solely reflected in their strength, agility, and speed. It equally requires corresponding sensory abilities. Among all the senses, vision and hearing play the most crucial roles in combat. Lacking either one can significantly diminish one's fighting capabilities. This is especially true in higher-level battles, where the importance of sensory perception escalates. Imagine, if one possesses great strength and agility but cannot discern the opponent's movements or hear the sounds of their approach, even the mightiest force would struggle to secure victory. Today, we shall focus on the basic eagle-eye talisman, and on cloudy days, we will proceed to learn the crafting method for the basic listening ear talisman. The audience erupted with excitement once more, particularly those who had successfully mastered the mighty force talisman and the lightweight spell. Each new basic talisman learned brought them a significant step closer to their aspired martial arts realm. I have already mastered the basic mighty force talisman and the basic lightweight spell. Once I also learn the eagle-eye talisman and the listening ear talisman, I will be able to transform into a master of martial arts whenever needed. Wow, you are impressive. I just learned the basic mighty force talisman yesterday and am concerned about how to quickly catch up. Let us encourage one another. Cheng Yi continued his discourse. The eagle-eye talisman was initially inspired by the eagle's keen ability to hunt rabbits over great distances. It has since undergone continuous enhancement and evolution, leading to the emergence of intermediate and advanced versions. However, to honor the original generation of talismans, the name eagle-eye talisman has been retained. In reality, by the time one reaches the advanced talisman level, the efficacy of the eagle-eye talisman far exceeds that of mere eagle vision. Upon hearing this, some individuals noted the pivotal phrase, the original creator. Could it be that Master Cheng Yi is not the progenitor of talisman arts? It is important to clarify that Master Cheng Yi has never claimed to be the originator of talisman arts. He has always identified himself as a cultivator and spiritual practitioner, a designation that implies a collective identity. While this assertion holds true, it is noteworthy that today marks the first instance in which Master Cheng Yi has verbally clarified his non-creator status concerning talisman arts. Yet, does it truly matter whether he is the creator of talisman arts? The fact that Master Cheng Yi has achieved such mastery at his age, even capable of defeating formidable opponents at the martial sovereign level, speaks volumes about his prowess. Indeed, whether through live broadcasts or his discipleship at the Daoist temple, Master Cheng Yi has never solicited a single coin, exemplifying a virtue that is difficult for others to emulate. It is evident that Master Cheng Yi is a great disseminator of wisdom. In truth, Cheng Yi's words were not uttered lightly. He understood that the foremost priority was to develop his strength discreetly, expanding his influence while the major sects and martial families had yet to ascertain his identity. Concurrently, he aimed to enhance his combat capabilities to ensure sufficient self-defense against any potential threats. Creating the illusion of a vast community of cultivators behind him was, at present, the most effective means of safeguarding himself and his disciples. Indeed, the leaders of the various sects and martial families were left astonished upon receiving reports from their spies dispatched to the realm of Mirage Flower and Water Moon. Indeed, there exists a sect of cultivators behind Cheng Yi. In Jishui City, several prominent sects and martial families, which maintain close communication, convened an impromptu audio-visual conference utilizing the illusory transmission stones from the estate. I have always found it peculiar that a young man like Cheng Yi could establish such a comprehensive and vast system of talismans, and the subsequent emergence of spiritual cultivators and transcendent beings only deepens the mystery. It appears he hails from such a group. However, despite my subordinate's thorough searches through historical records, there is no mention whatsoever of talismans, transcendent beings, or spiritual cultivation. What could explain this? There remains but one possibility. Cheng Yi originates from a secretive sect. The secret sect. Pray, do not frighten me. The last emergence of the secret sect unleashed a storm of bloodshed. Countless martial families and prominent sects with centuries of lineage were obliterated overnight. It was only through the intervention of the sovereign that order was restored, albeit at a considerable cost, to send that secret sect back into obscurity. Now you tell me another secret sect is about to surface. Unless there exists some other alternative, do enlighten me. I perceive this as an unparalleled opportunity. Oh, pray elaborate. The last secret sect's emergence was notably aggressive, offending many and offering no goodwill. Yet now, Cheng Yi's demeanor warrants scrutiny. Indeed, since his arrival in Jishui City, apart from unavoidable confrontations, he has exhibited remarkable cordiality towards the majority. Oh, I see. You mean to suggest that Cheng Yi's demeanor reflects the attitude of the forthcoming secret sect? Precisely. Cheng Yi's exceptional talents are evident to all present, who are also individuals of remarkable aptitude. However, at his age, the rest of you were likely still in the realms of martial master or martial sovereign, while Cheng Yi has already attained the martial venerable stage. Such a formidable individual, even within a secret sect, would be rare. Therefore, his demeanor can be seen as a reflection of the secret sect's stance towards you all. Thus, I believe we should also express our intentions and swiftly align ourselves with this secret sect. I have an inkling that this secret sect will initially adopt a strategy of conciliation, undoubtedly with grand aspirations, and we should follow in their wake. Even if it merely means partaking in their bounty, it would suffice to strengthen our own influence. I trust that none of you wish to remain confined to Jishui City for eternity? Damn it! To action. I must not miss this opportunity. Indeed. Observe how astutely the Bai family and the city lord's residents positioned themselves early on. They are likely to reap the rewards in the future. Gentlemen, hesitation is no longer an option. Cheng Yi's affiliation with the secret sect is practically a certainty. If we do not act swiftly to declare our intentions, we risk becoming mere fodder when the secret sect truly emerges. This statement holds true. However, I believe that the investigation into Cheng Yi's background should not cease. Only upon obtaining irrefutable evidence can we truly feel at ease. I propose that, prior to acquiring conclusive proof, we extend goodwill towards Cheng Yi, yet refrain from prematurely taking sides. Do you all concur? After elucidating the origins of the Eagle Eye Talisman, Cheng Yi proceeded to conduct a comprehensive instructional session. Adhering to his established routine, he slowed his movements, crafting the talisman on-site while articulating the intricacies of each step involved in the process. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, Cheng Yi had successfully imparted all the detailed procedures and essential techniques for creating the eagle eye talisman. All right, students. Practice diligently upon your return. We shall teach the spirit ear talisman on cloudy days. Class dismissed. Not only the audience present in the live studio, but also those gathered outside the mirror flower water moon bowed in unison to Cheng Yi as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited the live studio, he intended to return directly to the Eternal Life Dao Academy. However, just as he was about to leave the city lord's mansion, he spotted Yu Chengfeng waiting at the entrance. Ah, it is brother Yu. Do you have something to discuss with me? Cheng Yi inquired. Yu Chengfeng chuckled softly, giving Cheng Yi a light pat on the shoulder. Is it not permissible to seek your company for a chat if there is nothing pressing? Cheng Yi responded with a smile, of course, but considering your nature. If you were to engage in a heart-to-heart with Zhao Wu, it would surely indicate that you are facing some difficulties. Haha. Only someone who truly understands me, like you, would say that. However, today I am in splendid spirits because I am about to introduce you to a remarkably skilled elder. Oh? Cheng Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Is it not the esteemed elder you mentioned previously, the one renowned for crafting exceptional weapons? Indeed. He has already replied to me via Messenger Hawk this morning, stating that we may visit him today. That sounds wonderful. But is the elder's residence far from here? Although the elder's abode is somewhat concealed, it is not particularly distant. However, I suggest you leave your weary steed behind and select a fine horse from my stables for our journey. It will expedite our travels, and we may return before nightfall. There is no need for that, brother Yu. While my horse may be unremarkable, do not forget my proficiency with talismans. Even a humble steed can match the pace of a fine mount. Oh? Then I must witness this for myself. However, brother Yu, before we visit the elder, I must return to the dojo to retrieve something. What is it? Perhaps a gift? Cheng Yi chuckled, stating that for a person deeply enamored with the art of weapon forging, this indeed was a splendid gift. Haha, Cheng Yi, you are overly concerned with etiquette, he remarked. Though that individual may possess a somewhat eccentric temperament, he does not place great importance on such formalities. However, since you are sincere, I shall accompany you to the dojo, and thereafter we shall embark on our journey together. Very well, brother Yu, let us set off at once. Agreed. The two mounted their steeds and rode towards the Changxing dojo. To save time, as Yu Chengfeng had predicted, his magnificent steed swiftly left Cheng Yi's modest black horse far behind. Frustratingly, Yu Chengfeng could not resist turning back to mock him once again. Cheng Yi, unable to contain his frustration, produced a mid-level lightness talisman and affixed it to his steed's back. The little black horse let out a piercing whinny, its speed surging dramatically as it swiftly closed the gap to Yu Chengfeng's prized steed. When Yu Chengfeng chanced to glance over his shoulder, he was astonished to see the inferior horse nearing his own. He immediately spurred his horse to gallop faster, intent on distancing himself from Cheng Yi once more. However, to his surprise, the black horse beneath Cheng Yi quickened its pace once again, and soon they were neck and neck. Realizing that his fine steed had been outmatched by Cheng Yi's little black horse, Yu Chengfeng had no choice but to ease his speed, returning to their earlier pace. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi also slowed his pace, riding alongside Yu Chengfeng. Yu Chengfeng playfully punched Cheng Yi's shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, I must commend you. Do you have any more of that talisman? Do share some with me." Cheng Yi chuckled. "Ah, so you too have a request of me. If you desire it, you must first catch up." With that, he tightened his legs around the horse's belly, and the spirited black steed understood immediately, darting forth like an arrow. "Curse it! If I do not catch you today, I shall slaughter this fine steed for a feast." Perhaps the horse beneath Yu Chengfeng heard this proclamation, for it let out a fierce neigh and surged madly after Cheng Yi's black horse, nearly managing to catch up in the fray of their spirited chase. In the midst of this exhilarating pursuit, they swiftly arrived at the Changxing Dao Pavilion. Cheng Yi invited Yu Chengfeng to the reception room for a brief respite with tea, while he himself retreated to his chamber, retrieving the dragon scale, sword hilt from beneath his bed. His very own sword was on the verge of coming into existence. He had already decided on a name, the dragon scale sword. Simple, imposing, and easy to remember. Most importantly, it took him but a second to choose. A most convenient endeavor. "I am ready. Let us depart. What gift are you presenting to that esteemed elder? It seems rather substantial. Could it possibly be a weapon? Yet, what kind of weapon could fit within this square box?" Cheng Yi smiled mysteriously, saying, "You will know when the time comes." "Humph, still keeping it a secret. I have no interest in finding out. After all, it cannot possibly compare to what I have brought." "Oh, and what have you brought?" Cheng Yi observed that Yu Chengfeng arrived empty-handed, prompting a sense of curiosity regarding the gifts he might bear. Yu Chifeng dismounted from his steed, producing 2 items, 2 roasted ducks from Huji in the original mountain alley, and a cherished bottle of ageless wine that I have treasured for 30 years. This wine is particularly dear to that old fellow, who has long sought it from me, yet I have always hesitated to part with it. Today, in light of your matter, I find myself quite generous. Cheng Yi chuckled softly. All right, I remember. You shall not be forgotten. He then inquired with a hint of curiosity. You have cherished it for 30 years, but at that time, you were but a mere child, weren't you? How did you come to know about storing wine? Yu Chifeng replied with a playful grin. It was my father who concealed it. After a bout of light-hearted banter, the two mounted their horses and hastened towards Yunzhushan. Though Yunzhushan is not renowned for its grandeur, its elevation is modest, and only one side, facing the steep cliffs, boasts a picturesque landscape. However, the woods are rife with wild beasts and venomous creatures, rendering it largely unvisited save for a few hunters residing nearby. Wu Yiguan has chosen to recluse himself in this secluded area. Wu Yiguan, as Yu Chifeng has frequently mentioned, is a master of forging at the realm of martial sovereign. According to Yu Chifeng, Wu Yiguan is not originally from Jishui City. He arrived here 5 years prior, when Yu Chifeng was not yet the city lord and was besieged by masters from other regions in the streets. At that time, while seeking materials for forging, Wu Yiguan happened upon this scene, intervened, and rescued Yu Chifeng. Their conversation revealed a mutual affinity, leading them to become close friends despite their age difference. Subsequently, Yu Chifeng would often ascend the mountain, bringing wine and meat to visit Wu Yiguan, gradually discovering that Wu Yiguan was indeed a formidable master of the martial sovereign realm, possessing unparalleled skills in weapon forging, an extraordinary talent seldom seen. Intrigued, Yu Chifeng pondered why such a remarkable figure would choose to reside in the obscure Jishui city. Yet, no matter how persistently he inquired, Wu Yiguan remained tight-lipped about his true origins, cautioning that revealing his identity could bring about peril. Yu Chifeng, of course, was defiant, asserting that as the son of a city lord, there was little in the world that could instill fear in him. Nevertheless, Wu Yiguan continued to shake his head, refusing to divulge anything, stating that when Yu Chifeng reached the realm of martial spirit, he would share his secret with him. This only fueled Yu Chengfeng's determination to cultivate diligently, even enduring injuries to his dantian, yet still emerging as the foremost martial artist beneath the martial sovereign. Upon hearing Yu Chengfeng's account of Wu Yiguan, Cheng Yi grew increasingly fascinated by this unseen master of forging. The fact that Wu Yiguan would withhold his secrets until Yu Chifeng attained the martial spirit realm suggested that the old master had encountered realms of existence far beyond the ordinary. Such elevated status implied that his secrets could pose grave dangers to someone as yet unseasoned as Yu Chifeng, and it would require at least the martial spirit realm to navigate the complexities of his troubles. As for why Wu Yiguan found himself embroiled in such high-stakes entanglements while remaining at the martial sovereign level, Cheng Yi mused that it was not without reason. Ultimately, one cannot reach the pinnacle in multiple domains simultaneously, and as Yu Chifeng had stated, Wu Yiguan was wholeheartedly devoted to the art of weapon forging. In such a distracting environment, Cheng Yi felt that the old man's ability to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm was indeed a remarkable talent. If he could devote just half of the time and energy he spent on forging to the pursuit of martial arts, he would likely have already attained the martial spirit realm by now. However, each individual has their own aspirations, and Cheng Yi would not dare to criticize others for this. His heart was set on the dragon scale sword, which he still needed the old gentleman to forge for him. According to Yu Chifeng, this venerable Mr. Wu was nearing 70 years of age. It was uncertain whether he still had the strength to work iron and wield a hammer. During their conversation, they paused a few times before finally arriving at Yunzhushan. Yu Chifeng pointed to a cliff at the mountain's summit and said to Cheng Yi, "Look, old Wu resides right there on that cliff." "On the cliff?" Cheng Yi queried, perplexed. Indeed, old Wu has nearly hollowed out that mountain. The entire cliff serves as both his residence and his forge. Following Yu Chifeng, Cheng Yi navigated a convoluted path with numerous twists and turns until they reached the base of the cliff. "If it weren't for your guidance, I would have likely had to fly straight up. This path is far too confusing. How do you remember it?" Yu Chifeng chuckled lightly and replied, "At first, old Wu provided me with a map of the mountain paths and instructed me to follow it. After traversing it numerous times, I no longer needed the map. See, we've arrived." Following the direction indicated by Yu Chengfeng's finger, Cheng Yi spotted a cave at the base of the cliff, tall enough for two people. Entering through that cave leads to Old Wu's residence. Let us proceed directly. As Cheng Yi followed Yu Chengfeng into the cliff cave, he discovered a hidden paradise within, pavilions and towers, flourishing flora and fauna, babbling brooks, and tranquil fish ponds, all present in abundance. It was the hottest season of the year. Yet this sanctuary remained remarkably cool and supremely comfortable, a veritable retreat. Was this all crafted by the venerable Mr. Wu Yiguan himself? Yu Chengfeng smiled faintly, explaining that while he had enlisted the help of local hunters, the principal work was indeed completed by Mr. Wu, with the hunters primarily assisting in procuring and transporting materials. Amidst their conversation, the faint sound of hammering could be heard. Upon hearing it, Yu Chengfeng remarked that the old man must be forging weapons. With that, he lifted the jar of aged wine in his hand, uncorked it, and gently blew across the opening. In an instant, a rich and intoxicating aroma of wine wafted forth, permeating every corner of the cavern. Not long after, the hammering ceased abruptly, replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Just from the sound of those steps, it was evident that the newcomer possessed formidable strength. Indeed, moments later, a muscular man with a bare torso and braided hair secured with leather straps leaped down from a high platform, landing before them. He paid no heed to Cheng Yi, extending a hand directly towards the jar of aged wine in Yu Chengfeng's grasp. Heh, you lad, you finally brought this jar of wine. Just as he was about to seize the jar, Yu Chengfeng deftly moved his right hand, causing the jar to vanish from Wu Yiguan's sight, leaving him grasping at air. Turning back to Yu Chengfeng, he was suddenly filled with both surprise and joy. You lad, have you ascended to the martial sovereign realm? Yu Chengfeng smiled and nodded at Wu Yiguan. Haha, after all these years, you finally crossed that threshold. I thought you would remain stagnant for life. Suddenly, Wu Yiguan's expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired. But wait, your Dantian issue can be gradually nurtured back to health. However, the problems with your meridians are much more challenging to resolve. I can assert that there are fewer than 5 individuals in the entire 9 provinces capable of addressing your meridian issues. Quickly, tell me, which esteemed physician did you consult? What was the cost? With a playful chuckle, Yu Chengfeng replied, it cost me nothing. Rather, I gained a legendary friend. Oh, Wu Yiguan remarked. Glancing at Cheng Yi with a furrowed brow, his voice tinged with curiosity, could it be him? Wu Yiguan scrutinized the unfamiliar young man standing before him. Apart from his extraordinary looks and impeccable demeanor, it is difficult to discern what remarkable abilities he possesses that could possibly remedy the perplexing ailments afflicting Yu Chengfeng. Ailments that even the most esteemed physicians find daunting. Noticing the confusion in Wu Yiguan's eyes, Yu Chengfeng chose not to respond directly. Instead, he led Wu Yiguan to a nearby pavilion, where he elegantly arranged fragrant roasted duck upon a stone table and produced 3 exquisite jade wine cups from his sleeve, filling each with the ageless wine he had brought. Come, Cheng Yi and Old Wu, please take a seat. Let us enjoy a drink and converse at our leisure. Old Wu, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the precious liquid, could hardly contain himself. As soon as he sat down, he seized a cup and, before Yu Chengfeng could propose a toast, took a sip. Ah, Wu Yiguan exclaimed, his expression one of sheer delight. How long have I awaited this cup? Only today do you finally deign to present it. I trust this is not a prelude to requesting something of me. Yu Chengfeng replied, Old Wu, today I seek your assistance in forging a formidable weapon for my brother's use. Oh, what kind do you require? Yu Chengfeng hesitated, stating, it must at least be suitable for one at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Immediately, Old Wu set his cup down and inquired, that is agreeable. What martial realm does your friend currently occupy? Although this question seemed directed at Yu Chengfeng, Wu Yiguan's gaze was fixated on Cheng Yi. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Yi clasped his hands together and replied, I lack the aptitude for martial arts and am not a practitioner. Humph, if one is not a martial artist, what business do they have here? A mere trip to the market to procure a simple hatchet would suffice. Why come to me? In truth, Wu Yiguan discerned at first glance that Cheng Yi possessed no martial realm whatsoever, although traces of profound martial skill were evident in his movements. Without the foundation of a martial realm, no matter how formidable his techniques, he could only serve as a tutor for the affluent and would never rise to the status of a true master. For such a person to seek his weaponry was nothing short of an affront. Each weapon he forged, even a simple woodcutter's knife, surpassed the quality of those sold to martial masters in the market. Could someone without a martial realm truly wield his creations? Yu Chengfeng, noticing Wu Yiguan's growing ire, quickly interjected, Old Wu, you misunderstand. Though Cheng Yi lacks a martial realm, he possesses a unique ability known as talismans, which, when activated, can grant one the strength of a martial sovereign in an instant. Oh, am I to be deceived? In my decades of existence, what have I not encountered? How could I be unaware of such things in this world? Be wary of the tricks of the unscrupulous, Wu Yiguan retorted, casting intermittent glances at Cheng Yi, clearly insinuating that Cheng Yi was a charlatan. Cheng Yi did not take these words to heart. When Yu Chifeng cast a glance at him, signaling him to demonstrate, Cheng Yi instantaneously activated the talisman of the martial sovereign realm hidden within his garments. In that fleeting moment, he became indistinguishable from a master at the initial stage of the martial sovereign realm. Wu Yiguan, seated before Cheng Yi, felt an abrupt surge in Cheng Yi's aura, nearly rivaling his own. Decades of experience wandering the martial world informed him that the man before him was exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, Wu Yiguan seemed to perceive Cheng Yi thrusting a sword towards him. However, before he could react, he discovered that the tip of the sword was less than a finger's breadth from his brow. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sword at all, but rather Cheng Yi's finger. The unparalleled sword intent had, in that moment, led him to believe that Cheng Yi was wielding a blade. Cheng Yi retracted his finger, offering a courteous bow as he spoke. I apologize for my presumptuousness, Mr. Wu, and I hope you can forgive me. Wu Yiguan gazed at Cheng Yi in a daze, and suddenly exclaimed, what an exquisite sword technique. What is the name of this style? This technique is known as the shadowless sword, Cheng Yi replied. Wu Yiguan murmured to himself, shadowless, indeed, what a remarkable name. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. No, this swordplay is merely a terrestrial-level martial art. It is you who have fully unleashed its potential. Nay, you have even imbued it with greater strength. Wu Yiguan fixed his piercing gaze upon Cheng Yi, exclaiming in admiration, what a master swordsman! Yu Chifeng, observing that Wu Yiguan had finally ceased to underestimate Cheng Yi, interjected, what you may not realize is that his slashing blade technique is equally formidable, if not more so, than his shadowless sword. Startled by this revelation, Wu Yiguan exclaimed, no wonder I sensed an unyielding momentum from that sword strike. It seems it was infused with another form of blade technique. Such an adept application is indeed the mark of a rare swordsman and blade master. Indeed, Cheng Yi had recently been utilizing both the slashing blade and shadowless sword with increasing frequency, having already maxed out the skill points for both martial arts through the system. He subconsciously began to merge the two techniques. This synergy not only enhanced the effectiveness of both styles but also produced a result that surpassed mere addition. Often, when employing the swordplay, it would carry the aggressive force that the shadowless sword lacked, amplifying its lethality. Conversely, when executing the blade technique, it would possess the cunning and agility absent in the slashing blade, rendering the attacks more precise and difficult to evade. Wu Yiguan regarded Cheng Yi with a look of profound respect, yet a lingering doubt remained unaddressed. Young friend Cheng Yi, I sensed earlier that you possess no discernible martial realm, yet in an instant, your aura surged to that of a martial sovereign. Could it be that your martial cultivation can conceal its true realm? Cheng Yi smiled as he responded, Mr. Wu, my dear brother, you did not deceive you. I indeed lack the aptitude for martial arts and possess no martial realm. My sole ability lies in the art of talismans. As he spoke, Cheng Yi retrieved a high-level talisman, the electric field, from his garment and presented it to Wu Yiguan. Wu Yiguan solemnly accepted the talisman, observing the delicate strands of light blue spiritual energy that formed intricate runes and pathways. What is this? He wondered, sensing a hint of spiritual essence, yet distinctly different from the vitality of blood. Mr. Wu, the runic patterns that constitute this talisman are derived from a substance known as spiritual energy. Just as martial practitioners convert spiritual energy into blood vitality, spiritual cultivators transform it into spiritual power, storing it within their bodies. Spiritual cultivation. Spiritual power. Is this a new system of cultivation? Wu Yiguan inquired, astonished. Indeed, Mr. Wu, Cheng Yi affirmed. He then reclaimed the talisman from Wu Yiguan's hands. This talisman, known as the electric field, renders martial sovereigns immobile within its domain, inhibiting their ability to harness blood vitality. Cheng Yi cast the talisman onto a nearby patch of ground, and the moment it touched the earth, a dome of lightning enveloped the area, filled with surging, violent currents. Wu Yiguan gazed in awe at the terrifying currents within. He surmised that if a martial sovereign were to step inside, even if they managed to summon some blood vitality, they would likely be instantly scattered by the electricity. Furthermore, the overwhelming currents would course through their body, causing paralysis and leaving them utterly vulnerable. Should a martial sect practitioner enter, they would likely sustain severe injuries, and prolonged exposure could even threaten their life. As for those below the martial sect realm, be they martial masters or martial practitioners, they would likely be struck dead the moment they were enveloped by the talisman's effect. Witnessing the formidable power emanating from a mere piece of yellow paper, Wu Yiguan could not help but feel a chill. In a life-and-death struggle, a seemingly inconspicuous talisman like this could catch one completely off guard, rendering them helpless. Wu Yiguan swallowed hard, contemplating the implications. Young friend Cheng Yi, such a potent talisman must be incredibly valuable. To showcase it to me, especially one capable of granting you the strength of a martial sovereign, seems rather extravagant. In truth, Wu Yiguan thought to himself that receiving such a useful item would be far superior to it being squandered in demonstration. However, Cheng Yi, undeterred, continued with surprising candor. It is not a waste. I can effortlessly draw such talismans at will, and quickly too. Moreover, it is of no consequence if I lack yellow paper, a leaf, a piece of bark, or even a stone can serve as a medium for crafting such talismans. Even if fortune were to abandon me and I had none of these, I can inscribe talismans in midair, albeit with slightly diminished potency due to the absence of a physical medium. Nevertheless, I can compensate for this by sheer quantity. Wu Yiguan gulped once more, genuinely afraid now, having truly grasped the terror inherent in these talismans. Under the influence of such talismans, as long as one prepared a sufficient quantity in advance, even when faced with a formidable opponent at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, Cheng Yi possesses the remarkable ability to exhaust his adversaries with his talismans. Despite the prowess of his opponents, evasion is a simple matter should the need arise. Reflecting on this, Wu Yiguan immediately bowed to Cheng Yi and remarked, Sir Cheng Yi's mastery of talismans is unparalleled, beyond the reach of even deities. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you will not take it to heart. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi hurriedly approached and assisted him to his feet. Mr. Wu, you have truly humbled me. After being helped up by Cheng Yi, Wu Yiguan shook his head and sighed, Alas, I have spent many years detached from worldly affairs, engrossed in the art of weaponry, unaware of the changes that have unfolded beyond my secluded existence. I feel a sense of shame. Mr. Wu, do not belittle yourself. Though you may not inquire into worldly matters, they will inevitably seek you out. You see, have I not come to you with a request today? Oh, indeed. How forgetful of me. Wu Yiguan chuckled, tapping his forehead. You have come to seek my weapons, have you not? Follow me. Under Wu Yiguan's guidance, Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng arrived at another cavern within the mountain. Wu Yiguan struck a match to ignite the oil lamps and torches that adorned the walls, revealing a stone chamber measuring approximately 40 to 50 square feet. The walls of the stone chamber were adorned with an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, throwing knives, and various concealed armaments, 18 different types of weaponry, all present, leaving Cheng Yi in awe. All the weapons in this chamber are yours to choose from. However, you may only take one. The quality of what you select will depend on the bond you share with these weapons. Cheng Yi surveyed the surrounding armaments with an unwavering gaze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Although these weapons were seldom encountered in the market, they were, at best, suited for the average martial respect realm cultivator. Yet, his aspirations extended far beyond such limitations. Observing Cheng Yi merely glance around without making any selections, Wu Yiguan felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he discerned the inferiority of the items within the stone chamber? Was he seeking my rare treasures? Wu Yiguan promptly inquired, What is it? Does Master Cheng find my weapons unsatisfactory? Cheng Yi waved his hand and replied, Not at all, not at all. I have actually brought the sword embryo and wish to request Mr. Wu to forge a blade. Oh? Wu Yiguan had crafted weapons for many throughout his lifetime. Yet it was rare for someone like Cheng Yi to bring a sword embryo. Those who presented their own sword embryos shared a common trait. Their sword embryos were anything but ordinary. However, there were occasional disappointments. Some individuals mistakenly believed their sword embryos to be remarkable, veritable treasures. Wu Yiguan, in such cases, would coldly refuse their requests. He hoped that what Cheng Yi brought would not be an item of commonality. If it were merely an average sword embryo, he would prefer to utilize his own rather than rely on a subpar specimen for his craft. Then, Mr. Cheng, please present the sword embryo for this old man to examine. Cheng Yi opened the box he had been carrying with him, revealing the dragon-scale sword embryo within. Cheng Yi, is this dark and unremarkable object what you brought home? Yu Chifeng inquired with a hint of astonishment. Although Yu Chifeng failed to perceive the extraordinary nature of the dragon-scale sword embryo, Wu Yiguan furrowed his brow upon its sight. He stepped closer to Cheng Yi, retrieving the sword embryo from the box. It felt somewhat light, yet its color was peculiar. Subsequently, Wu Yiguan fetched a torch to heat it, struck it with a hammer, and then held it to his ear, listening intently to the resonant echoes emanating from the dragon scale sword embryo. With each test conducted, Wu Yiguan's eyes grew increasingly radiant. Once all evaluations were complete, he excitedly approached Cheng Yi and asked, "Cheng Yi, what is the origin of this sword embryo?" Observing Wu Yiguan's intense reaction, Yu Chifeng could not help but exclaim, "Old Wu, is this object truly formidable?" Wu Yiguan regarded Yu Chifeng with a look of incredulity, as if he were a simpleton. "What do you mean by formidable? I dare say, even if one scoured the entire world, it would be improbable to find another sword embryo like this." Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. So rare. He turned to Cheng Yi, his gaze filled with uncertainty. "Indeed, as I had surmised. Although this sword embryo may appear not particularly hard and is easily meltable for the moment, I am certain that once this sword is forged and fully cooled into its final form, it will be utterly indestructible. Even a master of the martial spirit realm may find it impossible to destroy this sword." Cheng Yi was equally astonished and taken aback by Wu Yiguan's words. Based on Yu Chifeng's earlier recounting during their journey, he had developed certain expectations regarding Wu Yiguan's expertise. However, he was still surprised when Wu Yiguan accurately discerned the characteristics of the dragon scale sword embryo. Cheng Yi immediately clasped his hands and remarked, "Mr. Wu, your keen insight is truly remarkable. Nothing escapes your discerning gaze. Indeed, the characteristics of this sword embryo are precisely as you have articulated, without a doubt. This sword embryo is known as the dragon scale sword embryo." "Dragon scale sword embryo? What a splendid name. Might you elaborate on its origins, my dear sir?" "I regret to inform you, Mr. Wu, that I cannot divulge the specific source of this sword embryo. However, I am more than willing to share the tale of its formation." Wu Yiguan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need for concern. The origins of such treasures should not be spoken of lightly. Doing so may invite peril upon oneself, a truth I am well aware of, merely inquiring out of curiosity. Nevertheless, I am indeed eager to learn of the formation of this dragon scale sword embryo, so please, do share the details." With that, Wu Yiguan once again invited Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng to return to the previous pavilion. "To enlighten Mr. Wu," Cheng Yi explained, "this dragon scale sword embryo was originally a fragment of a true dragon's finger bone. After being baptized by the sun and moon, it encountered celestial fire, merging with gold and iron. Through the relentless passage of countless eons and the ravages of storm and rain, a portion of the true dragon's essence was entirely transformed, resulting in this unparalleled dragon scale sword embryo." Listening intently to Cheng Yi's narration, Wu Yiguan took a sip of his immortality wine, marveling, "Truly, the legendary true dragon is worthy of its renown. Even after enduring the ravages of countless millennia, its remains still possess such formidable power. Remarkable indeed." Wu Yiguan paused slightly before striking the table in enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Excellent. Cheng Yi, considering that you have successfully refined Yu Chifeng's meridians, I am obliged to assist you in this endeavor. Now that you not only possess exceptional swordsmanship, but have also brought forth such a rare sword embryo, I, Wu Yiguan, shall dedicate my lifetime of knowledge to forge for you a magnificent sword." Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng shared a knowing smile. Rising to his feet, Cheng Yi lifted his wine glass and offered a toast to Mr. Wu Yiguan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wu. I am truly appreciative. Though my abilities are modest, should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert every effort to assist you." "Excellent. Haha." With that, the three men raised their glasses in unison. After consuming the fine, ageless wine, Mr. Wu, feeling a touch of shyness, spoke up, "Mr. Cheng, might I request a copy of the lightning talisman you just employed?" Of course. Cheng Yi promptly retrieved a current domain talisman from his attire and, channeling his spiritual energy, began to modify it. In the span of a few glasses of wine, he completed the transformation and handed it to Mr. Wu, advising him, "Mr. Wu, I have revised this talisman for you. When you wish to use it, simply drop a drop of blood onto the talisman and recite the incantation urgent as the law commands to activate it. Once the talisman touches the ground, it will summon a protective thunder shield in the vicinity. As I mentioned earlier, it is quite effective for offense, ambush, or even retreat." "Thank you," Mr. Wu replied graciously. "I shall rely on your talisman for my sword." Following this exchange, Cheng Yi continued to engage with Mr. Wu in a detailed discussion regarding the requirements and intricacies of the sword. Cheng Yi also informed Wu Yiguan that he intended to name this sword the Dragon Scale Sword, and he requested Wu Yiguan to summon him using a messenger eagle when he was ready to finalize its design. Cheng Yi needed to engrave various talismans and runes onto the sword's blade, as well as inscribe pathways of spiritual energy. With the enhancement of these symbols and energy lines, the Dragon Scale Sword would unleash greater power and unlock additional functionalities. Subsequently, Wu Yiguan presented another sword to Cheng Yi, meticulously instructing him in swordsmanship while observing Cheng Yi's unique sword habits and the distinctive features of his wig. He also inquired about Cheng Yi's preferences regarding the sword's appearance, which would serve as a basis for his future design and forging methods. After completing these tasks, Cheng Yi bid farewell to Wu Yiguan alongside Yu Chifeng, descended the mountain, mounted his horse, and, with the sky still brightening, hastened back home. Eventually, under the glow of the evening sun, Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng returned to Shijua City. As they approached the city, they slowed their pace, and Cheng Yi retrieved a sealed envelope from his attire, presenting it to Yu Chifeng. The envelope was bulging, seemingly containing something significant. A small token of appreciation, Cheng Yi remarked. "What is this?" Yu Chifeng inquired as he accepted the envelope. Inside were 4 talismans of the electric field and 4 of the wall of resistance, those very talismans that had once subdued him during their previous duel. Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng was elated. He had long coveted these talismans but had been unsure how to voice his desire. He never expected Cheng Yi to take the initiative to gift them. "Many thanks, Brother Cheng Yi," he expressed warmly. After his gratitude, Yu Chifeng confidently tucked the envelope into his garment, adding, "Today is indeed a day of great joy. You have bestowed upon me such precious talismans, making it a momentous occasion. Allow me to treat you to a fine dining experience today." "Oh, then it would be my pleasure to accept," Cheng Yi replied graciously. A short while later, Yu Chifeng led Cheng Yi to the banks of Longyu River. "Isn't this Longjiang Tower? Have you been here before, Brother Cheng?" Cheng Yi asked. "Indeed. The head of the Bai family, Bai Qianhe, once hosted me here," Yu Chifeng replied. "Ah, I see. He must have spent quite lavishly. I cannot afford to be outdone this time. Please, lead the way." As they approached, they encountered the same doorman with whom Cheng Yi had exchanged a few words on a previous visit. The doorman appeared quite familiar with Yu Chifeng and promptly greeted him. "Ah, Lord City Master, it's been quite a while since your last visit. And Mr. Cheng has also come. This establishment truly flourishes with your presence, please. Allow me to escort you upstairs." Following the doorman, they ascended the stairs, passing the 5th floor without pause. "Young man, why are you guiding us to the top floor?" "I did not reserve a private room there," Cheng Yi inquired. "Ah, Lord City Master, our proprietor instructed that whenever Mr. Cheng visits, he must be accommodated in a private room at the top floor," the doorman replied. Yu Chifeng cast a surprised glance at Cheng Yi and remarked, "I had no idea. Cheng Yi, you possess such influence. It is known that even I would need to wait some time to secure a reservation for a private room on the top floor. To be granted direct access today is quite remarkable. Surely, you must be well acquainted with the owner of Longjiang Tower?" Yu Chifeng had established a close camaraderie with the former proprietor of Longjiang Tower, often indulging in the pleasures of food and drink, engaging in jovial conversations. Now, as the elderly gentleman plans to retire, he has entrusted his daughter with the management of Longjiang Road. Before his departure, he summoned you to express his hopes that he would look after his daughter in the future. The decision for her to take the reins of Longjiang Tower was made to encourage her to settle down and refrain from wandering aimlessly through the world. After all, should she find herself in grave danger one day, it would be too late for regrets. Upon hearing Yu Chifeng's words, Cheng Yi promptly replied, "I have yet to meet the proprietor of Longjiang Tower. However, the doorman mentioned previously that the owner expressed a desire to see me. So it is, I suppose. Soon, I shall inquire further." After ascending to the 6th floor, Cheng Yi observed that there were only 2 rooms, one facing the street and the other overlooking the river. The doorman opened the door to the room facing the river, revealing it to be unoccupied. "Please wait a moment. Refreshments will be served shortly, and exquisite wines and delicacies will soon grace the table. Thank you for your efforts." Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng entered the elegant chamber and discovered that it was indeed far more exquisite than the Tianzi private room on the 5th floor. It was not only lavishly adorned but also exuded a profound sense of comfort. The expansive river view and the gentle breeze seemed to pacify even the most restless of souls. The 6th floor, oriented towards the river, protruded slightly, enclosed by a railing, allowing for a broader vista. Although merely a single floor higher, Cheng Yi felt an entirely different ambience here, one that was more pleasurable and imbued with a deeper aesthetic. At this moment, Yu Chifeng was engrossed in admiring the two poetic paintings, his expression one of rapture. Cheng Yi approached, while Yu Chifeng remained fixated on the poetry and paintings before him. Without turning his head, he inquired, Cheng Yi, what emotions do you perceive from these two pieces of art? Cheng Yi maintained a subtle smile as he replied, Brother Yu, I have never had much interest in poetry or painting since childhood. I apologize for not being able to appreciate them with you. No matter, Yu Chifeng replied. These are merely forms of entertainment to cultivate one's spirit. Whether one is interested or proficient is of little consequence. While the two conversed, several maidservants entered, carrying exquisite pastries and steaming tea, artfully arranging them on a small table. However, instead of departing after their task, they proceeded to the small stage, setting up musical instruments and chairs in preparation for the musician's performance. Yu Chifeng paid them no mind, continuing to admire the two pieces of poetry and art, while Cheng Yi moved to the small table to sample the delicacies. It is worth noting that in a fantastical realm devoid of food additives and complex culinary techniques, the creation of snacks with such rich flavors and textures took Cheng Yi by surprise. It seemed that these treats were the result of generations of refinement and the use of high-quality ingredients. Each pastry was not only appetizing but also light, allowing Cheng Yi to indulge with abandon, often savoring several at once. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a hint of twilight casting a rosy glow from the opposite mountains. At this moment, the chefs began to serve the dishes, and wine was presented as well. Inhaling the fragrant aromas of the dishes and the wine, Cheng Yi swallowed the last of his pastry, and Yu Chifeng, finally parting from the captivating artworks, made his way to the dining table. Oh, the Bailing Spring wine. This is a rare find. Your former master usually kept it for himself. Why would the new owner be willing to share it today? Yu Chifeng inquired. Just as he finished speaking, a voice, both androgynous and sweet, chimed in, Of course. I wish to drink with you. The speaker was none other than Lu Yunxi, the current owner of Longjiang Tower. Cheng Yi turned to look and beheld, behind the curtain, a young woman who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. She was adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress, her braided hair exquisitely charming, with a petite face and a pointed chin. When she smiled, her cheeks dimpled enchantingly. This young lady, whose name was Lu Yunxi, not only possessed exceptional beauty but also an extraordinary grace, exuding a gentle sweetness with a hint of vibrant allure. Upon catching sight of Cheng Yi, Lu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Her lips curled into a smile as she slightly inclined her body, greeting him with, I am Lu Yunxi, honored to meet you. Lord Cheng and Lord Yu. At the sight of Lu Yunxi, Cheng Yi momentarily found himself entranced. Her captivating appearance and attire seemed unbefitting of the proprietor of a renowned establishment. She resembled more a cherished daughter of a wealthy family yet to be betrothed. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Cheng Yi refrained from staring too long. With a gentle smile, he leaned slightly toward Lu Yunxi and remarked, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Miss Lu, now that I see you in person, your grace is indeed remarkable. Upon receiving Cheng Yi's compliment, Lu Yunxi raised her sleeve to cover her face, chuckling softly. Clearly delighted, she then invited Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng to take their seats. At that moment, 7 female musicians entered, each bearing various instruments. They exchanged glances as they settled into their respective places and began to play. The light and soothing melody flowed from their hands, and as Cheng Yi listened, his spirits lifted further into tranquility. Cheng Yi raised his wine glass in a toast to Lu Yunxi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed boss Lu, for your generous hospitality. I raise a glass to you. Lu Yunxi reciprocated the gesture, lifting her own glass in response. After honoring Lu Yunxi, whom he had met for the first time, Cheng Yi filled his glass again and turned to Yu Chifeng, saying, Thank you, brother Yu, for resolving my weaponry issue today. I toast to you. Oh, what business did Master Cheng and Lord Yu attend to today that brings such joy? It is nothing of great significance, merely that I have long been without a suitable weapon. In confrontations, I have often resorted to picking up branches and bamboo sticks from the ground. Brother Yu could not bear to see this and kindly arranged for a skilled swordsmith. Today we finalized the design of the sword. Oh, I see. Boss Lu. Though we are strangers, what prompted you to invite me to this esteemed private room at Longjiang Tower? Is there something you require assistance with? Please do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I, Cheng Yi, can do, I shall lend my utmost support. Not at all, Master Cheng. You have seen through me. I merely wish to make the acquaintance of one whose reputation precedes him. Your candidness, Boss Lu, is refreshing and resonates with me. Consider us friends from this moment forth. The two clinked their glasses once more. As the evening progressed, the trio engaged in light conversation, transitioning from discussions about Cheng Yi's talismans to Yu Chenfeng's injuries, and further to the connections between Yu Chifeng and Lu Yunqi's father, ultimately delving into Lu Yunqi's adventures in the martial world. To Cheng Yi's astonishment, Lu Yunqi, at the tender age of 20, had already amassed such remarkable experiences. He felt a twinge of shame. While Master Cheng dedicates himself to the study of talismans, he understandably has little time to roam as I do. Although you have only just emerged into the world, you have achieved feats of monumental significance. My experiences over the past few years pale in comparison. You flatter me, Boss Lu. I simply contribute what little I can, shining my modest light as best as I am able. What a noble sentiment. Such integrity is worthy of the great figures of both ancient and modern times. Let us raise our glasses high. Yu Chengfeng raised his cup, and the other two followed suit. After indulging in a hearty meal, the trio engaged in conversation for a while before bidding each other farewell. Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng mounted their horses, each embarking on their respective journeys home. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after Cheng Yi departed, a slender figure clad in dark attire leapt from the rooftop of Longjiang Tower and discreetly trailed him from a distance. Upon returning to the Chongqing Daoist hall, Cheng Yi first attended to his personal grooming. Once refreshed, he sat at the table, methodically crafting batches of advanced strength talismans, advanced lightness talismans, advanced eagle-eye talismans, and advanced spirit-ear talismans. Additionally, he took the liberty of producing several intermediate talismans. Just as he was nearing the completion of an adequate quantity, he instructed Xiao Wei to summon Wu Qingdao. Xiao Wei, who managed some of Cheng Yi's daily affairs and simple tasks, acted as a diligent assistant, characterized by his fair complexion and reliable demeanor. Since Wu Qing had heard Cheng Yi express that he could not open the spiritual sea and must relinquish his martial prowess to become a spiritual cultivator, he resolved that even if he could not attain that status, he would not hinder Cheng Yi's progress. Consequently, he began secluding himself in rigorous training, dedicating each day to earnest practice. Today, Cheng Yi heard that he had emerged from seclusion, yet he was uncertain whether he had advanced to the martial sovereign realm. Furthermore, the task of escorting the talismans necessitated a trustworthy individual endowed with considerable strength. Thus, Cheng Yi contemplated enlisting Wu Qingdao for this responsibility, not only for the escorting duties, but Cheng Yi resolved that all matters pertaining to the auctioning of talismans would henceforth be entrusted to Wu Qingdao. From the moment Cheng Yi crossed paths with Wu Qingdao, he discerned that he was a man adept at amassing wealth. Wu Qingdao had a penchant for extravagance, particularly when it came to indulging in the pleasures of brothels and taverns across various locales. Despite his propensity for lavish spending, he never seemed to find himself in financial straits. The purpose of auctioning the talismans was twofold: to expand their influence and to enhance the acceptance of these artifacts among the populace, sects, and martial families in the surrounding cities, and secondly, to generate revenue. Entrusting this endeavor to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi was confident in his capabilities. Shortly after Cheng Yi completed the crafting of the talismans designated for the inaugural auction, Wu Qingdao arrived. Once Xiao Wei departed, Wu Qingdao stepped forward and clapped Cheng Yi on the shoulder. Brother Cheng, during my seclusion, I have felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. I have missed you dearly. In the realm of Earth, such words might elicit awkward misunderstandings. Yet in the fantastical continent, they epitomize the camaraderie between two men. Cheng Yi gently patted Wu Qingdao's shoulder and, with a broad smile, remarked, "As a fellow brother, I too have my concerns. However, due to the multitude of recent affairs, I find myself unable to break free. There is no need for us to dwell on such matters. Tell me, dear brother, is there anything I can assist you with? After my prolonged seclusion, I feel as though my body is on the verge of rusting. I am eager to engage in some activity, preferably something that involves a good fight." "Indeed, there is something, though I wonder if your abilities are sufficient," Wu Qingdao replied with a grin. "Just watch closely," he added. No sooner had he spoken than Cheng Yi sensed a surge of vitality emanating from Wu Qingdao, indicating that he had reached the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. An impressive leap of 2 levels. "My brother, have you truly ascended to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm?" Cheng Yi exclaimed in delight. "Indeed. Do you think my skills are sufficient now?" Wu Qingdao chuckled. "Absolutely. I am genuinely thrilled by your advancement to the martial sovereign realm," Cheng Yi responded, pausing momentarily before continuing. "To celebrate your successful ascension, may I present you with a gift?" "Oh, what sort of gift? A weapon or a talisman? Do reveal it to me." Cheng Yi offered a mysterious smile and inquired. Is it not? Then what could it be? Cheng Yi extended a single finger, declaring, martial skills. A complete set of earth-level sword techniques. Wu Qing was taken aback, for he was aware that his own breaking wind sword technique was merely of the profound level. Cheng Yi was actually offering him an entire set of earth-level sword techniques. Earth-level sword techniques. Brother, are you truly serious? Could it be that I misheard? Cheng Yi chuckled softly. Indeed, it is the earth-level knife technique, a recent acquisition of mine. I have gained some understanding of it, and am now sufficiently skilled to teach you. At that moment, Wu Qingdao was profoundly moved, rendered momentarily speechless. This was, after all, a technique of earth-level caliber. Even the Xian-level techniques he currently possessed had taken his master 7 or 8 years of service to fully impart. Yet, Cheng Yi, driven solely by brotherly loyalty, had generously bestowed upon him this invaluable earth-level martial art. How could he not be touched? Tears welled in Wu Qingdao's eyes. But adhering to the principle that a man should not weep lightly, he suppressed them, gripping Cheng Yi's hand tightly and expressing with heartfelt emotion. With a brother such as you, I would have no regrets in this life, even in death. Cheng Yi grasped Wu Qingdao's hand, saying, Do not speak of merely earth-level martial techniques. Even heavenly-level skills cannot compare to your prowess, Wu Qingdao. Wu Qingdao was deeply touched, nearly unable to contain his tears. Enough of this sentimentality, he said. I have matters to discuss with you. Brother, whatever it may be, I am prepared to face any challenge. Even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or descending into a cauldron of oil. No, should you dare to embark on such a venture, I would be reluctant to let you go, Wu Qingdao chuckled. Wu, 2 days ago, I had a conversation with Bai Qianhe, the head of the Bai family, who happens to be my disciple Bai Xiaofeng's father. He has expressed his willingness to assist me in auctioning the talismans in other cities. This endeavor will not only yield substantial profits, but also expand the influence of talismanic arts. Although the benefits are manifold and devoid of risk, it requires a trustworthy individual to undertake it, and thus, I thought of you. Indeed, this venture holds significant advantages. Very well, I shall take on this responsibility. You can rest assured. Upon hearing Wu Qingdao's agreement, Cheng Yi's face lit up with joy as he gestured towards the box on the table. Within this box lie some advanced talismans along with several intermediate accessories. I have configured it with special talismanic arrangements, and now, it requires a single drop of your blood. Without hesitation, Wu Qingdao bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Cheng Yi dipped his finger into the drop of blood and subsequently inscribed the talisman on the interior of the box with it. Now, it is settled. Aside from you and me, no one shall be able to open this box. Should anyone attempt to force it open, the talisman within will be utterly destroyed. This is a rudimentary talisman that Cheng Yi has devised on the spur of the moment, and he has not even bestowed a name upon it. Nevertheless, despite its elementary nature, its practicality is remarkably high. It merely requires 2 functions: to identify the individual attempting to open the box and to obliterate all the runes and energy lines contained within, including its own. Once all the talismans within this box are annihilated, it shall likewise self-destruct. Otherwise, the box itself possesses a degree of value. Cheng Yi insists that those with determination cannot even return with a basic talisman. My brother's considerations are thorough. Thus, success is assured. Cheng Yi nodded and said, Furthermore, whenever Bai Qianhe requests a certain quantity from you, you must provide him precisely that amount, not a single piece more. Additionally, you are to ascertain the destination of each item and verify with Bai Qianhe, ensuring that someone is dispatched to confirm that the seller has indeed received the corresponding talismans. Cheng Yi would never be foolish enough to unconditionally trust the cunning old fox, Bai Qianhe, solely based on his connection with Bai Xiaofeng. Within this box, one could easily amass dozens of martial arts masters, each at the initial stage of their cultivation. If all of them were utilized or secretly concealed by Bai Qianhe, it would mean the presence of a formidable force capable of wreaking havoc among many factions. Although this power can only be sustained for an hour, it possesses the potential to obliterate numerous influences in an instant. Furthermore, Cheng Yi's greatest dread is that all these talismans might ultimately point back to him. Cheng Yi possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate all the talismans he inscribes within a certain range using his spiritual energy, rendering them inactive with ease. However, doing so would undoubtedly leave him feeling disgruntled, and it would signify the complete dissolution of his collaboration with Bai Qianhe. Presently, Cheng Yi still requires this power to aid his development, and he is reluctant to relinquish such a vital support. Should Bai Qianhe display sufficient integrity, Cheng Yi would not hesitate to extend his assistance, nurturing their growth. Nonetheless, The most effective means to prevent an ally from turning into an adversary is not to evoke sentimentality or rely on friendship as a constraint, but rather to ensure that the ally lacks the capacity to become a foe. Therefore, until he has fully matured, he shall not afford by Cheng Yi any opportunity or occasion to betray him. Nevertheless, to avert unforeseen circumstances, Cheng Yi must ensure that adequate protective measures are established for Wu Qingdao in advance. Cheng Yi retrieved an envelope from his clothing, containing precisely 4 sets of the esteemed martial art known as the Martial Sovereign Family Bundle, all meticulously modified to be activated solely by the blood of Wu Qingdao. Additionally, the envelope housed several talismans of the electric field in the barrier wall, both of which were remarkably straightforward and swift in application, yet immensely powerful, ideal for those who had not studied talismanic arts or lacked proficiency in them. Wu, take this envelope. It contains numerous advanced talismans for your protection in critical moments. Do not hesitate to use them. I can create as many as you require. Your survival is paramount. Understood. Cheng Yi then led Wu Qingdao to an open area outside, illuminating the surroundings with several shadow talismans. Brother Wu, I shall now impart this set of martial skills to you. After an hour of meticulous instruction from Cheng Yi, Wu Qingdao, drawing upon his extensive experience with blades, managed to assimilate the slashing blade technique. However, he was only able to execute it under normal circumstances. To truly master this method would necessitate vast amounts of practice and real combat experience. Now, having learned the slashing blade technique, Wu Qingdao was exhilarated beyond measure. The more he studied it, the more astounded and enamored he became. This technique was extraordinarily formidable, blending intricacy with simplicity and showcasing unparalleled finesse. In comparison, his original wind-returning blade technique paled in insignificance, akin to comparing distant stars to the bright moon or dust to the sun. There was simply no comparison. Yet, he was astute enough to recognize that Cheng Yi harbored many secrets of great significance, which could not be divulged merely due to the nature of their relationship. This was entirely a matter of safety and precaution, and he understood it well. Therefore, Wu Qingdao refrained from inquiring about the origins of this technique. He was not foolish. All right, Brother Wu, it is getting late. Take the box home and rest early. On the day of the Yin, I shall introduce you to Bai Qianhe. Very well, brother. Farewell. Good night. After Wu Qingdao departed, Cheng Yi dedicated some time to further research the cooling talisman, finally formalizing its design just before fatigue began to set in. The cooling talisman was a recent invention he was developing, specifically intended for the audience watching live courses in the Plaza of Illusions. As a master talismanist, the creation of basic talismans was as effortless for him as drinking water. However, this comes with a prerequisite. The talisman is exclusively for his use. Regardless of the intricacy in the engraving and application of the talisman, he remains invincible in this realm. Thus, when crafting a basic talisman, he need not concern himself with the quantity, variety, arrangement, or the complexity of the spiritual energy pathways of the new runes and talisman patterns he is creating. His mastery in the art of talismans is so profound that these details do not equate to the difference between carrying 1 bucket of water and 2, but rather the distinction between holding a single grain of sand and 2. Conversely, for those with little to no proficiency in talisman crafting, a hastily created, unrefined talisman could present a challenge potentially greater than that of an intermediate talisman. This is because the rudimentary talismans he, as an advanced talisman master, casually produces often require techniques derived from intermediate or even advanced talisman crafting. Thus, it is posited that the newly created talismans may only be usable by him. Nevertheless, optimizing a basic talisman is far from a simple endeavor. It involves not only refining the runes, patterns, materials, and energy pathways, but also contemplating the target demographic for the talisman and any adverse reactions that may ensue from its use. During his inaugural live broadcast, Cheng Yi was already intent on addressing this issue. Following the elevation of his talismanic skills to an advanced level, he promptly commenced the development of the cooling talisman. After several days of diligent research, today marks the moment when a prototype can finally be established. Perhaps the current iteration of the cooling talisman is not yet flawless. It must undergo the hands-on crafting and utilization by the masses, who will provide pertinent feedback before it can be finalized. However, Cheng Yi is reasonably confident that for the vast majority, inscribing this talisman will not pose significant difficulty. With this crucial matter resolved, night deepened, and fatigue began to weigh on Cheng Yi. After washing his face and drying it with a towel, he retired to bed. Yet, in the shadows of the night, A pair of clear eyes remained fixed upon the window of Cheng Yi's chamber, attentively listening to the sounds within. It wasn't until Cheng Yi had settled into bed, his breathing gradually becoming slow and steady, that the figure in black dared to approach his room. The caution of the figure was well-founded, for Cheng Yi's reputation was daunting. Previously, a mid-stage martial sovereign had attempted a nocturnal ambush on Cheng Yi, only to suffer a complete rout, leaving the assailant grievously injured and in a disheveled flight, never to be seen again. Through their inquiries, the figure in black learned that this mid-stage martial sovereign was none other than Lu Haifeng, the leader of the Huifeng sect, who had reportedly been absent from public view during his recovery. Furthermore, Cheng Yi had engaged in a fierce battle with another mid-stage martial sovereign skilled in swordsmanship, emerging victorious and forcing his opponent to retreat in disarray. These two significant achievements compelled the figure in black to exercise extreme caution. The first victory demonstrated Cheng Yi's high level of vigilance. Even in slumber, he maintained a degree of awareness, with a keen perception that would render him impervious to surprise attacks from those at the mid-stage of martial sovereign. The second victory suggested that Cheng Yi, upon employing talismans, possessed at least the strength of a mid-stage martial venerable. The figure in black, being a late-stage martial venerable himself, could not assure his triumph in a direct confrontation with Cheng Yi. After all, thus far, Cheng Yi had yet to reveal his ultimate capabilities under duress. Moreover, who could say whether Cheng Yi possessed talismans of the martial spirit realm? If he indeed wielded such power and discovered the figure's presence, it would spell perilous circumstances, leaving no opportunity for escape. Nonetheless, the figure in black hesitated only briefly before continuing to approach Cheng Yi's chamber. Should he be detected and unable to withstand the consequences, he could simply remove his mask to reveal his identity, trusting that Cheng Yi, upon recognizing him, would not inflict harm. Thus, the figure advanced with utmost caution, pausing for breaths after several steps until he finally reached the corner beneath Cheng Yi's bedroom. Cheng Yi's bedroom was located on the second floor, necessitating the dark-clad figure to leap upwards. This task was trivial for him. With a gentle bound, he ascended to the edge of Cheng Yi's window. Rather than recklessly opening the window, he took a moment to steady his breath, then carefully retrieved a thin letter from within his garments, inserting it cautiously through the narrow gap of the window. Once the letter was fully lodged inside, he exhaled slowly, relieved that Cheng Yi remained undisturbed. Just as the figure intended to depart, he hesitated. Considering his own nature, he would have awakened at such a disturbance. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Was Cheng Yi truly as unremarkable as he had presumed? Opportunities to observe him unnoticed were rare. Perhaps he should open the window for a better look before leaving. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Thus, he extended his hand, gently pushing against the window, which creaked open wider, revealing the faint outline of Cheng Yi in slumber. It seemed he was not as extraordinary as he had imagined. However, just as satisfaction washed over him, his gaze fell upon a talisman affixed to the inner side of the window, previously obscured when it was closed. It now caught his attention. Moreover, the talisman was glowing, clearly activated. Who goes there? Cheng Yi suddenly sat upright in bed, letting out a fierce shout. The figure clad in black, disregarding everything, immediately unleashed their maximum speed, fleeing like the wind. As Cheng Yi activated the full power of the martial sovereign realm and lunged toward the window, that shadow had already vanished without a trace. Gazing at the distant shadow, now invisible, Cheng Yi felt a surge of apprehension. Judging by the speed of that dark figure, they were undoubtedly above the mid-level of the martial sovereign realm, very likely at the late stage. If they had launched a sudden attack on him, it could have been perilously dangerous. If things went awry, he might even lose his life. However, upon examining the warning talisman on the window, Cheng Yi found himself puzzled. This talisman had not been triggered by hostility, but rather by the physical act of the window being opened. This indicated that the visitor bore no ill intent towards him. But if there was no hostility, what could have been their purpose? To merely observe him while he slept? That seemed implausible. This is Cheng Yi noticed a letter that had fallen by the window. Upon picking it up, he saw it was addressed to him personally. As he opened the envelope and read its contents, a look of surprise crossed his face. What kind of entity is Lingyun's sect? Have they set their sights on me? Yet, who could be so kind as to come quietly in the dead of night to warn me, all while remaining anonymous? Cheng Yi searched his mind for all conceivable names, yet none seemed likely to be associated with such an act. Firstly, the lack of hostility from the individual was evident from the reaction of the warning talisman. Moreover, Cheng Yi did not believe that anyone could comprehend the mechanism of his talisman or the corresponding defensive measures. The talisman had never been revealed to the public, It had solely been employed by him, making any leakage improbable. Additionally, the individual clearly wished to keep their identity concealed, as evidenced by the masked figure in black, who fled upon encountering him. Lastly, and most crucially, this person was a formidable expert at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm. With such a powerful presence fixated on him, even if there was no immediate hostility, potential future complications could arise. It would be prudent to unearth this person's identity. And thus, he needed to investigate the Lingyun sect mentioned by the mysterious figure. Cheng Yi resolved that after the live broadcast on the overcast day, he would seek out Wang Ho for an inquiry. Given Wang Ho's long-standing engagement with governmental affairs and his responsibility for liaising with various factions, he should possess knowledge that eludes the ordinary populace. The following day, before the first light of the morning hour, numerous disciples of the talismanic arts had already gathered by the banks of Longyu River. At this moment, Cheng Yi had yet to arrive, and some individuals had already commenced their training according to the regimen he had outlined the previous day. Among these diligent practitioners, many engage in hushed conversations, exchanging insights. At this juncture, two youths were conversing with one another. The master is truly formidable. I followed the training route he assigned yesterday, starting with the giant strength talisman, and to my astonishment, it became significantly easier. I had spent 2 days on the lightness talisman without making any progress, and I began to doubt my aptitude for talismanic studies. However, the moment the master instructed me to learn the giant strength talisman, everything changed. It was utterly miraculous. How strange. I experienced the opposite. I initially struggled with the lightness talisman, but after learning the giant strength talisman, it became much simpler. The master is truly exceptional. I wonder what the master has planned for today. I eagerly anticipate his lessons every day. With his guidance, I am certain that I will eventually become a master of talismans. That must be a mere illusion on your part. Get lost. As the first light of dawn broke, Cheng Yi arrived at Longyu River, appearing slightly fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes. He had intended to retire early the previous night, but was abruptly startled awake by a figure clad in black, which left him excited and unable to sleep for a considerable time. In desperation, he ascended to the rooftop to gaze at the stars and moon, remaining there until late, allowing his mind to settle before returning to bed. Since he had promised his disciples that he would conduct lessons this morning, he roused himself early, mindful of the need to uphold his image as a teacher. Upon Cheng Yi's arrival, the conversations among the crowd came to an abrupt halt. Those who had been utilizing their fragmented time for practice ceased their activities, focusing intently on awaiting Cheng Yi's commencement of today's instructional content. The material for today had been thoughtfully prepared by Cheng Yi the previous day, centering on an assessment of everyone's progress in their studies. Subsequently, individuals with comparable learning rates would be grouped together, with no restrictions on group size. Should an individual's progress significantly surpass that of their current group, they would be reassigned to the appropriate cohort. Recognizing the diverse capabilities, diligence, and innate talents of each student, it is imperative to employ varying pedagogical approaches tailored to their needs. If all students were placed within a single group, Cheng Yi would be compelled to frequently alternate his teaching methods during a single session, leading to inefficiency and considerable strain. Such an arrangement would likely render the material applicable only to a fraction of the participants, resulting in diminished absorption for the remainder during that period. Thus, it is more prudent to categorize students based on their learning progress, allowing distinct groups to receive instruction at staggered times. This approach mirrors the educational models on Earth, albeit with the distinction that Cheng Yi serves as the sole instructor. This is why he refrained from accepting a multitude of disciples initially. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. With over 200 students currently, he is already dedicating a significant amount of his time, which he also needs for his own cultivation. By persevering, he hopes that a portion of this group will eventually reach a level sufficient to instruct those in the less advanced cohorts, thereby alleviating some of his burdens. This underscores Cheng Yi's emphasis on nurturing Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, as they possess the greatest potential to attain a teaching capacity within a short time frame. Furthermore, many pivotal roles within his future faction will necessitate talents akin to theirs. Cheng Yi stepped forth before the gathering, cleared his throat, and declared, "Next. Each individual who hears their name shall approach me and demonstrate the crafting of talismans and the manipulation of spiritual energy as per my instructions." With that, he addressed the nearby Xiao Wei, saying, "Commence." Xiao Wei, clutching the list in his hands, nodded at Cheng Yi and began to announce the first name, Yu Qianlu. Upon hearing his name, Yu Qianlu promptly rose and swiftly approached Cheng Yi. "Master." "Indeed," Cheng Yi replied with a nod. He instructed Yu Qianlu, channel your energy and attempt to convert the spiritual essence. Upon receiving the command, Yu Qianlu complied without hesitation. As Yu Qianlu engaged in the conversion of spiritual energy, Cheng Yi focused his own energy into his eyes, employing the technique of spiritual sight to observe the speed at which Yu Qianlu was transforming the energy. Yu Qianlu, a prodigy endowed with an innate spiritual see, exhibited a conversion speed that rivaled Cheng Yi's own, albeit only a fraction of it. The remarkable disparity was not due to any deficiency on Yu Qianlu's part, but rather the sheer prowess of Cheng Yi himself. Cheng Yi has long harbored a suspicion that he possesses a certain innate talent for the path of immortality. Otherwise, his proficiency in talismanic arts and cultivation would not have progressed so swiftly and smoothly. Lacking any peers of comparable skill in the realm of cultivation for reference, Cheng Yi remains uncertain about the true extent of his abilities. In any case, he has found no accounts of talents comparable to his own within the annals of Daoist knowledge. However, the mere fact that the celestial inheritance system chose him rather than another reinforces his belief that he is indeed distinct from others. Yet the nature of this distinction remains for him to discover, or perhaps, as he ascends to greater heights, understanding will come naturally. After assessing the speed of Yu Qianlu's spiritual energy conversion, Cheng Yi instructed him to demonstrate the engraving of several talismans on the spot. From Yu Qianlu's pace and fluidity in crafting the talismans, the dexterity of his energy manipulation, the success rate of his creations, and his physical and mental state during the process, Cheng Yi conducted a comprehensive evaluation of Yu Qianlu's skills in talisman making. At Cheng Yi's request, Yu Qianlu produced 5 of each talisman he currently knew, encountering a single failure with both the basic lightness talisman and the great strength talisman. While the others were executed flawlessly, Cheng Yi was quite pleased with this performance. Such results were sufficient to suggest that Yu Qianlu not only possessed exceptional talent, but also demonstrated remarkable diligence, a rare combination. For it is challenging to achieve such proficiency in so brief a span relying solely on talent. As Yu Qianlu completed his demonstration, Cheng Yi, noticing the eager anticipation in his eyes, commended him. Qianlu, you are truly outstanding, but do remember not to overexert yourself. It is perfectly acceptable to occasionally venture out and enjoy leisure with your companions. Yu Qianlu nodded vigorously, recognizing that his master not only acknowledged his capabilities but also his efforts, hence the advice to take care of himself. That will be all. As Yu Qianlu descended, a sense of anxiety and embarrassment began to permeate among some individuals, all hoping their master would refrain from summoning everyone at once. Most of these individuals found their talismanic skills significantly lacking compared to others. As Yu Qianlu confidently showcased his abilities, many felt a sense of shame and self-reproach. Perhaps it was due to a lack of natural aptitude, or maybe insufficient diligence. In any case, their proficiency in talisman making could be deemed among the lowest of the over 200 peers present. In this moment, heads were bowed low, with many fervently wishing that the next name called by Xiao Wei would not belong to them. However, the subsequent name announced brought a glimmer of despair to its bearer. Next, Chu Fei. Among the throng of over 200, a small, slight boy with a buzz cut, who had been sitting timidly in the last row, now turned pale at the sound of his name. He had yet to successfully open his spiritual see and had not learned a single talisman. Going up would only invite the laughter of others. At this moment, he yearned to escape from this place, contemplating that perhaps he should never have heeded his father's advice to seek out Cheng Yi at the Lord's Manor as a mentor. In this vast world, it seemed that the only true sanctuary for him might be the labor district, where he could settle into a lifelong position. Nevertheless, he understood that ascending to the master's side was the master's intention, and he must comply. As his father had reiterated countless times before his formal departure from home to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, once a disciple, always a son. His father had conveyed that the skills imparted by the master were akin to those of a second father, deserving of the same respect he afforded his own father. Chu Fei was obedient, even though his heart brimmed with shame, threatening to bring him to tears. Yet, he suppressed his emotions and gradually approached Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi gazed at the humble little boy, furrowing his brow as he approached with a face that seemed on the verge of tears, stirring a wave of compassion within him. He recalled this boy, the last to arrive at the Dachong Martial Arts School among all the apprentices. It was said that his family was too impoverished to afford a donkey cart, compelling him to traverse the arduous journey from the most distant labor district, step by painstaking step, toward the heart of the city. Cheng Yi genuinely wished to fetch this young lad himself. However, by the time he learned of the situation, the boy had already arrived. His already tattered straw sandals had succumbed to the journey, leaving his feet bloodied along the way. It was likely that his feet had yet to heal properly. With that, Cheng Yi rose and approached, lifting Chu Fei in his arms and returning with him. After Cheng Yi carried Chu Fei over, he did not hastily prompt him to demonstrate. Instead, he gently removed Chu Fei's shoes and examined the soles of his feet. Upon arriving at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, Chu Fei's feet had already undergone some treatment, having received several applications of medicine and relying on crutches for a few days. Now, they had healed significantly, although he still experienced some discomfort while walking. His recovery was progressing well, and in 2 or 3 days, he would be completely healed. Remember, do not run or jump in the next couple of days, Cheng Yi advised. Then, Cheng Yi released his spiritual energy, soothing Chu Fei's feet. A wave of gentle comfort enveloped Chu Fei, instantly alleviating any pain he had felt. Good, this will expedite your recovery. From the moment Cheng Yi had lifted him, Chu Fei had been in a daze, but upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, he finally grasped what was happening. He felt the warmth emanating from Cheng Yi, akin to that of a father. Tears welled up in his eyes, ready to spill over, when Cheng Yi gently patted his shoulder. Now it's your turn to demonstrate. Begin by running the reincarnation longevity technique, absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual power. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's instructions, Chu Fei's tears halted as he realized that while converting spiritual power was manageable, something only his master could discern, he would soon need to create talismans. The thought that he might fail to produce even a single one filled him with dread. All right, Chu Fei, let us begin, Cheng Yi said. Yes, master, Chu Fei replied. Summoning all his strength, his face flushed with effort as he strained to extract the last remnants of his energy to fully absorb the spiritual energy and convert it. However, in Cheng Yi's eyes, the speed at which Chu Fei converted spiritual power paled in comparison to Yu Qianlu, falling short by countless degrees. Yet, Cheng Yi did not display any displeasure at Chu Fei's performance. He understood that individuals differ from one another, and as a master, he ought to be accommodating. The educational philosophies here contrasted sharply with those on Earth. Here, the belief was that one day as a teacher meant a lifetime as a father, whereas on Earth, teachers and students remained merely that, perhaps friends, but without familial ties unless they were related by blood or had formed a close bond. Since his disciples regarded him as a father, he too should fulfill the dual role of both teacher and father. After assessing the speed of spiritual power conversion, the next step was to measure the size and width of the spiritual sea. Cheng Yi had not examined Yu Qianlu's spiritual sea earlier because he was already familiar with its condition. However, it was necessary for the others. Yet, when Cheng Yi extended his spiritual energy into the location of Chu Fei's spiritual sea, he discovered it was completely empty, indicating that Chu Fei had yet to successfully open his spiritual sea. It seemed that Chu Fei would become someone he would need to support in the future. All right, Chu Fei, let us proceed to the next task, creating talismans. You simply need to craft 5 of each talisman you know. After Cheng Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Chu Fei had not begun crafting the talismans. Instead, he had lowered his head deeply, nearly burying it in his chest. Master, I apologize. I cannot create talismans, not even a single one. Chu Fei had braced himself for the reprimand from his master, yet unexpectedly, a large hand gently patted his shoulder. It's all right, I will teach you. If you encounter difficulties, you may also seek assistance from the other elder brothers and sisters. At that moment, some individuals below observed Chu Fei's lack of action and immediately surmised that he likely could not draw even a single talisman. Could it be that this brother cannot draw any talismans at all? TSK, just look at his attire. It is evident he hails from a laboring district, has received little education, and is quite dull-witted. It is only natural that he cannot learn. I believe the master should not have accepted such a person. It is a waste of effort. Oh dear, I see you are dressed quite elegantly. How can you be so rude? Rude? I am merely stating a fact. Suddenly, the elegantly dressed young noble felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Turning around, he felt his heart drop. It was none other than his master, Cheng Yi, who was staring intently at him. The lavish youth, confronted by Cheng Yi's cold gaze, felt a twinge of apprehension. Surely the master wouldn't reprimand me for this impoverished lad, would he? Furthermore, I am a member of the Zhou family. If the master seeks to advance, he undoubtedly requires the support of our clan. Providing refuge to these poor individuals must merely be for show. Reflecting on his status and considering that Cheng Yi would need to rely on their family in the future, the noble youth straightened his back once more, smiling as he met Cheng Yi's gaze. Observing the sudden resurgence of confidence from the Zhou family scion, Cheng Yi felt a mixture of surprise and amusement. However, he could not find humor in the situation, for he would not tolerate such behavior. Cheng Yi's countenance was grave as he rose to his feet. Upon witnessing this, Chu Fei also stood up in response. Cheng Yi then placed his hand upon Chu Fei's shoulder and, pointing towards the young master of the Zhou family, spoke in a low, commanding voice. You, stand up. Observing Cheng Yi's demeanor, it was evident that he was not one to easily let matters pass, causing the Zhou young master to feel a surge of anxiety as he unsteadily complied and stood up. However, what followed was akin to a bolt from the blue. Zhou Zhu, you may return home now. From this day forward, you are no longer my disciple. The words struck all present, including Xiao Wei, with profound shock, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Meanwhile, the subject of this declaration, Zhou Zhu, was rendered speechless, his face drained of color. His intention in seeking Cheng Yi as a master extended beyond the mere acquisition of skills. It was primarily to forge a connection between the Zhou family and Cheng Yi. After all, Cheng Yi was a formidable master at the martial sovereign level, while even the city Lord Yu was of the same caliber. It was rumored that Cheng Yi shared a strong rapport with city Lord Yu. Thus, establishing ties with Cheng Yi would also indirectly connect the Zhou family with city Lord Yu, yielding dual benefits. The most formidable protector in the Zhou family was merely at the martial sect level, and his father had high hopes for him to become a trusted disciple of Cheng Yi, thereby forging an alliance akin to that of the Bai family and securing a prosperous future. Now, however, due to a trivial matter, he faced expulsion from his master's tutelage. How could he possibly face his father upon returning home? His father might lash out in anger and beat him to a pulp. The very thought rendered Zhou Zhu's legs weak, nearly causing him to falter. In desperation, he sank to his knees, weeping bitterly. Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please do not cast me out from your teachings. I will amend my ways. I promise to change. The onlookers, who had just witnessed the prideful Zhou young master, who had dared to meet his master's gaze with disdain, now reduced to this pitiful state, experienced a considerable emotional shift, and their hearts softened. Many anticipated that Cheng Yi would show leniency, perhaps opting for a small reprimand, especially considering the Zhou family's considerable influence within the city of Jishui. Yet, they misjudged Cheng Yi's resolve. With an unwaveringly icy gaze fixed upon Zhou Zhu, Cheng Yi continued. What did I proclaim when I accepted disciples? I stated that in my presence, regardless of wealth or status, nobility or commonality, anyone who wishes to learn may come to study the art of talismans. Here, there is no distinction of high or low. All my disciples are treated equally, and I seek to unlock your utmost potential. Yet, what have you done? You have regarded your fellow brothers in the craft as inferior beings. Cheng Yi cast a solemn gaze around the assembly and declared, Today, I hereby establish the first rule of our sect. Among us, practitioners of the immortal path may have disagreements, disputes, and competition. However, we shall not tolerate any bias of status, nor any acts of malicious oppression. Anyone who violates this rule shall have their entire cultivation of the immortal path obliterated and shall be expelled from the sect. Upon finishing his proclamation, Cheng Yi extended his left hand towards Zhou Zhu, his 5 fingers seemingly tethering the man with invisible strings, swiftly pulling him back. Zhou Zhu, initially startled by Cheng Yi's words, was further horrified at the prospect of losing his cultivation, and he turned to flee. Yet, his body was suddenly restrained as if bound by 5 ropes, preventing him from moving forward. In an instant, those invisible strings yanked him backward with tremendous force, lifting him from the ground as if he were a mere chick being grasped by the neck, exposing him to the crowd. Next, Cheng Yi raised his right hand, condensing a torrent of violent spiritual energy within it. With a swift motion, he thrust this energy into Zhou Zhu's body from behind. The ferocious energy transformed into countless blades, piercing every channel of Zhou Zhu's spiritual flow, relentlessly assaulting his spiritual sea until it was utterly shattered. Zhou Zhu had never experienced such excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. He convulsed, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, Cheng Yi hurled him away. Throw him out of the dojo. The destruction of his spiritual veins and sea would not inflict lasting harm on his body. It would merely entail a brief period of suffering, and he would henceforth be devoid of any possibility of cultivating the immortal path. Thus, Cheng Yi felt no concern that Zhou Zhu would be unable to find his way home. After executing this decisive act, Cheng Yi turned to the crowd, who stood in stunned silence. However, the expressions of Yu Qianlu, Lu Lan, Bai Xiaofeng, and Chu Fei were distinctly different from the rest. Yu Qianlu gazed at Cheng Yi, his eyes sparkling with admiration, envisioning himself as a hero like his master in the future. Lu Lan looked upon Cheng Yi with such adoration that it seemed she might leap into his arms like a mother wolf. Fortunately, her good fortune held, and her unusual gaze went unnoticed. Bai Xiaofeng scrutinized Cheng Yi, thoughtfully reflecting on his earlier words, his eyes glimmering with ambition. He believed he had chosen the right master, for this man was destined to change the world. In contrast, Chu Fei could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face like an unceasing waterfall. Profoundly moved by Cheng Yi's earlier words and actions, observing the astonishment etched on the faces of those around him, Cheng Yi surmised that his remarks had indeed left a significant impact. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his convictions. Those words were immutable, representing his principles and boundaries. Now, the farce has concluded, he asserted. Let my previous words resonate in your hearts. Here, you are all equal. I do not wish to see another individual of Zhouzu's ilk among you. Do you understand? Upon hearing Cheng Yi's pointed inquiry, the group suddenly snapped back to reality, responding in unison, yes. Master, we shall remember. Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, very well, let us proceed. Cheng Yi subtly gestured to Xiao Wei, who promptly bent down to retrieve the roster that had fallen to the ground in shock and continued to announce the next name. After meticulously evaluating each student, Cheng Yi had formed a general assessment of the talismanic skills, innate talents, and current progress of his 212 disciples. Originally, there had been 213, but one had been dismissed, leaving him with this number. Undoubtedly, the two students with the highest proficiency in talismans and the most advanced learning progress were Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. However, Cheng Yi was quite taken aback to discover that Bai Xiaofeng's learning progress was, remarkably, only slightly below that of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Cheng Yi was aware of Bai Xiaofeng. His innate talent was not particularly exceptional, ranking merely in the middle tier of the cultivation system. Even among these 200 disciples, his talent could hardly be regarded as outstanding, especially in comparison to Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Furthermore, unlike Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, who had little to manage aside from their training, Bai Xiaofeng had to juggle a portion of the Bai family's business alongside his own occasional assignments. Under such circumstances, he had limited time each day to dedicate to the study of talismans. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, he managed to closely keep pace with Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, which genuinely impressed Cheng Yi. How did he achieve this? Could it be that his talent in the celestial path was merely overlooked by him? Upon further reflection, Cheng Yi pondered. His evaluations were accurate. Bai Xiaofeng did not possess any significant innate talent, but he was remarkably astute. His agile and adaptable mind granted him an enhanced comprehension of talismans. This allowed him to rapidly grasp numerous fundamental talismans and the cultivation methods of the reincarnation and longevity technique in a short span of time. Moreover, although his celestial aptitude was mediocre, it was by no means inadequate. Thus, opening the spiritual sea was not a formidable task for him. Certainly, after attending to a myriad of unavoidable trivial matters, he still managed to carve out some time to study talismans, which could certainly be deemed as diligent. Cheng Yi naturally held a fondness for hard-working students, regardless of their level of innate talent. Cheng Yi prepared to categorize his more than 200 disciples into 4 distinct groups based on their learning progress. The lowest group, Group 4, consisted of individuals who had yet to open their spiritual meridians, comprising approximately 50% of the total number. Group 3 was comprised of those who had successfully crafted 2 out of the 4 fundamental talismans currently taught: the basic giant strength talisman, the basic lightness talisman, the basic eagle eye talisman, and the basic spirit ear talisman. This group accounted for around 40% of the total. Group 2 consisted of those who had successfully created all 4 of the primary talismans taught thus far, making up less than 10% of the total. Group 1 included those who had mastered the 4 basic talismans, capable of crafting them swiftly while ensuring a high success rate. Within this elite group, only Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had achieved complete proficiency. Bai Xiaofeng's position was rather awkward. On one hand, his skills surpassed those of Group 3, making it unsuitable for him, while on the other hand, he lagged behind Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu in terms of mastery of the 4 basic talismans. However, after careful consideration, Cheng Yi decided to place Bai Xiaofeng in Group 1. Despite Bai Xiaofeng's innate talent being inferior to that of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, his diligence and comprehension far surpassed theirs, providing a compensatory advantage in understanding. Furthermore, Bai Xiaofeng's perceptiveness ensured that his developmental pace in the early stages would not fall short of either Lu Lan or Yu Qianlu. Given sufficient time and space for learning, he could easily surpass them in the near future. This was a prodigy who, although lacking in innate physical talent, possessed the potential for rapid growth. Taking all factors into account, Cheng Yi concluded that grouping by Xiaofeng with Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan would yield nothing but benefits. It was evident that Bai Xiaofeng was genuinely eager to pursue the path of immortality, not merely for the sake of seeking favor. Therefore, Cheng Yi was more than willing to facilitate his aspirations. As Cheng Yi contemplated, he meticulously organized the names of 212 individuals into 4 distinct groups using pen and paper. The others did not have to wait long, for Cheng Yi efficiently completed this task. Once he had categorized everyone, he gently blew on the rice paper to hasten the drying of the ink. Subsequently, he handed the finalized roster to Xiao Wei, instructing him to announce each name. When Xiao Wei discovered he had been assigned to Group 2, a smile illuminated his face for a moment. Xiao Wei, whose full name was Wei Xiaohu, was more commonly referred to as Xiaohu. However, to avoid confusion with another of Cheng Yi's apprentices named Wei Xiao Tiger, whose name differed by only one character yet sounded identical, the group had devised a system based on age for differentiation. Wei Xiao Tiger was 2 years older than Wei Xiaohu, thus earning the moniker De Wei, while the younger Wei Xiaohu was affectionately called Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei possessed a talent that slightly surpassed that of Bai Xiaofeng. Yet he lacked Bai Xiaofeng's astute cunning. Nevertheless, his steady demeanor, unpretentious nature, and methodical approach to tasks made him a reliable individual, worthy of trust. Cheng Yi held a favorable view of him, and after obtaining his consent, appointed Xiao Wei as his assistant. As Xiao Wei announced the names, Cheng Yi guided everyone to their designated positions according to their respective groups. Ultimately, the members of each group were successfully assembled. Cheng Yi instructed them to identify their respective group members and then asked them to reseat themselves according to their groups. Henceforth, we shall conduct our teaching according to different groups at varying times. I shall not show favoritism towards you because you belong to one group, nor shall I demean you for being in another. All shall be treated equally. My intention is to ensure that each of you reaches the pinnacle of your potential along the path of immortality, and this requires our collective effort. Furthermore, whenever we have shared knowledge to impart, we shall continue to attend classes together. Among fellow disciples, if you find kindred spirits, do not concern yourselves with status. In the future, should any of you encounter difficulties, as long as it does not contravene the principles of integrity and righteousness, I shall extend my assistance without hesitation. Do not fear to trouble me. However, likewise, among fellow disciples, when difficulties arise, it is essential to offer mutual support to the best of your abilities. Is that understood? The disciples responded affirmatively. After arranging various matters, it was not long until noon. Cheng Yi informed the students of the time for classes on overcast days and subsequently announced the end of the session. Farewell, master. After a hasty lunch, Cheng Yi mounted his black horse, affixed a mid-level lightness talisman, and swiftly made his way to the designated live broadcast hall at the city lord's residence. Cheng Yi hastened with great urgency, ultimately arriving punctually. As he took his seat, Einstein sensed the palpable excitement emanating from the audience of 100. All eagerly anticipating the session, Cheng Yi had previously announced that he would be imparting knowledge on the rudimentary spirit ear talisman today. Mastering this talisman would bestow upon them the genuine prowess akin to that of a martial master in various aspects. As midday arrived, the live broadcast commenced. Cheng Yi cleared his throat and, adhering to the customary practice established during his previous live lessons, commenced a review of the key points regarding the light body talisman discussed yesterday. Following this recap, he transitioned into the audience QA segment. During today's inquiry session, Cheng Yi discerned a significant elevation in the caliber of questions posed by the audience compared to earlier sessions. Initially, the inquiries over the first few days predominantly revolved around rudimentary concerns, such as how to locate the sensation associated with the conversion of spiritual energy, whether talismans must strictly be crafted on yellow paper, or if toilet paper could suffice. However, in recent days, such foundational questions have markedly diminished, with current queries focusing more on enhancing talisman efficacy and the efficient integration of different techniques for optimal results. Cheng Yi found this development exceedingly gratifying. The audience, too, gradually recognized that regardless of how intricate their questions became, Cheng Yi consistently provided comprehensive answers on the spot, further deepening their admiration for his mastery of talismanic arts. Having addressed the lingering aspects of the eagle eye talisman, it was time to delve into the spirit ear talisman. Students, he announced, let us now commence our exploration of the spirit ear talisman. Some may be aware that human ears passively receive external sounds and information. The martial practitioner's vital energy can enhance this passive reception capability. Hence, those at higher martial realms tend to possess exceptional hearing. Moreover, they can adjust their auditory reception to mitigate distractions from superfluous information. In contrast, the talismanic path within spiritual cultivation allows for the proactive absorption of surrounding sounds into our ears. This active absorption, however, does not necessitate meticulous control on our part, for the method of sound absorption has already been inscribed within the talisman during its creation. In practical application, one need only activate the talisman, and the spirit ear talisman will generate a field around you that actively absorbs sound. The size of this field is contingent upon the talisman's grade and the amount of spiritual energy infused into it. The control over this field hinges on one's celestial cultivation level and proficiency with talismans. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. Even if one lacks in both spiritual energy reserves and skill, the spirit ear talisman can still function at least 70% of its potential. After elucidating the mechanism, precautions, and specific crafting methods of the spirit ear talisman, the time for the live session was nearly concluded. Cheng Yi seized this opportunity to tantalize the audience. Students, on a cloudy day, I will teach you an intriguing new talisman that I have recently developed. Do anticipate it with eagerness. The attendees and those from the Mirror Flower Water Moon group exchanged puzzled glances, for throughout their journey of learning talismanic arts with Cheng Yi, they had never heard him describe a talisman as particularly interesting. Moreover, this was a creation of his own invention. They were taken aback to realize that even their master could engage in such playful suspense. No matter, they thought. The lesson on a cloudy day will soon reveal it to us. There is no need for haste. The crowd hurriedly returned to practice the spirit ear talismans, diligently following the notes they had taken. Mastering the spirit ear talisman would allow them to truly experience the sensation of becoming a formidable martial master. Moreover, recently, several individuals who had learned the Cheng Yi talisman had been recruited by affluent families and various powerful factions, becoming their esteemed guests. Although the compensation offered was far inferior to that of genuine martial masters, it nonetheless liberated them from their previous impoverished existence. This sparked a sense of envy among many who also found themselves in dire straits, motivating them to strive even harder in their studies. Even after enduring a long, arduous day of labor, exhausted and weary, they would inevitably carve out time to learn the art of talismans. After the live broadcast concluded, Cheng Yi did not depart. Instead, he inquired with the servants and made his way to the residence of the Marquis. At that moment, the Marquis had just finished his lunch and was enjoying tea and reading in the pavilion of his courtyard. Upon seeing Cheng Yi enter, the Marquis set aside his book. "Ah, Mr. Cheng, you arrive at the perfect time. This morning, merchants from the southern lands arrived in Jishui City, and I procured a substantial quantity of exquisite Highland tea from them. It is quite a unique flavor. Do join me in tasting it." Cheng Yi smiled gently, gradually approaching and settling down on the stone bench beside the stone table in the pavilion. He lifted the tea that Wang Ho had just poured for him and inquired about it. To his surprise, it possessed a delicate and fragrant aroma. Although Cheng Yi lacked expertise in tea appreciation, he could discern between the pleasant and the mediocre. Subsequently, he took a few quick sips, and the curiosity he had earlier intensified, leaving a lingering taste on his lips. Indeed, it was delightful. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Cheng enjoys it. I shall bring some for you shortly, as I have plenty." "Absolutely," Wang Ho replied with a smile, then paused before asking, "Is there a matter that brings you to my humble abode, Mr. Cheng? Should you have business, do not hesitate to speak. I, Wang, shall not shy away." "Thank you, Manager Wang. It is not a significant matter, merely a query regarding a sect." "Oh, please proceed." "The name of this sect is Lingyun's Sect. Do you have any knowledge of it, Manager Wang?" Upon hearing the name, Wang Ho's expression shifted subtly. He was indeed well acquainted with it. While Lingyun's Sect may lack recognition among the common folk, it resonated profoundly among the notable powers within the cities. Lingyun's Sect stands as one of the largest sects in the Jiuzhou Kingdom, harboring considerable ambition. Firstly, Lingyun's Sect's influence spans nearly every major city in the Jiuzhou Kingdom. In some medium-sized cities, even if it lacks direct holdings, there are factions that owe allegiance to it. Secondly, Lingyun's Sect excels at forging alliances with other powers, employing various means, whether coercive or conciliatory, to ensure their loyalty, maintaining a grip that discourages betrayal, should any dare to defy. Lingyun's Sect is notorious for revealing its ruthless side, often reducing the betrayer's leaders to a state of powerlessness or, in severe cases, eradicating entire families without a trace. Moreover, Ling Yun's sect remains vigilant about various global events and forms, almost resembling a second kingdom within the Jiuzhou realm. Naturally, the Jiuzhou kingdom harbors trepidation towards such a formidable entity, perpetually seeking a way to eliminate this hidden threat. However, the overwhelming strength of Ling Yun's sect necessitates extreme caution from the Jiuzhou kingdom, which must await the opportune moment to act. Any hasty move could risk their own stability, potentially shaking the imperial family. Ironically, despite Ling Yun's sect's domineering demeanor, it leaves no incriminating evidence of its actions, often attributing its formidable deeds to others or different factions, thus evading direct accountability. This strategy renders the sovereign of Jiuzhou deeply frustrated, yet utterly powerless. The city lord's mansion, being under the jurisdiction of the sovereign, remains untouched by Ling Yun's sect's direct interference. Yet, given the sheer magnitude of this entity, especially as it might one day become an adversary, how could Wang Ho refrain from delving deeper into its intricacies? Ever since he recognized the looming presence of Ling Yun's sect, Wang Ho has not ceased his investigations into its affairs for even a single day. However, the Ling Yun sect conducts its affairs with meticulous precision, leading to the discovery of many pieces of information that are often mere conjectures from the parties involved or others, lacking any substantial evidence. Nevertheless, over the years, the investigation into the Ling Yun sect has yielded some insights. For instance, a crucial point of interest is the realm of its strongest combatant. It is essential to understand that, at the level of such super sects, the ultimate determinant of the battle's outcome is not the number of individuals beneath them, but whether one party's supreme power can overpower the other. From the martial spirit realm onward, martial cultivators begin to reveal their extraordinary prowess, rendering tactics reliant on sheer numbers virtually ineffective against them. Only practitioners of equal caliber can pose a genuine threat. A martial spirit master can overpower countless martial honor masters, just as a martial saint master cannot be challenged by numerous martial spirit practitioners. According to Prince Wang's investigations, it is highly probable that the Ling Yun sect is guarded by a martial saint expert, for only a martial saint can instill such trepidation in the ruler of the Jiuzhou kingdom. This is not to suggest that the royal family lacks martial saints. In fact, they possess 6 such masters. However, each of these martial saints is under constant surveillance from various threatening factions, both domestic and foreign. Any misstep could lead to the enemy seizing the opportunity to strike, placing the Jiuzhou kingdom in jeopardy. Originally, the royal family of Jiuzhou had a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, known as the martial god Mirror. Yet, one day, this martial god Mirror mysteriously vanished. No one knows whether this disappearance is genuine or a fade, or if it is part of an elaborate scheme orchestrated by the royal family. The truth remains shrouded in uncertainty, with only unfounded speculations circulating. Nonetheless, one fact is indisputable. The Ling Yun sect possesses at least one martial honor level power. This power could either be a person or an immensely formidable innate treasure. Moreover, not only does the Ling Yun sect have a martial saint master, but after years of inquiry and meticulous analysis, Prince Wang believes that the sect harbors no fewer than 10 martial spirit experts. He does not suspect that Cheng Yi is aware of any issues concerning the Ling Yun sect. However, what perplexes him is why Cheng Yi has suddenly taken an interest in the Ling Yun sect. It is well known that, despite Cheng Yi's current prominence and renown in the Shuili city, his influence outside it is nearly non-existent. Given this vast disparity, why would he seek out the prince to inquire about the Ling Yun sect? Worrying about this, Prince Wang leaned forward slightly and whispered to Cheng Yi, asking, "Mr. Cheng, what has drawn your interest in the Ling Yun sect? Could it be that you have developed some misunderstandings with them?" A misunderstanding is the best hope for Prince Wang. If it is not a misunderstanding, then the troubles could be substantial. Misunderstanding? Cheng Yi replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He too hoped it was merely a misunderstanding. Yet his intuition suggested that all of this was orchestrated by the Ling Yun sect. However, observing the expression of the Marquis, it was evident that the Ling Yun sect was a formidable force, one that even the city lord's mansion could not confront. Given this, should he still convey the news of the Ling Yun sect's intent to eliminate him to the Marquis? Cheng Yi hesitated momentarily, pondering whether it was prudent to disclose this matter to them, realizing that it would merely transfer the burden to the lord of the city, a burden they might not be equipped to bear. Adhering to the principle of not harming his friends, Cheng Yi resolved not to inform Wang Ho about the letter from the previous night. For once Wang Ho became aware, Yu Qingfeng would inevitably learn of it as well. Given Yu Qingfeng's forthright disposition, it was likely that he would stand by Cheng Yi's side, regardless of the peril. However, should the Lingyun sect prove powerful enough to overwhelm even the lord of the city, dragging them into the fray would only serve to create an additional casualty, rendering it pointless. It was never Cheng Yi's style to bring calamity to his friend's doorsteps. Thus, with a hearty laugh, Cheng Yi replied, "Wang Guanshi, you worry too much. I merely heard of the Lingyun sect from a friend who cautioned me not to offend them, which piqued my curiosity. I came to inquire with you about their true potency." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's response, Wang Ho closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. "I see. You truly startled me. I thought you had crossed paths with the Lingyun sect. However, you have indeed come to the right person for answers. Your friend is correct. The Lingyun sect is not one to be trifled with. As for their true capabilities, allow me to elaborate." Wang Ho generously shared all the information he had gathered over the years, including some unverified speculations. Nevertheless, he cautioned Cheng Yi that these insights were merely conjectures and should be taken with a grain of salt. As Wang Ho's narrative delved deeper, Cheng Yi's astonishment grew. The Lingyun sect was far more formidable than he had anticipated, particularly when he learned that the sect boasted no fewer than 10 martial spirit realm experts and a martial saint. He struggled to maintain his composure. Moreover, as Wang Ho described the Lingyun sect's tyrannical demeanor and their meticulous nature, leaving no room for error, Cheng Yi felt a chill run through him. Being targeted by such a formidable adversary left him uncertain whether to feel fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, it was a twisted honor to attract the attention of such a powerful force intent on eliminating a mere pawn like himself. On the other hand, it was indeed unfortunate that he had just acquired the cultivation system and had yet to take flight, only to encounter a colossal boss, placing him at the onset of a veritable hellish ordeal. After absorbing Wang Ho's analysis of the Lingyun sect, Cheng Yi stifled his inner turmoil and bid farewell to Wang Ho with a smile. "Thank you, Wang Guanshi, for illuminating my path. Please accept this small token of my gratitude." Cheng Yi presented a complete set of talismans from the martial honor realm to Wang Ho, who accepted them with a sheepish smile. "How can I accept this? By the way, Mr. Cheng, are these of intermediate or advanced quality?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly, replying, "These are advanced talismans, the Great Strength Talisman, the Lightness Talisman, the Eagle Eye Talisman, and the Spirit Ear Talisman. Their usage is akin to the intermediate ones I previously shared with you. Simply place a drop of your own blood upon them. Once activated, you shall possess the foundational strength of a martial sovereign. However, it would be prudent to study martial techniques as well, for this will enable you to fully harness the complete power of the talismans." Very well, very well." Cheng Yi delivered a respectful fist to Wang Ho, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." With Wang Ho's smiling countenance bidding him farewell, Cheng Yi departed from the Lord's mansion. In truth, he wished to leave behind a few more talismans to affirm his presence in this world. However, he found himself constrained. A perfectly adequate number sufficed. For if he were to leave too many, Wang Ho's keen perception would undoubtedly lead him to suspect that he harbored ulterior motives. After Cheng Yi departed, Wang Ho resumed his reading, taking a sip of tea as he delved back into his book. Suddenly, he set the book aside, contemplating the recent conversation with Cheng Yi. An unsettling feeling nagging at him, as if something were amiss. This disquiet grew within him, compelling Wang Ho to trust his instincts. Although he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, his years of experience suggested that the matter was far from simple. Consequently, Wang Ho promptly left his courtyard, making his way to where Yu Chifeng was located. He intended to discuss the affair concerning Cheng Yi in detail, for he suspected there might be more to the story than met the eye. After Cheng Yi departed from the city lord's mansion, he felt a sense of melancholy. He found it difficult to conceive a strategy to counter the formidable presence of the Lingyun sect. He had just reviewed his own cultivation metrics and realized that elevating himself to the martial spirit realm within a short span of time was a daunting challenge, let alone the fact that the Lingyun sect boasted numerous martial saint experts. Once he attained a higher level in talismanic arts, the criteria for advancing to the perfect grade of talismans remained elusive, and his cultivation methods and techniques could not yet be exchanged, preventing him from transforming his celestial realm into effective combat prowess. While spiritual energy held significant potential, it was primarily functional in nature. In actual combat, inflicting damage still relied heavily on talismans. If the talismans had not reached the perfect grade, no amount of spiritual energy could compensate for their limited damage output, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to experts in the martial spirit realm. At present, he truly felt powerless and devoid of means to confront the impending assaults from the Lingyun sect. Perhaps initially, the Lingyun sect would refrain from deploying their martial spirit experts. However, Even if he managed to defeat their martial sovereign or those below that level, the Lingyun sect would inevitably send forth individuals of a higher caliber, such as those in the martial spirit realm. By then, he would find himself utterly helpless. Each wave of attacks would escalate in intensity, and he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the Lingyun sect. This exemplified the terrifying depth of a super sect's foundation. Cheng Yi sat atop his steed, gently guiding the horse forward, his mind seemingly adrift. At that moment, the ebony stallion appeared to sense its master's despondent mood, suddenly rearing its front hoofs and letting out a resounding neigh. Cheng Yi was taken aback by the little black horse's unexpected display of empathy, stirring within him a profound sense of emotion. He became acutely aware of his own state of mind. Indeed, even if he ultimately could not triumph over them, should that become a justification for his own despair? This was unacceptable. Even in death, he ought to ignite one last flame, ideally scorching the eyelashes of the Lingyun sect, ensuring that, despite their victory, they would do so in a state of disarray. With this realization, the previous gloom that had enveloped Cheng Yi dissipated entirely. He caressed the mane of the little black horse and smiled gently. This was a fine steed. Though lacking in innate talent, it possessed a remarkable understanding of humanity. From this moment forth, I shall call you Little Black. If I survive, I shall cultivate you into a magnificent horse. Remarkably, upon hearing this, the little black horse seemed to comprehend, letting out a resounding neigh, vibrant and joyous. Ha ha ha, let us ride. Galloping on Little Black. They swiftly arrived at the Chongqing Daoist hall. However, upon entering, Cheng Yi did not have the opportunity to return to his quarters for rest before he spotted Xiao Wei jogging towards him. What is it, Xiao Wei? Master. Several individuals have come and presented gifts and silver, expressing their reluctance to see you teach talismans without compensation, thus offering their gifts and silver as a token of their appreciation. Oh, this was indeed unexpected for Cheng Yi. Is there a list of the gifts? Yes, Master. I have noted everything down. Well done. Come, lead me to see. Yes, Master. Upon receiving Cheng Yi's praise, Xiao Wei beamed with delight. Soon, he guided Cheng Yi to a side room behind the main hall, where numerous gifts and silver were neatly arranged into piles. Master, I have organized the gifts according to the donors, each group set aside. Here's the list for your review. Upon glancing at the gift list, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Among the names were indeed some students who had attended his live classes, offering their tokens of respect. However, the majority of the gifts came from the local influential figures of the Water City. What was the purpose of this? Cheng Yi pondered deeply and suddenly realized that the local martial families and major sects in Jishui City had hardly taken any action against him. The only instance of aggression came from a group of cloaked figures, later revealed by Wang Ho to be led by Lu Haifeng, the master of the Huifeng sect. Although Cheng Yi had no immediate intention to retaliate, he surmised that these shadowy figures were likely scouts from Lingyun's sect, sent to probe his capabilities. Aside from this, it appeared that none of these sects had made any overt moves against him, and the individual Yuan Qiulu, investigated by Wang Ho, was not a local resident of Jishui City. What could account for the extraordinary composure and tranquility of the local powers? While the influence of the city lord's mansion might play a role, it seemed implausible that they bore no grievances to express. Now, they appeared to suddenly seek his favor, extending unexpected goodwill. What were they hesitating about? What were they wary of? Why had they refrained from acting against him? Cheng Yi lowered his head in contemplation, while Xiao Wei, observing Cheng Yi deep in thought, refrained from disturbing him and quietly stood by, ready to heed any command. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Cheng Yi's eyes as he lifted his head. He might have discerned the reason behind his musings. Perhaps it was the subtle hint he had dropped during the live broadcast while imparting the secrets of the Eagle Eye Talisman, alluding to an enigmatic organization backing him, which instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Could it be that such a formidable force truly exists in this world? One so powerful that they dare not take any reckless action before uncovering his true identity? Moreover, after their initial probing failed, the Lingyun sect had not made any significant moves against him. Could it be that they too are wary of this mysterious power? What manner of force could evoke such apprehension even in a super sect like Lingyun? Cheng Yi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. As long as he could seize the banner of this mysterious force, all the major factions, including Lingyun's sect, would hesitate to act against him. However, to achieve this, it was imperative to discern the true nature of the force that instilled such trepidation in them. Cheng Yi thought of a certain individual, Wu Qingdao, from a young age. Wu Qingdao had followed his master, navigating the complexities of the martial world and encountering myriad experiences, likely possessing knowledge of its hidden secrets. Resolute in his decision, Cheng Yi addressed the young Wei, who had been standing beside him for a while. Wei, please gather these gifts in silver and deposit them in the treasury. Have them recorded and catalogued. Since these local powers fear the imaginary force behind me, I shall graciously accept these offerings. Understood, Master. By the way, do you know where Wu Qingdao is? I just passed the training grounds and saw Brother Wu practicing there. Very well, I shall go there myself. You may attend to your tasks. Indeed. Upon reaching the training grounds, Cheng Yi spotted Wu Qingdao diligently practicing the slashing blade technique. Seeing him engaged in this martial art, Cheng Yi was inspired and sought to challenge him. Immediately, he activated the full array of martial arts talismans and employed the footwork of the slashing blade technique, rushing towards Wu Qingdao as if flying just above the ground. As Wu Qingdao practiced, he suddenly heard a swift approach and instinctively entered a defensive stance, drawing his accompanying blade and turning to strike at the assailant. However, as he turned, he was met with a figure that appeared strikingly familiar. But in the haste of the moment, he could not clearly discern who it was. Realizing that the intruder might be an acquaintance, Wu Qingdao redirected the force of his blade towards himself, attempting to retract it. Yet, the blade was perilously close to the stranger's head, and should he proceed, it would surely result in a grave injury. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Wu Qingdao noticed that the figure had vanished in an instant. A chill suddenly crept across his throat, and he felt the presence of an extraordinarily sharp blade poised at his neck. Turning to face the newcomer, his eyes widened in astonishment. How can it be you? After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. Ah, no wonder this movement is so familiar. I should have anticipated it was you. Glancing down, he discovered that the blade at his throat was not a weapon, but rather Cheng Yi's hand, formed into a knife-like gesture. Although it was merely a hand, Wu Qingdao had no doubt that this gesture could easily sever his head. Cheng Yi, noticing that Wu Qingdao recognized him, offered a subtle smile and withdrew his hand. Brother Wu, your swordsmanship requires further refinement. Wu Qingdao sensed the aura emanating from Cheng Yi, realizing that he had deliberately employed a mid-level talisman to align their realms. Cheng Yi, this is to assess his proficiency in knife techniques. Wu Qing, with a helpless smile, remarked, you are truly extraordinary. Who could possibly compare to you? This set of knife skills. It is unlikely that anyone else in this world could wield it with such exquisite mastery. Cheng Yi offered a faint smile, refraining from answering the question. Wu Qingdao then inquired, are you going to meet the head of the Bai family? There's no need to rush, Cheng Yi replied calmly. There is ample time. Before that, I would like to ask you a few questions. Oh, certainly, Wu Qingdao responded. There are a few stone stumps over there, where it's relatively quiet. Let us converse there. Upon reaching the secluded spot, Cheng Yi began, Brother Wu, do you know of any force that is both enigmatic, hidden from the public eye, and remarkably powerful, so powerful that even the super sects hold a profound trepidation towards it? Even the super sects dare not provoke it? Wu Qingdao pondered, stroking his beard. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, could it be the secret realm sect? Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with interest as he urged, please elaborate. Wu Qingdao responded, to be honest, my understanding of the secret realm sect is rather limited. I am aware, however, that the sect traditionally shuns the limelight and remains elusive, with no one able to pinpoint its location. Yet, whenever they emerge, they bring forth a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. The last time the secret realm sect revealed itself, numerous sects and martial families suffered devastating losses. Ultimately, it was the sovereign who intervened, offering considerable concessions to persuade the members of the secret realm sect to retreat into their hidden domain. This is the extent of my knowledge. For further insights, you would need to consult those in higher echelons, as they possess a deeper understanding of the last emergence of the secret realm sect and have witnessed much more. Are there any other formidable forces akin to the secret realm sect? Cheng Yi inquired. To my recollection, none exist. After hearing Wu Qingdao's response, Cheng Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Unsurprisingly, the very forces that held sway over the local area of Shui City and viewed Lingyun's sect with trepidation were indeed the secret realm sect. His abrupt appearance and various manifestations had indeed given the impression that he had emerged from the secret realm, perhaps leading them to mistakenly regard him as a forerunner or a harbinger of the sect's resurgence. Cheng Yi found solace in their potential misinterpretation. The deeper their misconception, the safer he felt. However, maintaining this aura of mystery would require considerable effort, and he needed to expedite the enhancement of his own strength. Presently, those forces were undoubtedly probing into the existence of that fictitious secret realm behind him. They would find nothing, and in their inability to uncover the truth, they would be compelled to adopt a stance of skepticism. It was only natural for the members of the secret realm sect to remain enigmatic, eluding all inquiries. Cheng Yi discerned that even if they were to vanish without a trace regarding his background, they would not act recklessly. Instead, they might adopt a strategy to compel those behind him to reveal themselves. His priority was to enhance his combat prowess, vanquishing all those they dispatched to test him, with particular caution towards Ling Yun's sect. In truth, the greatest peril for Cheng Yi did not stem from Ling Yun's sect's probing, but rather from the elusive and nebulous mystical sect. Should the mystical sect indeed manifest in the world, how would he respond? If he were to reveal even the slightest hint of his true nature, the consequences could be catastrophic and irrevocable. However, as the mystical sect had yet to show signs of emerging, there was no need for excessive worry. When the time came, he would counter their moves. For now, the most prudent course was to swiftly bolster his strength, ideally to the level of the celestial realm equivalent of the martial spirit realm, and to do so post-haste. Upon receiving Wu Qingdao's unequivocal answer, the weight that had burdened Cheng Yi's heart finally lifted, allowing him to feel a sense of relief. "Brother Cheng, what has prompted your sudden interest in this matter?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Today, Manager Wang mentioned it to me, and I grew curious, thinking that since you have traveled extensively and have a wealth of experiences, you might have heard something," Cheng Yi replied. "Oh, I see. The time is ripe. I shall now take you to the Bai family to meet Bai Qianhe." "All right." Since he was to meet a person of significance, Cheng Yi insisted that Wu Qingdao change out of his sweat-stained attire from practice into something more presentable. Before long, Cheng Yi awaited Wu Qingdao's arrival, and the two mounted their horses, setting off for the Bai residence. Just after Cheng Yi departed from the city lord's mansion, Wang Ho sought out Yu Chengfeng to discuss the earlier events. After listening to Wang Ho recount the conversation between the two, Yu Chengfeng's brow furrowed deeper, and he asked, "Old Wang, could it be that you are being overly sensitive?" Wang Ho shook his head, saying, "City Lord, having held the position of chief steward in the city lord's mansion for so many years, I have maneuvered among various factions, incessantly gathering intelligence. My most prized skill has become my sensitivity. I am almost certain that Mr. Cheng is entangled with Ling Yun's sect, and it is likely not a favorable connection. Consequently, we must strategize on how to respond." Yu Chengfeng understood Wang Ho's implication, whether to sever ties with Cheng Yi or to support him steadfastly. After much contemplation, he suddenly had an epiphany. "Ah, old Wang, did you not mention that Cheng Yi might possess ties to the mystical sect? Even though Ling Yun's sect is formidable, they would certainly be wary of the mystical sect's influence, would they not? Thus, they would hesitate to act against Cheng Yi." Listening to Yu Chengfeng's reasoning, Wang Ho felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his years of guiding Yu Chengfeng in the management of affairs had not been in vain. Although slightly sluggish, Yu Chengfeng was still able to discern the crux of the matter concerning Cheng Yi. His performance left Wang Ho quite satisfied, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. Indeed, this aspect would undoubtedly provoke the jealousy of Ling Yun's sect. However, the notion of Cheng Yi possessing a secretive sect background remains mere speculation, yet to be substantiated. I firmly believe that Ling Yun's sect will spare no effort in investigating Cheng Yi's background. Even if they cannot uncover it immediately, they will not sit idly by. They will certainly take measures to test the waters, as evidenced by Lu Haifeng. If it turns out that Cheng Yi does indeed have ties to a secretive sect, Ling Yun's sect would not only refrain from harming him, but would also seek to mend fences and actively court him. Conversely, if Cheng Yi lacks such connections, those who stand by him may inevitably suffer the consequences. At this juncture, Yu Chengfeng remarked, "The city lord's residence is directly subordinate to the sovereign. I doubt Ling Yun's sect would dare to confront the royal family." Wang Ho pondered for a moment before responding, "True, but that largely depends on the nature of the situation. What Cheng Yi has done has indeed struck at the very foundation of Ling Yun's sect. A significant portion of their profits has historically been derived from the exploitation of ordinary citizens and lower-tier martial practitioners, who previously had no recourse but to submit to Ling Yun's sect for their livelihood. However, with Cheng Yi's emergence, they now have a better alternative. Lacking martial aptitude, they can nonetheless attain parity in status and income by pursuing the path of talismans alongside Cheng Yi. Should these ordinary citizens and lower-tier martial practitioners abandon Ling Yun's sect, the latter would suffer catastrophic losses. Therefore, I surmise that Ling Yun's sect might find itself at odds with the royal family in this matter, or perhaps offer certain concessions to the royal family in order to eliminate Cheng Yi. In such a scenario, those of us who protect Cheng Yi might become collateral damage." Upon hearing this, Yu Chengfeng contemplated for a considerable time before finally raising his head, eyes resolute. Cheng Yi is not only my dear friend, but has also conferred upon me great kindness. He has not only assisted me in resolving my meridian blockage, enabling my ascension to the martial sovereign realm, but also saved our lives when unforeseen circumstances arose during my advancement. Now, in his time of peril, I cannot forsake my friend. If a tempest indeed arises in the future, I am willing to stand by his side. Observing Yu Chifeng at that moment, Wang Ho felt an enchanting spirit emanating from him, and he could not help but be moved. Yu Chifeng had a unique ability to inspire genuine devotion from those around him. When he committed himself, he did so wholeheartedly. Those who offered their sincerity to Yu Chifeng were met with his own. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Ho tirelessly considered Yu Chifeng's welfare and willingly dedicated decades to support him. Nonetheless, Wang Ho remained somewhat more optimistic about the situation than Yu Chifeng. City Lord, you know me well. As long as you rise, I shall accompany you. However, this matter is not as devoid of options as you might think. Oh? Yu Chifeng's eyes brightened. Pray, do share. The prince explained that Cheng Yi had subtly indicated during his live stream that the talismanic path was not of his own creation, rather, it belongs to a larger community of spiritual practitioners. I am inclined to believe his assertion. For what Cheng Yi has revealed thus far suggests that this system of talismanic and spiritual cultivation is extraordinarily comprehensive. I surmise that such a feat cannot be accomplished by one individual alone. It would require at least a century, if not thousands of years, to achieve. We are unable to uncover the origins of Cheng Yi, and given the secretive nature of this matter, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. However, I firmly believe that there exists, or once existed, a community of cultivators behind him. It is plausible that a few reclusive masters still remain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how Cheng Yi attained such profound mastery of the talismanic arts. Should anything happen to him, I trust that they would not remain indifferent. Moreover, we could devise a means to connect Cheng Yi with the royal family, establishing the royal lineage of Jiuzhou as his backing, thus deterring Ling Yun's sect from acting rashly. Nonetheless, executing this plan presents considerable challenges and requires meticulous planning. After listening to the prince's words, Yu Chifeng felt somewhat relieved. Old Wang, I must rely on your diligence regarding this matter. However, I believe it is essential to communicate with Cheng Yi, so that we may promptly alert one another should any unforeseen events arise, and prepare accordingly. This is feasible, the prince agreed. When do you intend to approach him? Cheng Yi is scheduled to live stream at the city lord's mansion on a cloudy day. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he concludes his broadcast before discussing matters with him. That works. Earlier, Bai Qianhe had already informed Cheng Yi of the Bai family's location. Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdou made their way there without difficulty, departing from the Chongqing Dao Pavilion and arriving at the Bai residence in a quarter of an hour. The Bai residence, situated in the northern part of the main city, occupies an area several times larger than that of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, with imposing towers and a plethora of sentinels, exuding an air of authority. However, this also subtly reveals the Bai family's current lack of security. The guards had evidently been briefed by Bai Qianhe in advance. Each had seen Cheng Yi's portrait and were instructed that upon his arrival, he should not be made to wait at the entrance. Instead, he was to be invited into the parlor, offered fine tea, and then announced, "Mr. Cheng has arrived," one of the guards proclaimed. "Our master has instructed that Mr. Cheng's visit requires no waiting or announcement. Please, follow me to the parlor for a moment's respite. My master will be here shortly." In this situation, Cheng Yi could not help but marvel at Bai Qianhe's adeptness and hospitality. Every detail had been meticulously arranged, rendering him quite comfortable. In light of Bai Qianhe's courteous demeanor, Cheng Yi felt compelled to be diligent regarding the affairs of the Bai family. Not long after, before he had even finished a cup of tea, Bai Qianhe arrived. Bowing from a distance, "Mr. Cheng, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I humbly seek your forgiveness." Cheng Yi chuckled softly, finding Bai Qianhe's humility somewhat disconcerting. After all, Bai Qianhe was nearing 70 years of age. "I am truly humbled by your excessive courtesy, Mr. Bai. As a junior, I cannot accept such grand gestures." Before Bai Qianhe could continue with further pleasantries, Cheng Yi brought over Wu Qingdao and introduced him, saying, "Mr. Bai, this is Wu Qingdao, my disciple and dearest friend. Henceforth, he will handle all matters regarding talismans on my behalf." "Ah, so you are Mr. Wu. I have long admired your reputation," Bai Qianhe remarked, recognizing the formidable presence of the robust man before him, who, like himself, was a martial arts master. Wu Qingdao, too, possessed an exceptional aura, indicative of extraordinary martial prowess. "I look forward to your guidance in the future, Mr. Wu." Wu Qingdao humbly replied, "Not at all. I shall rely on your esteemed self." Mr. Bai, after exchanging polite remarks, the three settled into their seats, with Cheng Yi and Bai Qianhe occupying the primary positions on the dais, Cheng Yi to the right and Bai Qianhe to the left, while Wu Qingdao took the seat beside Cheng Yi. Once they were comfortably seated, the steward instructed the servants to serve tea and a selection of exquisitely crafted pastries to the trio. "Gentlemen, this is the finest delicacy from Longjiang Tower, freshly prepared by the renowned pastry chef just after noon today. The texture and flavor are truly a rare delight. I make it a point to request these pastries every few days, though it is not always easy to secure them. Today, however, the chef has prepared a bit extra, allowing you both to savor this treat." With that, Bai Qianhe began to indulge in the delicacies, his face radiating pleasure. Cheng Yi also picked up the yuhua cake and took a bite. Indeed, as Bai Qianhe had remarked, it was a rare and exquisite delicacy. The texture was delightfully soft and glutinous, accompanied by a perfectly balanced chewiness, truly remarkable. Moreover, the flavor of the yuhua cake was unparalleled. It possessed the refreshing sweetness of osmanthus blossoms, intertwined with a subtle hint of wine, creating an intoxicating experience that was utterly flawless. Cheng Yi recalled that during his last visit to the top floor of Longjiang Tower, he had savored the pastries served by a maid, which possessed a unique flavor. "Might I inquire about the name of the pastry chef at Longjiang Tower? Such a remarkable talent. I would truly like to meet her." Forming friendships with exceptional chefs is an innate understanding of a true gourmand. Bai Qianhe responded with a shake of his head and a smile. "I am afraid I do not know. All I am aware of is that she appears to be a woman." "Oh, a woman, indeed?" Cheng Yi pondered the situation in other realms of the mystical continent. However, he was well aware that in the kingdom of Jiuzhou, there lingered a vestige of ancient Earth's patriarchal views, where exceptional skills were traditionally passed down to sons rather than daughters. Even in the absence of sons, daughters would often marry a son-in-law to carry on the family legacy, ensuring that the talents never rested upon the daughter's shoulders. It was curious how this woman had acquired such formidable pastry skills. "Nevertheless, I shall make a point to visit Longjiang Tower again and inquire personally." Unexpectedly, Bai Qianhe remarked, "I did not anticipate your keen interest in these pastries. I have some at my residence. I shall have them brought along for you. I am most grateful, Bai Laoshi." "Not at all." After the exchange of pleasantries, it was time to address the matter at hand. "Bai Laoshi, I shall entrust all future matters regarding the talisman auction to Wu Qingdao. He will accompany your party and oversee the auctions in various cities. All talismans designated for auction will be securely stored with him. Simply request the desired quantity each time. Many of the talismans he possesses are of a high grade, capable of bestowing the power of a martial sovereign, thus their significance is paramount. I hope you will allocate sufficient personnel to ensure his protection. Additionally, from the final sale price of each talisman, you may retain 30% as commission." Cheng Yi inquired with Wu Qingdao about the average commission rate at the majority of auction houses in the 9 provinces, which stands at 30%. However, should the item you wish to auction hold substantial value, there exists the possibility of negotiating a reduction in the commission. Although Cheng Yi and the Bai family currently share an alliance, it is imperative to maintain a balance of interests within such a partnership. Should they take advantage of a lower commission for auction talismans now, the costs in terms of future benefits could escalate significantly. Therefore, Cheng Yi prefers to earn a modest profit at present rather than risk complicating his relationship with the Bai family over trivial gains. "Mr. Cheng is being overly courteous. The Bai family does not require any commission for assisting you," he stated. Cheng Yi, steadfast in his resolve, addressed Mr. Bai directly, stating, "Even blood brothers may keep accounts against one another. I implore you to acquiesce to this matter." Observing Cheng Yi's unwavering determination, Bai Qianhe ceased his insistence, agreeing to abide by Mr. Cheng's directives. Subsequently, the trio engaged in a more detailed discussion regarding certain particulars of the talisman auction, and all arrangements were deemed satisfactorily concluded. As dusk approached, Cheng Yi rose, intending to bid farewell to Bai Qianhe. At that moment, Wu Qingdao also stood, presuming they were to depart. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianhe insisted on detaining Cheng Yi, offering myriad reasons to persuade him to stay, making Cheng Yi feel as though leaving would be a disservice to Bai Qianhe. Given such fervent hospitality, it would be ungracious to turn away from their warmth. Thus, Cheng Yi graciously accepted the invitation to dine at the Bai residence that evening. After Cheng Yi graciously accepted the invitation, Bai Qianhe guided the two gentlemen through his residence. During their tour, they encountered Bai Qianhe's 2 daughters, who were as lovely as flowers. Bai Qianhe introduced the young ladies to Cheng Yi, and upon beholding his handsome visage, their eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing their delicate charm. Very well, you may take your leave for now. I wish to continue the tour with these two gentlemen, Bai Qianhe instructed. The two daughters curtsied slightly, replying, Yes, father. Once they had distanced themselves, they believed that Cheng Yi and his companions could no longer hear them, and thus began to whisper among themselves. Is that Cheng Yi? How striking he is. I have never seen a man more handsome in Water City, one remarked. Sister, he is mine. Do not covet him, the other retorted playfully. Since when did he belong to you? Shall I turn back now and tell him he is yours? Oh, no. Sister, I misspoke. He is indeed yours. I'll give you a beating. Bai Qianhe and Wu Qingdao, both masters of the martial sovereign realm, possessed extraordinary hearing. Cheng Yi, too, had infused his senses with spiritual energy, rendering his sight and hearing akin to that of a martial sovereign. Thus, the conversation of the two young ladies was crystal clear to all three of them. Bai Qianhe felt a touch of embarrassment and clasped his hands, saying, My daughters can be quite mischievous. I hope you will forgive their youthful folly, young Master Cheng. Faced with such an awkward situation, Cheng Yi could only chuckle helplessly. Yet he maintained an air of indifference. Not at all. Your daughters are simply innocent and delightful, beyond reproach. Wu Qingdao, observing Cheng Yi's expression, suddenly felt an urge to confront him. If he, Wu Qingdao, possessed such looks as Cheng Yi, he would surely frequent the brothels daily. And those ladies would not only refrain from asking for money, but would willingly offer their affections. Nevertheless, despite his envy, he knew he could never match Cheng Yi in prowess. He had never once triumphed over him. The final round of their live competition was a tale he could boast about for a lifetime, as he had once been a man who could contend evenly with Cheng Yi. Eventually, after Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao completed their tour of the Bai residence, the sky began to darken. Bai Qianhe then escorted the two gentlemen to the guest hall, where exquisite wines and delicacies awaited, along with musicians and dancers who had already arrived. As Cheng Yi dined, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Bai Qianhe, sharing amusing anecdotes from various corners of the world, while simultaneously admiring the graceful movements of the dancers. Once the dancers had completed their performance, Bai Qianhe's two daughters unexpectedly approached. The two young ladies bowed elegantly and graciously offered, We shall perform a piece for the esteemed gentleman. Wu Qingdao maintained a stoic expression upon hearing this, acutely aware that, in the presence of such enchanting beauties, he was merely an accessory to Cheng Yi, his name included out of mere courtesy. A sudden realization struck Wu Qingdao. He should refrain from frequently accompanying Cheng Yi in the future. Otherwise, it seemed he would not only miss out on romantic prospects but also on any semblance of fortune. After the meal, Bai Qianhe kindly invited Cheng Yi to stay, but this time, Cheng Yi resolutely declined. He harbored a lingering feeling that encountering Bai Qianhe's daughters was somewhat fortuitous, and with the two ladies personally performing for them during the banquet, the prospect of staying further seemed unwise. Cheng Yi was keen to avoid any incidents that might place him in a passive position. Under the veil of night, he and Wu Qingdao returned to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi retreated to his chamber, intending to continue his cultivation of the advanced reincarnation longevity technique. However, before commencing his practice, he decided to indulge in a bath. His chamber was equipped with a dedicated bathroom and a bathtub, which was already filled with water. This arrangement had been instructed by Cheng Yi, who deemed it unnecessary for the servants to heat water daily. They merely needed to replace the water in the bathtub each day. Cheng Yi produced a self-crafted heating talisman, and after activating it, he cast it into the cold water. Upon its immersion, the talisman neither sank to the bottom nor floated on the surface. Instead, it suspended itself at a mid-depth, continuously emitting high-temperature bubbles that steadily warmed the water in the tub. In less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the water reached a temperature suitable for bathing. At that moment, the heating talisman ceased to release bubbles and ascended to the surface. Cheng Yi retrieved the used heating talisman and discarded it into the trash bin, subsequently preparing for a shower. As he gazed at the warm water in the tub and contemplated the talisman auction he had successfully negotiated with Bai Qianhe that evening, an epiphany struck him. He realized that marketing such rudimentary talismans, which enhance the quality of life and convenience, could indeed be a commendable endeavor. Firstly, due to their elementary nature, the production of these talismans would not pose significant challenges. Should Cheng Yi undertake the crafting of these talismans himself, he could inscribe several hundred in a single sitting, expending no more time than it would take to brew a cup of tea, while ensuring a flawless success rate. Moreover, once these talismans are released into the market, their sale would be guaranteed. Presently, in the realm of Juzhou, the talisman market, whether at the high, middle, or lower tiers, is virtually untapped. Cheng Yi would merely need to enter, and he could anticipate a swift ascent to wealth, with no competitors vying for his share of this lucrative opportunity. Now, with his high-end talisman auction in progress, it would be prudent not to neglect the middle and lower market segments. Cheng Yi firmly believes that as long as individuals utilize his talismans and experience their convenience, there will undoubtedly be countless willing to invest financially. Perhaps the mid to low-end talisman market could yield profits comparable to those of the high-end sector. While wealth is undeniably appealing, Cheng Yi's primary concern lies in the final aspect, the expansion of the talisman's influence. These diminutive charms, capable of transforming lives and likely to permeate the public consciousness in the future, are poised to become the most formidable emblem of the immortal path. Cheng Yi found that he did not need to actively promote his work. The talismans in people's hands served as the finest advertisement. He was rather pleased with this plan. Yet he felt that the current quantity of talismans at his disposal was insufficient. He intended to develop several more practical and convenient basic talismans before launching them into the market, ideally accompanied by a grand release event. However, those were matters for the future. He had to ensure his survival until then, as the Lingyun sect still cast a watchful eye upon him. He believed he had accumulated enough teaching value, and following the Cloudy Days live broadcast, Cheng Yi prepared to explore whether he could resolve the Lingyun sect issue through the system. This evening, he aimed to challenge the second level of the reincarnation longevity technique. The first level of this technique involved altering one's constitution, enhancing the body's ability to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. The second level entailed the continuous compression of the spiritual sea, allowing all spiritual energy to become increasingly refined during this period. Throughout this compression process, the condensed spiritual energy would permeate the inner and outer walls of the spiritual sea, causing alterations to its structure. As it became sturdier, it would also undergo corresponding evolution. Upon reaching the advanced third level of the reincarnation longevity technique, one would forcefully inject the final trace of spiritual energy into the already compressed spiritual sea. Just as the spiritual sea was on the verge of bursting, one would entirely relax the compression. The spiritual sea, having accumulated immense pressure, would then react explosively under the tremendous spiritual pressure, rapidly expanding outward. This moment would test the resilience of the practitioner's spiritual sea walls. If, during the first two levels, one failed to fortify the walls to a sufficient degree of resilience, they might shatter under such overwhelming pressure, resulting in the destruction of the spiritual sea. To be honest, at first, Cheng Yi did not anticipate that the cultivation method of the reincarnation longevity technique would be so radical. However, after practicing the basic and advanced first levels, he gradually discerned the true intention of the immortal cultivation inheritance system. Perhaps he possessed some unknown talent that made him the chosen one of the system, or the system had bestowed upon him a certain gift unbeknownst to him. This enabled him to cultivate any technique with remarkable ease, often maximizing the benefits derived from his practice. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that, upon perfecting the second level of the advanced reincarnation longevity technique, the walls of his spiritual sea became extraordinarily resilient. Cheng Yi harbors a steadfast belief that he need not fret over the potential disintegration of his spiritual sea. His sole endeavor is to infuse as much spiritual energy into this reservoir as possible until it reaches its saturation point, at which he will exert all his might to compress the spiritual sea to its utmost limit. Subsequently, he aims to surge forth into the third tier, transitioning from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core realm. In contrast to other, more conservative cultivation techniques that would typically involve the extraction and refinement of spiritual energy within the sea to form the golden core, the method of the Reincarnation Longevity Sutra diverges sharply. It seeks to compress the spiritual energy within the sea to the brink of explosion. Amidst this explosive release, the purest essence of the spiritual energy crystallizes into the golden core. The resultant golden core, though smaller in volume than that birthed from more traditional methods, possesses a purity and conversion efficiency of spiritual energy that far surpasses its predecessors. However, it is imperative to acknowledge that the risks associated with this approach are considerable, far exceeding those of the former methods. At this juncture, Cheng Yi is poised to fully saturate his spiritual sea, a task that necessitates the absorption of an immense quantity of spiritual aura. Cheng Yi harnessed his spiritual energy, inscribing an array of gathering talismans upon the floor and windows, and subsequently activating them all. In an instant, dozens of gathering talismans surged to life, akin to a multitude of high-powered engines operating at full throttle. Drawing all the spiritual essence from the entire Changsheng Daoist temple into 3-mile radius surrounded into Cheng Yi's chamber, Cheng Yi exerted himself to the utmost, channeling all his strength to fervently absorb spiritual energy. Subsequently, employing the reincarnation longevity technique, he transformed all the absorbed spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, the size of Cheng Yi's spiritual sea far exceeded that which is typically found in an ordinary foundational establishment, rendering it impossible to fill swiftly. In his quest to rapidly saturate this void, Cheng Yi, despite already exerting considerable effort, tapped into his latent potential, further accelerating the rate at which he absorbed and converted spiritual energy. In an astonishing turn, the influx from dozens of advanced gathering spirit talismans proved insufficient. Consequently, Cheng Yi adeptly divided his focus, unleashing spiritual tendrils to inscribe advanced gathering spirit talismans in every available space within his chamber. At that moment, the number of advanced gathering spirit talismans in his room reached a staggering total of over 130. It is noteworthy that during his previous endeavor, Yu Chifeng had employed merely a handful of advanced gathering spirit talismans. Now, with over 130 talismans operating at full capacity, they finally matched Cheng Yi's absorption speed. Under the influence of Cheng Yi's renewed acceleration, his spiritual sea was rapidly filled to capacity. The scope of Cheng Yi's absorption of spiritual energy encompassed the entirety of the main urban area of the water collection city. Fortunately, the majority of individuals in the fantastical continent retired early. Otherwise, it is likely that martial practitioners would have already arrived to interfere. However, perhaps some have already taken notice and are en route. Realizing this, Cheng Yi observed that his spiritual reservoir was completely filled, leaving no room for even a trace of additional energy. Thus, he hastily commenced the second layer of the rebirth and longevity technique, focusing on compressing his spiritual sea. For other cultivators, the process of compressing the spiritual sea is typically gradual, requiring a steady approach. Most individuals struggle to endure the prolonged agony associated with the continuous reduction of their spiritual sea. Should one faint during this compression, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, necessitating a return to the beginning, replenishing the spiritual sea anew and commencing the compression process afresh. Moreover, it is ideal to achieve success in compressing the spiritual sea in one attempt. Repeated compressions risk diminishing its resilience, rendering it increasingly fragile. In truth, to avert such eventualities, Cheng Yi ought to adopt a more measured pace, compressing a little each day while gradually acclimating to the pain of compression. Nevertheless, he could not afford the luxury of time. The Lingyun sect loomed over him like a sword poised to descend at any moment. He was compelled to seize every opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. Cheng Yi regarded his dedication to cultivation as relatively diligent. However, due to a lack of pressing urgency, coupled with the fact that the majority of his early efforts were devoted to the study of talismans, his advancement in the realm of immortal cultivation had lagged behind. Now, the conditions for upgrading to perfect-grade talismans appeared elusive and distant, leading Cheng Yi to place his hopes upon the path of immortal techniques within the realm of immortality. Unlike talismans, which merely borrow the transient forces of heaven and earth to enhance oneself or temporarily manifest certain functions, immortal techniques directly harness the principles of the cosmos, allowing one's body to connect with the universe itself. At this juncture, it is no longer a mere temporary borrowing of power. Rather, it is the very energy of heaven and earth that one can access freely. The stronger the immortal technique and the higher the level of cultivation, the greater the celestial power one can draw upon. Consequently, the seals or treasures created through certain immortal techniques often endure for millennia while retaining their original functionality. However, since practitioners of immortal techniques can draw upon celestial energy, the heavens can likewise siphon the strength and even the life force from those who practice such arts. Each time a practitioner ascends in rank, they are met with the onslaught of heavenly tribulation, known as the thunder tribulation, the higher one's realm. The more formidable the lightning strikes encountered. Although fraught with peril, it is undeniable that the potential of the path of immortality far exceeds that of talismanic arts. Furthermore, many techniques of talismanic arts can also be manifested through immortal practices, and without the cumbersome process of crafting talismans, they can be summoned effortlessly. To make a mark in this world, relying solely on talismanic arts is insufficient for a long journey or enduring success. Talismanic arts are merely accessible and provide rapid self-defense capabilities in the early stages. To genuinely achieve one's ambitions, one must delve into the study of immortal paths. These were the conclusions Cheng Yi reached after becoming aware of the crisis facing Lingyun's sect and thoroughly reviewing the fundamental principles of cultivation. Cheng Yi, adhering to the advanced method of the reincarnation longevity technique, persistently compressed his spiritual C. Indeed, the overwhelming sensation of pain soon assailed him. This anguish primarily emanated from his acupoints. Each acupoint in the human body is interconnected by numerous spiritual veins, and every acupoint serves as an entrance and exit to the spiritual sea. While it is said that the spiritual sea resides within the cultivator's body, its presence eludes one when earnestly sought. Previously, Cheng Yi had disrupted Zhou Zu's spiritual sea by unleashing his destructive and violent spiritual energy along the latter's energy meridians, ultimately wreaking havoc upon Zhou Zu's spiritual sea. At this moment, Cheng Yi was enduring the sensation as though his own spiritual sea was on the brink of being shattered. Yet, curiously, he felt an urge to persist. Thus, he continued to exert pressure, understanding that with each increment, the torment would escalate correspondingly. Cheng Yi's body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, to avoid inadvertently crying out in agony and attracting the attention of those in the dojo. He endured the excruciating pain while setting up a soundproof talisman in his bedroom. Simultaneously, he affixed a pre-prepared awakening talisman to himself, ensuring he would not succumb to unconsciousness from the torment within the hour. With that, Cheng Yi redirected all his focus back to compressing his spiritual sea and enduring the pain. In the main city at Longzhong Tower, Lu Yunqi was about to retire for the night and was in the process of changing into her nightwear when suddenly her hand froze mid-motion. She sensed a disturbance in the spiritual energy of the world, though it might be some distance away. Her keen perception as a late-stage martial sovereign still allowed her to detect this subtle shift. This disturbance seemed to emanate from the direction of the Changsheng dojo. To feel such a disruption from so far away, what on earth was Cheng Yi up to? Was he planning to blow up the main city with talismans? No. I must investigate. Lu Yunqi set aside her night clothes and retrieved a set of night travel attire from a concealed compartment in her wardrobe, then hurried straight to the Changsheng dojo. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence, Yuchifeng was performing his final practice before sleep when he suddenly felt a violent disturbance in the spiritual energy around him, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion. What is happening? Upon further contemplation, he discerned that this turbulence in spiritual energy appeared to originate from the direction of the Changsheng dojo, and its peculiar manner felt somewhat familiar. Had he encountered such a disturbance before? After a moment of recollection, Yuchifeng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the last time Cheng Yi had assisted him in ascending to the martial sovereign realm, he had expended over a dozen high-level gathering talismans, resulting in a similar violent spiritual upheaval. Was this not the same phenomenon? Moreover, assessing the intensity of the disturbance, the number of high-level gathering talismans employed must be nearly tenfold compared to his ascension. Such a grand display. Was Cheng Yi attempting to ascend to the martial spirit realm? Yet he was not even a martial cultivator. And to think he would embark on such a significant transformation without notifying me to provide him protection, how inconsiderate. Just as Yu Qingfeng decided to rush to the Changsheng dojo to support Cheng Yi, he hesitated momentarily. Should he inform Wang Ho? Never mind. Urgency takes precedence. It is imperative that he acts swiftly. In the bedroom, despite the visible compression of the spiritual sea occurring at an observable rate, Cheng Yi found it insufficient. Faster. More quickly. The pain did not hinder his resolve to compress the spiritual sea. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination deep within him. The greater the resistance he faced, the more resolute he became in overcoming it. Thus, while he continued to compress his spiritual ocean, Cheng Yi once again drew in spiritual energy from the external world. The energy he transformed permeated every part of his body. Vast waves of spiritual power surged into him, gradually filling each and every cell. The excess spiritual energy, unable to be absorbed into the cells, spontaneously vaporized from his body, enveloping Cheng Yi in a shimmering aura. Under the immense burden of such a heightened influx of spiritual energy, Cheng Yi's body attained an unprecedented strength, causing the force that compresses the spiritual sea to surge dramatically once more, accelerating the rate of compression exponentially. The energy expended in this process of hastening the compression of the spiritual sea was nothing short of terrifying. With each exertion of Cheng Yi, the spiritual energy within his cellular structure was entirely depleted. Meanwhile, the exceptionally refined vaporous spiritual energy that had previously enveloped him was once again drawn into his being. Thus, this cyclical process continued unabated, not only rapidly compressing the spiritual sea, but also inducing profound transformations within Cheng Yi's physique. However, as the compression of the spiritual sea progressed, The pressure within it escalated, rendering it increasingly challenging for Cheng Yi to maintain the compression. Cheng Yi's exertion of power upon Ling Hai grew increasingly formidable. However, the pace at which Ling Hai was being compressed gradually began to slow. Cheng Yi understood that he had entered the final stage of compressing his spiritual sea. His sole focus was to minimize the spiritual sea as much as possible, until it could no longer be compressed any further. What Cheng Yi was unaware of was that, as he entered the final phase, Lu Yunxi, clad in a dark outfit, had already reached the entrance of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. The closer she approached the pavilion, the more pronounced the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy became. Particularly upon arriving at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, Lu Yunxi felt a surge of trepidation, for she realized that the fluctuations in spiritual energy had intensified. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? Yet Cheng Yi clearly possessed no martial arts cultivation. Could it be that the immortal path he spoke of during the live stream could incite such a tumult? This was at least at the level of ascension to the martial spirit realm, was it not? The elderly gatekeeper of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion could easily discern that there was no martial cultivation present. Despite the immense fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air, he remained oblivious, continuing his vigil as usual. Lu Yunxi paid no heed to the gatekeeper, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards of the pavilion. She found a tall wall and effortlessly scaled it, then traced the path of the most intense spiritual energy fluctuations, stealthily moving forward. With her prowess at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, she felt as if she were merely at home. However, just as she was nearing the bedroom where Cheng Yi resided, she hesitated. To ascend directly within the confines of his room seemed rather reckless, did it not? Was he not concerned that others might exploit the commotion to intrude? Lu Yunxi pondered whether to proceed. The last time she had visited to warn Cheng Yi about the Lingyun sect's watchful eye, she had nearly pressed her face against the window, and he had remained oblivious until she inadvertently triggered a warning talisman upon opening the window, leading to her discovery. Now, with Cheng Yi needing to break through, would he be even more difficult to detect? Having gained confidence from her previous success, Lu Yunxi's resolve had evidently strengthened. Mimicking her prior approach, she crept closer to Cheng Yi's bedroom. Indeed, until she reached the base of the wall, Cheng Yi exhibited no sign of awareness. As expected, all is well. Lu Yunxi nimbly leaped up and grasped the edge of the window. This time, rather than opening the window as she had before, she gently pierced a small hole in the window paper. As anticipated, the warning talisman did not activate. Peering through the minuscule opening, she beheld not Cheng Yi, but rather a swirling mass of blue mist that ebbed and flowed, continuously encircling something at its core. Was Cheng Yi within? The energy contained within that mist was remarkably pure, reminiscent of spiritual energy, yet distinctly different. Could this be spiritual power? Lu Yunxi had no intention of meddling further. She was entirely ignorant of Cheng Yi's methods for cultivating spiritual power. In terms of breakthroughs, she could offer no assistance. All she could do was remain outside and guard him. It would have been preferable to catch a glimpse of Cheng Yi's face, at least to soothe her eyes. But now he was enveloped in the misty shroud of spiritual power, rendering him invisible. Thus, Lu Yunxi decisively ascended to the rooftop, where the view was unobstructed, allowing for a vigilant observation of any approaching adversaries. Suddenly, Lu Yunxi swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding a thrust from a spear. Accompanying this attack was a thunderous shout. Who dares to intrude upon my brother's ascension? Before Lu Yunxi could discern the assailant, the spear that had just been launched unexpectedly veered back towards him. This unexpected maneuver was again narrowly evaded by Lu Yunxi. After dodging the second spear, Lu Yunxi finally recognized the attacker, none other than Yu Chifeng, the lord of Jishui City. Lu Yunxi was aware of the camaraderie between Yu Chifeng and Cheng Yi, having previously joined them for a banquet at Longjiang Tower, where the three had shared jovial moments over drinks. It was evident during the feast that the bond between Yu Chifeng and Cheng Yi was genuine. At this moment, Yu Chifeng had likely come to protect Cheng Yi, as evidenced by his earlier exclamation. Realizing he had been discovered and that Cheng Yi had a guardian, Lu Yunxi deemed it unnecessary to remain any longer. Otherwise, once Cheng Yi completed his ascension to the martial spirit realm, Lu Yunxi might find it difficult to escape, thereby risking exposure of his own identity. Although Lu Yunxi harbored fond feelings for Cheng Yi, he was not yet prepared for a direct confrontation. Without waiting for Yu Chifeng to engage in battle, Lu Yunxi departed, leaving Yu Chifeng unable to pursue him. Standing on the rooftop where Lu Yunxi had previously been, Yu Chifeng observed as the figure disappeared into the distance, deciding against chasing after him to avoid falling for a ruse. Sensing the tumultuous energy emanating from Cheng Yi below, Yu Qingfeng refrained from disturbing him, instead positioning himself at the original site of the dark-clad assailant, vigilant and alert to any movements. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi was at a critical juncture in his endeavor to advance to the second tier of the reincarnation longevity technique. His spiritual sea had reached a point where further compression was nearly impossible. Any potential reduction would yield negligible results, requiring an immense effort to achieve even the slightest effect. Almost there, Cheng Yi thought, enveloped in a blue mist, his body drenched in perspiration. To prevent dehydration, he cautiously extended his spiritual tendrils to retrieve the ceramic water jug from the table. At this moment, he could not afford to move his body recklessly. Any premature relaxation before his spiritual sea underwent expansion could jeopardize his efforts. The water jug, under the control of his spiritual energy, floated slowly towards him. Cheng Yi refrained from reaching out, instead using his tendrils to pour the water into his mouth. Soon, the jug was emptied, providing a modicum of relief to his thirst. Cheng Yi gently placed the kettle upon the ground using his spiritual energy. Thus, the time had come to commence. Next, a final thread of spiritual energy is to be infused into the already irreducible, densely charged, and highly pressurized spiritual sea. This thread of energy must be just right, not too much, nor too little. An excess could lead to a rapid explosion of spiritual power, leaving no time for a reaction and preventing the timely relaxation of the pressure on the spiritual sea, ultimately risking damage to the delicate barrier, which could jeopardize future advancements. Conversely, if the infusion is insufficient, the explosion may not occur at all, or it may lack sufficient intensity, resulting in a gold core that is not pure enough. Such a precarious approach would significantly diminish the potential rewards. Only by introducing an amount that is neither excessive nor deficient, ensuring that the explosion is sufficiently vigorous but not overly swift, can one maximize the final gains while minimizing risks. However, in all endeavors, perfection is elusive, and a slight margin of error is entirely acceptable to Cheng Yi. Before commencing the infusion of this final trace of energy, Cheng Yi meticulously assessed the current compression intensity of his spiritual sea, alongside the internal levels of spiritual energy and pressure. After several calculations, he determined the precise quantity of energy to inject. Taking a deep breath, he began to extract that specific amount of spiritual energy. Moments later, once the energy was separated, Cheng Yi commenced the stable and rapid infusion into the spiritual sea. Given that the internal pressure of the spiritual sea had reached a truly formidable level, the resistance to additional energy was unprecedentedly high. Nevertheless, employing his earlier method, Cheng Yi filled every cell of his body with potent spiritual energy, temporarily granting him immense strength to forcibly insert the energy into the spiritual sea. The explosion of spiritual energy occurred swiftly, yet remained within Cheng Yi's reaction time. At the most opportune moment, he relaxed the pressure on the spiritual sea, allowing its volume to restore and absorb part of the explosion's force, while concurrently benefiting from the thrust of the energy detonation. Thus, as the spiritual sea walls regained their original size, they did not cease to grow. Instead, propelled by the force of the explosion, they continued to expand. A wave of pain surged throughout his body once more, but after enduring the previous torment, this level of discomfort was merely a trifle for Cheng Yi. At this juncture, the importance of the resilience of the spiritual sea became evident. Under the might of the explosion, the spiritual sea was continually stretched, although the pain was excruciating. The robust nature of Cheng Yi's spiritual barrier ensured that there were no signs of rupture. The process of rapid expansion persisted for nearly the duration of a tea break, after which the rate of expansion began to gradually decelerate. It was now time to make the final sprint toward victory. The high-level gathering talisman, previously overexerted by Cheng Yi, which could originally sustain for an hour, was no longer viable. Thus, he released over a dozen tendrils of spiritual energy, each racing like specters, inscribing high-level gathering talismans at every available space in the room. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth once again. As Cheng Yi discerned the impending exhaustion of the burgeoning spiritual sea, he promptly commenced an ardent absorption of spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power. The barrier of the spiritual sea possesses remarkable resilience. Once the force of the spiritual explosion dissipates, the barrier will begin to retract. To prevent this retraction, Cheng Yi must swiftly ensure that the spiritual sea is once again fully replenished, thereby maintaining the expanded form of the barrier. After a period of stabilization, the enlarged barrier will be solidified. A copious influx of spiritual power fills the void left by the explosion, yet the nature of this absorbed energy undergoes a transformation. Previously, 1 unit of spiritual power would occupy an equivalent space upon being converted and stored in the spiritual sea. Now, while still 1 unit of power enters, it gradually diminishes to merely 1/10 of its original volume upon entering the sea. In other words, every unit of Cheng Yi's spiritual energy, upon entering the sea, is purified and condensed to 1/10 of its former substance. Simultaneously, as the spiritual energy is refined to 1/10, Cheng Yi's spiritual sea expands to twice its original size. Thus, his current reservoir of spiritual energy is equivalent to 20 times its previous capacity. In the future, when utilizing the spiritual energy from the sea, Cheng Yi can either dilute the already condensed energy by a factor of 10, employing it as he would have before, or he can opt to use the concentrated energy at its original 1/10 volume, which would yield even greater power. For instance, disregarding environmental and material factors, Cheng Yi could enhance the capacity of advanced gathering talismans to absorb spiritual energy by a factor of 10 or extend their functional duration to 10 times longer. Either scenario is exceedingly gratifying. If he so desires, he could even allocate this amplification, augmenting both the potency and duration of the talisman's effects. Should this enhancement be applied to the comprehensive capabilities of the martial sovereign realm, it would effectively increase his overall prowess tenfold. Cheng Yi remained uncertain of how far he was from the strength of the martial spirit realm. However, he believed he could navigate the martial sovereign realm with ease. Perhaps he still lacked a bit to reach the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Nonetheless, armed with an array of diverse and powerful talismans, Cheng Yi felt undaunted. Moreover, he had yet to deploy his most formidable talisman, Divine Light of 10 miles, renowned for its unparalleled single-target damage among advanced talismans. With the enhancement of the Divine Light of 10 miles talisman, he was confident that even a fully realized martial sovereign would meet a grim fate after sustaining such a strike. Having successfully transcended the mid and late stages of the foundation establishment realm through the compression of his spiritual sea and the explosive power within, Cheng Yi had now attained the completeness of the foundation establishment realm. At this juncture, his spiritual sea should harbor a nascent golden core in its initial state. Cheng Yi activated his spiritual vision and, indeed, within the realm of the sea, he beheld a golden elixir that shimmered with a constant, resplendent light. To refer to it as an elixir might be somewhat of an exaggeration, for it was diminutive in size, pockmarked, and lacked the perfect roundness one might expect. However, all these shortcomings were eclipsed by its undeniable virtue. This elixir was extraordinarily pure. While it radiated a golden glow, its texture was as translucent and exquisite as crystal. What Cheng Yi must now endeavor to do is to continually refine this nascent elixir, nurturing its essence to render it larger and more perfectly rounded. The time and spiritual energy required for this process are daunting. Yet, once the elixir reaches its complete form, he will officially step into the realm of the golden elixir. At present, he can merely be considered to be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, teetering between that and the golden elixir stage, a half step into the latter. Cheng Yi has discerned the characteristics of the reincarnation longevity technique, radical in nature, yet capable of maximizing benefits. This martial art is undeniably perilous. Had it been entrusted to another, the outcome would likely not have been as seamless. His inexplicable yet formidable talent is indeed terrifying. Cheng Yi had no intention of imparting the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique to his disciples. For them, practicing this enhanced technique was akin to wagering their lives, with little hope of triumph. As for Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, they were worth considering, given their innate spiritual seas, which allowed for a swifter conversion of spiritual power and a remarkable resilience in their spiritual sea barriers. However, Cheng Yi still needed to conduct tests on their spiritual seas to determine their suitability. He held a fondness for the diligent Bai Xiaofeng, yet he deemed it unwise to have him practice the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique, as he did not wish to endanger the young man's life. On the rooftop, Yu Chifeng sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy below, which gradually transitioned from intense turbulence to a tranquil stillness, ultimately settling into complete calm. He surmised that Cheng Yi had successfully completed his advancement. Consequently, he turned over and leaned against the window of Cheng Yi's chamber, gently rapping on the glass and inquiring, "Brother Cheng, have you finished?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cheng Yi's face lit up with joy as he approached the window and opened it. "Brother Yu, what brings you here?" Yu Chengfen's expression reflected a hint of dissatisfaction. "How can you say that? The matter of ascending realms is of utmost importance, yet you allowed me to remain absent as your protector." Fortunately, I sensed the disturbance of spiritual energy here before I went to bed and hurried back. Otherwise, you might have faced grave danger tonight. Oh, what transpired? Cheng Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. His warning talisman had not reacted this evening. Yu Chifeng, who regarded him as a brother, would not have triggered the talisman unless he had intentionally entered the room. Yet, even aside from Yu Chifeng, he had not felt any alerts from the talisman tonight. Yu Chifeng continued, just a moment ago, when I arrived, I spotted a figure clad in black standing on your rooftop, his eyes scanning the surroundings for something. Thankfully, I managed to scare him off with 2 shots. Otherwise, you would have been in serious trouble. At this revelation, Cheng Yi was taken aback. A stranger had brazenly stood atop his roof, and yet his warning talisman had failed to activate? Cheng Yi hastily inspected the protective talismans within the room, discovering no anomalies. How peculiar, he mused, as a sudden realization struck him. He had encountered a similar situation before. It was the very night he failed to apprehend the cloaked figure. Previously, that enigmatic individual had conveyed to him the information regarding Ling Yun's Sect's interest in him, all without triggering the defensive mechanisms of the talismans. Now, once again, it was a figure cloaked in black, and once more, the protective wards remained undisturbed. Could it be the same person? Cheng Yi surmised that it was highly probable that the enigmatic figure was indeed the same individual who had now ascended to his rooftop. This person, it seemed, had not only sensed the disturbance of spiritual energy emanating from his vicinity, but had also approached out of curiosity, perhaps with a protective intent as well. What could this signify? Who on earth could this individual be? Even if this person bore no ill will towards him, and even sought to offer protection, the manner of their approach was undeniably terrifying. Moreover, Cheng Yi recalled that the figure clad in black was a formidable expert at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, while Yu Chifeng had merely recently ascended to the initial stage of the same realm. Thus, he lacked the prowess to repel such a formidable opponent. Given this, it was likely that the black-clad figure had chosen to withdraw to avoid confrontation with Yu Chifeng, as well as to conceal their identity. Otherwise, should a battle ensue, Cheng Yi feared that Yu Chifeng might perish before he could fully complete his ascension. With the previous message sent and this recent act of protection, Cheng Yi found himself increasingly intrigued by this mysterious figure. No, he needed to devise a plan to capture this individual, binding them securely to extract vital information. Yes, he must seize them and interrogate them vigorously to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Yu Chifeng, upon hearing Cheng Yi's underestimation, echoed his sentiments in agreement. Cheng Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to offer any explanation. He turned directly to Yu Chifeng and said, "All right, stop clinging to the window. It looks rather unseemly. Come inside, please." Cheng Yi sought a suitable place to converse with Yu Chifeng, yet he was taken aback by the chaotic state of his bedroom. The recent violent fluctuations of spiritual energy, coupled with the tremors of his own spiritual force, had transformed the room into a veritable disaster zone. Strewn with shredded curtains and splintered furniture, there was scarcely a spot to sit, let alone enjoy a cup of water. "Ah, brother Yu, my humble abode is rather modest. Perhaps we should seek an alternative venue," Cheng Yi suggested. Yu Chifeng nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. As the night deepened, most inhabitants of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, including the servants, had succumbed to slumber. Cheng Yi preferred not to disturb them over such trivial matters, opting instead to venture out for refreshments. Although the main district of Jishui City thrived with activity, it was not a city that never slept. By the hour of the pig, the citizens began their preparations for rest. If there were any exceptions to this rule in the main district, it could only be the Chuanxiang building. "Brother Yu, please do not disdain this place. While it is known for its indulgences, the food and drink are quite delectable and worthy of consideration." Cough, cough. "There's no need for you to extol its virtues, my junior. It is indeed a fine establishment, and the cuisine is truly delightful," Yu Chifeng replied. At these words, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance. Yu Chifeng, catching the look, responded with an innocent smile. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, Lu Yunqi was employing a stealth technique learned from the martial world, closely tailing them. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi lead Yu Chifeng toward the Chuanxiang building, she felt a surge of anger. The sight of Cheng Yi wearing a knowing expression only intensified her fury, leaving her frustrated and yearning to confront him. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she lacked the standing to do so. Moreover, considering Cheng Yi's recent advancement, she was uncertain of her ability to contend with him. The sheer force he exhibited during his breakthrough was formidable, and she might not be able to best him in a confrontation. This realization only fueled her ire further. In a fit of frustration, she struck a nearby wall, creating a hole with a resounding crash. Alarmed by the noise, she quickly concealed herself, observing in the shadows to see if Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng had noticed her presence. It was only after they both entered the Chuanxiang building that Lu Yunxi decided to follow suit. Inside the Chuanxiang building, Cheng Yi raised a toast to Yu Chifeng. Although you might have misinterpreted the intentions of the cloaked figure who had intervened without warning, the gesture had been one of goodwill. The fact that someone had come to his aid without prior notice was a testament to loyalty, and Cheng Yi held this in high regard. As for the cloaked figure, while Cheng Yi sensed no malice, he remained uncertain of their identity and had no desire to reveal his own. He would investigate it further on his own without troubling Yu Chifeng. Brother Yu, I am profoundly grateful for your valiant assistance this evening, ensuring my safe ascension. Allow me to toast to you. Yu Chifeng clinked his cup against Cheng Yi's, saying, "It is but my duty. However, I must inquire how you managed to advance so suddenly tonight without any prior notice, simply elevating yourself like that? The opportunity for promotion has unexpectedly arrived, leaving me no time to inform you, my dear brother, so I must commence immediately. I hope you can understand, Yu." In truth, Cheng Yi simply did not wish to inconvenience others, and this advancement was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision, somewhat reckless. This, however, has caused Yu Chifeng some displeasure. It seems that in the future, I should not hesitate to seek his assistance. Ah, I see, Yu Chifeng remarked, inquiring further, "Cheng brother, I am aware that you have not cultivated martial arts. So, which path of cultivation have you embarked upon this time?" Given Yu Chifeng's demeanor today, Cheng Yi deemed him a trustworthy confidant. He proceeded to recount the various challenges he faced during his breakthrough. As Yu Chifeng listened, he expressed his amazement with exclamations and applause. When Cheng Yi concluded his account, Yu Chifeng could not help but exclaim, "The splendor of the immortal path surpasses that of martial arts. Had I encountered you sooner, perhaps I would have forsaken martial cultivation in favor of your immortal teachings." Cheng Yi replied, "Not at all, my dear brother. Your dedication to the martial path, coupled with your extraordinary talent, has led to remarkable progress. Had it not been for the injury to your dantian years ago, you would likely be on the verge of reaching the realm of martial spirits by now. Such a promising candidate for martial cultivation should not be so easily swayed." Yu Chifeng shook his head with a wry smile, aware that while Cheng Yi's words held a kernel of truth, they were largely intended to console him. The sheer quantity of spiritual energy that Cheng Yi absorbed during his recent promotion in the bedroom revealed that the potential of the immortal path far exceeds that of martial arts. Moreover, Cheng Yi suggested that the nuances of immortal techniques bear resemblance to the secret arts found within certain secluded sects, leading Yu Chifeng to ponder whether this could serve as a basis for deducing Cheng Yi's origins from such a mysterious sect. At that moment, Yu Chifeng felt a strong urge to inquire whether Cheng Yi hailed from a hidden sect or if he had any grievances with Lingyun's sect. Yet, he restrained himself, fearing he might pose the question inelegantly. This matter, he decided, should be left to Wang Ho, as it had already been agreed upon. To act impulsively would only disrupt Wang Ho's pace in handling the situation. Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng did not indulge in excessive revelry. Instead, they savored exquisite delicacies and fine wines while engaging in discussions about matters pertaining to the celestial path. As the night grew deep, they bid each other farewell, with Yu Chifeng returning to his lordly abode. Cheng Yi, however, found his own chambers in disarray, far too chaotic to contemplate tidying up, and thus decided to take residence at the Chuanxiang Pavilion for the night, planning to return home at dawn and have his servants restore order in his quarters. Upon learning that Cheng Yi would be staying the night, the proprietress of Chuanxiang Pavilion was utterly elated. "Oh, Mr. Cheng, after such a lengthy interval, you have finally chosen to grace us with your presence. The young ladies have been eagerly anticipating your return, longing for the stars and the moon. Tonight, you must allow them to attend to your every need, for otherwise, they shall find it impossible to rest." Cheng Yi was aware of the implications behind the term madam. Yet today, having expended considerable mental energy on his ascension, he found himself devoid of the inclination for indulgence. Moreover, with a lesson to impart to his disciples at dawn the following day, he yearned for a peaceful night's rest and politely declined the madam's invitation. Alas, the gentleman seemed truly unsentimental, resolutely rejecting the company of so many young ladies. Next time, certainly, he mused. After dismissing the madam, Cheng Yi retreated to his chamber to sleep, meticulously arranging defensive talismans and various charms before resting. With numerous adversaries lurking, many concealed in the shadows, he was compelled to exercise utmost caution daily, ensuring he was prepared for a sound night's sleep. Lying in bed, Cheng Yi fell into contemplation. Now at the threshold of the golden core realm, what equivalent could this represent in martial arts? Was it akin to the late stages of the martial sovereign realm? Or perhaps the consummate martial sovereign? With an array of functional talismans and the 10-mile divine light talisman at his disposal, could he even contend with experts of the martial spirit realm? These questions lingered in his mind, and he yearned for a challenger, ideally someone at the late stages of the martial sovereign realm, to ascertain his current standing and prepare for any encounters with formidable opponents sent by Ling Yun's sect. The mysterious figure in black appeared to embody the late stages of the martial sovereign realm. Who could they be? Male or female? Why had they shown him such kindness? Were they acting on someone else's orders, or was it a personal choice? This enigmatic presence left Cheng Yi restless. Though their intentions seemed benign, remaining passive was ultimately untenable. He needed to devise a strategy to capture them. Perhaps it was her. Outside the fragrant pavilion, Lu Yunqi peered through a telescope, observing Cheng Yi and Yu Qinfeng's every movement. When she witnessed the madam approaching with intentions of summoning a companion for Cheng Yi, her heart instinctively tightened, fearing he might acquiesce to the request. However, a wave of relief washed over her as Cheng Yi, unperturbed, gracefully declined the madam's overtures and retreated to his quarters for rest. Perhaps he is not a cat after all, she thought, for she despised those who were mere frivolous, self-indulgent men. Yet she found herself perplexed. What was happening to her? Throughout her journey in the martial world, she had encountered countless handsome heroes, yet none had evoked the same feelings as Cheng Yi. Perhaps it was his striking appearance that set him apart. However, what truly captivated her was not solely his looks but an essential quality that resonated with her heart, making her long to be near him every time their paths crossed. Yet, she feared that any impulsive action might frighten him away. Thus, she hesitated to pursue a deeper connection, caught in a tumultuous desire for him. When had she become so devoid of composure? Or perhaps it was indeed as the elderly woman she encountered during her travels had foretold. Yet when a woman encounters her destined soulmate, her heart becomes solely devoted to him, rendering all previous experiences as mere illusions. After confirming that Cheng Yi had fallen asleep, Lu Yunqi returned to Longzhong Tower. After a brief refreshment, she lay down to rest. However, this night, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Her mind consumed by the image of Cheng Yi. No, I must draw closer to him. Even if it takes time, I must approach him. The following morning, Cheng Yi departed from Chuanxiang Tower and returned to Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After summoning a few servants to tidy his disheveled chambers, he made his way directly to the banks of Longyu River. Cheng Yi had already informed Xiao Wei of the class times for each group, and Xiao Wei was tasked with notifying the other groups to arrive in advance for their lessons. Indeed, when Cheng Yi arrived, the students for the first class were already there. The number of students attending the first class was quite limited, comprising only 3 individuals. Their small number was not indicative of their exceptional abilities, as they were, in fact, lagging significantly behind their peers. They belonged to the 4th group, which included Chu Fei. Among the 3, none had yet opened their spiritual seas. The trio consisted of 12-year-old Chu Fei, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline, and a venerable elderly gentleman in his 70s, distinguished by his white hair. Regardless of their age, each of them, including the middle-aged man and the elderly gentleman, refrained from using their years as a justification for their shortcomings. Cheng Yi was their master, and the weight of his mentorship surpassed all. As long as he was willing to impart the teachings of talismans to them, they were eager to cast aside any age disparity and show him the utmost respect. Moreover, the profound respect they held for Cheng Yi stemmed from another reason. Upon learning that their master had assigned them to the very first class of the morning, they were filled with perplexity. Logically, an earlier class would afford more time, and during the first lesson of the day, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere was at its richest, making it the most suitable time for cultivation. However, Cheng Yi had allocated this prime time slot to them, a group of elderly and less capable individuals. This decision left the trio quite puzzled, prompting them to inquire with Xiao Wei. When Xiao Wei received the class schedule from Cheng Yi, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. Knowing that Cheng Yi was serious during lessons but amiable with his disciples in private, he did not hesitate to share his thoughts with Cheng Yi. He recalled Cheng Yi's response. They had a weak foundation, and if they were placed at the end of the schedule, they might often find themselves pressed for time. After all, he had to rush to the city lord's mansion for a live stream before noon. Additionally, allowing them to rise early and immerse themselves in a spiritually vibrant environment would benefit their cultivation of talismans. By completing their studies early and entering a state of learning, it would be far easier to encourage them to continue their diligent practice at home. Even if they were somewhat slow-witted, he would not abandon any of his disciples. Xiao Wei selectively recounted Cheng Yi's responses to Chu Fei and the other two. Upon hearing these words, all three were deeply moved, particularly by the final statement, which left them choked with emotion. They had always been the forsaken souls in the corners of society, unloved and neglected. While Chu Fei endured a life of poverty, he at least had both parents. However, the middle-aged man was far more pitiable. This man, named Huang Youfu, was a kind-hearted soul who, a few years prior, found himself unwittingly dragged into a casino after finishing his labor for the day. There, he was coerced into gambling, and when he refused, he was beaten mercilessly. To preserve his life, Huang Youfu was compelled to gamble, believing that by losing a small sum, he might be released. Little did he know that the perpetrators were insatiable villains who, after he lost several rounds, informed him that he now owed the casino 100 taels of silver, demanding repayment within a specified time frame. Otherwise, they threatened to seize his wife and children and sell them. Huang Youfu was merely a laborer, toiling in a labor-intensive district, and his monthly wages barely sustained his family. It took him 2 to 3 months of savings just to buy a single dress for his daughter. How could he possibly produce such a sum? In a fit of desperation, he lashed out, intending to fight for his life. Yet, he was no match for the skilled thugs who easily overpowered him, leaving him battered and unconscious. His family carried him home, where he remained bedridden for 3 days. Once he regained his strength, he went to the authorities to lodge a complaint against the casino, only to find that they categorically denied any wrongdoing. Infuriatingly, the witnesses at the casino, all chronic gamblers in debt to the establishment, dared not cross the casino for Huang Youfu's sake. Instead, they falsely testified that they had seen him willingly engage in gambling. Ultimately, Huang Youfu's complaint was dismissed. In truth, the magistrate wished to assist Huang Youfu's family, for the casino had a notorious reputation, having committed numerous heinous acts. However, while Huang Youfu lay unconscious, the casino had taken advantage of the situation, using his blood to secure his thumbprint, thereby formalizing the debt of 100 taels of silver. With witnesses and evidence firmly on the casino's side, Huang Youfu found himself utterly defenseless, unable to argue his case. The magistrate, possessing a keen sense of justice, ruled that due to Huang Youfu's family's inability to repay the debt, they would be required to pay back 10 taels of silver annually over the course of 10 years. Although the casino attempted to demand that Huang Youfu sell his wife and children to settle the debt, the magistrate rebuked them sternly in court, warning the casino that should they dare harm Huang Youfu's family, he would lead the authorities to investigate their establishment, confident that they would uncover wrongdoing. The casino owner glared menacingly at the magistrate, but merely acquiesced verbally. Yet, the gaze of Huang Youfu hinted at a desire for vengeance against the judge. Following the issuance of the verdict, his entire family found themselves bereft of shelter, forced to seek temporary refuge with a colleague. However, the colleague's abode was equally cramped, and accommodating so many individuals in such a confined space posed a considerable burden. Consequently, Huang Youfu soon sought financial assistance from several acquaintances and relatives, managing to secure enough to rent a modest dwelling for his family. Nonetheless, they faced a formidable challenge, the debt of 100 taels of silver. It is worth noting that this predicament stemmed from the casino's malfeasance. They were never meant to bear such financial liability. The casino had exploited the martial prowess of Wuxiu and deployed despicable schemes to exploit legal loopholes, taking advantage of their inability to resist. Even if they were to endure this hardship in silence, the question remained, how could they ever repay the debt of 10 taels per year? Their lives had been devoted to diligent labor in the factory, yet they had never even witnessed such a sum of 10 taels in one place. They were still uncertain when they would manage to repay their rent, let alone this daunting debt. However, everything changed for Huang Youfu during an encounter at the Mirror Flower Water Moon. On that day, while en route to work, he chanced upon Cheng Yi demonstrating his prowess in a live election campaign through the use of talismans, boldly proclaiming that anyone could learn from him. In that instant, Huang Youfu felt a glimmer of hope for his family's future. Upon returning home, he shared Cheng Yi's teachings and apprenticeship criteria with his wife. Initially skeptical, she was ultimately convinced when Huang Youfu brought her to a live demonstration where they witnessed Cheng Yi personally testing a talisman. This revelation not only solidified his wife's belief, but also deepened Huang Youfu's own conviction. Upon returning home, the couple deliberated together and reached a consensus. The casino had wronged them, and they should not be liable for the 100 taels. To escape this burden, they needed to empower themselves or align with a formidable authority. Other entities would not shield ordinary folk like them, Yet becoming Cheng Yi's disciple required no martial aptitude. They resolved that one member of the family should pursue the study of talisman craft. Ultimately, that responsibility fell to Huang Youfu. As their two children were still too young, one merely 3 years old, and the other only 2, too early for schooling, much less talisman study. Moreover, Huang Youfu was the only one in the family with formal education, able to read and write. Should the study of talismans necessitate literacy, his skills would prove invaluable. Thus, on the day of the live election, Huang Youfu joined by Xiaofeng and others at the Lord's mansion, successfully becoming Cheng Yi's apprentice. Upon successfully becoming a disciple, he hurried home to share the joyous news with his wife and elderly mother. The family, upon hearing this delightful tidings, was so elated that they nearly leapt in jubilation. Subsequently, Huang Youfu vividly recounted the thrilling moment during the live competition when Cheng Yi triumphed over Wu Qingdao. As the family learned that Cheng Yi likely possessed the formidable strength of a martial sovereign, their hope for salvation blossomed. To them, the martial sovereign was akin to a lord, and with such a powerful ally, how could they possibly fear the unscrupulous martial artists in the gambling den? Soon after, Huang Youfu realized his dream of entering the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, where he began his studies in talisman crafting under Cheng Yi. Yet, at this juncture, an overwhelming sense of despair beset him. While others effortlessly surpassed the trial of opening their spiritual seas, he found himself perpetually on the brink of failure. Always falling just short, each attempt ignited a flicker of hope, only to extinguish it with despair. Yesterday, as Cheng Yi began to group the students according to their progress, Huang Youfu resigned himself to the certainty that he would be placed in the last group. In his mind, the last group signified the lowest level of attention, the scarcest resources, and the constant threat of elimination. Panic consumed him. He feared that if he were forsaken, how would his family confront the ruthless gamblers? Just then, Xiaowei arrived to inform him that on this overcast day, the first lesson with Master would commence at the hour of the rabbit. Initially, Huang Youfu thought he had misheard or that Xiaowei had made an error. It was only when Xiaowei presented him with the schedule that he came to believe it. However, he remained perplexed as to why Master had chosen their fourth group, the one deemed the least capable, as the first to attend the lesson. Then, Xiaowei conveyed the Master's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his final words, Cheng Yi expressed a profound understanding that resonated in his mind even as he drifted into slumber. Even if they possessed the stubbornness of a wooden elm, I shall not relinquish any disciple. From that moment forth, Huang Youfu resolved that once he had ensured the well-being of his family and elders, his life would henceforth belong entirely to his master, Cheng Yi. As for the other elder, he accompanied his grandson, who was placed in the third group. Cheng Yi observed the number of individuals in each group and their respective identities. Upon noticing that all 3 members had gathered, he took his seat and commenced the lesson. You have yet to open your spiritual seas, correct? Chu Fei replied, Indeed, Master. Huang Youfu added, That is correct, Master. The old man remained silent. Seeing that the elder did not respond, yet his gaze appeared somewhat awkward, Cheng Yi was puzzled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. He promptly said, Elder, if you find it uncomfortable to address me as your master, you may simply call me by my name. I do not mind. After a moment of contemplation, the elder raised his head and, with a respectful gesture, replied, No, a true master deserves respect. I should honor you as my teacher. Cheng Yi nodded slightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. He then extended his ethereal tendrils simultaneously into the bodies of the 3 individuals, traversing the pathways of their spiritual meridians to ascertain the fluidity of their energy flow and the sufficiency of their channels. Subsequently, he examined the positioning of their spiritual seas before retracting his tendrils from their forms. He had gained a fundamental understanding of the issues afflicting these 3. Chu Fei, it seemed, was excessively timid, perpetually hesitant to convert a substantial amount of spiritual energy, fearing that a vigorous assault on his spiritual sea might lead to its destruction. Consequently, he refrained from exerting himself fully. Huang Youfu, true to his name, exhibited no such qualms. His rate of energy conversion was commendable, and his courage was ample. Evidence from the residual energy within his meridians and the location of his spiritual sea indicated that he had been persistently attempting to breach his spiritual sea. However, the swiftness of his meridians compared to the average individual resulted in insufficient impact, thus preventing the opening of his spiritual sea. The elderly gentleman's inability to establish his spiritual sea stemmed from a simple truth. He was simply too advanced in age, and his spiritual meridians, having remained dormant for so long, had withered considerably. It is worth noting that not every individual's meridians diminish with age. Some may retain their vigor even into their 70s or 80s. However, this particular elder was evidently not among them. Nevertheless, a solution was not entirely out of reach. While expanding the spiritual sea is fraught with formidable challenges and perils, widening the spiritual meridians is a considerably more attainable endeavor. Cheng Yi meticulously elucidated the concerns of the three individuals, eliciting a spectrum of emotions among them. Some felt despondent, others anxious, while a few were imbued with excitement. Rest assured, I possess the means to resolve your dilemmas, Cheng Yi assured them. He continued, I shall now assist each of you in unlocking your spiritual seas. Do not resist, for it is you who will suffer the consequences. Chu Fei responded, Yes, master. Huang Youfu echoed, Yes, master. The elderly man affirmed, Yes, master. Cheng Yi prepared to begin with the elder. He gently infused his spiritual energy into the elder's meridians, ensuring that they would not rupture, and throughout the process, the elder's face displayed no signs of pain. Should any discomfort arise, it would indicate that Cheng Yi had inadvertently strained a particular point within the elder's meridian. Soon, Cheng Yi sensed that the elder's meridians were nearly filled with his spiritual energy. He then ceased the infusion and addressed the elder, saying, Lu Laozhang, there will be some pain ahead. Do your best to endure it. If it becomes unbearable, just tap the ground with your hand. Lu Laozhang replied, Understood, master. Once Lu Laozhang was ready, Cheng Yi transformed the residual spiritual energy within his meridians into tendrils, gradually expanding them. Indeed, Lu Laozhang's expression began to reflect discomfort. However, the level of pain was still bearable, and he clenched his teeth, enduring the pervasive ache throughout his body. Observing that Lu Laozhang could still withstand the ordeal, Cheng Yi continued his endeavor, as the expansion of the elder's meridians was still insufficient. As for her, the ability to discover such a multitude of spirit beast eggs at once could either be attributed to sheer luck or a prolonged search. Speaking softly to herself, Wei Yilin set down the list in her hand, roused the still napping Lu Yu, and proceeded directly towards the tennis court. We must bring Naruto back, she declared. With a couple of sharp knocks on the table and glancing around, the fiercely determined Kai angrily flung a teacup across the room. The boys diligently moved their luggage. Content with any space to sleep, their demands minimal. Anything was better than the previous day. Dozens of powerful gazes fell upon them. The first generation of Wind Shadow shrugged. As both sides felt the urge to curse, a cold breeze swept through, causing Yamamoto Motoyasa's expression to shift, his sharp eyes narrowing to mere slits. Uncle, my condolences, remarked Jack, a foreign man, as he patted Gong Sunji's shoulder, turning to the middle-aged man with a sigh. All right, Hokage-sama, I have finished reading, Wei Yilin softly spoke, awakening Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata in the office. Minerva, you missed a point. It is Sephiroth who is alive now, not Slytherin, Dumbledore interjected. Mikasa and Shilin raced towards each other once more, engaging in a fervent encounter. Captain Davis, what is happening? Zhang Mingming inquired as he brought Han Kuan to the control room, noticing Davis's grave expression as he intently monitored the tracking device. Behind her, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Someone was hastening in her direction. Han Kuan, cigarette in mouth, waved at the old man, requesting the Mozenagan he held, and aimed it at Wu Dixing, taking a shot. The Knight of the Yellow Spring would automatically erect a barrier for its bearer, and in times of crisis, the blade would activate of its own accord, with a cooldown period of 1 temporal day. I've come to terms with it, at worst. It's merely a new beginning. Anru's tone was clearly one of feigned lightness, yet it could not conceal the anxiety that stirred within her. Feng Jisheng had long harbored a dislike for Qin Feng and was prepared to engage in a public confrontation online. Gu Qing inspected the wounds on her back. Fortunately, with the onset of autumn, her attire included an additional coat, preventing her injuries from reopening, though they were slightly red and swollen. The true self had controlled the national affairs for many years, allowing Hao Yin to ascend the throne purely for the intrigue found in his gaze. To emphasize this, the true self had even audaciously humiliated him by declaring a mermaid as empress, to which he offered no resistance, leaving the true self perplexed. As Han Chan reflected, she glanced towards Qin Shingdong. Qi Chong paused momentarily and peered outside. In his estimation, the rain would last at least through the night. How could it cease so quickly? In that instant, all emotions required no pretense or disguise. A natural tacit understanding hung in the air, as if it were meant to be so. Ignoring the foolishness of the moment, upon entering Mo Qiong's courtyard, he was surprised to find Yuji and Qing Tian sitting quietly and harmoniously behind Mo Qiong. The palace maids, recently rewarded, were drenched in sweat. What could they do? Would witnessing the imperial consort in such a state jeopardize their lives? At that moment, it seemed all emotions converged into a single utterance. Muyin chose not to elaborate further, for he had no reason to say more. The azure sword light flared anew. With dozens of energy swords suspended before Mu Yun, a grand formation unfolded beneath his feet, sustaining the existence of these energy blades. The second group had significantly fewer members than the third, and there were hardly any issues akin to those posed by Lu Laozhang. If one were to consider innate talent rather than mere courage, Chu Fei was approximately at the average level of the second group. Bai Xiaofeng was similarly positioned. Though his intellect set him apart, no need for thanks. I was merely concerned about General Song scaling the wall to inspect, potentially damaging my system and necessitating a report to superiors. Yin Ting was known to be a computer genius, a fact well recognized by all, particularly Cui Li. Additionally, worried that when Lian might not sleep well or awaken in the middle of the night, Jiang Yongrui stealthily checked on her several times throughout the night. Li Shixian seldom witnessed Zhou Fan in such a state of fury, even during the last incident in the hospital. When Zhou Fan learned of Sun Jian's intent to poison Li Changchun, he had not displayed such intense anger. Therefore, to strike decisively, one must compel the opponent to fire first. Only then could Li Yunlong seize the opportunity to retaliate. In order to incite the opponent to take the initiative, Li Yunlong must take proactive measures. Alternatively, he could attempt to dissuade Zhou Fan, yet they all found themselves paralyzed with fear at Zhou Fan's current demeanor. Observing this, Lu Yanba extended his right hand once more to pinch the acupoint of Kaidi, and soon she began to regain consciousness. However, at that moment, she was oblivious to matters of life and death, hastily pulling the blanket from the side to cover herself. During the time Li Yunlong trained Zhao Gang in the art of stealth, Zhao Gang had come to realize that over the years, Li Yunlong's prowess had far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, a young man clad in a suit stumbled out, shouting in alarm. Following him, a throng of individuals screamed as they surged forward, each one pushing against the other, their faces etched with terror. Even a formidable figure like the legendary Tian Daosong Ke could only reach the 5th tier of practitioners in that realm. Were he to learn of the multitude of powerful beings existing in another extraordinary world, this esteemed master would likely be left utterly astounded. However, due to the impact of the energy explosion, only pre-recorded messages could be played. Belatia relentlessly accused Lu Chang'e of favoritism towards Ailian, while Ailian merely smiled in silence. Su Yang, feeling anxious, urged forward. For though Hu Lao had recently questioned him, it was ultimately for the sake of protecting the patient from deceit. Despite Su Yinran's ethereal beauty and distinguished lineage, Su Yang firmly believed that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. The World Cup, held every 4 years, consistently births new champions, bearing witness to the rise of newcomers while bidding farewell to seasoned veterans. Daniela gazed at the man before her, licking her blood-stained lips, before throwing her head back in laughter. Nevertheless, with 10 summoned beings present, he, Alian, and Belatia stood firm in the center, their aura matching that of the opposing job changers, even with each wave of thunder calamity only increasing by 30%. The final wave of the ninefold heavenly thunder would ultimately amplify its power to over 8 times that of the first wave. She recalled the warm and embracing hold during that rainy day, which had imparted an indescribable sense of security, although it was said to break through encirclement. In truth, there have been no direct confrontation with Gongsun Zan's forces advanced directly towards Lu Yu's military tent, and the two sides, by mere chance, failed to meet. Bai Sin observed the energetic fool who had risen early, and with a decisive smirk, he embarked on a journey of teasing the simpleton. Yet, they appeared to be bound by some unyielding chains, unable to move, only able to roar with all their might, shaking the heavens. Who are you? On whose orders have you come to annihilate my Fulong Mountain? Jun Bao staggered back, his attire scorched and disheveled, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Chen Yi. Mr. Cheng, how could you? Yu Xiao gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Yi glanced at Yu Xiao and replied with a smile. It's nothing. I encountered a minor issue on the way, which caused a slight delay, hence my hurried pace. Running this 5th daughter of the Yao family possesses an undeniably fiery temperament. If I were to have a wife of such character in the future, I would undoubtedly gain a capable ally in the harem. Her spirited nature, adept at both conflict and compromise, capable of laughter, tears, and reproach, would be most suitable for me, the awkward second prince. However, Zijin felt dizzy, her head heavy and her feet unsteady. After a night of cold water immersion, She had now been soaked again and was blowing in the breeze alongside Lady Chu. The glaring sun made her feel faint, and although she intended to respond to Lady Chu's words, she rolled her eyes and fainted instead. Hadn't the Empress already instructed all the guards to remain on standby discreetly? The noble concubine, having received a warning from Zhao Hui, had brought only the finest of talents this time. Outside, the argument between the two men escalated, almost leading to a physical altercation. Zijin surveyed the room, her gaze landing on a tung oil lamp, and a bold thought emerged. If you persist in seeking trouble, it won't end simply. Su Mi's voice became menacing, akin to a provoked lion. Indeed, it was the Dark Moon Merchant Association. Once the matter was brought to light, Alto surprisingly shed his previous unnecessary negative emotions, reseating himself upon the stone with a dignified demeanor reminiscent of a proud prince. Yet, a thorn remained embedded in his heart, preventing her from fully liberating her thoughts. Wei Zi, merely observing, Huasi Ning estimated the massive whale's length to be at least 10 meters, even in its coiled state. If straightened, it would likely be even longer. Qin Zhou harbored little confidence, yet he had invested significantly in this script. Thus, he had set aside time today to witness Zijin's audition. When Mu Yi took another break, he felt his mental fortitude had notably strengthened. This form of training had unexpectedly proven effective for his spiritual energy, a realization that surprised him. Within the iron bars of a pristine white room, a man exhibited signs of madness, conversing with the air, laughing and speaking to himself, inducing a sense of dread in onlookers. In his palm, he tightly clutched a piece of jade, upon which golden threads intricately outlined two characters. Before she could voice her grievances, Hai Lanju stepped forward, directly yanking Feng Xing's hair, compelling her to follow. Following the propriety of the Ji ceremony, Cheng Yi rose in tears but refrained from expressing gratitude to the Qin guests, choosing not to engage in further private conversation with them. That young green shoot is truly infuriating. Having only arrived a few days ago, she is shamelessly clinging to Lord Lan Yang. As Yuan spoke, she attentively observed the expression of Zhao Yuan. Earlier in the afternoon, Master Zhang had sent a message stating that his skills were insufficient to instruct Feng Xiang. However, the items in the room had all been acquired anew after her amnesia, bearing no relation to her previous memories. During that time, Jiangxi had declined all invitations, choosing instead to embrace her individuality and whims. This matter does not concern you, Lord Bai. I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters, Elder Yamamoto remarked. Xiaoyu rose and led Yishanjiao to a room on the left side of the first floor, while Wu Luo went to entertain a Chu. For several consecutive days, Feng Xiang had been so consumed by her endeavors that she neglected food and rest, finally managing to thread all 5 needles in one go. Huang Yusin flashed a charming smile at Su Duo, seamlessly linking her arm with Xiao Luofan's and resting her head upon his shoulder. Cheng Yi remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Yu Zhao's gaze, unaware of the circumstances surrounding the ephemeral affair at Jinghua Shuiwa. His sole awareness lay in the astonishment and emotion displayed by the audience present. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi resolved to elucidate the mechanism and method of crafting the cooling talisman. As the measuring tape reached the distance between the two nostrils, it commenced its automatic function. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander busily maneuvered through the shelves, selecting elongated boxes to lower. Yet, it was evident that both their previous encounter and this exchange seemed to have been orchestrated by her counterpart. What is happening? Why have you all stopped filming? Before they could step through the door, Han Laobuan discerned an unusual atmosphere before him. In her pursuit of renowned director Feng Daqiang, she had divorced her wealthy husband the previous year, only to find herself outmatched by Sister Su of the Feng family. Why are you calling me so late? Murmured Yang Tianjin, her voice quivering as she lay in bed. The world beyond the walls was constructed outside, leaving her confined within, unable to escape. General Liu, it matters not. As long as I am capable, I shall endeavor to the best of my abilities, proclaimed the Princess of Redshift, presently disregarding their future achievements. In the eyes of ordinary folk, the other was already a great general, while she remained merely a wandering physician. Others turned their gaze toward this direction. Yet following that moment, none dared to speak further, as an odd and taut silence enveloped the hall. If the mere inclusion of an adversary into the highest council of the academy was to be tolerated, it was hardly a significant matter for BB. Luca paid no heed to the daily bickering of the two, focusing instead on exploring the magical energy emanating from his hands, probing the stone slab that concealed the entrance. After pondering for a moment, Luca approached the kitchen, casting a colossal bubble that enveloped the entire area. She was genuinely curious whether this young man was a promising talent nurtured by a domestic company or if he was deliberately being cultivated for future responsibilities, destined to assist the third-generation heir of the Su family. The flicker of fear in Roland's eyes seemed to waver, a hint of something peculiar flashing within. Before she shuddered slightly and nodded. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi turned to respond, but the door to the room had already closed. This sentiment was indeed something the father and son duo could not swallow, yet their utmost priority at that moment was recovery. Avoiding confrontation was the wisest strategy, as they possessed a strategic position in Tongguan, making it difficult for the Shiqi army to launch a successful assault in the near future. Amidst Hao Ren's congratulatory remarks, Jin Qian was forcibly led into the Yanchun building, a name which hinted at its nature as an establishment of ill repute. It was not Jin Qian's first venture into such a place. In a past life, he had frequented vibrant bars and lavish establishments, thus he regarded the brothel with indifference. The wind and sand danced wildly, revealing below a vast chasm. Within the pit lay a desolate scene, littered with the remnants of countless buildings and the remains of monks. I shall witness what capabilities you possess. Elder Jinwu's eyes emanated a chilling glare, as an intense azure aura surged throughout his being. He soared into the air, wielding his sword with grace, and descended upon the arena. Shenruai nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated Lan Yu's demeanor. Moreover, Lan Yu consistently devised solutions for her, regardless of the circumstances. He stepped outside to scrutinize the elderly gentleman, noting the ill-fitting attire, and found himself curious about how this individual had come to know Rong Yu. Lu Ziwei, noticing that Chen Imo seemed oblivious to her presence, sought an opportunity to break the ice, unwilling to squander this hard-earned chance to engage with him. Chen Guotao promptly retrieved the Red Army's operational map from his satchel, unfurling it alongside the Blue Army's map. Cheng Yi received the list of questions passed to him by Yu Xiao, and the first inquiry left him momentarily stunned. Was it regarding the incident caused by Zhou? The boy with the surname Jiang had been beaten nearly to death? Cheng Yi turned his gaze towards Yu Xiao. Sensing his confusion, Yu Xiao acknowledged it. As Cheng Yi looked at him with a questioning expression, Fang Zai was unable to ensure absolute fairness in every matter, prioritizing assistance to friends over impartiality, disregarding the opportunities available to the other masters and doctoral students from the two groups. If someone particularly distinguished themselves, he might follow Jin Hongzhou's example and offer them additional chances. He hastily retreated, only to be seized by Gu Yisun as he entered the palace. Lifted into the air above the Hall of Governance, one could only say that the successors lacked creativity, unable to amend the foundational framework. Those who staunchly adhered to ancestral traditions would ultimately find themselves ensnared in the quagmire of destruction. Almost as soon as the scream echoed, a crimson shadow darted from the cave, leaving behind a lingering trace, shooting towards the nearby thicket. Meanwhile, the mixed teams drawn from the City Defense Division and the archers from the City Defense Bureau were still unaware of who their adversaries were. Song Shushu gazed at him in astonishment. She had been careful to mask her conversation with Xinhua amidst the surrounding cacophony of music. As the footsteps grew ever closer, Jiang Jiao slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the shifting light. With a sharp noise, Lin Wan kicked the demonic cultivator before her aside. Yet, he continued to approach her as if possessed, unwavering in his advance. At the very least, Master Huang Ji would never believe that the recluse Xiaodan could surpass the Moonlit Palace Master, who was renowned for her internal strength and formidable palm techniques. Around her fair neck hung an exquisite pendant, seemingly crafted from emerald. The heart-shaped pendant, a testament to the artisan's meticulous craftsmanship, boasted a smooth surface that emitted a gentle green glow, pleasing to the eye and immensely comforting. "Thank you," Su Tin said upon seeing the young master open his eyes. As if she had prepared this phrase for an extended period, the moment she uttered it, a blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the rising sun. By this point, Louis Yang could finally breathe a sigh of relief. During the journey to the Liao camp, he had been on edge, fearing for his fiancée's safety. Upon finding Xiao Cuixin, the two were unable to contain their tears, embracing each other, seizing the opportunity while the ethereal soul had yet to return. They hastily fled the Liao camp. In this moment, Wei Ling swiftly began to restore his internal spiritual energy. Although he was unsure why the three had found themselves in such a predicament at the final moment, it was not his concern. His objective was to prevent them from entering the Immortal Sword Sect, and now he had achieved half of that goal. Earth Dragon Strike. Such a powerful earth manipulation technique. The Earth King? Upon witnessing Zhao Mengshuan's maneuver, Ambrity immediately thought of the once-renowned Earth King. No longer daring to delay, the green mist spewing from the scorpion's tail thickened, corroding the Earth Dragon's assault. How do you feel now? Are you able to control the power of that potion? After finishing their lunch, the two returned to their room. Xiaofeng inquired, hee. Wang Chen merely chuckled foolishly without responding, yet a wave of bitterness surged within him. Lu Yiyang placed Feng Ruoxiang beside her mother and then returned to the expansive area atop the mountain. At this moment, Feng Shuilian had already regained consciousness and had observed the recent skirmish with clarity. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before turning their attention towards Lu Yang. However, Wang Chen had awaited their arrival for several days, yet they remained elusive, leaving him perplexed. Could it be true? Such formidable magic exists? Feng Han, upon hearing this, could not contain a loud exclamation. The spell was utterly beyond comprehension. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe it. Even under duress. Occasionally, a few individuals passed by on either side of the road, heading towards the factory with the billowing black smoke emanating from its chimney. Most of these individuals were clad in garments sullied with soot, evidently en route to work, yet their faces bore an expression of fatigue. Squinting against the blazing sun as they trudged to their jobs, lacking even suitably thick-soled shoes. As expected, when Qidao chose the mechanical adversary, Rambo, which she often utilized, her performance was nothing short of abysmal due to her anxiety. Particularly, Sun Yi contemplated whether to eliminate the lieutenant while his value was still considerable, even if trouble arose. Some medicinal pills could remedy the situation. These were more effective than money. Meanwhile, the defensive tower's assault had also struck the monkey, depleting its health by a significant margin. When Wang Qifeng returned to Furongfang, more than half of the horse-drawn carriages were vacant, leaving only a few assisting the female warriors with their modest belongings. Yin Shilai, the manager of Yixing Thick Money Bank, had originally been the accountant for Luojiao at the northern gold mine, which Luojiao had brought over from the north. In a mere moment, the gravely injured Su Huanjin could no longer endure and fainted, collapsing into Jing Liuli's embrace. The old blind man controlling the mantis frantically pressed the key and attempted to blink away. Yet both escape skills were on cooldown, and no matter how fervently he struggled, he could not extricate himself from the quagmire of despair. To the east lay the operational Line 1, rendering the presence of vengeful spirits in the underground palace impossible. However, to the west, matters were different. Those within the underground palace still believed that Ru Jun resided in the grand courtyard, thus they would undoubtedly head westward. In the next moment, the general of the Yutian Dragon clan, Yuan Long, let out a pained cry of despair as his head was severed from his body, leading to his demise. As Yuan Long's corpse crumpled to the ground, a streak of white dragon soul soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The artillerymen of the enemy had not anticipated that any air force would dare to attack, remaining momentarily stunned. Amidst the officers bellowing, they rushed towards their artillery positions to operate. Despite being a world on the brink of destruction, it was still a grand world. Within the mundane realm, there existed merely 3,000 such grand worlds. However, now, with the arrival of the son of the disaster sovereign and Lin Yang's refinement, 2 fortresses have been irrevocably diminished. The waste, concealing the hidden snow, also bore witness to several formidable individuals who, donning white cloaks, leapt gracefully and adhered closely to the towering white walls of the building. They resembled sheets of white paper, affixed with a paste, rendering them nearly invisible at first glance. Everywhere, one could observe billowing flames and dark smoke rising like a shroud. Alongside severed limbs and soldiers, akin to headless flies, frantically scurrying in chaos. Simultaneously, within the vast realms of the Xian Wang world. At the Yuhua Gate, in the Yuhua Celestial Palace, a scene was unfolding. The silent snowflakes continued to fall. Not in the hurried manner of raindrops, nor in the clamor of the wind, but rather gently and softly, inadvertently swallowing the cacophony of the world, as if it were merely a realm occupied by one another. After enduring a cycle of rebellion and subsequent suppression, the last surviving soldier of the Allied forces, still on land, was ultimately hurled into the sea by a savage warrior wielding an iron rod. Concurrently, the Chaos Sovereign, the Sovereign of Slaughter, and the Eternal Sovereign unleashed their might, each manifesting their most formidable powers, vast and overwhelming, crashing like a tidal wave, annihilating countless dimensions of time and space in an instant, all directed towards Linyang. In this world, where every gesture could rescue one from peril. Aside from the principal and a few formidable figures, perhaps only Master Yu could be counted among them. He simply lacked the skill for communication, having profoundly grasped that the human heart could be more terrifying than demons and monsters. As Cheng Yi entered the humble abode constructed of clay and thatch, he beheld 2 guards standing sentinel and 2 healers attending to a small boy, his body marred by bruises, as they administered medicine and bandaged his wounds. The boy lay with his eyes tightly shut, unresponsive even when the healers inadvertently brushed against his injuries. Wang Daniu, heartened by her words, hastily retrieved a cake from his bundle and carefully roasted it over the fire until it was golden brown, presenting it to Siyu. People began to recognize that the world is ultimately a complex amalgamation, and the challenges faced by China cannot be resolved merely by a lithography machine. Zhang Qing informed Aisha that he hailed from an eastern nation of the human realm, suggesting she refer to him as Mr. Dong. The vial of inside elixir was treasured solely because it was the early stage of the game, with its price exceeding 20,000 merely a fleeting concern. Yuan Song, pray tell, what is the story behind your other self? Fushi inquired suddenly. Granny Nuan, a lady of noble lineage, silenced the spirited Luo Huanqing with a mere glance. It seems there's a vendor selling roasted lamb legs over there. Shall we procure one? Kong Jingxing suggested, seemingly to divert attention toward the marketplace. On the following day, the Marquis of Wuda announced before all present that a grand celebration would be held for Chu Chen's 12th birthday. Night Jun City's remark at the Prince Rong's residence and the opulent wedding ceremony at the Regent's palace made it abundantly clear how deeply she cherished Yun Nonga. Night Jun City's growing impatience towards Yun Nonga was palpable, as the pent-up fury within threatened to erupt like a volcano, prompting him to issue orders to the guards. Hey, Ling Feng, were those words you spoke earlier genuine? Chen Ningxue inquired earnestly, gazing at Ling Feng's profile. Yun, what is amiss? Lele wouldn't he cause a scene over this, would he? Elderly remarked. It felt as if a lump of coal was lodged in his throat. Tightening painfully as he attempted to utter a chun, his voice hoarse after numerous attempts. Perhaps we should first visit the old principal's home. Being a local, he might possess some clues, I suggested, and thus, Dawei Ruan and I returned to the village. Someone brought forth a pile of chips, and Feng Yihong instructed Qi Wan to select a spot at random. This was a desperate battle order aimed at the 106th Division, targeting 2 regiments of the Batian Brigade. Should the operation falter, the encircling Japanese forces would launch a counteroffensive, while the Japanese in the center would coordinate their efforts, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. At that moment, Su Banjian's lips were also stained with blood, as he cast a scornful glance our way, saying, "Isn't this nonsense? I've at least broken 3 ribs. And you ask if I'm all right. Why don't you two give it a try? In any case, it will need to be purchased eventually. Given the soaring property prices, buying sooner could save a considerable sum," Zhang Ning replied. Haha, allow me to present you with a gift. Indeed. This marks Huang Wei's inaugural occasion of presenting a gift to a man other than her father, evoking within her a peculiar sensation, a blend of sweetness intertwined with a tinge of anxiety. The individual known as Xing Dabiao exuded a nonchalant demeanor, disdainfully huffing at the instructor before casting a silent glare at Tai Ying. It appeared that Tai Ying possessed a distinctive aura, easily inciting animosity from such individuals. Enough of that. We have no use for your nefarious contrivances. What we desire is merely the contract you signed with the villagers of Bada for land acquisition, declared the village chief. Upon hearing this, Long Huang could not suppress his laughter, his demeanor towards Chen Yun becoming increasingly amiable. Whenever guests arrived, her frail physique rendered her unable to compete with the seasoned sales representatives. Consequently, since selling a vehicle to Han Yufan, she had not made another sale. Furthermore, there were individuals armed and formidable in appearance, patrolling the vicinity. Their physiques appeared more robust than others. Yet their complexions lacked the rosy vitality characteristic of the inner city inhabitants. Most of these individuals were subordinates of several leaders from the refugee district, tasked with maintaining order within the confines of their community. Teacher, how have you transformed into this? Zhao Bin silently lamented, feeling a surge of sympathy for He Jiechi, whose life had been irrevocably marred by a scoundrel of a husband. Song Bo, you should rest. The master is still asleep and likely will not awaken for a while. He conversed extensively with Lawyer Xian earlier and seems rather fatigued, Jiang Yingyue softly remarked, glancing at Song Bo when Shan lifted her gaze to him. A fleeting thought crossing her mind. Shiman seemingly remained oblivious. He was unaware that at some point, his utterances had shifted from grandfather to old master Gu. That represented a level akin to that of a sage, far surpassing them, rendering them no match. Aunt Feng strode ahead, and the multitude of spirits parted, bestowing upon her a sense of pride. She walked with her chest held high, adopting an air of haughtiness. Initially, upon hearing of the monstrous occurrences at Mirror Heart Lake, They had approached with the intention of mere spectacle. Lu Yinan masked her breath, trailing behind Su Lu, employing her utmost power to remain concealed. Eager to discern the true purpose of Su Li's visit to the ancestral home, he naturally yearned to empower the beings of this world. Yet that peculiar temporal spatial realm was beyond his control. He could not alter the rules governing that extraordinary domain. Han Ruajo reflected deeply, observing the young army in such circumstances. Remarkably devoid of despair. Instead, they maintained an air of calmness, engaging in laughter and conversation, seemingly unperturbed by the looming danger. What remarkable fortitude they possessed. Han Ruajo could only lament his own inadequacies. Lin Jiaxia's smile broadened as she rolled up her sleeves when she raised her gaze. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling and unrestrained fervor. Clad in a simple yet exquisite light purple palace gown, she was slightly hindered by the unsightly figure of the ugly guard trailing behind her, observing the long princess swimming in the lake. One could discern that her aquatic skills were quite commendable, at least superior to Su Siyuan's. When Ron suddenly collapsed onto the seat beside Harry, both Harry and Hermione erupted into applause. "Do not be so arrogant," she exclaimed as she soared into the air, her azure attire rustling in the wind, exuding an aura of formidable authority. However, with a slight narrowing of her peach blossom eyes, Lin Jiaxia was taken aback to encounter Mi Shaoxian here. It was a blend of surprise, astonishment, and a hint of delight. Without the ability to refine elixirs, she was unable to procure the necessary herbs, and without these herbs, she could accomplish nothing else. The alchemical furnace appeared satisfactory enough. It should be capable of producing elixirs. At this moment, within the colossal fleet tasked with dismantling the Brotherhood, each commander bore the same demeanor. Even amidst the chaotic and unpredictable subspace, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Even the once distracted sovereign of humanity cast a sidelong glance. Perhaps still possessing a vestige of humanity, he might be momentarily astonished by the variables inherent in his plans. "Father, could your suggestion to venture south to the mainland be connected to your experience after falling off the cliff?" Li Tianyu pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he inquired with curiosity. In the dimly lit underground passage, Yuan Shuai and the old man appeared instantaneously. Yuan Shuai, disregarding his astonishment, hastily employed his yin-yang vision to scan for any patrolling disciples nearby. Fortunately, aside from the meaty blood-sucking puppet writhing not far ahead, there were no signs of other creatures moving through the passage. The leaders of the various islands had also departed in succession, sailing away from the cavern beneath Londing Island, each returning to their respective islands. Upon accessing the system, Cheng Yi first checked his teaching value. Teaching value, 480, 780, just over 480,000. Cheng Yi finds himself reminiscing about the early days of his live broadcasts. During that period, the value of 30,000 in teaching was merely a fleeting notion. Everyone was desperate to ascertain the situation, yet none dared to make any decisive moves, enduring a tormenting sense of uncertainty. Whenever accolades were bestowed, the generals were always the first to receive them, subsequently distributing rewards to their subordinates or promoting their underlings, thereby ascending in rank and wealth. As for Lu Huaidong, his gaze was profoundly contemplative, devoid of any semblance of sleep. He pondered who might have leaked his whereabouts in South Africa to the Death Club. While he had harbored such thoughts before, they were not as fervent. However, the increasingly formidable presence of Lung Chonglin instilled a growing apprehension within him. Even his own grandson found the adversary to be exceedingly challenging, signifying that Lung Chonglin had now emerged as their most formidable opponent. Should Spy triumph, their record would soar to 3-1, rendering their chances of advancement nearly non-existent. Even a flawless subsequent performance might not guarantee qualification. Zhang Xiao stepped forward and discovered an array of treasures, including a staff, a crown, and a cloak. However, when Guanjuanzi reached this point in his narrative, he abruptly ceased, leaving the reason behind Ganjizi's incomplete forging of the blade unaddressed. A defeat would result in a consecutive loss, inevitably devastating the morale of the entire team. "Brother Niu, do you know what that strange sound in the mountains is?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "That is the yin vein, the spiritual pulse of cultivation. You are now a practitioner of both spiritual and martial arts," the celestial maiden proclaimed. The Ministry of Treasures oversaw seals, tokens, and military symbols, possessing the authority to manage the military. Silence. Ruisi cast a disdainful glance at Thomas, hastily departing and leaving Thomas in a state of bewilderment on the ground. Nonetheless, despite this, his somber eyes remained fixated on Yun Mo, never daring to waver. At that moment, Xia Haobi approached me, and upon a closer inspection, I noticed that he was the only man beside me clad in white. Could he truly wish me harm? The sudden upheaval caused the burly man, who had been prepared at the cave's entrance, to instinctively take a step back. Upon closer observation, the shadow that darted from the cave turned out to be merely a gray rabbit. The dance dress that Yaina had chosen for me was excessively provocative and revealing. I contemplated selecting another, but Yaina insisted that it was the designated attire for the banquet and could not be changed. In just a brief moment, Yunqing's address to Su-Wan shifted, leaving Su-Wan feeling somewhat disoriented. At that time, I saw you all together with Qin Tianchuang, and I was in a daze, unclear of the circumstances. Thus, I refrained from acting rashly, especially with you present. I could only reveal myself to rescue you. Wang Zhiwu spoke in a hushed tone. Let go. The burly man tightly shut his eyes, while the thin man exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet just then, the scarred man's eyes suddenly snapped open, causing the thin man to collapse to the ground in shock. A sudden transformation occurred, leaving everyone frozen in place. It is not that they could not discern the situation. The overwhelming scent of the wine was unmistakable. Clearly, they had accepted bribes to allow this to happen. Can I be blamed for it? At this moment, only the central serpent's head remained, and the soul of Qianxi felt as if it were being sliced by 1,000 blades. The name Suli echoing hauntingly in his mind. Although Fang Heng disapproved of Song Yinlin's previous proposal to Yunchu, he could not deny that Song Yinlin possessed commendable character. Suddenly, a hole as thick as a thumb and unfathomably deep was blasted into the inner wall of the cave, the surface crackling with the residual energy of electric arcs. This took Cheng Yi by surprise. These three individuals, though unable to cultivate their spiritual seeds this morning for various reasons, started with a slight disadvantage. However, they had diligently practiced the art of talisman crafting in private. After completing the pre-activation tests, Cheng Yi immediately addressed the three of them. The shadow was utterly dumbfounded, his tongue trembling. Who could have anticipated such a scene? Gong Suanyu smiled, but upon witnessing his smile, Nzijia involuntarily shuddered, his robust frame instinctively recoiling slightly. Ah, forget it, Tang Jin sighed, knowing he would not relent, and walked towards the door of the shop. Suddenly, his palms felt numb, the demonic energy dissipating. Shiping Tian instinctively shattered the chair beneath him with a crack, sinking down as a chilling light swept over him. The souls, filled with wrathful energy, appeared cold and silent, keeping their distance from others. Are you truly attending my school? Qin Bingwen allowed him to kiss her face freely, her heart inexplicably delighted as she asked again in disbelief. Chu Liang, well-versed and having dealt with several soul talisman masters in the external academy, quickly identified the specific type of the yellow talisman after careful examination. After serving tea, Hua Xian pulled Gong Suanyu into the kitchen to share her plans with him. Gong Suanyu smiled wryly and nodded in silence, fully aware that his cousin genuinely wished him well, making it difficult for him to refuse her kindness. The middle-aged man, who had just performed a striptease and transformed into a superhero, caught the attention of an agent. Despite the presence of several hundred people around, he immediately spotted Natasha and found Liar. Beaming with joy, Fincher nodded in response and began to slowly introduce the situation in Bingyan City. It turned out that at this time, the Spaniards and the Dutch occupied Taipei and Tainan, respectively, with the Spaniards arriving earlier than the Dutch. Having just finished drinking the apprenticeship tea, Boss Feng would never have imagined that his most promising disciple was already plotting to eliminate him in his mind. Had he known, he would likely have coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Thanks to the establishment of telegraph offices in various locations by Chidian City, both the imperial court and the Jinyui were keeping pace with the times, resulting in an unprecedented speed of information transmission. You second-rate scoundrel, I quit. I quit. I'll pay you, shouted the assassin, brandishing a handgun and glaring ahead. However, no one responded to him. Qin Fang pondered. His rudimentary knowledge of history encompassed only renowned generals. The only figure that came to mind was Zhang Yi, who had once been a bandit from Black Mountain, and somehow later allied himself with Liu Bei. He spoke the truth. Assisting an heir was no simple task, as possessing too much knowledge could lead to one's demise. Yet, he had anticipated that Qidong, upon receiving the signal, would swiftly seize the opportunity to eliminate Sheila. To Chelsea's disappointment, however, she received word that Qidong had postponed the attack. Consequently, with the willing hearts of numerous tribal slaves, the construction of the walls progressed at a steady pace. Turning to the 5 sacred mountains, after a single gesture had transformed the landscape, it was no longer a vast expanse of desolate wilderness but rather a scene adorned with lush greenery and clear waters. A voice, intertwined with flames, descended from the heavens. Amon adjusted his monocle, seemingly unsurprised by the event. Before Xiaoqing took over, Changlong Silk Store had borne this name for decades, a time-honored establishment. Yu Mian blinked, her dark gaze perceiving nothing, only able to hear the man's deep and icy voice. She meticulously copied his words into her notes, preparing to occasionally tease Jiang Chen with them. Prior to reciting, Bai Xiaofeng closed his eyes briefly to recollect the second part of the spirit control technique that Cheng Yi had just taught him. Moments later, upon reopening his eyes, confidence radiated from his gaze. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, Bai Xiaofeng began his recitation, much to Cheng Yi's astonishment. The melancholic atmosphere they had so painstakingly created was shattered by a single remark from Wang Chuan. Jean Chanzi's expression remained unchanged as he unveiled the veil of the venomous woman. Taking a deep breath, Chi reflected that the fleeting moment earlier was unlikely to have been captured or discovered. At that time, there had been no cameramen on either side, and they had fought while the cameramen had strategically positioned themselves away from their line of sight. Su Zijian's response was likely anticipated by the middle-aged man in the black robe, who chuckled softly, refraining from immediate speech as he retrieved an item from his storage space. It should be noted that Tang San was the leader of the younger generation of the Tang Sect, which was among the top sects of the 9 provinces. Simultaneously, Su Zijian did not merely provide Su Yunjin with a method for confronting adversaries. He had left a faint imprint of his primordial spirit on Su Yunjin, not for the purpose of surveillance. Rather, it was to provide a distant medium of assistance to Su Zijian. This immense placenta, shimmering with golden light, dissipated instantaneously. Wang Chuan understood that this was consumed by the heavenly will. From that moment forth, the world would no longer harbor the being known as Yin-He. Wang Chuan pondered quietly that the 3 realms were, indeed, a murky quagmire, with the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism reaching a fever pitch. While the witch clan was poised to make its dazzling entrance, in the ancient primordial era, countless years ago, when the great Pangu had just opened up the heavens and the earth, life was beginning to flourish upon the vast expanse of the wilderness. A voice imbued with supreme magical power emanated from Chu Xin's lips, and soon, 13 red orbs of light surged forth from his bosom, each breaking through the void in separate directions. The causal corpse, devoid of a soul yet possessing formidable physicality, thus became the preferred choice for most practitioners of the avatar technique. Look, I told them this, and they became so furious. Can they not realize that I too would be equally incensed? Chu Xiu remarked to Yilina. Previously, everyone believed that with the speed of Erha, they could effortlessly evade the charge of this stout creature. Therefore, they merely voiced a warning and did not rush to offer assistance. Only upon noticing that Erha was acting strangely did they become alarmed. However, at that point, it was somewhat too late to jump in and save him. A being had been stealthily observing from a distance, after being sidelined by Jing Guantian under the pretense of needing to discuss matters. He could not overhear the conversation between the two. Thus, he could only speculate about the nature of their relationship. Zhuanemo was also adept at juggling the roles of agent, caretaker, and assistant. In truth be told, the salary he negotiated was hardly substantial. The Baron withdrew his form, leaning on his sword as he retreated 3 lan from the scene, observing the magical turtle consume its meal in a manner akin to slurping noodles. As Chris's body was gradually drawn into the creature's gaping maw, accompanied by the unsettling crunch of bones being pulverized. Enough of this idle chatter, let's wrap this up. Leaving any survivors would pose a nuisance for both of us, Iron Brother declared impatiently. Poetry, imbued with subtlety and profundity, unfolds gracefully and unhurriedly, establishing a unique style on the northern song poetry scene, renowned as the Wang Jinggong style, with the memorable line, unafraid of floating clouds obscuring my vision. For I dwell at the highest peak. At present, bloodstains adorn the car, the interior, and the sofa in the living room. However, these details had become inconsequential. Jiangsang, too, understood clearly that they were seeking him, just as he was in pursuit of them, which required the innkeeper and others to locate some nameless, suddenly appearing experts. Just as Jing Guantian was watching her leave, thinking she was returning to class, unexpectedly, Miao Lily abruptly changed course and exited the teaching building, heading directly towards the school gate with a countenance that appeared rather anxious. The greatest advantage of this was that even if he were to attain the prowess of a martial sovereign or even a martial spirit through his spiritual energy in the future, to those martial practitioners, he would appear no different from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. The effectiveness of concealing one's strength surpassed that of any stealth technique. At that moment, A series of footsteps echoed, and Zhou Shuqing and the others turned to see a figure clad in military attire approaching the platform. It was Chen Chang. However, although the celestial being had not fully absorbed the entirety of the energy contained within the two Dragon Balls, his physical form was endowed with nearly half the chakra of a tailed beast. Yet, this new Dragon Ball could indeed be regarded as the source of his chakra. When confronted with the reality before him, an utterly absurd sensation surged within his heart. The second-grade fire element pill was considered a premier elixir in the Great Wilderness County, its price surpassing even that of the Dragon Yang herb. He produced a unique material, known as refined steel, which was not the alloy of a past life but a natural mineral, esteemed as a superior material for forging spiritual weapons. This single piece cost him over 30 source power crystals, its sole characteristic being its remarkable hardness. Lin Bing had initially intended to offer a word of caution to the young master, but witnessing his indifference as he consumed the food, Lin refrained, not wishing to appear awkward by speaking up. It was evident that Yi Mengshi harbored feelings solely for him, and as they exchanged glances during the day, the atmosphere once again grew tense. As for what the village chief discussed with Li Xiaozai, it remained unknown, but the following day, Li Xiaozai departed for the county, carrying his bundle. Beside the yellow gourd, atop a golden chariot adorned with 8 sides, a pair of hands as white as ivory gently pushed aside the concealing curtain. With the arrival of the fleet led by Chen Chang, a dossier detailing his information and power had already materialized in the office of the Frozen City's Lord. By Cly Queek, Mayor, it's all Henry's fault. Every time, he drags Gad into some experiment, leaving Gad unable to eat or sleep properly. After I arrived, they continued to blame me for disturbing their research. Hu Yort expressed his grievances while casting a glance at Henry. Master Su, now that the contract has been signed. Although it pains Sun Zhonghao deeply, after all, it represents a lifetime of effort, he still mustered the courage to inquire. The sacrifices made were ultimately for the purpose of avenging his son. In a swift motion, the shadowy figure opened the door, and the two slipped inside almost simultaneously, closing the door behind them. This was a quintessential 2-bedroom apartment. Upon entering, one encountered a foyer, with the living room and 2 bedrooms to the right, and the kitchen and bathroom to the left. Qin Hao, it seems the fault lies with you. We were adversaries back then, and it was only natural that we clashed. Yet now, you are no longer my enemy. I hold no grudge against you, so why must you harbor one against me? I shamelessly proclaimed. Thus, I rose and pushed open the door to the private room, making my way to Xiao Rinjie's office, and after knocking, I awaited a response. Suddenly, a large electronic screen descended from the wall, activated by an unknown hand, exuding an air of sophistication. Bai Qiming was initially taken aback by Bai Jin's sudden appearance, his mind brimming with unspoken words. However, upon witnessing the tears of Bai Jin, he instantly forgot everything. The quartet ambled forward, and from the thickets nearby, occasional rustling sounds emerged. Jiaran explained that the mountains were home to numerous snakes, likely fleeing at the sound of human presence. Pray tell, what is the true nature of this situation? After suppressing his emotions, Liu Yiping seated himself once more, his countenance regaining its composure. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. What could possibly compel an adept of the 7th rank or higher to disregard ordinary mortals and launch an assault on an aircraft? The front-facing talisman was reactivated, and the mask began to undergo transformations, with the contours of its features and the arrangement of its hair subtly shifting. Cheng Yi dared not to make drastic changes all at once, lest he risk becoming a mere caricature of himself. Soon, his mask transformed once more. Among the myriad methods of breaking through to higher realms, the approach relying on external forces is the most effortless and expedient. Indeed, it is the most prevalent method employed by the overwhelming majority of formidable beings across the vast cosmos. Do you still believe you can encircle him? Li Huang remarked with a cold smile. Who is truly encircling whom is now a matter of debate. Years ago, after he had injected himself with the mutated gene, the agony he endured remains vividly etched in his memory. Not to mention that Zhen Shibo constantly pondered ways to win her favor. Even Rei Ayanami, whom she deemed the least likely to do so, expressed her affection in her own unique manner. Ban casually tossed a heavy bag into the pit he had just created, indifferent to the amount it contained. Though he too was engulfed in fury, he could restrain such emotions, fully aware of his opponent's terrifying prowess. The tremendous impact sent vegetation flying for hundreds of miles, and the very ground was scoured, revealing a deep crater directly beneath Uchiha Ban. Meanwhile, the lightning in the sky seemed to coalesce, influenced by Sasuke, gradually taking the shape of a colossal Kirin beast. Pomegranate cast a disdainful glance at him. How could this man's fortune be compared to his own? Su Xian, a mere mortal, managed to preserve his life amidst the conflict between the White Snake and Fa Hai. Upon hearing Man Song's words, Yang Jian fell silent, evidently unsure of how to proceed. After all, not even in his prime could he offer assistance. Tuanzong? Naruto furrowed his brow, his recollection of the name both vivid and significant. In his previous life, many events were intertwined with this individual. He even briefly served as the acting Hokage after Pain's assault on Konoha, only to meet his demise at Sasuke's hands shortly thereafter. By then, she would likely not dare to speak to her man in such a manner. After all, Ling Xiao's prowess was hailed by countless champions as the world's foremost master. There were not only no shadows to be seen, but even valuable evidence, such as notebooks or messages, were conspicuously absent. Just then, the leader arrived in the nick of time, inquiring about the situation, only to witness the aggressive BB bird, which he promptly eliminated, thus aiding Ling Xiao in repaying the debt of sustenance. The king of the underworld observed his child's earnest efforts and felt a pang of concern, hastily offering guidance. However, this society would not come to a standstill due to anyone's departure or family misfortunes. The burdensome tasks continued to arrive in succession, and after our sorrow, we immersed ourselves once more into the fabric of life. Mu Meiqing pondered for a moment, her tongue faltering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I urged her to take her time, observing that her head had grown heavy with contemplation, her speech had faltered, and her cheeks were flushed. Mayer shook her head, expressing her uncertainty, confessing that she truly did not know for whom she was acting. Yet, within my heart, I felt a pang of fear towards you. As the dazzling light dazzled both our eyes, rendering us unable to discern one another clearly. Now, Yuhu found herself at a loss for what to do next. As everything had been confirmed, were we to simply turn back home, pretending that nothing had transpired? I confessed my feelings for her, and she stiffened momentarily, attempting to respond. In that instant, I lost the courage to hear her reply, fully aware that her response would likely be a refusal. At that moment, the boss presented a bowl of noodles that had already been prepared, serving it to Zhang Xian. Dear guest, here is your bowl of noodles. I will bring the remaining 2 bowls shortly. Cheng Yi gestured towards Zhang Xian, instructing, serve it to him. I ordered it for him. This individual is a mechanical operative of exceptionally high rank, tasked with overseeing the operations of a base. Currently, he is reflecting upon the situation through the unique computational lens of a robot, yet the outcome is far from satisfactory. If one were to characterize it with human emotions, it would be described as anxiety and unease. The plump creature eagerly awaited its industrious master's return to be fed a delectable treat. Fortunate that it had refrained from pilfering from the energy chamber. Otherwise, Ishui Han would have had to secure the chamber's entrance with multiple locks. Though whether the creature might consume the door itself remains an uncertainty. A thick cushion was spread across her seat, and after settling down, Wang Ma inquired, "Does the ancestor desire some porridge?" Subtly, Nilik furrowed his brow, comprehending the essence of this power. However, he remained utterly oblivious to its source. The space was entirely transparent. Everything lay before his eyes. Should there be any anomalies, they could not escape Nilik's perception. Fu Qiuning was aware that her father-in-law and elder brother-in-law might not hold her in such high regard. For no other reason, Lady Jiang would certainly not speak well of her. Nevertheless, since Jin Feng had expressed such sentiments, she was more than happy to feign ignorance. In resignation, he was left to seek a new entry point. Although Lei Jingtian was not well versed in the map of this area, the digger mole had mentioned that the distribution of entrances followed a pattern. If one did not suffice, there were others to consider. As he toyed with the hard-won magazine, Lei Jingtian felt a mix of emotions. Since acquiring that gun barrel, he had once contemplated abandoning the idea of assembling the complete set, yet ultimately, he persevered. Feng Xiaoxiao sighed, "You are correct. Achieving a total elimination is impossible. Perhaps we can manage to take down half, leaving the rest to me." As he spoke, he appeared to be counting on his fingers. "There's no need to rush. I am fine," Zissou reassured, feeling gratified that the leader showed such concern for him. A magic gunner, using a massive cylinder for cover, was engaged in a shootout with his comrades toward the basement staircase. Just as he was reveling in the skirmish, he suddenly felt a jarring impact to his chest, causing his HP to plummet sharply. In an effort to turn the tide, Ma Xiangyang contemplated the idea of enlisting help from outsiders. During a previous trip to Yinjing for a meeting, he had stayed in a guest house with Song Wufang from Haizhou, and their discussions had led him to resonate with some of Song's ideas. Thus, He decided to report to the provincial authorities, seeking to bring Song Wufang over for assistance. What happened? Aisha remarked. Having inadvertently gotten some of the makeup on herself during the application, a foreboding premonition flickered in Tanya's mind. Witnessing the once beautiful villa transformed into a raging inferno with flames and thick smoke billowing wildly from the windows, Gong Luojua hesitated momentarily, unsure about descending. Certainly. Capability holds significant weight, and David along with his subordinates were among the most elite FBI agents, though they still paled in comparison to the Hydra operatives brought forth from the Avengers realm. However, in the realm of reality, it is considered a formidable presence. After discovering his own unique fighting style, Jiugu began to cultivate himself from within, undergoing a profound transformation. The mere thought of Chu Feng inexplicably stirred a few warm feelings in Feng Xiaodong's heart, recalling the moment when she landed. And Chu Feng had resiliently cushioned her fall beneath her, an indescribable sensation surged within her. After finishing 3 bowls of noodles, Cheng Yi patted his belly, let out a satisfying belch, and then mounted his steed, Little Black, ready to head towards the city lord's mansion. Take your time, my lord. Do come again when you have the chance. Cheng Yi nodded to Hu Shouchuan, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. The city lord's mansion, indeed. Since last year when Emperor Chongzhen resorted to brutal measures to recruit the displaced and cultivate land, Master Changwei had harbored considerable discontent towards his elder brother, Gu Yu. While kissing her neck, caressed her slender waist, but after a moment of searching, he seemed perplexed as he could not locate the hem of her garment. Thus, with a hint of bewilderment, he opened his eyes and looked down. Mu Yi stared intently at the objects above, lost in thought until sunset. When the room was illuminated by lanterns, he exhaled a heavy sigh, and the excitement that once graced his face had transformed into a deeper sense of reflection. That evening, Tang Yiran, having finished her bath, sat on the bed watching television when a sudden urgent ringing of the doorbell resounded from downstairs. However, if entrusted to the governmental offices, the matter would undoubtedly be simplified. At that point, it would only require applying some pressure, yielding results while saving time. Saigao not only raised the royal banner but also displayed slogans, some of which read, "Forcefully marry Romulus, bury the Romans in wealth." The mention of dowries was plastered everywhere, fearing that the newcomers aboard the ships of New Troy might not comprehend. Prior to this, Emperor Chongzhen had only been harsh towards others. Now, perhaps due to overwhelming pressure, he began to exhibit self-destructive tendencies. Compared to King Gojinevyu, the concept of enduring hardship seemed utterly feeble. Amidst desperate cries of anguish, the youth clenched his palm beneath his sleeve, synchronizing with the giant spirit's grasp, crushing the assailants into a pulp as effortlessly as one would squeeze a persimmon. Those enemies, surging like a tide, abruptly halted, gazing with uncertainty at the boy within the divine figure. Once, when I transcended the unity of heaven and man, the celestial phenomenon I generated was a meteor shower. Yet, even that magnitude pales in comparison to this single occurrence. Humph, Tang Yuan huffed, finally releasing her hand from covering his mouth. Her eyes, vacant, fixated on the screen. What was all this? Her father's hospital room. How could she possibly go there? Did she already uncover her true lineage? She held her breath and focused, the words of the young man in white resonating clearly in her mind. And an unfathomable suspicion began to take root. Ironically, the prince consort, who fancied himself a merchant, possessed an increasingly noble status. Could it be that wealth truly outweighed territory? Observing a wedding dress shop beside the marketplace, she noticed Yan Anqing and Wang Manny inside, seemingly gazing at something. The divine figure wept, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Both ecstatic and horrified to an extreme degree, he could hardly contain himself. On that day, although Cheng Yi sat high upon the throne, all present ministers distinctly sensed the sudden drop in the atmosphere within the hall. It seemed no one had noticed their presence. The robbers, having lit a fire in the temple, began to recklessly tally their spoils of war acquired through arson and pillage. Understood. I shall proceed to address it now. Su Yin promptly took a seat, utilizing online resources to resolve the matter concerning the photographs. Meanwhile, Yin Jingxi had already dashed out the door, and uncertainty gnawed at his heart as he pondered whether Qianqian had seen the message. The unexpectedness of Yin Jingxi approaching her and seating himself beside her left Qianqian momentarily speechless. Did this man truly fail to comprehend her desire to avoid him? The sorcerer's maneuver resembled a magic trick, leaving Li Chuyi utterly astonished, while the sheep demon stood utterly bewildered. Raindrops fell upon the dome-shaped barrier above the central square, cascading downwards and flowing outside the square, ensuring that not a single drop of rain fell upon the gathered crowd, causing all oiled paper umbrellas to be promptly closed. An increasing number of individuals began to notice the peculiarities of the central square. "Lieutenant Sun, where are you headed?" "To Harbin?" Renault inquired, gazing towards the city nestled within the sea of clouds on the horizon. At that moment, the celestial mirror emitted a dim gray light as it descended into the abyss of soul-devouring, slowly making its way downwards. Locke sighed softly as he embraced Leisha's supple waist from behind, just as he intended to take further action. The undead had gathered in this place for countless ages, and upon witnessing the arrival of something extraordinary, they erupted into chaos, charging towards the dim gray light like moths drawn to a flame. Although military boxing is more suited for battlefield combat, a true martial arts master can easily deflect lethal attacks. The shipment of 1,000 tons of vinegar had returned to Chichuan from Xinghua village, and Gu Bei felt no immediate urgency. The true peak of the SARS outbreak was projected for April or May of the following year, and it was still quite early. Presently, Anren Media was operating smoothly, and Gu Bei's primary focus was on the circumstances surrounding Shenqing and Li Zhaoxiang in Zhejiang province. "Hey, something might be happening. Shouldn't you take a look?" Zhao Xiaoyan said, sensing that something was amiss, nudging Ling Tiandao with her elbow. At that moment, Kilian had sprouted 4 additional arms from his back, his form bending as scales began to erupt from his skin, rendering him increasingly unrecognizable as a human. Beyond this, she uttered not a word, fearing that if she spoke, she would be unable to resist joining him in a fantastical journey across the world. The Imperial clan members are born warriors, in addition to their formidable combat prowess. Their execution capabilities are equally remarkable, a characteristic that bears striking similarity to the Gedi army. Though they were all engaged in battle, upon hearing Toto's words, they retreated swiftly, akin to soldiers responding to a command, taking the soldiers of the Gade army with them. Climbing intermittently until reaching the 180th floor, Wang Yizhi finally halted, utterly exhausted. His skin, once crystal clear, had become almost translucent, revealing the intricate pathways of his veins that glimmered with a faint golden light, through which vibrant crimson blood flowed, visible in its entirety. However, Lu Wu was in a hurry to meet the big shots with Yi Tianguan and had no time for this. He resolved to address it later. After encountering those influential figures, Wang Yizhi felt a sudden surge of energy through the green patterns within his veins. The internal fire that had lingered dissipated, and the scorching sensation on his face vanished, returning to its original state. 3 sleeve arrows emerged from the water, creating a series of bubbles, advancing towards the fortress like a heartbeat. Amidst the blood, the eyes that had lost their color beheld the silhouette of a soldier. Was it the soldier? Was all of this part of his plan? Roma Locas could not safely return, and she did not wish for his return, only hoping for his survival. Yet, for Huamado, this was yet another arduous decision. In truth, this time, it should have been the dream of tomorrow. Bai had a plethora of delicacies she longed to savor. On Goebel Avenue's food street, she would indulge in each dish, budget permitting. "Apologies for not informing you sooner. I had some personal matters to attend to and will soon return to SL," the man said with a gentle smile. The server, somewhat understanding, nodded but could not help but lament the terror of such a family background. However, why did I feel an inexplicable connection between this source restoration technique and the Zhang family's lineage? In astonishment, Zhang Long found himself engulfed in a seemingly absurd feeling. Beneath Yifeng's skin, traces of blood seeped through. The power of the twilight of the gods far exceeded his expectations. Although it was considerably weaker than the force Yufeng had wielded against the poison ancestor's demonic wind on that fateful day, it remained profoundly formidable. The fire separation talisman was the first talisman Cheng Yi utilized upon traversing to the fantasy realm and was among the most frequently employed, making it the one with which he was most familiar. In the live streaming studio, Cheng Yi was introducing the fire separation talisman to the audience. The fire separation talisman absorbs the elemental fire of heaven and earth. After finishing, Zhui Yunlan attempted to flee to the distance, but Lu Chuang swiftly seized her left hand, pulling her into his embrace. Jian Wang's gaze deepened, just as Wei Yi had arrived. Su Qingyan had pursued her. What an uncanny coincidence. The hefty man sat upon the bed, his right arm reduced to half, grooming his bald head, his eyes greedily fixed on Yazan. The other prisoners began to stir restlessly, as Yazan was not the only one they had set their sights upon. The current situation was such that he found it difficult to slay a powerful figure of divine abilities, and he certainly could not evade the arrows shot by them. Even if he could resist with talismans, how many talismans did he possess? Lu Qianyu ascended to the second floor, reaching a vantage point parallel to the flooring, where he beheld countless pairs of feet, adorned in shoes of varying colors and styles. As various aromas wafted through the air, the cacophony of voices overwhelmed Lu Qianyu's ears. There were countless people present. This version of Gui Xiaoming was unlike anything Qin Kuan had ever witnessed. Indeed, she was even more enchanting than during their time in Dongjiang. As long as the knife remains sheathed, there is no immediate danger to life, Han Li remarked, his calm demeanor suggesting that the assailant was not he. Qin Guanghui chuckled awkwardly, silently cursing his wife for her ignorance. At least by following Brother Ji, he could borrow spirit stones, but without him, such resources would be unavailable. Lin Yechen hesitated momentarily, struggling to make a decision. Even the act of voicing her thoughts seemed daunting. How did you come to know? Asked a figure, brandishing a curved blade, revealing a tattoo on his wrist. Lu Qianyu witnessed him launch a projectile, striking the throat, and gasps arose as the man fell lifeless. Indeed, initially, there lingered a faint hope of transcendence, but now, that possibility has vanished entirely. The voice of heaven replied with unwavering certainty. Meanwhile, Qi Sisi and the police conducted a thorough search of the medical hall, finding no suspicious individuals, leading them to believe the perpetrator had fled long ago. What are your thoughts on Jingxiu Villa? Yang Xingyu inquired, wishing to assist Lu Quan but uncertain if Lu harbored animosity towards the villa. Prompting him to cautiously gauge the atmosphere, we agreed not to make ethical jokes, having dismissed the notion of grandfathers becoming fathers. You now introduce the concept of fathers becoming grandfathers. Are you challenging ethics today? All right, allow me to speak. Churin stroked his beard thoughtfully, saying, in the past, the Dan Ding sect wielded great power, and we, in fear of Gong Mu's tyranny, lacked the courage to resist, leading us to this current predicament, for which I feel profound shame. Upon reaching this point, Churin's countenance reflected his regret. Observing the spirited children, the parents could not suppress their laughter, leisurely trailing behind. To anyone with sight, it was evident that the three children bore a striking resemblance to their father. Dong Shuzhen entered the counter and discovered a box of ghost coins beneath it, filled to the brim. The implication from the old man was clear. The sect was currently understaffed. Given the opportunity, it was best to seize it rather than let such a profitable chance slip away. Naturally, there was no need to adhere to old conventions. Lu Yi pushed open the door and found Lu Yingying seated on the bed, her gaze icy, while she herself wore a cheerful smile beside her. With a swift motion, she ensnared another's ankle with iron chains, yanking forcefully, causing him to tumble backward and strike his head violently against the ground, rendering him unconscious. Amused by Yu Qingfeng's jest, Cheng Yi chuckled lightly and replied, you speak truly, but crafting talismans is no easy task. Once I have perfected it, I shall personally deliver it to you, Brother Yu. Continuing, Cheng Yi inquired, Brother Yu and Manager Wang have come to find me together. I presume it is because the two elderly village heads realized after a moment that Longzhou village was not adrift by its own volition, but rather was being guided by another. Chu Sun and Zhou Li's arrival was met with enthusiastic hospitality from the entirety of the 109 Institute, causing the inaugural test, originally scheduled for the previous afternoon, to be postponed by a day and a half. My master, a mere wandering practitioner, bears no illustrious title worthy of mention. However, Zhang Tianshi possesses profound Daoist skills, truly an extraordinary individual. Li Yin complimented. How could you allow her to cultivate the path of indifference? I have placed my trust in you by leaving her here, and yet you speak of such matters. Jiang Dongyu seized Lin Feng's garment. Upon seeing Yang Hao's demeanor, Kuan Xin'er unexpectedly uttered a peculiar remark, leaving one uncertain whether it was concern or jest. Yang Hao mimicked their tone, recounting how he had narrowly escaped robbery upon entering the inner sect, which weighed heavily on his heart. Shang Ming had intended to voice something. Yet upon meeting Yang Hao's chilling gaze, all thoughts dissipated. Xiao, you have worked hard during this time. It is my master who has burdened you, Mo Yinchi said earnestly, gazing into Mu Qiu's eyes, to which Mu Qiu quickly shook her head in response. Regarding the matter of the two husbands sharing a bed, Mu Qiu's room was centrally located, with Su Zhe's and Long Yan's rooms flanking hers. Unless under special circumstances, each would accompany her for a day, thereby avoiding any awkwardness. Thus, Mu Qiu embarked on a blissful journey of dual cultivation with her husbands. Naturally, it was Yi Feng who intercepted by Ji. His eyes were pallid, indicating he had yet to regain consciousness. However, his body's instincts seemed to have stirred, revealing the might of the Origin's sacred body. Yi Zheng was momentarily taken aback as he observed He Chou, nostrils flaring, the white silk of his feathered duster trembling lightly in his grasp. leaving behind a cool thank you before turning and vanishing. The 7-star towers had been breached, their bases opened, and the weaknesses of the towers laid bare. While the power capable of destroying them, the 7 stars and 7 absolute destruction array, was now prepared. A sharp crack resonated as the forepaw of the Thunder Beast struck the light barrier, resulting in a fierce clash. She indicated that she had just finished her meal and was preparing to return, while simultaneously expressing curiosity as to why I had suddenly posed so many questions. Most significantly, the blade emitted a dense wave of spatial law fluctuations, reminiscent of the breaking void divine halberd. This place had originally served as the site for Zhou Changqi's medicinal herb cultivation. Although he had been absent for some time, no one had taken care of it. However, most of the herbs have survived and their age is substantial. Otherwise, the hundreds of adversaries would have charged en masse, leaving no trace of the 6 team members, thereby posing a grave threat to the survival of Zhu Yu Xiao and his companions. Within the secret realm, tranquility has been restored. Yet both individuals have sustained injuries and require time to recuperate. It is quite astonishing that the esteemed son of the Holy Martial Sword Sect would display such a demeanor in reaction to a mere sound. Should this be witnessed by outsiders, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. Ming Hantian and his companions stood in bewilderment, akin to their foes, having abandoned any thought of attack. Observing the degree of distress on Li Weiniang's face, Lu Jun felt compelled to inquire directly about her predicament. The giant eagle transformed into a towering figure, a robust man draped in feathered garments, with hair streaked with gray and eyes sharp as blades, coldly scrutinizing the assembly. Su Xingwan, donning a mask and pulling a suitcase, picked up the ticket left by Zhou Qingyan at the entrance and descended the stairs. After their playful banter, Yu Chifeng prepared to accompany Cheng Yi to Yunzhushan in search of Wu Yiguan, while Wang Ho took his leave, having pressing matters to attend to. Cheng Yi and Yu Chengfeng mounted their steeds and set forth towards Yinzhu Mountain. This time, Yu Chengfeng had chosen a finer horse, eager to. You have a conscience, indeed. Banksia squinted at Gu Yishuan, a playful smirk tugging at her lips as she spoke. Upon returning from the Serpent's Tail to the Dragon God Association's base, Qi Songtian could no longer restrain his admiration for the ancient, renowned sword. Indulging in its exquisite craftsmanship for a while longer, the specter of war has never truly receded. At times, one might only glimpse the retreating figures in the distance. Yet, unexpectedly, the battlefield may reappear before you, embracing you fervently. Those fragmented jade pendants, when pieced together, transformed into a tiger-shaped jade ornament, suspended in midair. As for memory, Edward serves as a glaring example. Not only did he forget the basin for his materials, but he also neglected that his brother sported a mane of hair, the length of which must have exacted quite a toll. In reality, what would happen if you forgot the materials reacting atop your alcohol lamp? After more than half a year, Lin Xian had seamlessly integrated the 9 swords of the Great Way, executing the 3 forms with an effortless fluidity akin to a masterful extension of his own arm. I am, after all, a mere mortal, Lin Xian chuckled softly, gazing at the chilling snowflakes, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with an utterly unremarkable visage, embodying a simplicity that would render him indistinguishable in a crowd. A true magnate, possessing such capabilities, though his heart was a tumult of emotions. Zhuozi nonetheless offered immediate praise, aware of the sheer terror such power could wield. His tone dripped with disdain, projecting an air of superiority that showcased his advantageous position. You may step down now, remarked a figure behind Yu Qiqing, clearly growing impatient after a prolonged wait. Yet, he did possess a certain character. Initially, he had steadfastly refused. It was unclear what methods consultantly employed to sway him, but once he assumed his duties, he paid close attention to his attire, adhered to regulations, and engaged personally, offering unique insights with every utterance. For they understood that the moment the 10 beams of light dissipated, the baptism of the primordial spirit would commence. Third brother speaks the truth. Her inner demons must be vanquished. She cannot spend her life shying away from the shadow. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely advanced towards the peach grove. Fortunately, Wang Kai did not dwell on this matter for long. After a brief exchange, the two proceeded towards the VIP seats. Sun Wukong gazed up at the old lord in the sky, chuckling with a hint of mockery, his words laced with scorn and even curses. However, some individuals watched intently in the direction where Tian Xian had vanished, a flicker of barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing across their features. Commander Wang Fuquang of the Artillery Battalion promptly ordered an assault on the enemy artillery positions in the direction of the northeast Sanhua. Almost immediately, Shells began to whistle through the air from Huangqiling towards Sanhua. The soldiers in the trenches buoyed by the sound of their flight, their spirits lifted in exuberance. The enemy's 92mm infantry guns were immediately silenced, 2 of them rendered useless. Xiao'er, you witnessed this. This is true love, an unwavering trust without reason. Even when faced with a threat to his very life, he did not flinch or evade. Just as Long Bing was consuming liquor as one would drink water. A group approached from afar. The bustling eatery had been thriving, with several tables occupied, but upon seeing this approaching group, the patrons unmistakably displayed signs of fear, hastily settling their bills and departing. I wish to exchange for items that could extend my lifespan. Might the holy temple of Li Gui possess any treasures? Yi Xian inquired directly. Cheng Yi was taken aback to learn that this sword had developed a spiritual essence, as the system had not mentioned such a detail when he exchanged for it. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Wu Yi had previously stated that the sword's core harbored no spirit, only a trace of true dragon's essence. Mi Yiqing counted silently. An ordinary person would struggle to endure even 2 minutes, yet 3 minutes had passed, and this individual still showed no reaction. I have no idea. I was walking just fine when someone struck me, and the next thing I knew, I was here, Dai Shui said nonchalantly, as if her words bore no weight, knowing full well that no one would dare to challenge her. Zhu Hao, with deep purple eyes and an air of elegance, declared, that will not happen again. Indeed, it would not, for he would ensure her safety in the future. So if I let you go, you will follow him, won't you? Wei Juanxing's expression contorted. His usual gentle demeanor completely vanished, leaving Yang Shirua feeling an unfamiliar distance. Mi Yiqing held her phone, her expression one of bewilderment. The call had connected. Yet no one answered. She paced anxiously, as she had long suspected that a hidden concern lay deep within her heart, though she had never divulged it to him. And he had never inquired, knowing such a question would be futile. Later, she discreetly asked Chen Xiaolon, who consistently insisted that it was Duan Xingyu who had purchased it. Sun Wan, skeptical, eventually ceased her questioning, fully aware that Aunt Chen and the others hoped for a more harmonious relationship between herself and Duan Xingyu. Naturally siding with him, as she stepped out amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, her stride appeared somewhat hurried and chaotic. Huzhou pushed through the throng of loyal guards surrounding him, sprinting towards the oncoming enemy cavalry. Fan Foming gazed at the group of left guards and was momentarily speechless. There was no battle to be fought, yet they exhibited a lackadaisical attitude. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if he continued in this manner, Lu Ku would have little reason to criticize him, and a smile crept onto his face. Yet now, his son had called him father for the first time. And CSCI could not deny the surge of emotion that welled within him. He too was human, with feelings and desires. Jiang Tian's face turned crimson, his body trembling as he suppressed the tumultuous energy surging within his chest. Drawing his sword, he strode purposefully outward. To survive was already a considerable fortune. He had learned to be content with this outcome. A relieved smile graced Su Luo's face. The words he spoke landed upon her heart like a hammer, shattering her dignity and beliefs into countless fragments. She had never intended to harm Tang Haishu, yet on the eve of the election, Tang Haishu had fallen victim to an assassination by another faction. Who could it be? Chu Hai, feeling satisfied, settled onto the edge of the sofa and recounted the events of the day to Tang Xian. Lai Shi, in a flurry, swore fervently, uttering countless flattering remarks before Su Qingwan lazily dismissed him. Reflecting on that humorless and overly serious man, Mu Jiao felt that Mu Shi might indeed overlook such trivialities. Regardless of who lay in ambush beside Nan Mufeng, she could simply eliminate them in the past. However, Yuling's identity was akin to a ticking bomb. She could not afford to present herself before Nan Mufeng. Indeed, troubles kept arising in quick succession as Shang Xuewei's image as a pure and innocent figure grew increasingly flawless. Thriving in various variety shows, predominantly as a solo performer, Zhang Feng refrained from action. Brother Yu is our ally, Lin exclaimed in a fluster. At last, the vessel had traversed the azure waters and was poised to enter the crystalline realm. Initially, there was little sensation. However, as the hull penetrated halfway into the transparent waters, a true upheaval ensued. Cheng Yi had not anticipated such an outcome. He had never attempted to infuse concentrated spiritual energy into every cell of his body before. The last time he ascended to the threshold of the golden core, he had condensed the core to break through to the second layer of the advanced reincarnation longevity technique, utilizing absorption and transformation. Fortunately, the Japanese troops were well trained. At the sound of a horn, the front lines halted their charge and retreated to fortify their defenses. Su Feng observed the two men with a serious demeanor. Through this meal, the three had forged a bond of profound trust. Lu Shaozi bid farewell to the mountain folk, activating the travel function on the time-traveling robot phone, while Zhang Hongda and others turned on the travel switch of their magical vests, soaring into the sky. His fingers traced an N and an O on the table. Tian Lin stroked his chin and returned to his bed. After Su Feng took the helm, the speed of the prison guards noticeably slowed. Although their attacks were more potent, their bodies remained anchored in the same position. An ethereal jade pendant surged forth, forcibly pulling his consciousness back to reality. This disposable mystical artifact was a family heirloom, specifically designated for Jiang Qin's protection, and was exceedingly precious. Dream D inquired, "What is the purpose of the electric sensors on sharks?" The scientific doctor replied, "For instance, the ampullae of Lorenzini located deep within the skin of sharks and rays serve as electric sensors, highly responsive to electric currents." The third elder wished to shield the children from the harsh realities of the world for as long as the Lin family could offer protection, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. The lamp and its base merged, activating the invitation. He was on the verge of entering the Star Gate to his migratory destination. Level 1, S-Class difficulty. Zhao Baiqing reclined on the couch, speaking to himself. He could not fathom why he possessed such a strong intuition. Whenever she gazed at him, he invariably sensed her scrutiny. "Commander Feng, should we order the troops to charge?" Zhang Jie, the deputy commander of the 6th Legion and the Allied forces, inquired at that moment. "By the way, although I did not reveal myself, I did converse with her for a brief while," Zhang Luoya said with a bright smile. "Grandfather," upon hearing Feng Yimo mention her mother, Ran Luoxue's eyes began to redden once more. After all these years, she remained remarkably sensitive. Jiang Qingse, having risen from the reconnaissance battalion, would be undetectable even if he trailed Su Yuqing closely. The scene shifted abruptly to Zhang Mingxi, who was in the Chanel flagship store within the Central Prince building, shopping with wild abandon for luxurious garments that bore astonishing price tags, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. One day feels like 3 autumns. Nearly half a month had passed since returning to the gates of Xinyuan Academy, and a complex array of emotions surged within Feng Luoyu. The Jiang family had served the elderly Lady Qiao for many years, thus they were well acquainted with her preferences. Madame Qiao had grown accustomed to the service provided by Miss Jiang, allowing her to attend to her during meals. He Qingfan decisively drew his sword, gripping the hilt with his right hand while his left gently caressed the blade, emanating a chilling aura. The sword seemed to exude an extraordinary malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Thus, in this lifetime, being cherished by her brother, Yu Shiran could genuinely claim to be the happiest sister in the world. Her father, indeed, was formidable. With just a lengthy conversation, he could transform one's disposition. Her brother admired him greatly and intended to seek his counsel when time permitted. Zhang Yu chuckled, genuinely intrigued, for according to his understanding, Zhang Maoxiu was quite obstinate and not easily swayed by others. The grand banquet continued. Even after Dolly Flower's departure, the guests feasted and drank as if nothing had transpired. Yet, there existed a unique entity that dared to challenge authority in the absence of a sage. One must acknowledge that even the heavenly court would not dare to show disrespect. This sect was the Martial Way School, which, like other major teachings, occupied its own distinct position. Of course, there were those who harbored dissent or acted under manipulation, only to receive a sound thrashing that rendered them compliant. Wu Yiguan, upon hearing this, incredulously inquired, "Mr. Cheng, is this truly the case?" Cheng Yi smiled and remarked, "Indeed." Wu Yiguan was suddenly filled with excitement, uncertain of how to express his gratitude to Cheng Yi. At this moment, Cheng Yi spoke again. The so-called performance energy was derived from the incredible speed extracted from Bari, resulting in the collision of superluminal particles. It was merely a standard operation, albeit prolonged, and after numerous experiments, success had finally been achieved. He simply tended to his wounds. Yet the pain was excruciating. The dark-clad envoy could barely rise, severely injured, with his internal organs cracked and marred by fissures. A gentle cough would expel chunks of flesh mixed with blood. Regrettably, the assistant waited for a while, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Ling Rue before returning to the tea stage to oversee the preparations. Suddenly, Aoho's movement came to an abrupt halt. Not by choice, but because his advancing form collided with an invisible barrier, forcing him to stop. The surrounding seawater surged in response, creating a multitude of tiny bubbles that erupted forth. Meanwhile, after placing some items into a bowl, the girl turned back to witness this scene and inquired, "Grandma, what are you attempting to do?" She was aware of Zhang Li's remarkable alchemical skills. Even if the concoction was challenging, Zhang Lu would find a way to blend various medicinal herbs together. On the other hand, Luo Xueqiong, a curious soul visiting Kyoto for the first time, was captivated by the novelty of everything, capturing countless photographs. The phrase she had heard, introduced to the world, echoed in her mind, and her heart felt as though it were tossed upon the crest of a wave, fully aware of the dangers yet willingly surrendering to the thrill. Ah, really? Upon hearing this, Sophie was overjoyed, snatching the coffee from her husband's hand and taking a large sip, eagerly inquiring about the situation. Originally determined to teach the dog-licking trio, Lingxi felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Jun Xian's words. Although Yi had not yet reached the age of 20, his intellect, strength, and cunning surpassed that of many. When Sima Liang retorted, Jian Nefeng remained silent, though a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, forcing him to endure for the time being. Unexpectedly, a younger cultivator from Longquan Mountain Manor suddenly shouted sharply. With that utterance, Chen Fan's attention instantly shifted to him. Even those from Longquan Mountain Villa, including Yu Dawei, instinctively turned their gazes towards him. A profound sense of betrayal enveloped him, leaving him feeling particularly aggrieved. The hardships and suffering he had endured during this period seemed utterly futile. You are actually the young master of the Shen family. Li Haijiang flustered as he hurriedly approached Shen Chao to offer his apologies. As Fei Xin #1 drew ever closer, Jian Yun's eyes grew increasingly frigid, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Yet, Chen Fan remained impervious to her words and actions, seated motionless upon the bed. This astonishing scene elicited gasps from everyone present. Zhu Hai, momentarily stunned, dashed forward. Meng Xiang, renowned for his chivalry, believed that if one were to perish at his hands, the world would surely condemn him. Furthermore, both of Chen Fan's phones, one ordinary and the other specially made, rang simultaneously. He inhaled deeply and made his way towards the castle. Anna had come to inform him of another transformation of anima gas, a development that would greatly expedite his mastery over the surging magical power within him. Is this a skin disease of the earth? Gates refrained from commenting on Zhu Cheng's statement, subtly disagreeing with that perspective. After approximately the duration of a tea break, the third brother returned, closely followed by the sixth brother, whose face, once marred, was now nearly restored, evidently due to absorbing Lin Kong's anger. No more talk of that. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink. After several rounds, the group gradually cast aside the earlier events, their spirits lifting further. Yu Chifeng gazed at Cheng Yi's dragon-scale sword, his desire intensifying with each passing moment. Alas, Cheng Hao sighed, casually selecting a relatively clean seat to settle down. At that moment, he felt that the bar was in dire need of a fire. Setting it ablaze seemed a preferable fate. She remained oblivious to the specific intentions of those who had wronged her, only aware that the depths of her discomfort were palpable. I have no time to waste with you here. Speak, how do you wish to perish? The commanding words were backed by formidable power, and Yamilin possessed just that. Understanding how to simulate array flags with sword essence in the acupoints was not excessively challenging. In fact, after 5 months of foundational studies and formations, along with the transformed sword essence, Yo Haile managed to grasp the technique of simulating array flags within the acupoints in merely a week. Regrettably, the oath ring was currently affixed to Bezanova, leaving Zhang Heng to rely on observation and comparison to detect lies from the interlocutor. Indeed, the most arduous aspect of operating an app lies in its promotion. Creating an app that no one utilizes renders even free labor a loss. No sooner had Shiva's voice faded than he noticed that the soul guardians and the souls preparing for reincarnation had vanished, leaving the surroundings desolate. When she turned back, Shiva was also nowhere to be found. I anxiously surveyed my surroundings, glancing at the osmanthus tree on the full moon, which had vanished without a trace. According to the data she provided, if the opponent were merely an ordinary computer, it would have crumbled long ago. Despite all this, Elder Huang failed to mention any benefits and seemed solely focused on extracting advantages from Ling Yi. Is there truly such a thing as an unearned benefit in this world? Zhao Hao embraced himself, channeling the forces of heaven and earth into a Taiji yin-yang diagram in his hands. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he raised both hands skyward, enveloping Zhao Linger within the diagram. However, regardless of the ruthless individual's thoughts, aspiring to achieve breathing in unison with the world is nothing short of a fool's dream. After all, any battlefield is inherently unpredictable. At that moment, a person following Chun Ming whispered to him, causing Chun Ming's expression to change. He swiftly distanced himself from the crowd, inviting Wang Fan aside. I warn you one last time, release the person immediately, or I shall not be merciful, the Prince of Sacred Martial spoke menacingly. You heard correctly. Gao Fei has indeed entered the fold for over 2 months, Tong Pejun affirmed. Isn't there a hint of intentional opportunism here? Park Myung-soo pondered. Casting a meaningful glance at Bai Ma Jun suddenly, Wang Fan shouted, breaking free from the control, awakening swiftly, and surveying his surroundings. The ghostly child had disappeared, perhaps frightened by his own inability to maintain control. Laughter interrupted by Ma Jun's unfinished words, yet he felt no desire to continue, resignedly accepting their amusement. Thus, under such circumstances, upon witnessing the lifestyle their captain enjoyed, the ordinary soldiers of the royal army began to scramble for food. The infinite dimensions comprising the boundless world stirred with unsettling tremors, solidifying under the divine might that radiated from the center. The rebel king drifted away with the river's current, and they hurriedly descended the cliff along the mountain path, watching the turbulent waters flow, yet no trace of the rebel king's body remained. Staring blankly at the river, tears of sorrow streamed down their faces. It remains a mystery what methods the Lingyun sect employed, however, regardless of how meticulous the informant believed their plan to be. The Lingyun sect always managed to uncover the identity of the traitor, their location, and to whom the secret was divulged, swiftly dispatching experts to execute both the informant and the recipient of the secret. Just then, the terminal of Yunjia emitted a series of beeping sounds, signaling a task assignment notification. Fortunately, with the protection of the divine dragon, otherwise, Lu Tua would have been struck by the snake's tail, blood gushing forth. Liu pondered in obscurity, unsure whether saving Gu Jiao was right or wrong. Having saved him, he felt he had unwittingly invested over $2,000. A thought that left him quite unsettled. Nonetheless, if given the chance to do it all again, Liu would still choose to save Gu Jiao. For a human life cannot be disregarded so callously. These wooden stakes, I can pierce through them with ease. As Chen Fifan thrust his spear towards the chest of a wooden effigy, he proclaimed, Brother Hua, is there any need for inquiry? I cannot fathom that Big Shrimp would betray us for mere money. He must have his own grievances. Niobian expressed, his initial doubts now thoroughly dispelled. Amidst the vast expanse, a fierce tempest swept through, and with a resounding clang, the blade embedded itself deep into the ancient stone. Chen Tianyang ascended step by step upon the stairway. However, this exhilaration was short-lived, soon drowned by the chime of bells wafting through the air. The ringing summoned the restless souls of the dead back into corporeal form. The fallen specter, in plain view, astonishingly rose once more. Its wounds and severed limbs were mended by swirling black energy, returning it to its original state. Yang Xiaoyong to return home. For the hospital was a place he wished to avoid for the time being. Lu Anke's mother ignored him, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to genuine disinterest or simply a desire to evade him. Upon hearing Qiao Xin's words, Luo Sen found himself devoid of any retort. After all, the current state of Qin Yuanxi was indeed a consequence of his actions. Yu Jian, do you comprehend the significance of that card? Yao Chen began to impart wisdom, resembling a venerable elder. Fu Donglu suddenly recalled a similar scene from his past, where dark mist had seeped through the cracks of a door. He pondered for a moment, yet could not recollect where he had witnessed such an occurrence. The quarry maiden before him was undeniably more alluring than the violet flower maiden. If given a choice, whom would he select? To be frank, he held a slight preference for the violet flower maiden. However, should the old woman decide to wed the quarry maiden to him that very night, he would find it difficult to refuse. Bo Shen was taken aback. He could not grasp what relevance this had to him. Was he to suddenly assume the role of a father? Yet, much like the rivals one encounters in school, achieving victory often indicates one's standing at that level. Upon entering a larger high school, one would discover that if securing the championship does not come easily, numerous factors could be at play, perhaps even physical prowess among them. Compared to a decade ago, the current continent is rife with tension, making it an unsuitable place for travel. Yet, Lily remained indifferent. Fermil had bestowed upon her ample wealth, and her semi-divine strength afforded her the means to shield herself and those around her from most dangers. With that, she swung her blade towards the evil emotion emperor. The force of her strike akin to a mighty river, as if a single stroke could cleave the sun and moon. Aside from the unexpected realization of your orchestration behind it all, everything else was satisfactory. Magneto spoke, his expression remaining inscrutable, leaving others perplexed about his thoughts. Beneath the Lingyun sect, countless subordinates of external sects existed, and to maintain such a vast number of contracts while monitoring each individual continuously must require a celestial-grade artifact or an extraordinarily powerful entity. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi. Without the use of talismans, the Zhou clan members held their breath in trepidation, their minds blank, while over a dozen martial arts alliance members trembled, unable to meet the gaze of the formidable Han Dong. This was a rule they had established, an implicit regulation that all must adhere to. Han Qian felt increasingly aggrieved. He had already made a decision. The adage better to be lacking than excessive once again underscored its significance. With a resounding crack, the grand door swung open with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the place Lin Ai had previously encountered. We now reside in an era of martial arts, where many have begun to revere martial prowess. The might of martial arts is universally acknowledged as an extraordinary force, one that technology cannot analyze or deny. In essence, prior to Su Wuyo and his companions being transported, those who had arrived earlier had been steadfastly defending their position. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma for Su Wuyo and his group. Elurome stood before a magnificent vanity mirror, surrounded by silver candlesticks that illuminated every corner of the bathroom. Regardless of whether it was an ephemeral spirit, merely pausing to rest and satiate itself before departing. How much would it cost? Where could it be procured? Far more realistic than the Black Dragon Pond's old toad, the old turtle remarked. During his time on the battlefield of hell, he had been enveloped by the aura of death, rendering his own slight leakage of such energy negligible. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could find an appropriate opportunity, such an incident occurred, and Yao Hua had spoken to him first, leaving Qing Lingyan utterly astonished. How could Father Zhu fail to discern Yang Xinda's miserly intentions? He could tell by the way Yang Xinda shifted his weight that he was plotting something, likely seeking to acquire additional talismans and magical artifacts from Qi Xuan. Meanwhile, Yu Pingsheng felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Xiangxi, who had been kept in the dark about his misdeeds, yet continued to believe in him unwaveringly, which was no small feat. Qi Xuan found herself at a loss for words in response to Qi Zhenbu's comments, who was fickle and capricious. Moreover, this man was excessively self-absorbed. He needed treatment for his delusions. Who was pursuing him? Li Qi's expression remained indifferent, his tone equally unperturbed. Criminal matters seemed to flow from his lips as if they were of little significance. Elements of Chinese culture, such as kipayos, hanfu, tang suits, or even costumes from Peking opera, could be included, yet beyond that, Yi Lanshan truly struggled to conceive. As the wedding date drew near, the day of the bed-setting ceremony swiftly approached. At this moment, the Wangfu of Dongting County was bustling with activity as it approached the final stages of its elaborate decorations. The crowd merely cast a fleeting glance at the couple before hastily lowering their heads, only to lift them again, captivated by the bun cradled in their arms. Then, Mu Chunqing, with a pallid complexion, took a seat, casting a fierce glare at Ming Jinshu. Previously, when the doctor contacted Xiao Yi, it was within her hospital room. Although Xiao Yi had claimed he could not come, he mentioned that he would visit when time permitted. A peak deity defeating a mid-level deity. What unparalleled glory! Even Tang Rao had not anticipated achieving such a feat. He had accomplished what could only be deemed a miracle. Indeed,